All right, everybody. Hello, can you hear me? Welcome to another stream. This is the first one in a very long time. I hope you can hear me all good. I'm at a new setup, so there's a lot to get used to here, but we have about 18 minutes before the broadcast officially starts, and then about 40 minutes until the matches start. So welcome all. I see an incredible hype train on Twitch. Thank you. It's Death for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Potato Buffer. Let me introduce you guys to what's going on here, all right? So we do have this, and if I click this button, you should be able to see me. I think that's true. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. You can see me here. Actually, it's this camera. This is the better one. It is a bit dark right now because they're still setting things up. Once everything gets started, you will be able to see me a lot better. But hello. Hello. I am right here in Paris at the Esports World Cup to bring you guys Trackmania. This is the desk I've been given. I'm kind of sitting above everything. The stage is right behind me. You can really see it better perhaps in here. This is the stage where the players will be sat, where our Trackmania top 32 in the world will compete for a grand total prize pool of $500,000. Insane things at stake here for our world elite. So I'm sorry for my absence from streaming, by the way. I know a lot of people have been wondering where I've been, what I've been up to. I have done a lot of things in the time I haven't been streaming. So I've been to Norway a couple of times. I got a visit from my sister. I went to Denmark and visited Janik, and now I'm here. I've had a much needed break, honestly, but coming back stronger. Camera angle, yeah, I told them. I told production, we need to raise the camera because I'm a little bit too tall for this one. It happens. You guys can relate, right? They set up the camera for the everyman and forget that you're a giant. It absolutely happens. I see Presley, I see Katsu, thank you guys for the resubs. I will just say right away, I'm probably not going to be able to catch all the alerts today. Hope you understand, but I still appreciate the support tremendously. Thank you. Thank you. So, we will be streaming for the next 4 days. It's a lot of Trackmania coming up. If you guys want to kind of get an overview. Today, we have the group stage matches, where essentially, if you win 2 matches, you are doing really well. If you lose 2 matches, you are out. So already today, we will be down to just 24 players left. Tomorrow, we reach our top 16. And then the next day, we reach our top 4. And then we have the finals on the 22nd. So there's going to be a lot of stuff. And I should also say, I'm on a 10-second delay. So if you guys send a message, if you send a question, do know that for fair play purposes, all streams from the event are at a 10-second delay. So I might miss you guys for a couple of seconds. But yeah, I wanted to do a bit of a pre-show with you guys. I wanted to introduce you to the maps. I wanted to introduce you to the players a bit, talk about some stories coming into this because there's a lot, and maybe you guys don't follow Trackmania actively, but this just so happens to be the biggest tournament in the game's history. So it's a good time to tune in if you are watching the Esports World Cup. This is solos, so this is single-player matches. They will not be collaborating with anyone. Just whoever is the best singular player is going to take it all. That is what they're playing for. I did open, and let me see if I can pull this up for you guys, because I'm kind of multitasking here with 2 setups. I did have Trackmania open on a secondary computer, so we can take a look at all the maps. So I think maybe we should start with that, and then we can look at the players, and then make some predictions about the matches. We also have people coming up here to the setup.
Who's there? What's
Turbo, great to see you.
Hey, nice to meet you again.
Guys,
It was a long time.
we have Lucker's Turbo here in the booth. Yeah, this is the one. It is a bit dark, no?
Yeah, it is.
But I think it will be better when we start. Are you excited?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I'm an expert at this event.
You're the
Great.
Trackmania expert. I saw it on the
Yeah,
caster desk. Yeah.
It'll be nice. Yesterday was media day. It was fun.
Yep.
So I'm very much looking forward to it. It'll be great.
Me too. This is it. This is it for the players.
Yeah.
So I have the.
Say hi. I think we're gonna have a chat later on again.
We have the chat here. They're also saying hello back.
Hello.
But I'm on a 10-second delay, so it's going to be a
Okay,
bit awkward. But yeah.
grand.
All right.
Very nice.
Well, good luck with the cast. I'll see you guys later.
Leave you to it.
Thank you. Also, we have Shifu with $20. He never streams, but when he does, he streams. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Guys, apologies. I apologize. I know I've been a bad streamer. I've tried to be a good creator lately, but I have been a bad streamer. I admit it. I admit it. But over this next week, I will be the best streamer around, okay? I'll make up for it. These will be unforgettable days in Trackmania. And with that said, guys, let us introduce the maps. So, if you have not been watching Trackmania Esports this year's circuit, you will not be familiar with any of the maps. That's all right. We'll go through them one at a time, okay? So, here we are in Trackmania. Let's get some audio. And let's start introducing the maps. Now, to show the best records that we know of, I am going to show the campaign versions. There is also EWC versions of all these maps. Because, you know, Trackmania players, they will practice in secret. They will not reveal their best pace on the official maps until they absolutely have to. So the only maps with proper records by the pros that we find are from past competitions. So the current known public world record on map 1 here, Germany, is by Neon, a 1:10.618. Let's have a look. There's a couple of details here, and you'll really see it if we add some ghosts for comparison. They start with an outside dirt turn, then they drop down. You have a drift to the right, and followed by another uphill drift to the right. I feel like I'm doing Carl Jr. analysis here. This map is best characterized by backwards driving. Also notice we're getting a lot of PC sound, a lot of car sound. Let me turn that down a bit. So you have to land backwards after this quarter pipe jump to pass the anti-booster. And here, it's very important to not slide at all. You want the car to have full grip. Then you go up the hill and pay attention. Neon has his own line. He goes a little bit wider on the grass here. And look how much he gains compared to Otak and Gwen in that segment alone. That is something, I guarantee it, all the other pros will have snatched up. They will have taken that and added it to their own repertoire. Same for the second landing here. Want to keep as much speed as possible. Try not to slide. Set up wide around the pillar. And importantly, you have to wait a split second on the ice before you begin the rotation. Otherwise, the car will get stuck. We did see that from some players in the Elite Cups, right? There are 10 maps that are played in total. There are 4 players per match. And so 4 bans will happen in every match. I predict the ones I'm showing you now we're going to see a lot of, because these are sort of maps they can all kind of stomach. The map Norway will, I think, be explicitly banned in almost every match, because there's a lot of ice and reactors, and people just prefer not to drive that if they don't have to. I can see Norway being Carl Jr.'s permaban, for example. Here on South Korea, there is a reactor booster. And look at Alcon. He is behind, gets 433 speed by wobbling the car a little bit, causing a bit of instability, and tricking the game into thinking he's going to land earlier than he does. That gives the zoop, the hover boost. Here on the grass, Link goes for a lower line. Alcon going wider, carrying more speed. And then in the ending, there's a couple of different philosophies, approaches. You have 3 more reactor boosters, right? Some players go really far into the reactor and carry more speed, and some just take a short line. Alcon here does something in between, and he's going to pass both Scrappy and Link with a good end. Also double tapping the steering, something you might notice. But again, different approaches. Link technically has a 1:12.07 on South Korea as the world record going into this. Also, let me just make sure. I'm going to pull up my chats on my phone here, because right now I can't see the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat. Everything good so far, guys? Signal, audio. I know it's a little bit dark. But other than that, are we all good? Thumbs up, smiley face in the chat if you confirm. We have Canada. I'm going to continue as we do. This map, I think, will be the most played. This is a really cool competitive map. Not a lot of stuff you can do to distinguish yourself. But then again, let me enable Gwen's Ghost. Let me enable Gwen into the comparison. Look at Gwen's start here. Gwen is incredibly fast on this map. He's passing everybody by over a car length. Here, perhaps his line back when this was played in May was a little bit suboptimal. Loses to the others in the slalom part. And then there's another slalom part coming up on the dirt where you weave between the pillars. And at the end, there's one more slalom part, and people found a trick there. So take a look at this, right? Gwen with a huge lead, and he's going to end up 4th place. And that is because the other 3 players are doing an ice wiggle. You set up on the ice downhill here. Look at Nico and Binks. Wiggle to the left, wiggle to the right, wiggle to the left a bit. And suddenly Gwen is just much slower and falling behind. I missed 100 gifted? Was it Isaac? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm a terrible streamer today. Isaac, thank you for the 100 gifted. Again, we're on a 10-second delay, and I don't have a chat display up on my monitors right now. So thank you so much, sincerely. I appreciate that a lot, Isaac. That is crazy. What a warm welcome back. So the thing that it's going to come down to in this competition, I think, is who can adapt the best to these tiny differences that they might have missed earlier on. In knockout format that they used to play throughout the year, they can get away with having a couple imperfections. Here we are playing cup mode. First place gets 10 points, second place gets 6, 4, and 3. And those 10 pointers are oh so valuable, so you have to be the fastest. You have to be the fastest guy. And that is what is very interesting, guys, because look at this, right? We've gone through a couple maps. We've had Neon, we've had Nyko, we've had Neon again now on Australia here, and these are like the youngest players. Of course, Pac has great pace, Gwen has great pace as well, but like the youngsters when it comes to pace are typically very good, and the older players are typically smarter when it comes to experience and knowing their limits. Neon is the type of player that you will see, he has a lot of world records, but he might also crash a lot. Inexperience, first time on a big stage, that kind of thing. Of course, you hope he just has this relentless confidence that people have when they're younger, and it will be a great show to see whether the veterans like Massa, Carl Jr., Pac are going to be the favorites, or if it's the younger generation catching up. Beautiful maneuvering here on the plastic. There's a couple of details to point out on Australia, but you should know that this is the full speed map. Here we are seeing features we don't typically see on competitive maps, like speed sliding on road. That is very unusual. And looking at Mutta, right, as the world's best full speed player, this is a map a lot of people are going to target ban against him. But it might also be a map people just want to ban in general, because if you have a bit of jitters on stage, you're a little bit nervous. Look at this next segment. This is the identity, the main obstacle. You have to jump from plastic platform to plastic platform, another small jump here, go very close to this corner, correct your steering, and go into the finish. 1:14.15, the world record by Neon. Very hard map, and I think Australia, along with Norway, very likely to be the most banned maps. Gwen is a veteran, but 21 years old. Gwen is... He's in between, you know? He still has that young potential. I don't think we've seen Gwen at his peak yet. By far we haven't. Here on this map, I should point out there is a 59.06 by Link, but it's on a slightly different version of the map. Still, the ghosts here are comparable. So we could call the world record 59.0 by Link. They drift a bit wide on the start here to carry 4th gear in the drift. Set up wide on the reactor, straighten out, over the reset, carry a lot of speed. And this downhill drift is very important because this speed it carries through the loop and all the way out here. Then you brake tap on the outside to make the car carry the turn. And then very sharp drift. And I've noticed a detail. I'm not sure we'll see it from the players here. We do. A lot of people add one brake tap on that long, narrow turn. Then it's a 180 drift around this corner, hairpin. And Matus here has a great run. Does get caught up to in the end though. Jump onto the beams is the identity, the obstacle here. And the last one, very tricky. Low jump onto the beam and get to the finish. So you might not have noticed that, but it's very important to get this low jump over here. So the brake tap comes in right about here. And now you have a more inside trajectory. And the lower you land here, this speed from here carries all the way. So it's these tiny details. You do that jump a little bit better, you gain a 3/400ths. You do the drift into the loop a bit better, you gain 600ths, maybe more. Maybe the number after 6, right? So this is what it's going to come down to. Those are the spring maps, and there's also 5 maps from the summer campaign. Now the summer campaign, it has not been played in any competition whatsoever. So we have no clue about the pro players' pace on these maps. That is what makes this very exciting. We're going to have 5 maps with information where the pros can kind of discern where they are in the packing order, who's the best. Here, I'm going to show you runs that use... Wait, maybe Rossi's run doesn't? All right, so Rossi's run doesn't do the shortcut. This might be the best non-shortcut runs we have, together with Zinks and Zuls. Yeah, these are the best no-cut times on Argentina. So this map is based on a World Cup map from 2022 called Bobzag. You have bobsleighs and zigzags. That is the theme. So 5th gear on the grass there, carries for a long time. Drop down into the checkpoint here, and now we have a very important part of the map where you have to do a 360 spin into the checkpoint, keeping the reactor booster and going down the ice. Very likely that someone has some hidden tech there, right? Some type of trick that saves a 10th or 2. Absolutely possible that we'll see people just get information diffed on the first day. And then they get back to the hotel, boot up their laptop and practice it for day 2. Very volatile on a new map at such a big stage. And then you can see the bobsleigh at the end. This is a pattern. You have to land on the wall so that you carry speed to the last booster, thread the needle between everything, and you get to the finish. 1:13.1, the normal way record right now. Any questions so far, guys? Any questions? We're starting in 20 minutes. The first match is between Pack, Uffy, Stifts, and Noisia. And the matches are seeded. So we will have seed 1 being Pack from Birmingham. We're winning that tournament. And then also seed 32, I believe, being Noisia. So first seed and last seed in the same match. Pick ban order. It's quite easy to understand. It is fourth seed in the match bans first, then 3rd seed, then 2nd seed, and then 1st seed. So 1st seed gets the advantage of banning last, because if someone bans the map they had as their highest, they could ban something else. And then pick order is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 3, 2, 1 in bans, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 in picks. And then there's a 5th map that gets randomized. Okay, we are on Saudi Arabia here. This map is original. It's not based on a previous track. We have a plastic wall hog into no slide on the sand. And then some really hard jumps. Actually, no, it's based on Tiny Gap. I take it back. It's just, it looks so different now. Yeah, so this jump right here, guys. You can't really see it, but they have to jump in the little window there, the field goal. And then onto the ice. Release a bit here as they land, carrying the entire downhill speed. Up the hill, you can see Baptiste doing that really well. Angle to the left, land, and stabilize. And you can do a Neo slide quickly there. Catch this downhill, around the dirt. Drive on the rock, out to the left, set up this drift. And now you have to be good at adapting your release here to land exactly in the last ramp, carry that speed, and overjump all the slow motion blocks straight into the finish. 1:07.56. We've got 3 more maps to show you guys. The first match in 20 minutes, exactly. Here we go, guys. Okay, this is the map everyone has predicted will be permabanned. And if you watch the runs here, you will see why. Mad respect to the Norwegian community, by the way, for hunting here and getting top 3. We start out with an ice slide, a sharp one, down the hill that you straighten out onto this road. Now for a moment here, you get wet plastic, and that means that in this turn here, you bug slide on the booster, straighten out, you need third gear so that this dirt part becomes smooth. You control the car, drop down, and along with ice, which is typically something the pros don't really like, you have these huge, somewhat blind jumps onto very small landing platforms. And so after landing that, you have to go into the ice here, critical fourth gear. You must carry fourth gear out of this exit when you land. Gains a ton of time. You can see Smiley Bob there, instantly fourth gear, instantly onto the drift. Very fast run so far. And then you have another ice slide. Here you get reactor up, and you fly with this reactor into the checkpoint, set up the drift, and now you aim a mile away to land on this tiny bridge and set up the inside turn to the finish. Smiley Bob there actually going a bit too wide. So, yeah, this is a map I think some players really prefer difficult maps. I can see Grenadi, for example, actually opting for a map like this because he wants people to crash. That's typically been a philosophy of his. But for the most part, in a match of 4 players where 4 maps are getting banned, highly unlikely that this one slips through the cracks. It just is what it is. It's a shame. I would love to see the Norway map, and I do hope we get to. But if you guys watched Red Bull Faster, this is kind of like Everest, right? Mudda is also going to love this map, but it becomes a question, right? You're playing against Mudda. Do you ban Australia? Do you ban Norway? What do you ban? He has a lot of preferences. Our maps he's well suited on. What cup mode is going to be? So they play till 140 points per match. 140 points plus finalist mode. Here, guys, we have Poland. Small disclaimer on this map when I show you the records. There's one shortcut that has been patched out. So the records we are seeing here do use the shortcut. The players are not allowed to use this one trick. So I'll tell you when we're there. This one is based on a previous Trackmania World Cup map as well, Heart. And this is one the players are well versed in. Yes, okay. We have a reactor wall here down into a long grass turn. Continues down the road. And now, guys, the trick is coming up. So in the dirt here, they take an inside line, and you are supposed to jump up on the plank you see in the distance, but they found out that you could just skip low and carry a bit more speed that way. That's not allowed. They have to jump on the planks. And then we continue on the planks here into the water, set up wide, fully throw your car into that corner, make it out on the other side, land wide so you get no airtime, and then this is so satisfying. Jump barely low to the plank, down onto the platforms. Nathan here doing it excellently and getting a small wobble onto the last platforms and into the finish on the left. On the left, because it's slightly tilted. Observant, right? The finish is angled to the right, so if you go out to the left here, you cross the finish line like 100th sooner. Every detail matters. Any predictions for today? Well, the matches are seeded, so the expectations are that the top 2 seeds will win the first match, and then after that, we are very likely to have stacked second matches. Here, guys, again, there is one banned trick. So I'm showing you the records from the campaign, but they have made updated versions of these maps to patch out one wall bang that was faster. So we're not going to use that in the competition, but this does still show you the map. This is Japan. Really cool map. We have a crash backflip. And this kind of feature, guys, like, people could again find tricks that save 2 tons, 3 tons. Might be a map some people want to ban and rather just hope it's played in someone else's match, and then they can study the tricks that are available. To win the tournament, you will have to be prepared on absolutely everything, right? But just in general, You don't want to lose to an information disadvantage in the first game. So here, full crashing the wall. Someone called the admin. Cam, fix this. This is not supposed to happen. They are not allowed to do that. And then here, slowing down. We're using fragile and no brake, so it's a wide turn. But players here, again, illegal wallbang. And then we go through the holy gates. This is engine off drifts. Very hard to control your car here. And if you do go too wide on a trajectory, it's too late. Can't change it. Those are all the maps and the current records. During the matches, I will keep you up to date on what pace they're driving and how close that is to the world record and such. You don't need to store all that information in your brain. Don't you worry. But I hope you enjoyed a small run through of the maps. And now, if I can prepare this for you guys, it's time to take a look at some of the matches coming up. Also, hello, I can see you guys in chat now. Hello. It's finally on my screen, so yeah. Let's quickly take a look. All right. So there is a guy on Twitter who is an excellent source to follow if you guys want to keep up with everything. You also have the Wikipedia bracket. Maybe that is more understandable to pull up. 1 second. All right, here we go. Let's pull up Wikipedia, guys. So, hopefully you see this all right. The prize pool for the tournament, $500,000. First place, $130,000. Absolutely incredible. This is the full list of participants and how they qualified. So, the top 8 here, with Pack as the first seed, qualified through the Birmingham Road to DreamHack tournament. And then you have the Elite Cup qualifiers, Afi, Binks, Gwen, Masa, Mime, Naiko, Otak, and Solja. Then you have the online qualifiers that were regional. So from Europe, you have Josh, Neon, Posito Paco, Richie, Stifts, and Wizzy. From the online North American qualifier, you have Flimsy, Lingo, and Neil. Then you have Biwak, J-Swag, Linkmax, and Spark in the Asia and Oceania qualifier. Charles and Noisia from the South America, and Chamko from the Middle Eastern North Africa qualifier. And here are the matches. On the left, I'm going to zoom in. First match, guys, that is this one right here. Pack, Afi, Stifts, and Noisia. Hopefully, we have some people in the Twitch chat that can set up a prediction for this. I'm going to be unbiased throughout this tournament. I am going to try to give you the best unbiased cast I can. But as someone who knows Trackmania and has watched it for a long time, the by far and away favorite to win the match in first place is Pack. And for second place, I think it's going to be quite close between Afi and Stifts, but I'd give the advantage to Afi in this one. The top 2 in each match, guys, advance to the upper bracket, UB, and will await their opponents from the other match. And then if they win the next upper bracket match, they're qualified for the next day. So I predict Pack and Afi in game 1 go to upper bracket. If you look at game 2, Wosal, Binks, Josh, and Linkmax. This one is going to be crazy, but the expected favorites are Wosal and Binks. And we can keep going through, but you can see the matches that are coming up here. And then you might be wondering, where's Carl Jr.? Where's Carl Jr.? Well, he's in Group B. So we play through, I believe, I'm going to double check. We play through Group A, match 1 and 2 first, and then Group B, match 1 and 2, I think. I'm going to double check that before I tell you misinformation. But with all that said, let's pull up the global cast for a second, and we can watch that for a bit, and then we'll tune into my own cast in 10 minutes when the game starts. So here they actually have a much better overview. And hopefully the audio balance is all good. You guys can let me know. 1 second. No, so we play all 4 matches of Group A, and then we play all 4 matches of Group B. Here you have the full schedule, and it's going to be a long day at Trackmania, guys. It's going to be great. And let me get my camera up here as well. You can also see where I'm sat, by the way. I'm sat directly above the stage. So, yeah, gonna go back to this camera here though. Apologies if I'm blocking information for you guys. I actually am. I'm gonna disappear. I'm gonna disappear. I'm gonna disappear. Now you guys get the full schedule. I'll come back. You guys have seen me before. You know what I look like. Am I near Scrappy? Scrappy is sitting on the other side. If I'm sitting on the western side of the stage, he's sitting on the eastern side. Or left or right, whichever you prefer. I was muted. I had a sip of water. Guys, here you can see the first match coming up. The players are entering the stage. We're actually starting with Bren, J-Swag, Nyko, and Neon entering the stage now. Exciting, exciting, exciting. First time seeing what Nyko looks like. J-Swag traveling all the way out from down under. Cinema. Cinema. And now Neon as well. Looks a bit like Denis Lazovic, who did incredibly well in the chess. These youngsters always impressing at the tournament. One moment. Yes, we're doing... This is Group B, Match 4. Well, looking at the field, right? Looking at the field. Bren, he's the 2023 World Champion. 2024 runner... 2024, he did pretty well, but 2025, runner-up with Jetlag. Him and Mudda got second, and Pack and Carl won in duos format. So Bren, huge favorite. He also did incredibly well at DreamHack and managed to qualify directly to EWC. Nyko is sort of like up-and-comer as well. He's done so well in the Elite Cups. He did incredibly well in the Elite Cup France, which was the second one. And people were like, oh, you know, crazy things can happen in Elite Cups, I guess. Like, these players that aren't at the very top can come ahead and do well. And then Nyko does it again and again. He just kept doing incredible performances. And we could tell that it wasn't random. Interview with Bren. Let's take a listen.
At EWC, how does that sound?
We're pretty grateful just to get started with. You know, we're really, really happy to be here. I am extremely happy, but I know everybody is super, super, super grateful to just be here, have the time to, you know, enjoy such a nice event. We're enjoying the player lounge. We're enjoying literally everything, and we're going to enjoy the stage. So, yeah, it's pretty great.
It all comes down to the action, of course, on stage. Right now, what are those feelings like?
It's always the same thing, you know, before going on a stage, you're pretty nervous, expecting, you don't know what to expect from the other players, you don't know what to expect from yourself, so all you can do is just prepare as best as you can and then hope it clicks in the right moment. So yeah, basically I'm just nervous and hoping to play good, but I know once the first round is getting started, the nerves will just disappear, you know, like it's going to be fine.
You've played a lot of
in
events
this field,
on LAN.
Bren has by far the most stage experience.
I don't know if it will, but it's always a bit of a gamble with newer players because they could either really shine in LAN or be a bit nervous and it changes the way they play and it could crash a lot more and everything. So it could definitely help me. I know what to expect in a certain way while they don't. But yeah, maybe they're going to be amazing and, you know, they're going to beat me. You never know.
How have you prepared for this event in particular? Anything different to your usual preparation?
I think the main difference for
played
me
the
is just to
obstacle
be really
campaign.
careful about my health in general, you know,
I saw
because
that.
we spend a lot of time practicing, playing the same maps over and over again. I try to just keep a good balance, getting in the sun a little bit, cooking decent food, and just not playing nonstop. And I feel like I did it pretty good, and I'm pretty happy with how I managed the whole
And
6 weeks of practicing here.
So you're a bit of a chef. What do you like to cook?
Bren
Come
has
on,
talked
he
about
just
this
said he's
extensively
cooks
on
decent
stream,
food.
Hey, you know
where
what?
he says that like
Focusing a
some
lot on
players will
sweet
play
potato
12
lately.
hours a day, and he knows it, right?
So
he
that's
had
one
this
thing,
problem in
maybe.
Red Bull
Energy
Faster
boosting
where
food, I hear.
other players
Okay,
were
in terms of
preparing
the
more
map,
than him, and it's like,
is there one that has
how
an
do you keep
advantage
up
for
with
you?
someone who
One that
grinds
you're
as much
really
as Mudda,
excited
for
to get
example,
on?
or Epos?
I have some
And-
favorite maps.
Bren is a very intuitive player.
The main thing is that I don't have least favorite maps.
Okay.
You know, I could play any map, and that's the biggest point for me. Sometimes I join an event, and there's one map that I don't feel like playing. This time I know I can be good on the 10 maps, and that's the most important thing for me right now.
Where's your biggest competition coming from, do you think?
In this match specifically, I would say the biggest question mark is going to be Neon. He's only 17 years old, first LAN event.
True.
I know he's really talented. He plays really, really good. I don't know what to expect from him. I know he can drive really, really fast, probably faster than me. But now it's going to depend on consistency and if he can do it every single round, basically.
Finally, have you set yourself a target, a goal for EWC?
I mean, obviously, I want to win. I'm here to try and win. I'd be happy with some other results depending on how the bracket goes, you know. So I think the main point is for me to be proud of myself, play the best I can, and if I lose to stronger than me, then so be it, you know. But hopefully, if I play my best game, I can win the tournament. Who knows?
Is there one fun fact as well that we don't know about you that everyone at home should know? We know now you like to cook. You've got no weak maps. Anything else?
I'm gonna keep it outside of Trackmania, but maybe some people don't know, but I surf a lot. And that's where I find my
Surfs
balance
a
outside
ton.
of cooking then.
Such a cool dude, a surfer as well, Bren. Good luck.
Thank you.
The thing I was going to say, I didn't want to interrupt. The thing I was going to say is that I can turn off this for now. The thing I was going to say is that Bren is a very intuitive player. He doesn't prepare as much hours on the maps, but he doesn't really get better with practice if it becomes a slog to play the tracks. So he trusts his intuition with that the prep he's done is enough, and I think he's correct with that. Also, guys, audio fine, everything fine? If we turn on the feed again? Hopefully this is all good for you guys. Or maybe it is without their voices, actually. It might be. All right. Okay, guys, yeah, we are about to start. You can see, can you see? Well, you can't see. The players have not gotten set up on stage yet, but they're heading over there soon. You can really see it if I put up this camera, because now, well, this is the main stage camera we see. People are holding up some signs as well. There are a lot of people, man. When I got here, it was empty. Now there's a ton of people. A ton of people. No voices. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm excited. I am excited. And it's like, it's a year of preparation. It's so much work they put into the maps. And we only get to see a fraction of it, right? We get to see their one performance where they play for 1 hour during an Elite Cup. We don't get to see when they spend hours and hours and hours studying part maps, playing matches against their friends to test their pace. Oh my. Guys, we have a countdown. We have a countdown. Are you ready for the Esports World Cup Trackmania debut 2026? Top 32 players in the world and a 500,000 prize pool. We are getting ready for the opening match, everybody. Let's see the ceremony. Oh my god. Cinema. Wow. That is unbelievably cool. I saw someone said, yes, esports is that serious. Guys, what a
Bon
hype
matin,
trailer.
bonjour et bonsoir. Wherever you're watching from around the globe right now, welcome back to the Esports World Cup live here in Paris. It's great to have you here with us once again for our final week of this competition where Trackmania enters the main stage. How are we doing, Paris? Oh, I love it. Love to see this. It's good to have you guys here. We have got ourselves an incredible competition. 32 players, $500,000 on the line at the end of this competition. One player with the very first ever in EWC history to be the Trackmania champion. It's massive, but the hype is real. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. You guys have a front row seat. My name is Adam Savage. This is the magnificent, the mighty Milos.
Well, my friend, it has been an incredible set of weeks that we've had here at the Esports World Cup, or week 7, as you just heard. And this is Trackmania, the biggest tournament in the game's history. A boatload of cash, and I tell you, there's a lot of bragging rights that are going to be earned at the end of all of this once we're done on Saturday night. 32 players are going to walk in. Only one will be successful in clinching this trophy by the end of it all.
Who's it gonna be,
we should
guys?
say
What's your
hello to
prediction?
all of them before
Right
we
now.
get started.
We should
You're
do.
so
Paris, they're
real.
all waiting backstage. Let them hear you. Make some noise for our players. That's right, love to see it. Let's meet them. First up, please welcome to the stage. It's Staffed. Godlike
Yeah, no, I
Esports,
was
the
right.
penultimate player here
We
to
are
qualify in
starting
Europe. He's ready now
with
to
Group A
take on
match
the
1.
world.
Stiff
Next up,
walking
it's
onto the stage.
Neon. At 16, he's our
Neon.
youngest here, rising up the ranks.
Born in
Bright Lights,
09.
ready to take on the Giants.
Next, it's Bywag from Sentinels. He's a regional qualifier from New Zealand, vying to become Lord of the Ring Roads.
Joining us on stage, it's Richie, 1308, booking the final
Traveling
spot
all
into
the
the
way
hotly
in.
contested European quals. Next up, this main stage.
Welcome to the stage, Josh, 1248. The full
Josh
speed
walking
specialist.
in.
Josh eats boosters for breakfast and breaks for nobody.
Up
the
next
world's
is
best
Link
Pokey
Max,
players.
returning to Trackmania only to win the Asia O's
Give it up for
qualifiers.
fastest
First
way
time
only.
competing abroad here in Paris.
Paris, welcome Lingo!
Giga
Godlike Esports, please welcome the North American #2 and out of the blue runner-up 2025.
Representing Team RQ, it's Semko, rolling in as champion
Semko
from the
as
regional
well.
qualifier of MENA, a region he's always been a front runner of.
Very good
Make
United
some
player.
noise for J-Swag from Fnatic, our third place regional
J-Swag
qualifier
as
from
well.
Asia and Oceania.
Nations Forever player.
because he's ready to cook.
From Virtus Pro is
He just
Pusito
looks so happy to
Pecco.
be here. I
Winner
love
of the
it.
European qualifier, he has achieved this complete form. Can he hit it super perfect at EWC?
Next, it's Charles, Titan Esports, South America's #1 player. It's time for the region's king to turn up the heat.
Yep.
From Genji Esports, it's Wosile.
I love it, I love it.
to get his ticket for EWC. Can he stand with the best here?
Next
home
up,
crowd
we
here
have
in
ourselves
Paris.
Neko from Foot Esports. A new talent
Neko as
stepping up to
well.
the pro scene in 26. Could this be the dawn of the underdog?
Okay,
From
okay,
Leviathan,
tough,
it's
tough.
Noisa, multi-time South American champion is
Noisa.
legend. He is one of the leading
One
players
of
from
the
the
big
region
surprises.
and a challenger
One of
to
the big
keep your eyes
surprises
on.
for sure.
Welcome, Afi! A returnee
Afi.
to the esports scene. Will he pick up where he left off and glide into the sunset as
Always
champion?
performs when it matters.
Representing
honestly,
Rock Esports,
in
it's
big cups.
Mona. A past year full of success. Steering wheel player seems like a solid contender for this trophy's
Mona
EWC.
already throwing out the emotes. I love it. I love
It's
it.
Spark! SAUL Esports, the best
Spark
player
as
from
well,
India.
one of the
He'll
big
aim to
surprises.
use his speed to electrify the server.
Representing Twisted Minds, it's Bren! The 2023 World Champion graces our
Surfer.
stage, hungry for yet another gigantic trophy.
Please welcome to the stage, Neil from SAUL Esports, finishing first in the
Yeah.
NA qualifier. Neil is primed with turbo and
I thought
ready
he
to
said the
upset
wrong
as
name.
well.
Yeah, Neil.
From
Not
Natas
Neil.
Vincere, it's
Neil there.
Mime.
Mime
He
coming
might have been
in.
quiet in 2026, but he's got some moves you are absolutely not ready to see.
With some moves too, it's Flimsy from Team Heretics,
Flimsy, one
qualifying
of the
third
new
from North
talents.
America. Can he turn up the heat on his opponents to rise atop the podium?
Representing AGAL,
excited.
it's Gwen! 18 years of playing Trackmania
You hear it
makes you
immediately
a
with the French players,
prodigy.
guys. We are in
Maybe this
Paris.
one, he'll be ready to win it all in gold.
They will
in
have
Paris.
the crowd on their side.
Next, please welcome Elcon21, Team Nemesis winner at Comic-Con Baltics, and out of the blue 2025. There is no one more ready to dispatch
Elcon
the
the Prophet, they
competition.
zoomed on his logo.
Representing big, it's Massa! Veteran of the scene,
as
one of the
well.
most experienced players on land. EWC is his
Yes, we're gonna
biggest
have
stage
an audience around the
yet.
corner with him.
Stand to attention for Soldier!
quite yet.
The former
Soldier
Trackmania
first.
Grand League winner 2023 returns, eager for battle, his sights locked on gold.
Also representing big,
There are
it's
so many
Grenady!
champions, yeah.
The OG
So
wheelman
many
is in the
champions
driver's
of
seat,
different
earning his spot with
competitions,
third
all
place
in one
finish
place.
at DreamHack Birmingham, joining us in Paris.
Entering
And
the
it's
stage is Esports!
hard to give context.
DreamHack Team Liquid, two-time
For
XP
just
Evo
how
winner
good they are.
24 and 25. Get ready for impact because the Meteor is on his way.
Representing SADUL Esports, it's
Another
Wizzy!
UK
From
player,
national level
Wizzy
carding
walking
to the
in.
digital track through third place in EU quals, all the way to the group stage in Paris.
Oh my gosh, it's OTAC from Team Liquid, your world
Gotta
champion
say it, I gotta say it. A
2023.
lot
He's
of them
no
have
stranger to big
insane
events
aura.
and will relish this chance to shine again.
Most of them do.
Next up, representing the hometown heroes of Vitality,
A
it's
lot of
Pac
aura
TM.
right now.
Winner of DreamHack Birmingham is no
And they're of
stranger
course
to
gonna
gauntlet
end on
comeback
Carl
runs.
Jr.
His
I know
tear
Carl
out
Jr. is
by
gonna be the
Proof
last
Key
one in.
right here on stage.
Make some noise for Biggs!
Biggs as well.
AGAL winner of the Elite Cup qualifier. He's got big aspirations and even bigger expectations.
Last but not least, representing Team Falcons, it's Carl Jr. The undisputed
The GOAT.
GOAT and 7-time world champion, Carl is the truest a
Calm,
Trackmania
collected,
dynasty can be.
walking
An
onto
opponent
the
that makes you
stage,
weak at the
taking a
knees.
center spot.
My oh
Among the
my!
ranks.
Paris, one more time, give it up for your players!
The amount of
32
talent
the best
on that
Trackmania
stage, the
players
amount of
have made it
skill,
here
guys.
to the stage in
The amount of
Paris.
pace.
A lot of pressure on them all. The biggest tournament in
It
the
is the
history
first
of
time
Trackmania
ever
is
we have had
unfolding
this
before
many
our eyes.
skilled
Matches
players in one
beginning in our
spot,
group
ready
stage.
to fight
Let's
for
get
one
this one
trophy.
on.
And the biggest prize pool of all time. It is just unfathomable.
Looks like this. 20 years after
over the next
Trackmania
4
helped
days,
shape competitive gaming, it's now arriving
person
on
will take it all.
esports' biggest stage. 32 of the best players from
might have a
across the
format
globe
explainer here.
have earned their place here, competing for a prize pool of $500,000, the biggest in
500K
Trackmania
prize pool.
history, and the title of the first EWC Trackmania champion.
The winner,
Throughout
the
4-day
first place player gets
competition, the players need to
$130,000.
prove their speed,
Just
precision,
life-changing
and
money
nerves,
for these
pushing
players.
themselves to the absolute limit. Taking on 10
People are
unique
expecting it to be
country-themed
Carl
maps,
Jr. He is the favorite.
representing 10 countries,
But in Birmingham,
10 maps,
Pac beat him.
10 different challenges.
And others can beat him too.
Each one with
In
their
Red Bull, it was
own
Mata.
story. Argentina,
can be slightly random at times.
Australia,
Fast, unforgiving, hard to control.
Canada,
Pac is gonna ban. Pac is gonna ban Argentina.
Germany,
Precision, Pac what's
He
driving,
was
and pace.
Hungary,
Difficult.
He was giving some flatter
technical,
there. He's gonna ban
and
it.
very tight.
Japan,
NASCAR.
It's really challenging. It will be difficult.
Norway,
Disaster.
Annoying, unforgiving.
Poland,
They're gonna ban Norway.
Jumps. Tricky.
Saudi Arabia,
Jumps,
Visual cue.
It's my permaban.
South Korea.
Aléatoire.
I'll confirm
précision
that.
et glider.
Saudi
So
Arabia.
buckle up, Trackmania fans. 32
Yeah,
players.
the maps.
only
The maps
one
decide a lot.
champion.
You will get familiar with them over the next couple of days.
The stage is set. The
Because
maps
the
are
maps
ready.
have different surfaces,
Now,
different driving
let's find out
styles,
who is the fastest.
and we will see what players opt for. There are a couple of different strategies, right? Some players will opt to ban one map every single match, no matter what. And what that does for them is it gives them 9 maps to practice for the entire month period, several month period leading up to the tournament. They just have 9 maps to practice. The weakness of that strategy is that it might punish you if others are also looking to ban the same map. Like, you can put someone in a bad spot if they have to be the one to ban Norway and you can ban something else that you know someone else is good at. Like, I'm playing Mudda, I don't want to play Mudda on a full speed map, I ban Australia instead of Norway. And we've seen that strategy probably lose Mime the World Championship final in 2022 when he banned the same map Carl Jr. was going to ban, and Carl Jr. could ban away Mime's best map. So that strategy does have its weakness, but it's also a reliable start to a tournament. So yeah. Players are getting settled in on stage. We are seeing the opening match with Bren on stage there be Bren, Nyko, Neon, and J-Swag. If you look at Wikipedia, that is Group B, Match 4 as the opener. So, a lot of young talent there. I mean, we looked at the world records just before, and out of the public ones, Neon has 2 of them. Nyko has also, I think, 2 of them. So they just, a lot of pace between them. I'm gonna get you the exact. Yeah, Neon has the world record on Germany. On Canada, Nyko has the world record. Australia, Neon has the world record. And then South Korea and Hungary, it's Link that we know of. I mean, can the youngsters get adjusted to playing on a stage? That is the big question. They will have some room for error. The way the format works, we have a double elimination bracket. So if you win now, you move to the upper bracket. If you lose, you are in the lower bracket, but you are not out of the tournament. Top 2 players in each match advance. Bottom 2 are dropped down into the previous lower bracket. And we will see. Yeah, Neon didn't look so nervous. I fully agree. He looked confident. But we will really see when the match starts. And it's also like, if a match starts and you drive well the first map, the first 4 rounds, I think you're feeling quite calm. If you go in with your plan and then, as Mike Tyson puts it, you get punched in the face, then it's about experience. That's where experience carries you. That's where you fall back on previous match experience and you know what to do. And that is maybe where there is some question marks. But yeah, we are having the pick and ban here. So J-Swag banning away Australia as the 4th seed first. And then we have Neon banning away Norway. Nyko bans Germany and Bren bans South Korea. Bren first picked Japan out of what is available. And that means that the other remaining maps that we can look at now are things like Poland is still available, a very drivable map. And we are going to have Nyko pick now. And so thinking back a bit about he favors. Could be some from Spring. He goes for Saudi Arabia. And so now we're going to have Neon's pick. Might as well pick his own country's map. Poland, pretty drivable. He picks Argentina. Adds a little bit of bobsleigh and a little bit of turnarounds. Okay. And the final pick of the match, J-Swag picks Hungary, and the decider is Poland. The decider is randomized between the 2 remaining maps that could have been picked. So the 1 map left out of this set, let me see if I can determine it. It is Canada. It was either Poland or Canada for the last one there. All right, exciting, exciting. So we are gonna get to see quite a lot of the new maps, the ones where we have no knowledge of their pace yet. And that is, yeah, that is really exciting to see. Who's the favorite on the decider? On Poland, we haven't yet seen any matches, so it's hard to tell. It's hard. It's a very drivable map. I think we're just gonna have a close match there. Like you can kind of separate maps in Trackmania into 2 categories. You have the very drivable ones where the difference between the fastest player and the slowest will be like 2 tenths of a second. And then you have the tricky, really obstacle-heavy maps where that gap, instead of 0.2, might be like half a second. And Argentina is one such map with a lot of tricks. and Poland is more forgiving. Now, the format, guys, the format. Let's talk about the format. They are going to play until they reach 140 points. They play races starting all at the same time. First player to the finish line gets 10 points. Second place gets 6. Third place gets 4 points, and fourth place gets 3 points. They keep doing races after one another and score points until they reach 140. After reaching 140, you enter what's called finalist mode. At that point, you need to win one more round to secure your spot. If you win a round after reaching 140, you are through. We play until we have 2 winners, and then the match ends. The 2 winners advance to the upper bracket, the 2 losers drop to the lower bracket. Everything understood, everything clear. The players look ready, they're driving their last warm-up round. The crowd looks ready, I am ready. I hope you guys are ready in chat as well. This will be a fantastic, fantastic time for Trackmania Esports. Truly an incredible shift that we are on such a big stage now, and with so much at stake as well. Very, very exciting. Alright guys, I'm getting told we can maybe quickly take a look at audio one more time before things start here. 1 second. Alright. We are starting up here on Japan, guys. Right, we are getting audio set up, guys. Okay. All right, guys, I will count you from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and thereafter 10. We are live in the first round. Everybody get some hype in the chat. This is the opening match of the Esports World Cup 2026 on Japan, picked by Bren. A match played between Bren, Neon, Nyko, and J-Swag. Let's see what unfolds. On board right now with Nyko, one of the young surprises together with Neon in the Elite Cup circuit. They together really impressed and managed to qualify through their number of points. Bren qualified earlier on in the season through the DreamHack Birmingham tournament, was one of the top 8 players there. And on his opening pick now, he is leading by over a second. This is what we feared perhaps with some of the youngsters, that maybe they don't fully have the stage experience that Bren has. Bren has been in several World Championship finals, has won a World Championship final, and so he is by far and away the favorite to be the winner of this match. But we will see. Did he fail the ending? Bren failed the ending, and it's Nyko who takes the first 10-pointer, and I jinxed it. Bren got last place in this opening round. So yeah, everybody feeling the pressure here. Now we have some labels top left. You can see the world record and the TR. The TR is the tournament record. We'll keep a look at that over the weekend and see where the tournament records end up. Most likely, a lot of these world records will be beaten in matches because they are coming into the tournament on maps that haven't yet been played in competitions. So all the pros have actually decided to hide their personal bests. They might have a 115 offline here, and we don't know, so we will see. In round 2, Neon out to an early lead. This checkpoint he crashed last time, but now with a very wide line there, kept so much speed. Checkpoint difference went from 2600ths down to Bren to 41. So Neon driving phenomenally right now. Bren being matched by Nyko through these road drifts. Neo slides down there, and Neon is just increasing his lead here. onto the fragile here. You are not able to hit the wall. You have to slow down, otherwise the car breaks. And do it without a drift, and then into the ending, over the engine offs. Neon still holds the lead, but he crashed on the left there, and now Bren gets a chance at redemption, but here comes Nyko onto the last stretch, and he snipes it away with a new tournament record, 1:16.40. And yeah, after his early crash, coming back there, we see some other pros. Coco in the crowd, one of many who tried in the Elite Cups as well. And then the last player we haven't talked about is J-Swag here. J-Swag qualified through the Oceania qualifier, and he is a long-time Nations Forever player, has a lot of sick records there, and then signed up for the competitive circuit and made it through together with LinkMax and Biwak. So they will be representing Oceania in this tournament. Incredible observing here. I think they're using the new like drone spectating, which someone developed. This is really cool. There was a plugin that someone put up on Reddit a while ago where you could kind of first-person view drone fly in Trackmania. That is incredible that they're using that in matches. Into this round, Bren off to a fast run, but Neon was faster on the splits here by about 0.2 last time. This time he crashed. J-Swag trying to hold his lead against Nyko. Only 7 points so far from him. Needs the 6-pointer in second there. Nyko's going to see what he can do. Bren has disappeared, I believe. Bren crashed in the last gates as well. And here comes Nyko to get another 10-pointer, but J-Swag fends him off and gets a 10 for himself. And a big smile there. I haven't seen like every camera shot they have of J-Swag. He just has the biggest smile. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. He's just really enjoying the moment. Absolutely great to see. Last round now of Japan. They play 4 rounds per track. So this is Bren's last chance on his pick here to make something happen. But also more than anything, sometimes pro players will pick a map early to hopefully have it appear at a later time when it's most likely that they are finalists. So it could be a tactical pick as well. But yeah, Neon's pace. This is what we see from the youngsters. They're fearless, man. They just send it. They send it like they're hunting the map in time attack. And right now, Neon is not thinking about anything but the driving. He's not thinking about the stakes, not thinking about that he's in a different place. He's just driving his best, and he's impressing a lot right now. Faster pace than Bren in most of the rounds. The crashes have been his downfall, but so have they been for Bren. Into this last corner, Neon has the better release timing. He's going to carry more speed into the end. Can he control the momentum? Gets a good setup onto the first one, I believe. This wide setup is where he crashed one time. Now he makes it through. Bren is trying to safe the ending. Doesn't want to challenge Neon. And Neon with a world record and tournament record. First one of many we will see, I think. 1:15.67. That is an impressive time. And is he is he surprised himself by the pace he just drove? He seemed a little surprised there, maybe a little shock on his face. It's like, what did I just do? It's kind of fun to see. Always great to see new talent step up to the scene, guys. And Nyko there that you saw is one of them too, one of the new young generation. Some replays coming through here. You can really admire the precision when you get to see it in the slow-mo. And this drone point of view, love it. The race between Bren and Nyko there. And here this backflip, they try to release as much as they can early to get the lowest backflip possible. That's what sets you up really well for speed. Now we are on to Saudi Arabia, so this would have been, if I'm not mistaken, this would have been, I don't want to say the wrong pick, let me double check the seeding here. Yeah, this would have been Nyko's pick of Saudi Arabia here. And we heard in some recent interviews before the match here that Alcon, for example, has this as a permaban map because it's so difficult. Mainly because of this feature here, you jump through 2 barriers there, a field goal to make it up to the quarter pipe. Then you have to slow down a lot here and get a nosedive to land with a lot of speed. close battle between Ben and Neon up front. J-Swag about 0.5 behind. And then into the ending, there's a very precise jump taken from the map Tiny Gap. And J-Swag had a different strategy there. That's going to be interesting to follow. Neon with a mistake corrects his course, but now finds himself in difficulty here to control this jump, I think. Bren, does he make it? Bren makes it. Nyko misses the jump. Bren gets a very much needed 10-pointer, his first of the match, I believe, and instantly beats the world record on the map as well. And if we think to the campaign versions, we've seen there a 107.5. So there is public pace that is a little bit quicker than this, but on the EWC version of the track, this is the fastest. And yeah, guys, we're going to see a lot of world records in these opening matches. We can farm right now. Let's see round 2. Important for Nyko to make use of this pick. It is very likely the only time in the match this will be played. Don't think the map rotation will make it all the way back here. But I'm very curious about the line that J-Swag tried as well. Hopefully we get to see that. They all make this quarterpipe jump. Really not easy. And a small ice wiggle from Nyko. There are these details, guys, that we're seeing for the first time. Nyko now with a lot of speed up the hill. Dares to hover over that gap. Gives himself more space for this drift here. Now, the jump down the hill, not done. They all take the downhill instead. Onto the rock. Neon avoids his mistake. Gets a good drift as well. They all cross over the sand. Here comes Bran next to Nyko. Nyko missed this jump last time. Does he stick the landing? That's really fast landing, and he will pass Bran for second. But Neon improves the world record for a second round in a row here. All right, very close between the top 3 here. J-Swag, the only one struggling a little bit. And the points are close as well. 36, 35, 31, 30. And as a reminder, we play till 140 points. And finalist mode thereafter. Also, you can see in the start, they all jump all the way to the right in that steep downhill because they just want to get to the plastic wall hug as quick as possible. There, the speed kind of resets. We did see a mistake just then. Someone dropped away. That was Neon. Has not yet crossed the checkpoint. 2.6 seconds behind. Now the French battle up front, though. J-Swag is still there. Bren versus Nyko. Let's see the checkpoint here. So Bren has more speed, but Nyko does this tiny ice wiggle, and he's still ahead. He gains like 2/300ths there by wiggling the car. Oh, this looks good for Bran. Nyko missed his trajectory a little bit there. Down the hill. About equal, but Nyko marginally faster. Onto the rock in the drift setup. Oh, Nyko misses the line. Bran clear first. J-Swag driving rather safe here. Can secure second place. No one there to contest him. Is it a third world record in a row? Yes, indeed. And here we see that 107.5 that we're talking about. And disappointment for Neon there with the crash. But still, great thing in Trackmania is it always resets after the round. You can have the worst round in the world and you're back at 0 with all the others. If you play chess and you make one terrible move like that, that is the game lost. So you do get new second chances in Trackmania to full send again. And that's what he's doing right now. Passing Bran there after driving the exact same line on the dirt. Nobody's failed this jump after 4 rounds here, guys. This is incredible. They've all made it. So that jump might not be as hard as it looks. And onto the nosedive. Does Neon jump too far there? That looks like low speed up the hill. I think Bran closing the gap a tiny bit. Still Neon with a strong lead. 0.2, lost a little bit of grip there. Low speed into the dirt. Does he get the right rock trajectory? Yes, he does. Here Bran struggles with the drift. Now Nyko's close. Neon just needs to stick the landing, and this 10-pointer is his, but he goes low. He goes too low. Bran might have gone far, but he at least secures the landing and 10 points there. Doing really well on Nyko's map pick here. Much better than on his own. I'm going to join the players in a sip of water here, as this is a good time. And we are seeing some jitters. But it's not just that they're playing on stage, they're playing the first match on the stage in the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time. And this kind of sets the standard. Now, guys, we are moving to Argentina. You see a lot of bobsleigh, a very important bobsleigh turnaround, which will be the major crux of the map, and the bobsleigh straight in the ending is the feature to follow. So, into the first round of Argentina. This one picked by Neon. Here we are looking for 5th gear as we get up to the grass up here. You want to land wide on the plastic booster so that you can get 5th gear. Neon only in 4th, has to gear up. Goes low, passes J-Swag, and with a better setup here, Bren with a small mistake in the start. J-Swag able to follow here though, bit wide over that road, and Nyko so much speed into the bobsleigh. Here we will see that turnaround. They take the checkpoint while turning around. Different strategies altogether, but Neon has gained 2 tenths to Nyko and 3 to J-Swag. Only Bren there seems to be able to keep up with the pace. Wall hit from Nyko, drops him down into last. A bump from J-Swag makes it a hard gap up to Bren. Will they all survive the ending? Neon is very high up. This is a bad trajectory. Bren comes back. Does he have more speed into the ending here, Bren? It's 1700. That's a lot to gain. The landings are good for both. I think Neon holds on here, aims correctly through the gap, and takes 10 points. 112.9, by the way, no shortcut. I want to quickly check here what the world record with the shortcut is in the official campaign. Because that is a phenomenal time, I think. Yeah, 112.6 is the current campaign record, but that uses a shortcut they can't use in the matches. So Neon here basically beating shortcutters without the shortcut. Insane. Again landing wide. This time maybe too wide on the grass. J-Swag and Bren had more speed. Important to get this wide setup here, because now onto the end and off, they carry the speed all the way till the drift setup. And look at the checkpoint splits again. Let's pay attention to what happens here. Neon wide on the wall. The difference is 24 hundredths. Temporarily 48. And now it's like 35. Neon is gaining a tenth to Bren as well in that turnaround. Yeah, 4 tenths ahead. And this is really the stylistic difference between some of the maps. Some of them where they're more drivable, you will see very close leaderboards. On maps with one decisive turnaround like that, if you find slightly better inputs to slow down the car on the ice, you can gain several tenths of a second. And Neon, oh, is that too high? No, he has the speed. He should be able to hold it with a 112.48. That beats the shortcut time. Twist in the official campaign just got cooked. That should not happen, because the shortcut does save about a second. But after that, you have to match. And Neon did it on stage, by the way. Insane stuff, insane stuff. You can tell why he picked this. And this is a warning sign to anyone playing Neon. You might want to consider banning this map, because he's got it figured out. Is he going to get the 40 for 40 points, the clean sweep? Halfway there right now. Nyko with a mistake. J-Swag as well, trailing a bit. But Bren has gotten a good start. I again want to turn your attention to the splits. We'll look here as they enter the bobsleigh. It's Neon in the lead. The difference is 8 hundredths. 41 to Nyko. After, did he get it good? Okay, Bren had it good too, and Bren matches. Side by side now into the dirt. They have to be careful in this landing to keep 4th gear. Looks like they all have it. This is going to be a nail-biter to the finish line now. Who gets the best ice slide and set up for the ending? Neon intentionally going quite high there. Is that going to pay off? Bren looks like he's inching closer. Gained the 10th. And lost 500ths back. Still Neon in the lead. Bren with a bumpy landing. Marginally closer, but Neon holds on. 3 10-pointers in a row. All the other players PB'd, by the way. You can see it on the screen. And Neon's record from the other round was 3 tenths faster? Like, that is a monster pace, that 112.48. Unbelievable stuff. And Neon now, with that 10-pointer, is in the lead in the match. 72 points, 69 for Brun, 55 Nyko, and 51 J-Swag. J-Swag too wide there, struggles with the slalom a bit, I think, but makes it through. It's worse for Neon, who has now crashed. Unlikely to get the clean sweep, unfortunately. And Bren seeks now to take the lead of the match again. 0.3 is a sizable gap. J-Swag would have to take tremendous risk to catch this up again. And Bren, with a clean turnaround, should be able to hold on. We will see what happens, though. Oh, we can see the hand movements, man. Production is at another level. We're not used to this. Neon frantically tapping, trying to make up the deficit. Into the last ice slide now. All of them going for about the same low line. Will Nyko be able to pass J-Swag? That is perhaps the interesting battle. Nyko crashed. And that is maybe an opportunity for Neon. Bren looks like he's going to hold on to first. What's the time going to be? 1:12.76. Bren can definitely drive Argentina as well. J-Swag clocks in second. Nyko still third after the crash. And Neon, crucially, does get to the finish. There is a 10-second timeout there. So if you don't get to the finish, 10 seconds after the round winner, you don't get any points at all. And we go to Hungary. This map picked by J-Swag. So this one, guys, is likely the most drivable map of them all. It is the shortest. It has the least crazy tricks that you do. And here, rounds are won with pace alone. It is a matter of, do you dare to risk the drift to perfection to gain 2 or 3 extra hundredths in each corner? That is what is happening here. Warm-up has ended, and we are going into the first round. There we go. Onto the beams. On this map here, you do a lot of jumps still, although it doesn't have any crazy features. And there are some small tricks they do, like drifting wide here for 4th gear. They set up really wide to the wall so that this grass turn is very smooth. And then you want to carry max speed down here because it carries all the way into the loop. Go out to the right side in the loop to get the smoothest trajectory. Then outside line on the dirt. And here, need a clean transition into the downhill. 32.4 checkpoint. It's pretty strong. You can get 32.3. Low jump here matters. Carries your speed for the next 5 seconds. And Neon is doing that to the field right now, extending his lead far away over to the checkpoint. 0.16 ahead of Bren. They're going to jump onto one beam here. And then one final one. Bren clipped. That is J-Swag overtaking for now. Dropping into the ramp and onto the beam. Neon wins. J-Swag second. Bren third and Nyko in 4th. All right, guys, sorry for keeping you waiting. We're back in the action, and look at this. We predicted this would happen. All the players are close into the ending as well. This time, Nyko is the one who makes the mistake. Bren versus Neon. This is the battle for the match lead as well. As Bren holding on, Neon tries to risk it. Bren holds on. 59.6 there. And we can see that the tournament record is a 59.3 by Masa, perhaps driven backstage. But the pace here can go as low as 59.0, we predict. And with a perfect run, clipping the start from J-Swag. Not ideal there. Now let's take a look at the other 3 players. Do they get through? Okay, so far so good. Low there from Bren. Hoping to set up wider. The justification would be speed here. Does he overtake again? In the loop, we'll see when we exit. Bren indeed in first. That tiny setup difference is what propelled them ahead, but now both Nico and Bren crashed. Neon and Soul first. J-Swag matching Nico for now. Battle for second. And then let's see what happens on the beams. It's still not a secure win for Neon here, but he really needs this. If the positions remain, he gets first, Bren gets last. That would be the perfect score. Bren is going to have something to say about though as he passes both J-Swag and Nico onto the last beam. Nico with miraculous speed to take second place. And the 6-pointer. Neon finds himself at 101. Bren at 97. And the other two players, Nico and J-Swag, 71 and 70. We are playing for top 2, and so a 30-point gap there is sizable for Bren and Neon. Very likely that they both hit finalists much before the others and have a chance to close out the match. So again, wide on the road here, both Neon and Bren doing it. As, hopefully, guys, you can see me a bit better now. We are getting help with the lights from production. Let's follow the racing. Neon hits the outside wall. Bren pixels away from hitting the wall himself. But this time it's his chance to make a breakaway. Now Neon should find himself in a battle for last. Still not last place for him though. Nico is there as well. We go into the hairpin. Third gear kept. And the car that we see appearing in view is Neon. Challenging J-Swag in the ending. Bren should have this under control. Lots of speed, can jump wide, doesn't need to risk, doesn't risk, but Neon fights his way back up into second place, and we have a tie then for the match lead. Both Bren and Neon at 107 points. Current lighting makes him look like the dream face reveal. If I just angle my face a bit, maybe. Like that, like that. Hi, guys. Make sure we show the jawline. A short warm-up, guys, before we go on to this decider map here. Poland was the randomly selected one. It was between Poland and Canada. And maybe this is a pattern we will see where players either pick or ban the most volatile maps. Poland and Canada are expected to be maps that are not going to be too difficult to drive. The players know how to drive those maps. There won't be any tricks that really make or break huge differences. But we will see. This map is inspired by Heart, a World Cup map we've seen in past Trackmanias, past Trackmania Championships. 2022 season, it was played a lot. And it's a lot of driving and jumping on planks. So first checkpoint here, all three of the top drivers within just 300ths of a second down the hill. Now it's 600ths of a second between them all. Very, very close stuff. We might see some differences here in the dirt. This is probably the most technical part of the map. Carry the speed in the downhill. Get a small nosedive up to the platform. Look at Bren. The car is wobbling all over the place, but he keeps it under control and gets about a tenth to the others. Lower speed, equalizes around this corner. Nico with the best turn by far. Jumping wide to set up the dirt. Neon's crashed. He's out of it. J-Swag also out of it. What's that battle for first looking like? Nico has dropped behind Bren a bit. Bren with about 2 tenths to his advantage, and he holds on to the finish. 1:09.13. Again, guys, it would be interesting to take a look at the campaign leaderboard. There was a shortcut found on this map as well in the earliest version. And the best record driven on that is a 1:08.80. There's a chance that that shortcut record gets broken here too, because the normal way lines are just so much more refined here. So Bren in the lead of the match as well now. Soul first. Neon had a poor round there, got last place. Gap of 7 points. Advantage Bren. Smooth lines as well up and down the grass slopes. And into this sharp downhill drift. Nico with better speed. Does he get the setup on the exit though? Into the dirt. Yes indeed. Extending ahead. And now we saw Bren gain a lot of time on this ramp. Jumping very wide. That's where the tallest part of the block is. That's where you reduce the most amount of airtime. Nico tries it. Bren has better speed this time. into the water. Release better for Nyko, perfectly rounds the corner. They set up wide, dive into this corner, and then aim as low as they dare for the plank. Better for Nyko. Nyko more speed into the ending. Bren with a sideways landing. Nyko passes. Does he catch the last landing, Nyko? He does, and takes a 10-pointer for himself. Much needed 10-pointer now to not fall too far behind in the match where he cannot come back. $123, $114, $90, and $81. And based on the way this is going, guys, we will end up on Japan, the first map that Bren picked, where he is finalist. Neon as well has a chance of getting there and being finalist, so we will see. First time it was played, it was Neon that looked the best of the two. Now they're challenging first here. Into the dirt, Nyko with a better setup than Neon, gonna get close to the checkpoint, but Neon still manages to hold on. First plank good for all three, lower here for Bren and Nyko. That seems to be a better line. Oh, yeah, I can see it on Nyko's face too. Disappointment. Had to continue building momentum here. This is going to be really difficult to come back from. Bren versus Neon in the ending. Neon fighting the 16-year-old, challenging, but the drift there is too much of a time loss. 300ths apart. Bren wins another 10-pointer. 133 for Bren. 120 for Neon. So Bren finds himself at an awkward scoreline here. He needs to win the round. If he gets second place, he could end up at the unfortunate score of 133. If you've never watched a Trackmania eSport match before, the way it works is that when they reach 140 points or more, they enter finalist status. After that, they have to win one round to secure their spot in the next match and basically win this one. So after reaching 140, if the other players keep beating you in rounds, then you're not closing out. And another important thing, the one I mentioned, is if you end up at 139, you have to play an entire round just to reach that one extra point to get to finalist. So lots on the line here. Neon really wants to deny Bren because one extra round here of not being finalist is slower for Bren, and it's annoying. It's annoying to not be able to go into finalist immediately. Neon is driving very quick here, 0.26 ahead. Jumps quite high, but that shouldn't be enough for Bren to come back. It should still be Neon, even with a safe ending here. Neon seems to know it, secures that one. 130 points for Neon, and unfortunate for Bren, 139. So he has to play an entire round of Japan and then get finalist. And if Neon now gets a 10-pointer, he is also finalist. We could have a double finalist situation. That's exciting. But this is going to be desperation for Nyko and J-Swag. Cannot really afford more mistakes in the match as the others hit 140. They have to now start working together to deny the incoming finalists. So small calm before the storm here. I'm gonna have a sip of water and then we go. All right. Someone asks, is there a difference in ending first and second? The only difference is the seed you get into the next match. So if you end second here, you will get a worse seeding for pick and ban in the next match. The first round of Japan. Nothing will be decided in this specific one, but we will see if Bren gets an attempt alone at finalist, or if Neon will get 10 points and match him there. Nyko isn't too far away either. It is within the realms of possibility, especially with how momentum works. When you first start getting 10 pointers and winning rounds, it's easier. But he has to start immediately. Bren has already crashed. He's going to most likely end up last here. Although J-Swag crashed as well. And now the battle. Neon versus Nyko. Neon needs this to get into finalist mode immediately. Nyko needs to deny Neon for his own chances at upper bracket. Bren crashes, but so did Nyko. Neon is ahead. Point 2. He crashed here in the opening rounds. Now the nerves seem to be more under control. And into the ending, Neon gets 10. And he is going to join Bren, both with the finalist badge. GL typed in chat by both, as is customary. And here we go. That red F means finalist. And now for Nyko and JSwag, they have a 40-point and a 50-point mountain to climb if they want to come back. They have to deny Neon and Bren from winning every round to extend the match. First backflip here is where we get the differences. Neon's had a great start there. 0.14 ahead of Bren. And Nyko losing speed there over the full speed part. Neon looking poised right now. He's the one entering finalist status with momentum. So many 10-pointers in a row to get to this point, passing Bren. But into this drifting part, Bren is typically very good on this type of road. Slow road driving, and Neon crashes. And now may his talent shine. Look at this, he maneuvered past everybody, gained a 10th over Nyko. Really see this on a lot of maps that when you go onto slow road, Bren has an advantage. And here, extending ahead, this is stage experience. This is world champion material that you're seeing from Bren. Can Nyko, the youngster, snipe it away and extend his chances here a little bit longer? No, he cannot. Bren will be the first winner in a match here at the Esports World Cup and advance to the upper bracket with the highest possible seed. Impressive scenes from the spectators as well. Bren's still not looking too happy with his performance, but you can't do better than a first place. But maybe the amount of crashes and the pace is what he's contemplating there. So now Bren is secure. We will have one more winner in this match. It is either Neon, JSwag, or Nyko, but Neon will have at least, at least 4 attempts where no one else can deny him here from advancing before anyone else is finalist. So great position to be in if you're Neon. Just got a not choke, and he has really impressed so far, but it matters all the way to the finish line. Last round, the crash happened here, and this left-hander now saves it a little bit. Nyko's made a mistake. JSwag is the closest opponent, and JSwag makes a mistake of his own. Neon is going to see this 0.4 gap on the splits. He will know that this is his to rights. Oh, he just got a not choke, and there is maybe the jitters. He hits the wall in the uphill. Unforced mistake there, and that's one opportunity gone. JSwag and Nyko both make it to the ending. JSwag gets the 10-pointer. Nyko with the 6. Had a 0.4 gap. There was a golden opportunity for Neon. And 1 round is fine. You can waste 1 round. After 2 rounds, you start to get nervous. After 3, you are sweating. Best you can hope for is to close it out now, and with Nyko crashing the first checkpoint there, this is a great opportunity. It's a 1 versus 1 for advancement in upper bracket. To the boosters. Oh, JSwag, I think, hit the wall as well. This is the best opportunity you will get at closing out finalists. But it's you versus yourself at this point. Oh, and look at this. Nyko's risking. He is not going down without a fight. He finds himself equal into the ending. Neon might just have let off the accelerator a little bit too much in the NASCAR part. Now, in the precise slides. Let's see what happens. Neon pushes. Gets a couple of hundreds back. Ahead into the uphill, around the bend, and into the slow turn. Is he going too fast here? Does he slow down enough? Nyko perhaps going too fast. Neon with the better approach. More speed over the engine off. Has to time the drift though. Not go too wide like he did that 1 round. He maneuvers past the pillar perfectly, into the gap, over the booster. That should do it. Neon advances in upper bracket as well. And Nyko and J-Swag go down into the lower bracket. Incredibly impressive opening match here from all 4 players. And really fun to kick things off this way with a mix of young new talents and Bren, part of the old guard, showing who still remains the best. GG, GG. It's great to see the sportsmanship here on stage. Probably the first time a lot of these players meet each other, because we just don't have enough Trackmania LAN events where everybody gets to meet up, so it's great to see. Very, very cool. Someone asking about Neon's age. Neon is 17, born in 2009. So this is his first major event that he plays. And here you can see his early crash. It is very hard to get through there. Bren as well, crashing a lot on Japan, but it might still be his best map. What we can say for sure is that it worked out for him. He managed to close out finalist. On Saudi Arabia, we saw a mixed bag, but I think if the other players watch this game, they should be cautious with letting Neon have Argentina. That was the most dominant performance we saw. Also crazy here on Poland from Nyko, a couple of rounds. The precision in that part. Some nice battles here. I love the drone point of view. It's actually incredible that we have this. It's the first tournament we see this filming in this way. There is someone sitting there, guys, with like a first-person view drone and controlling it the same way in Trackmania to create these cinematics live as it is happening. It's not automated in any way. So just really, really cool.
Thanks very much, fellas. I'm joined here by our first winner of the day. It's Bren, everyone! Well, Twisted Minds fans out there love it. Bren, we were watching that on the sidelines. You were experiencing that final lap against Neon head-to-head. How did it feel to play it? How did it, in that moment, it must have been exhilarating for you, but also scary. I don't know. How did you feel?
Yeah, it was a scary round. I didn't play that map really good at the start of the match, so I got a bit worried. Neon has really good pace, he drives quick, but maybe slightly more crashy than me, so I was just hoping that he would make a mistake and try to drive clean, and it worked out.
It really worked out well. Thinking about the pick and bans in general there, we saw the kind of at the beginning the maps in Japan. I don't think anyone was really expecting Japan as our first map here necessarily. But when you saw all the maps being chosen, how did you feel in that moment when you saw exactly what was coming your way in this first round?
I would say the pick and ban was a bit what I was expecting, so I was pretty satisfied with the maps we had to play. Maybe one was surprising for me, but I didn't mind it. I feel comfortable on the 10 maps anyway, so that's a good thing. And yeah, pretty positive map pack for me. I just messed up on my own map. It happens.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. Before we let you go and get some rest here, tell us about this experience, Trackmania, EWC. What's it been like here with these amazing fans, everyone watching at home, being here in general here in Paris? How's it been for you, the experience so far?
I'm going to probably speak for everyone, a part of the Trackmania community, but we're really grateful to be a part of EWC. It's a life-changing experience, and we're all really happy to be here. I love the player lounge. I love everything about the event, honestly. It's just been a great time.
It's been great watching you so far. We're looking forward to seeing you race again next. But one more time, give it up for Bren! Well done, Bren. We head back to the desk now to Rain Day and the gang. What a great way to kickstart Trackmania here at EWC.
Right. So they're gonna kick back to the desk. I think we're gonna turn off the audio for a second, and we can do a little chit chat, guys, while we're waiting for the next game. So, I mean, Brent said it pretty well there, but to give you context, if you're not familiar, like, Carl Jr. is by far and away the most dominant Trackmania player of all time with his performances. In the last 9 World Cups, he's won 7 times. He's got a 3rd place and a 2nd place. And if you win this one tournament, you will leapfrog all his collective earnings from those championships. From winning 7 Trackmania World Championships prior and 2 podiums. That is how incredibly life-changing, as Brent says it is, for the Trackmania community this tournament. You step up here, you play these 10 maps well, you play good for 4 days, and you basically out-earn a decade of incredible performances from Carl. It's not exactly the same, but it might put it into context, right? And so everybody is giving their best. Like, they've put months and months and months into grinding this. And from what Bren says, they've been received well, and you know, they have a lounge and they can set up and train, and overall just a huge, huge opportunity for Trackmania to be here. So yeah, Bren giving his best there. He won the match. Naiko clearly a bit frustrated. Not the performance he was looking for. Neon, we're seeing relief. And J-Swag, we saw smiles all game. Even in his losing moments, he had a massive, massive smile on his face. So yeah, incredible to see. What were you guys' thoughts? Did it go as expected? I was incredibly impressed with Neon because I was alluding to this, guys, but I can maybe also show it to you now that we have a small break before the next game. If I pull up Trackmania IO, actually I can pull up Trackmania. Yeah, I can pull up Trackmania for you guys. So if we go into, this is in Trackmania, if we go into Argentina, Neon did a 1:12.48. The world record publicly on this map is 1:12.6. And the reason Twist was able to get this time is because he did a shortcut. This shortcut is not permitted in competition, but it saves like a second. Like, look here. If we compare this from the point of view of Sinks, for example. If we compare this, look how far behind Twist he is. So Neon would have had a similar start and then passed Twist by over 0.1 thereafter. That's crazy. That is completely mad, the pace that he drove on Argentina. That was really fun to see. And it was the same almost on Poland. I think maybe the records there will go to 1:08. Also, thank you, Vonix, for the 22 months. Thank you, guys, for all the resubs. It's been very hard to catch up on alerts. And you might have noticed as well, in general, I have not been streaming so much lately. So, oh wait, they're doing some study. Hang on. Some analysis on the turnaround. Cool. The matches are not ongoing right now, no. The first one just finished, and we should have the next one soon. Now, I'm not sure which match it is yet, because we do have the list of matches that will be played, but the order, I don't know yet. The first one was match B4. So we got maybe B3 next, or A4, not sure. And yeah, of course, we can have audio from the casters. Not sure if you hear the caster audio on this one. But I love the analysis with the drawing tools. I've been doing that lately too. It's so fun to draw arrows and stuff. I'm gonna install the tool as well to do that. 1 second. All right. You just hear the music. Okay. I am not sure I can get them
out of the fence, and he continued to pull up a fight against Neon all the way through. And look at the speed that he was able to snowball all the way through the second jump and then into the next checkpoint before the underwater parts.
This is an amazing showcase as well. Obviously, Bryn was so successful. And you mentioned he was consistent. So that's a big element of it. You talk about speed versus consistency. He even mentioned that Neon, he knew he could do it, but he was counting on the fact that maybe he'd be more consistent, and he was.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to Trackmania, hello, welcome to the biggest theme that is ever brought up to every single match in existence. That is speed versus consistency, pace versus consistency. And, you know, it is a struggle for those who are not at the top echelon to have that consistency.
Sure.
And we're going to to see that from some players.
Just so you guys,
I'll go ahead and mention a
if
couple.
introduction here,
Gwen
this is
Elcott,
Import,
kind of the biggest
hosts
culprits when it comes
XP
to
Evo, a yearly
the
big
highest
tournament.
highs you can have speed
Also,
wise,
phenomenal
and then
caster.
also
To his
struggling
left, we have
consistency
Jiggy,
wise. It's feast
casted
or famine
every
with
major
players
Trackmania
like that.
competition
But
since
if they're on their game,
2019.
they're on their game,
And to
they're
his left, we have
beatable,
Rain
they're
Day, who's
scary.
hosting
And the
this
top players will tell you
expert
they are
panel.
scary. But
And
again,
we're
once
getting
we
some
get to the top
in-between
echelon,
game
we're
analysis.
talking top 16, top 12. We're going to see it transition from consistency to pace.
Someone asked, by the way, will I interview guests if they come up here, right? Because I'm sat up here. All the players are like down there. That's where the stage is at. The crowd. Can't wait for the crowd. And I don't have a way of contacting the players, so we'd have to have them join us up here. It's the only way. Fast forward to the next match. So now we have Group A match 3. Epos, Otak, Chemko, and Lingo. Okay, this is exciting. It is unfortunate, or perhaps fortunate, for Team Liquid to have both their players in the same game. Team Liquid, one of the few organizations that signs several players. Let's see what the analysts say
He's
here.
trying to go to the top 4 to the grand final to try and keep on his grand final streak that he's been on since the very end of last year. So this is going to be one key thing to watch out for him.
Going to be exciting, guys. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a check-in with Chris at the Alliance Vault and see what's happening with the club championship. Chris?
I do wonder what implications Trackmania has for the overall standings as well of Esports World Cup. Can anyone flip positions in the overall standings? It is one of the last games, so the club points might already be mostly decided, but we will see. But yeah, I mean, if we look ahead at the next match while we wait for this Vault check-in. Epos, Chemko,
We're down here at the
Lingo.
Alliance Vault to have a little look at what's going on this
I
week
will
with
wait.
Trav on Crossfire. Now, already we've been talking about the story between AJL and Falcons, the two teams who are really fighting it out for that first place. There's already points on the board here for AJL.
Yeah, absolutely. AJL off to a flying start. 2 wins straight over the last 2 days, so they'll be able to skip a day tomorrow, come back fresh on day 4, and really put a big performance in. So already 200 points on the board. They're looking incredibly good. They are the favourites of this competition to have kind of breezed through it as expected. Falcons, however, down in the lower bracket. And the same for Vitality, as AJL have just beaten them to send them down there. Looking at the other side of things, Na'Vi as well, one of our top 4, kind of in and around that same area. One of the very few teams who still have a chance of winning it. Yes,
pull them up for
might be a
myself.
very slight chance of like 0.22% or something like that, I think it is. So not expecting too much from Na'Vi, but they're still sitting in the upper bracket at the moment, doing a pretty decent job.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting because I think across the entire event, I think Crossfire is the one that a lot of people are looking
right
at for
now,
AGL to
Falcons
get their
are at
win.
4,400
But for
points,
Falcons, it's more so on the CS
and All
side of
Gamers
things, right?
Global
So
are at
that might just balance things out,
4,300.
and then Trackmania and Fortnite, which is also
So
going
All
on,
Gamers
may
Global
well be the
could
deciders here. But it's
perhaps
going to be maybe a little bit of pressure on
leapfrog
AGL to go
Falcons.
for the win. Kind of how
Falcons have
level-headed
Carl,
are we
though.
on the favourites thing for them, though? I
Falcons
mean,
have
look, they're
Carl.
coming into it. People are expecting them to win it, but they will have competition.
Yeah, they're looking to go back-to-back,
we'll
to be honest
see.
with you. It's a lot of the Chinese teams who are their real competition.
But
So
yeah,
that's who they're watching out
let's
for.
do a little
When it
bit of
comes
a
to the
preview, guys,
European
for the next
teams,
game.
Not too like Vitality struggling.
Right.
It's
Hang
not
on.
looking too.
Okay, here we go. Perfect. Let's do a bit of a preview. Chemko, Epos, Lingo, Otak. All right. Otak, 2023 World Champion, together with Bren. Epos has been in the World Championship semifinals 2 times, but never made it through. Once in duos and once in solos. And last year he didn't qualify to play, but together with New Prime, they did really well. Like, Epos has been on the up and up. He got to the grand finals of Red Bull Faster, and just in general had a good tournament there too. So Epos coming into this has consistently had really good performances. I think you are fair to rate him quite highly. Otak as well has kind of been Epos' support in training more than playing for himself. He's also been playing to make Epos as strong as possible. So I think we are likely predicting Epos to be the winner of the match and Otak to be second. Now, Chemko and... Oh wait, this we gotta listen to. He can beatbox too, by the way. This is all him. That's crazy. How does a man do that? Yeah, he's like UK beatboxing champion at one point. He's just a multi-talented guy. He's also really good at Rocket League. He got to SSL in Rocket League a couple years back. Oh, not just UK, he's world champion in beatboxing too, yeah. So, yeah, no, it's crazy. I was gonna say, Chemko and Lingo can beat the Liquid players, absolutely. But with what we've seen in past tournaments, I would give them the advantage. Lingo is really interesting though. Lingo is one of these players I've played matchmaking against and with him, and he either drives world record or crashes. He doesn't have that full pro consistency yet, I believe. Chemko, incredible at United and time attack, but does he also have the consistency? We will see.
Changing for the players. I love it, man. All right, so, you know, we saw our first races, and I think when you look at it, it was a showcase of kind of a bet on yourself to finish off with Bryn. He did narrowly make it into that first spot. Neon played really, really well. Now this group, we have two names that are very familiar in the Trackmania scene, in Epos and Otak. Talk to me about kind of the dynamic that you expect going into this one.
So these two players have actually never been teammates before, so this is their first time actually being in the same board and kind of having to work together in a sense in this regard. But as far as Epos is concerned, I mean, he has kind of been the lone wolf for many events and hasn't had really an org up until this point. So now Team Liquid being a big pickup for him. Otak has had success previously.
Ooh, they're walking in already.
So
okay.
he's definitely had some org success and been able to pick up, and also just Trackmania Grand League success in previous editions. But as far as Epos, first I have to give props. I knew he was a beatboxer. Fun fact, he's the UK beatboxing champion.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So yeah,
Otak
very talented guy.
in, always a
on
big smile.
and off the track.
Very funny guy, Otak.
So I'm excited to see
lots of
how he
energy.
performs. I always tell him, I always ask him every event I see him, hey, can you at least do a little bit of beatboxing during the match to throw the other players off? That would be so much fun, I think.
That is right where my brain went first. I said, why can't you just be beatboxing on a corner? Just, you know, say, get a 10th away from your opponents. But when you look at Epos and Otak, I mean, Otak, to me, you and I were talking about Kai a little earlier.
They're gonna have
he's on a little bit of a redemption tour. Had
like
high in 2023 as a world champion, and now wanting to get back to that level, supersede that level. This is an opportunity.
Someone asked if I could give predictions on how far Mudda will go. I definitely think Mudda is a finalist candidate without even having seen anything of his driving on the new maps. And he hardly played the other maps too because he was already qualified. He qualified so early on from his Elite Cup points that he essentially didn't need to play more. So Mudda, I can see going to the finals. I haven't yet made a tier list or anything, right?
They've got here. Let's take a listen to what Rachel had to say.
Power rankings wise, like Mudda, Carl Jr., and Pac stand out.
Okay, Epos alongside me now. Epos, before we get into things, is there something that we should know about you away from Trackmania? What are your hobbies?
Well, outside of Trackmania, I would say the biggest thing is I'm actually a beatboxer, and so I'm the current
I wonder if he's tired of this question, guys.
Yeah. And
he gets asked every interview, every event. I ask him.
Yes,
I'm
Trackmania.
Can you use that at all in Trackmania? Does it ever merge? Did your two worlds merge?
I wouldn't say it merges, no, because with Trackmania you have to be pretty focused, and to beatbox at the same time it'd probably take away from the focus a little bit. So no, I'd rarely do it alongside.
Back to here and now then. You've had experience of LANs, obviously, before. How much is that going to help you at EWC?
I mean, I'm used to the stage. I mean, aside from Trackmania, the beatbox crowds as well, so I'm definitely used to a crowd, so I think that plays to my favor. So, yeah, I just think it's experience over the years. I mean, it's the boring answer, but yeah, you get used to it after a while.
Tell me about the groups then. You know, what are you hoping for, or what are you hoping to come out of the groups?
I mean, ideally, you qualify as early as you can. I mean, I believe 4 qualify if you win your first 2 matches. And so, yeah, I would like to be first in both matches, keep the highest seed, and go on to the playoffs in strong form.
What kind of form are you in right now?
I believe it's the best form I've been in Trackmania.
And why is this? How much have you been practicing? Tell us a little bit about the process to get here.
I think it's just more efficient practice, you know. It's similar time that I would invest in other tournaments, but I think I've just been really thorough, making sure I don't have any critical errors in the tracks. And so, yeah, I just feel stronger than ever.
All the tracks. Have you got a weakness?
No.
Ooh, confident. Okay, and overall, what is your aim? You must have set yourself an ambition.
No one will say yes.
Well, I've made every final of every tournament I've played this year, so I think I'd be pretty disheartened if I didn't make the final.
One to watch. And Epos, can you just beatbox us out of this interview?
I love it. The confidence is off the charts now. Okay.
You are so cool. I love it. All right, I'll see you out there.
Cool.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, he's too cool.
Even if you have maps you don't prefer, right? No one is going to say, oh, yeah, I'm not that good on Argentina and I don't have this strategy on Japan. Like, people this early on are going to keep the cards close to their chest, you know? So that is what we're expecting, is that people will just... Also, guys, should I just have the microphone closer? Is this better for you? I keep hearing people say my voice is quiet, but I also don't want to peak and be too loud for you guys. I want it to be nice. We'll keep it like this. But yeah, I think most people are going to say no weakness on the maps. And also, one thing I thought about, they got to know their group stage opponents like a month ago. You guys can adjust your volume thereafter, right? So they have had 1 month not just to prepare for the tournament, but specifically this first group stage game. And so it's very interesting between Otak and Appos. Are they gonna like... Well, they will probably know each other's strengths very well because they train together. So like, they might know the map the other person is gonna ban or what they're gonna pick, and they can shape their strategy after each other. You could say that your best map is your worst. Like, oh man, it would really be a shame if you pick Australia against me, says Mara, the full speed player. Please don't pick Australia against me. Yeah, no, you could do that. It's, I think, obvious though that you're also revealing information then. Hello, Scrappy. Do you want to take a headset and join? Okay.
How are you doing? Everything fine?
Doing great. Doing great.
Great chaos first start.
Yeah, that was insane. Guys, we got Scrappy here coming by to say hello. He was just going to the bathroom though, so he didn't want to sit down and chat, but said he found the first match chaotic. I can agree. I can agree. Scrappy also here to co-stream it. Virtual is winning. It's the YAP World Cup. If I signed up for the YAP Championships, I would win with ease. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Esports World Cup logo is a pyramid. It is a pyramid, and we have a lot of days, guys. We gotta save our ultimate ability for when it matters, but if there ever is a 2-hour tech pause, if there ever is a moment where we need to stall, oh boy, do I have a lot to say about the players carrying around pyramids. I mean, it's just what it is, yeah. We're saving our best for when we need it. Let's tune into... Oh, we got more stuff. I'm seeing this for the first time with you guys. The player previews. It's a beautiful pyramid. It's a golden pyramid. This, you know, historically they were not golden in Egypt back in the day, but I'm all for golden pyramids now. We've evolved. We gotta beat their pyramids. And we can do them in fancier materials.
Anything can happen. This is, like I said, he has an opportunity to show out and at least cause disruption.
A bit disappointed I haven't been to Egypt yet. I plan on going. My plan is to go. I want to be there.
That's a great thing about players that we don't really have that much data on.
And so the thing with the pyramids, they don't lose on the note that the top is golden because the entire thing is golden. So they've done them accurately. They're all the same material. Lane go with the flex. Okay, okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our first ever series of Trackmania at the Esports World Cup has just gone by the wayside. What a way to kick things off, down to the wire. Before we talk about that, though, Adam.
Yes.
That mustache, very French. Is it real?
It is, many people have been asking with a moustache, saying, is it real? Did you grow it yourself, or did you draw on with a crayon? What I will say is this. My kids love to paint. They love painting, all right? Speaking of which, painting the town red. That's exactly what Bren did in that first matchup there as well. Incredible start to proceedings here for Trackmania EWC. I think a taste of things to come.
Very much so. I think it really sets
I did meet a creator at one point, guys, that I always thought had a real mustache, but it's just a tape. He just puts it on. I don't want to say his name, but crazy.
To the stage, starting off with
it's a fake mustache. That is a thing in the industry.
Representing Team Liquid, he is
Esports
one of the
taking the
top
stage.
contenders from the British Isles, aiming straight for the finals with a long road ahead.
Please welcome to the stage, Lingo! Two-time Pan American champion Lingo is here to make his mark on this international stage.
Forgive me if I'm wrong. Is this Lingo's first LAN? Has he played? He played XP Evo maybe. But it's one of his first. Also for Chemko.
From Turkey in the overall MENA region, looking to prove himself internationally for the first time ever.
Chemko as well. Very happy. Love to see it.
And to round out our 4 players, welcome Otak! Aiming for grand finals and a second world title, with this 4th World Cup appearance be the jewel in his crown. Let's go! We're loving what we're seeing here, Paris. You are so energized. We love to see this here. It's all about to go down here. We're going to ask our players to make their ways to their seats. Please place your keys into your stations, and let's get this second series underway. Here we go.
All right, I'm so curious for this pick and ban. I really hope we get to see Norway. It's just the hardest map, right? With the ice and everything. I hope someone lets it through so we can really see what the chaos is like. Hopefully, we get to see that. But who knows? Guys, real quick, if you haven't seen it, this is where we are sat. We're sat above the stage. We've got all the spectators down here and the players on the stage. And, you know, it's a bit dark up here, but we'll get some more lights. It'll be great. But now let's turn to the feed of the stream. Chemko on controller. See, most controller players, they have it not on top of the desk. Like, they play with the controller just resting in their lap, and that is a difference you might notice on LAN. Also, do we have a keyboard player in this match? No, we do not, I don't think. Lingo bans Japan. Chemko bans Australia. Otak Argentina. Let Norway through. Norway is in the pool. Esports' first pick is South Korea. Okay. And now it is Otak's pick. Otak does generally like a bit of pace maps. He's going to pick Saudi Arabia, pace and jumps. Chemko, Lingo, please give us a curveball. Give us a curveball. Canada, that's cool. We get to see that map too. First time we see that played on stage. Lingo picks Norway. Forever the troll. Whatever happens in the match, massive respect to Lingo for picking Norway into the pool. And we get Poland as the decider. The other map we could have had there would have been... I'm not sure I'm able to see it. I don't think I can tell. But thank you, Lingo, for spicing up the match. Crazy. I'm not so good at, like, spot the difference. Oh, Hungary. Hungary, yeah. No Hungary in this one. So South Korea, the world record going into this tournament was around a 1:12.20. We also had a 1:12.0 by Link, but played on a different version of the map. The version we're playing now, it's around 1:12.20. And we're expecting times of low 1:12.5.
Let's send it over to Onset and Bravo.
All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Going to see what the players can do. First rounds on stage are always the most nerve-wracking ones. Beautiful trophy, shining in the lights. Chamko saying come on to himself, locking in. We should be getting underway any moment now. South Korea map preview, the second match of the group stage here. The first for these players. They are live immediately after the warm-up. And this is picked by Epos. Epos' choice for map 1. So this is a long and winding map is the best way I can explain it. The turns are longer, the drifts carry speed for longer than most maps, and no double crash into the drop down. Here, critical part, there is a reactor booster where you can get a hover boost. And we're looking at the speed number there. Lingo reached 420. The best you can get is around 430. So that is something we're looking at. We're also looking at the pace where 42.6 here, pretty good run from Otak up front. Chamko following just 0.2 behind. And the map ends with 3 reactor jumps in a row. Oh, Chamko missing the drift a bit. And he's going to fall far behind. Otak should have this unlocked. That's the first reactor jump. You set up, turn around into the second one, get a boost, and then the third one. And with slight differences in steering, you can get really different outcomes. So Otak there released a lot. We couldn't hear his engine. That was interesting. And he starts off with a 112.5. Now, I will repeat it again if this is your first time watching Trackmania Esports. The players drive 4 rounds per map and try to score as many points as they can. Otak scored 10 for winning that round. Chamko 6 for second. That was 4 in third, and Lingo 3 points for last. They try to score as many points as they can. When they hit 140 points, they enter what's called finalist status, where 1 round win will take you through to the next stage. First reach 140 points, then win 1 round. Now onto the reactor booster. Who gets the best one there? It's about equal. Epos, though, charging out of the field up in front. About a 10th game there across that straightaway. Now 1 drift, and look at how long the speed carries for. Into the grass. It's Otak catching up to his teammate, overtaking into the downhill turn. Wider line there to preserve 4th gear. The drift slalom is better for Epos, but now the reactor boosts. Different setup. Epos going deeper into the booster. That gives him more speed. Otak just hoping for the shortest trajectory possible. And it is Epos winning the round with a 112.5. Great round by him. All right. Let's see the scores now after 2 rounds are played. Epos with an important 10-pointer there to come back a bit. 16 and 14 for the Team Liquid players. Chamko with 10, Lingo with just 6 points. Yet to see much from Lingo. It's been 2 early crashes. And that's about how you adapt to the nerves. This looks like a great drift. Also a good setup here. Canceling the slide, setting up in the dirt. And you will notice they intentionally let the nose dip here. And that is to get this nose up afterwards and the car straightening out on the ice quicker. The grass hill. This is the section where Epos gained a lot last time. Now it's Otak that we're seeing gain towards Lingo. More speed onto the grass. Low line. Exactly matching the car's landing angle with the grass. Get more speed. Lingo pulling away though. What are they going to do about it? He is having that moment we were hoping for. Good drift in the slalom as well. Epos full inside line to catch up to Otak. He won a lot of time in the reactor part last time. What about now? Still Lingo, but it's less obvious. Epos catching up a lot, straightening out. The speed carries to first. Lingo 200ths behind. Otak just 1900ths away as well. Close round by those 3. And Chamko in last for mistake. Pretty even field now, but 2 10-pointers in a row for Epos. And the pace is still not at its craziest. We have seen 112.2 on previous versions before months and months of practice have gone into the tracks. And we are expecting that over the course of the tournament, that is the mark that we will reach. We could see maybe 112.3 in the group stages already. Let's see what kind of boost they get. 442 from Temco. Huge reactor booster there. I thought 430 was the limit, but slowing down to get a bigger boost seems to be the play. Attack in last, but it's only 0.2. They're all so close. Up the hill, Epos more speed than the rest. Into the grass. Lingo setting up a tiny bit wider. The biggest difference is going to happen here in the slalom. Who gets it the best? Temco missing the approach. Epos gaining to everyone as Lingo hits the wall. That's 0.4. Could get a hat trick of 10-pointers here, Epos. Just got to stay clear of the wall. His line takes him very far left. Dodged the wall. What about this one? Dodges that one too, and that's a great time. 112.6 and 10 more points for him. See Lingo in second, Otak third, Temco fourth. Yeah, the drone cameras are phenomenal. It's the first time we see that. Really, really cool to see that they've implemented new things for this tournament. Also, just the close-ups of the players. We have some camera angles on the maps as well, like the cinematic previews. Really, really great to see. But yeah, Epos mentioned in the intro there, he's reached the grand final of every tournament he has signed up for in the last year. And that counts as well, like the European playoffs in the Trackmania World Tour? Was it called the World Tour? It was called something else, I think. But he is always delivering when it matters. And he has yet to have the crazy wins on these huge international tournaments. He has XP Evo to his name, but we have yet to see him in the Red Bull Faster winning it or in Esports World Cup. And often specifically at World Cup, it's around semifinals where the first major hiccups happen. Up until semifinals, he always looks stellar. Here, first round of Saudi Arabia. This one picked by Otak. And we can see why already. 0.2 ahead out of the opening. 25.9 tech point. They now do the quarter pipe jump across. And then straighten out on the ice. Here we saw some players do a wiggle. We're not seeing it yet in this field. But trying to land early for Lingo. Setting up flat. That gives the speed here. Some players also jump this downhill, but by far the best strategy seems to be to drive it. Otak. The 0.2 gap has become 0.3. That's a wobbly landing. That might lose the gear. He holds on. Gets sent wide. The others are going to get closer. Does Otak hold on? Epos is right there for second place, and the two Team Liquid players will take maximum possible score here. 10 points and 6 respectively. Epos at 40, Otak at 34. Lingo ends up now at 22 and Temco at 19. Let's see from the start, how did Otak gain 0.2 in 25 seconds of driving? That's a lot, and he held that lead all the way. He goes lower here through the tech point, still makes it to the plastic wall hug in time. Lingo has it better this time. No slide on the sand, into the dirt, and then dodging the bumps and releasing plus a nosedive onto this landing. And now we have the drone camera following the race. Lingo leading the charge up the jump. All make it, but Lingo has a poor trajectory. Otak overtakes onto the ice. None of the 4 players wiggle, to my knowledge. The hill still incredibly close, too close to call. Epos with a wobbly landing, but that works out in his favor. Gets the inside trajectory, side by side with his teammate. Up on the sand, bumps a bit, loses speed, gotta hold on to third gear through the slide. Lingo crashes, and it could be another maximum score here for Liquid. Otak first, Epos second. Same result twice in a row, and they have built up a massive lead in this match. Like, looking at the scoreboard, it's not quite double the points of Lingo and Temco, but it's getting there. 46 and 44 to 26 and 22. Want to remind you that the top 2 players in each match are the ones who advance. So between the 2 of them, Epos and Otak, it matters not who gets first and second. It's really just about can they both make it. Now through the dirt. Smallest differences we've seen yet. All 4 players in the mix. 25-second checkpoint as well. A benchmark we look for. Low and double crash! Otak and Lingo are the only survivors. Chemko and Epos with the same mistake. 1 versus 1. Lingo needs this to come back in the match, but Otak has gotten 2 10-pointers already, looking for a third. Better drift setup Otak down the hill. Impossible to tell them apart. You see Otak emerge ahead though onto the rocks. Wider setup, could pull more speed into the last corner, does so over the sand. Corrects the slide adjustment into the downhill. He crashes. Lingo takes first place. And the question is, will Otak... Yes, look at this now, guys. Epos and Chemko are just too far away. That mistake by failing the quarter pipe jump puts you too far away to finish the map. They get 0 points that round. And Otak now has 50. Otak now has 50. And Lingo has 36. Very important for Lingo there that he managed to get those points. This next one, Chemko struggling further. Really hard to keep up with these players. You have to drive at your best pace. You have to take extreme risk, and with that comes crashes, like we've seen. This jump right here. Be the nemesis of some players now. Otak, one of them, gets that mistake, but is he close enough to finish? Let's take a look at the split. Yeah, 6 seconds, so failing it twice basically has you out of the running 4 points. Opportunity Epos then to take first place in the match again, and opportunity Lingo to get very close in the standings. Want to see that race up front. Right now, 4 thousandths apart. Epos ahead into the last drop, but who gets the better ramp landing? Looks like Epos still has it under control. Lingo close, but not close enough. And we almost also saw a new record there. 1:07.60, just 100th away from the current tournament record. Joining the players in that hydration break there. Important, guys. We have a long day of driving ahead. This is match number 2 of 8 matches to be played. So if you guys have the rest of the day free, you're in for a lot of Trackmania. Great matches to be played. All 32 of the qualified players will be sent out into action, including Carl Jr., reigning defending world champion with Pack. So it'll be fun to see everyone's first proper match at the stage, see how they have prepared, see what tricks they have in the bag. So far, we haven't seen anything too crazy strategy-wise. I think Norway might be a map we will see that on. Not expecting anything too major here on Canada. This is a pace map more than a trick map, but there are small details. Let's see if we can notice them. Here in the uphill, guys, after the slalom. In the slalom, you want to go precise, but after the slalom, you set up wide on the grass. And that is because this speed here, although you're slowing down, still matters. You carry 4th gear easier, you come back through, it turns easier, and Otak is so quick in that segment. Now into the dirt slalom. Lingo in a bit of trouble. He gets overtaken by both Epos and Otak into the downhill. You can cross over the snow here because you slow down in the corner anyways. You go precise to the right, and then in the ending, you have the final slalom, but you also have an ice wiggle at your disposal. Lingo entering second, Epos in third. You can wiggle the car a bit back and forth here. Epos is doing it. Otak overtakes Lingo to the finish line by 400ths and wins that round. Lingo gets 6 points. Epos gets 4, and Chemko, unfortunately, gets another last place and a sigh of disappointment on the face cam. Hard to do much when the players are driving this quick, this consistent, and when you feel you are falling behind, but he's got to give his best. Still not over here. Let's see round number 2. Otak with a fantastic start there. 700ths out of a straight line full speed part. The slalom, and he sets up wide. Chemko even doing a pre-drift. He brake taps on the road exit to make the car angle more. Barely survives without the wall hug. He needs these points so desperately. And he's going to try to save for them, but Lingo is only 4 tenths behind him. That is not a lot going towards the ending. I predict we'll see Lingo risk here. Otak probably going to steer the ship safely into the harbor with 10 points. Let's see what happens in the end. The gap between Chemko and Lingo is 0.3. Chemko gets a good ending. That should be enough to hold Tak. Yeah, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And a blank stare. He doesn't know what to do. That should have been a small comeback. But it's slightly misaligned. Otak gets 10 more points, 74. Really unfortunate scenes for Chemko. Could immediately see the trajectory was off. And an opportunity lost there. 3rd round now of Canada. We are seeing some pace left to be desired. The winning pace so far is 1:02.5, and 1:01 is a big ask. That is a crazy run if you drive under 1:02, but 1:02.2 we could see quite realistically. And I think we should come to expect through the tournament. Otak versus Lingo up front. Better first entry for Lingo, but his last slalom there was worse. Now did they cross the snow? Yeah, pretty much exactly the same trajectory. You see their skid marks overlap on the grass. Fascinating that they're both just driving the ideal trajectory. Lingo more exit speed up to the slalom. Also rounding the corner faster, but is he misaligned? He does the wiggle. Is he too wide there? That looks too wide, and Otak with another 10 points. Hard to see with the drone, but indeed Lingo losing it all on the line, and frustration can be met with him too. Not what he needed. Of course, doesn't have to try to catch up to Otak in first. His main goal is to catch up to Epos at 69 points there in second. Only 12 points apart, and it would have been closer with a clean finish on. And frustration is a powerful emotion. For some players, it makes them play worse. You tilt, you don't play your regular lines, you risk too much. For others, it is motivation. And we are seeing tense expressions on Lingo's face cam now. We'll see whether the emotions of the match are to his benefit or not. Players who can turn around that emotion and turn it into focus, that is a very powerful skill to have. We're seeing a battle between the Liquid players now up front, 0.4. And we aren't seeing so many mistakes. This really is the difference in echelons in Trackmania Esports. What level you're at is how often do you crash at the pace they're driving. And Epos and Otak just consistently 102.5, now 102.4 and 102.2 that round by Epos. And they don't crash. And that is what lets them reliably build points in the match. So with that 10-pointer, Epos increases his gap down to Lingo. Still Otak in first as we go to Norway. Hands in the air. Cinema is about to be displayed on our screens. We are probably going to see a lot of crashes on this map because this map is the hardest. They named it Norway because it has a lot of ice features, it has some bobsleigh, and it has some huge jumps, huge precise jumps. It's you can tell that this is inspired by Norway with the frozen landscapes as well. But yeah, probably the most technically demanding track out of them all. The round is now starting in the background, and we are getting into the first race of this map. Let's take a look. Sharp ice slide, don't want to let off accelerate until it's about to straighten out. Then you get a clean exit. Here we have wet plastic and a bug slide up through the turn, where at the exit you need to straighten out for third gear. You can already see huge differences in the exit. You control the wobble from the dirt exit, and now we have the first big jump. We are aiming to the right, where the arrows are pointed to land on this tiny platform and carry speed into the bobsleigh. Apple's doing that pretty well. Into the bobsleigh turn. You want to set up for the ice slide early to carry fourth. Oh, almost clips the front tires, but gets on by. Is he going to struggle in the exit? I think so, and indeed he will. Clips the corner. Did not really have a good exit angle there, and it's Lingo in lone first now, as Otak has made a mistake too, but a smaller one than Apples and Temco. Ending of the map is a reactor up into a drift here. We again aim for a huge jump to the arrow, land on an even tinier bridge, it feels like, and drive to the finish. Lingo going very wide, but makes it with a 1:10.63, and that is very fast for a first round on the map. The only indicators of pace we have on this track are from the seasonal campaign, and there we have seen a 1:10.42 by Sinks. Smiley Bob is the current record, I believe. So we can still see it go further, and knowing the amount of prep these players have put into each map, we can see it go perhaps as low as 1:10.0, 1:10.1. Sharp bug side for Temco here. Gonna struggle with the gear up, and 0.2 behind will become a lot more over this next straightaway. But now we'll see the first big jump. It's Lingo in first again. Has a lot of pace on this map. We thought he picked Norway perhaps to troll, but he is very quick. Makes a mistake just as I say that though. Clips the bridge on the landing. That means Otak versus Apples. Otak closing in on 100 points. Apples slowing down early, does not have the ice slide angle. Lingo could capitalize, might see him come back into the battle here. Apples also going very wide on that drift. The gap down is still half a second. And Otak in sole first. Is he now able to land the jump to the bridge? Oh, that's too much left. He hopes for a bounce. It doesn't happen. He has to respawn, and it's likely last place for Otak. And that is one of the first mistakes we see from him all match. Is he still able to finish here? Yes. Oh my god. I think he got there. He got there. The split, guys, was 9.98. And the finish cutoff is 10 seconds. And the difference is that he got 3 extra points. I mean, he'll take it, but he was 200ths away from not getting those. That's crazy on such a long respawn. So indeed, some mistakes now. Hard to be so consistent. Only Robots and Carl Jr. play like that across such a long match. At least historically. See what happens in this tournament. This time the release from Lingo is good. He doesn't clip, keeps a lot of speed, but Apples has had a better start. Apples' struggle has been this ice slide. Can he get the trajectory now? This looks good. Dares to hold that all the way and keeps fourth gear. Lingo as well. Keeps fourth gear, but this is a great run by Apples. Very quick. I think we are about to see the tournament record be broken. Only question is by how much. Although, some mistakes being made. Lost 0.3 in that ice turn to Lingo, who's just looking to see if there will be any mistakes. Might capitalize. Too wide from Lingo. That's him making the mistake. Apples indeed with a new tournament and world record. Otak second, Temco third. And so with that, Otak and Apples both cross 100 points. Lingo finds himself at 74 and Temco at 47. For Temco, this is going to be incredibly far to make it to the top 2 spots. Might just have to hope for some stage experience now and the lower bracket run. And looking at Lingo, even for him, a 30-point gap against players of this caliber is going to be very difficult to come back from. But it's not over yet. Still lots of Trackmania to be played. He cannot afford many more mistakes though, that's for sure. Apples with a mistake on the landing. Doesn't keep all the speed, and Lingo positions himself close to Otak here. Up the ice turn. Otak didn't have the best exit speed last time. Doesn't get it here either. It's better for Lingo. Better drift for Lingo too. Side by side now, up to the reactor here. Lingo gained the lock to Apples last round. Lower line towards the hole, catches the reactor, and the setup low into the drift. Lingo leading into the last jump. Apples missed here. Sorry, Otak missed here once. Lingo with more speed on the landing. Bumpy, maybe though. Oh my god, 5,000ths of a second in favor of Otak. With a little smirk, a little smart smirk. Knows he stole that one away on the splits. And didn't see how the other positions landed. Now we are going to the last map. We're going to Poland as the final track of the rotation. Then it loops back and we start on Epos's choice again. So here you can see the preview. This track has a lot of small platforms you drive on. It's inspired by Heart, World Cup map from 2022. And I believe even made a return in 2023, but I could be wrong. Lots of the Trackmania players who are at the top now, like Otak, played this map too back then. So they know what it's about. Already a mistake in the first transition from Temko. So it is a 3-player battle for the big points. A 1-second mistake on this map is a lot more than on something like Norway, where big respawns can happen. Lingo hits the wall as well, and now we'll see what happens. Epos versus Otak. They are ultimately playing for themselves, and there is no team strategizing, but if you watch Formula 1, you will see that sometimes convenient positions can be held or given. And we'll see if they just end up fighting for it here or if there are some team orders. Right now, Otak driving great lines in first. Epos pushing though for the 10-pointers for himself. Widest setup in the dirt means the most speed on the exit. Low jump to that platform by both. What a race between the two Liquid players. Otak going for a nosedive and the inside jump to the finish line. That is a clean snipe. 109.36 by Otak to secure the 10 points. I don't think either of them let up at all here. I think they gave their best all the way to the line. And the score will be 125 for Otak, 113 Epos, 84 for Lingo, and 50 for Temko. They're building this lead round by round here. A couple of points gained here and there, and right now 30 points down to the nearest player is a comfortable margin for Otak and Epos, as again we see another mistake. Unfortunate in these decisive rounds to be the one to crash. Lingo again touching on that outside dirt, and here a mistake from Otak, small one, but he doesn't get the trajectory. And this is 0.1 or so favor of Epos. Stay around the dirt. Otak about equalizes though. Has to release, doesn't get the gear it looked like. Here we saw a great turn by Epos in the water. Gets around the corner. Wide setup, and although Otak sniped last time, I don't think it's possible here. Too much of a gap up to Epos. Even makes a mistake, has to be careful not to miss here. Epos will be the one to take this 10-pointer. And for Otak, this is okay, because he ends up at 131 points. So he finds himself at a range where he can get finalist in one round from now. Points limit at 140 points. So out of the start, finally no mistakes to be seen. Will be interesting to see what Lingo can do on a clean run here. We've waited for him to survive this turn right here. Now it looks good. And stylistically, I'd say this is a map that suits him. Lingo is very good on maps with slidey surfaces, grass, dirt, and plastic. And Poland here does have a lot of it. So into this dirt part, he's 0.2 behind Epos, but he gets a much better inside line, and that gap becomes 0.13. He doesn't do... Oh, unfortunate mistake. Full chaos, by the way, as Otak also crashes, but Lingo doesn't do the jump down the hill. He carries the speed, and he was way too fast for that platform. And what this might do, guys, is put Epos and Otak at about the same score line. Epos gets 10 here, and that puts him at 133. And Otak gets the 4, which puts him at 135. Both of them, my point being, both of them could hit finalist at the same time. And a good second place here from Temco. Can absolutely fight back in this tournament. But this is a really stacked match with Otak and Apples dominating for those top 2 spots. So now we're gonna see who gets into finalists first. Do they both get there at the same time? It would have to be Apples winning and Otak second for that to happen. If you're new to Trackmania Esports, I'll remind you one time here. They play until they reach 140 points, where after hitting 140 points, you must win one more round to secure your spot in the upper brackets. Otak at 135 just needs first or second, and he might get neither. He clips, he's down to last. Appos can only get to 140 here with a first place. But Lingo's there, and this can get very interesting. Are they both going to get denied? Lingo is pushing right now. Oh, but he misses. He misses, and Appos has the red carpet ahead of him here, and soon a red named match. That is going to be Appos into finalists first with a 1:09.29. Temco taking a second place, Lingo in third, and Otak fourth. Deep breath. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, hopefully, of a win. Let's see what happens. And just so you understand the format, if Appos doesn't get first place now, he still gets to keep trying, but he's not qualified through. He's only qualified to the next round if he gets a first place with the red name. So the other players can deny him for 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, however many rounds that they get first places. And we are going back to South Korea, a map that Appos looked really strong on. This was his choice as the first pick. First seed, you do get the advantage of banning last. You get the advantage of picking first, and this map often appears twice in rotation. It appears to start the match and to end the match, typically, as you will have hit finalist around this time. So it's a huge advantage to be first seed, and that carries through to the next round as well. So getting the first qualification spot here is important. So you see the nose down onto the reactor by everybody. Only 400 speed on the reactor by Lingo, where we saw 442 last time. Leaves some time gains to be desired. Temco right now fighting Appos for his qualification spot. Up onto the road. They're side by side. Otak still trying to get up there himself. This can happen in the last reactor boosts. Down to the right. We do the slalom turn. And now Temco still up there. What a pace from Temco. Last place in the match, but not out of it yet. Appos, though, gets a much better boost. Temco's disappeared. Otak might be too far. Appos can close out here on his first finalist attempt. That's too sideways, I think. Appos hits the wall. Appos crashes the wall on the left side there on the last one. He was way over angled, and Otak hits finalist as well. We missed that one in view, but yeah, missed the rotation. And now it's double finalists for Team Liquid. And the gap is over 40 points to Lingo. That is a map and a half that Lingo and Temco have to, together, get first places consecutively for there not to be a qualified Team Liquid player. It's a big ask. It's a lot of pressure on Temco's shoulders here. More than likely, we will have someone qualified now. Question is, who is it going to be? Otak with not the best reactor boost, but Appos must have had it worse because he is not in view. And Temco was driving well all the way up to the reactors last we saw. Can you repeat that performance here? Better grass turn by Otak. More speed carried up as well. The airbag timing perfect onto the grass and diving down. He is a 10th ahead. But this is the important turn. This is where things can go wrong. This right-hander. Otak has it good. Appos passes Temco. Duel for the first qualification spot. Otak slowing down a lot, not getting the best reactor booster. Appos getting closer. The last one controls his rotation, but where's the speed? Otak has it, and he is taking first seed out of this match and winning a qualification spot in the upper bracket. happy with that performance. Keep shushing the crowd, but the crowd is all rooting for him. There's no one booing. It's the French home crowd. I'll give them a little bit of this, you know? A little bit of the I can't hear you. But he can now lean back in his chair, and we'll see if Epos can qualify through to the upper bracket as well. The expectation is there, but you still have to get the results on the scoreboard, and he misses a bit here. Doesn't get the drift to the right, and so that is 0.5 or so behind. 0.53 actually, so apologies about being incorrect. 3,000 wrong. Now I'm correct, and Chemko has everything on his shoulders as Lingo made a mistake. He can keep the match alive here, but it is a very far ways away to deny Epos for this long. And 0.3 is not a safe margin into the ending. Epos does this high-speed line. It's gone wrong twice, so it doesn't look so potent. But when he gets it right, this gains a lot. Flying far back behind the booster and getting a bigger zoop. Right there, he passed Chemko. Now he's hoping for more speed on the last one, and this looks really good for Epos. The final one. Chemko holds the fort, though, and keeps the game running. We're not done yet. Sigh of relief from Chemko. How long can they keep this going for? As long as Epos doesn't win the round, they can get to finalist themselves. And typically, momentum starts to shift around the third failed finalist attempt. So Epos now, still not too nervous. He's used to this. You can't win every round with the red nameplate, right? But if it gets to around 3 failed attempts, that's when, you know, you're stressing out. Momentum starts to swing in your opponent's favor. He's going to try to avoid that from happening here. 0.2 ahead out of the start. And he gained about 0.3 in the ending, so difficult task for Chemko and Lingo now. Very difficult task. The pace, by the way, is approaching world record pace. We're seeing 42.4. So Epos wants to end this match with a statement run. A low 112 here can absolutely happen. Gets a decent slalom turn as well. Might not be world record pace, but he is in first. That's what matters. First boost is good. Second one, Chemko closer. But here Epos gets a great one, and the last one only needs to be decent to hold on. He gets there. Epos takes a qualification spot himself. 112.45. Great run as well. And the two Team Liquid players have made it through this match. Chemko and Lingo will play in the lower bracket. They are not out of the tournament. They can still fight on. GG. Let's turn on the other casters and hear what they have to say.
Not only that first advance, but also doing so in a down-to-the-wire moment into the identity up against Epos. But in the end, as we say, Epos will comfortably advance in the second slot as well.
Yeah, well-deserved sip of water for both players, both Otag and Epos, who've come through the pressure that was put on by Chemko and Lingo, especially in some of those tight moments across the series. But it is
this was the expectation.
And the 13th seed who come out and will continue in the winner's side of the bracket.
But
Remember,
it's
Chemko
another thing to deliver so cleanly. This match looked a lot more convincing than Bren and Neon's match, where Bren was by far and away the highest seed.
Of course, an all-Team Liquid win here for both players. And Team Liquid could be very happy with that result. As they talked about on the desk, of course, there will be a bunch of
and now we can look ahead. Now I think we have a small break, guys, before the next match starts, and so I might take that break to eat some food.
Clearly a tier above the rest when it came to these races, but God was it ever
But we'll first see some post-match interviews and whatnot.
We should mention that Chemko and Lingo
We have a long day of matches ahead. Like, if you're glued to the screen like I am, we have still 6 more matches to go of Trackmania today. So we'll see every player out in the heat. And from then on, we can compare who had the best first appearance for Lingo.
It's the anticipation.
The crashes on the
knowing
finish
you are
line here
heading
hurt a
straight
lot.
towards that post and knowing that you have done so much good work that breaks my heart, let alone the players that we've got on the stage.
And the pyramid breaks, I'm sure we'll find time for pyramid chat. We just gotta really utilize the opportunity when there is a tech pause or something like that. That's when we gotta use our ultimate ability. Because until then, it might be best to save it.
Another absolutely great set, and I think if there's one thing we know about Trackmania,
Yeah, exciting. Exciting to finally be underway, to all be here with the players. I'm sat up at the highest point in the arena, but you can see the crowd and the players down here. I can turn around mid-round and see how they're getting along. Don't wanna have you guys miss the highlights though. Oh.
Incredible
Yeah,
matchup.
all good.
We
We
just
have an injury
witnessed
coming
a
up.
tight game on all four sides. And I'm here with Team Liquid's OTAC to have a quick chat. I mean, OTAC, congratulations. To say that it was down on the wire is very much an understatement. But all three, Poland, Norway, and into South Korea, how did you bring this one back? Bien sûr, c'était hyper close durant toute la journée, toute cette game-là, que ce soit sur Norvège, sur Corée du Sud. Comment tu l'as repris, cette game?
Honnêtement, j'ai juste essayé d'être dans ma bulle, de prendre les cris du public aussi, vu que j'ai tous mes amis là. Et ouais, juste essayer de jouer mon jeu. Je sais que voilà, c'est le premier match de la compétition pour nous quatre, donc forcément il va y avoir beaucoup d'erreurs. Et j'ai essayé de capitaliser sur ça plutôt. Mais ouais, et au final ça marche, donc je suis très content.
Pas de capitulation, juste de la capitalisation. Well, very good. Then I tried to stay this entire time in my own bubble, focus on my own gameplay, get this game across the line, and also taking the energy from the crowd that's cheering for me throughout this game and try to capitalize on as much as possible. But you were doing this against your own teammate from Team Liquid, Epos. Did that play extra pressure into your mind? Now, bien sûr, tu jouais contre Epos, ton propre coéquipier sur Team Liquid. Est-ce que ça a rajouté de la pression sur toi?
Non, au contraire, je pense que même au contraire, ça a enlevé de la pression parce que je sais à quel point il s'est entraîné et je sais comment je me suis entraîné aussi. Donc au final, j'aurais été content pour lui. Après, c'est sûr que si on parle vraiment en pure technique, moi je suis content et surtout que le deuxième match sera plus dur pour lui que pour moi, en tout cas selon mes prédictions. Mais ouais, non, pas du tout, ça va.
I was thinking I could listen to the interview and I'd be able to understand. But since it's in French, it's a bit hard.
Whatsoever. I'm happy for him.
I heard very technique on Norway.
Practice, especially with me as well. So it was natural that at some point I want to win. It's going to be an easier time maybe for me later, maybe more difficult for him, but I'm just happy that I was able to make it across the line in that sense. Now, you've been to quite a few tournaments in your career so far. How has EWC been treating you so far? Bien sûr, ça fait plusieurs années que tu pars en tournoi, tu pars en LAN. Comment est-ce que tu trouves l'ambiance ici à l'EWC?
Je trouve ça vraiment fou, on est vraiment bien accueillis, super bien accueillis même. Le fait qu'on soit dans une atmosphère où tous les joueurs de tous les jeux soient ensemble, en fait, c'est assez impressionnant pour nous qui sommes quand même un petit jeu, mais ça fait super plaisir et voilà, on essaie de profiter de tout ça.
It's been very generous, very great for us to be here. We're from a relatively small game, but seeing all these players from different esports all combined in one space, being treated so well, it definitely makes us feel very proud to be part of this ecosystem. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. OTAC one more time. What a matchup down to the wire. Still more to go. A bit of 6-7 to make it all happen. Back to our disc.
Ledoux of Team Liquid take the win. The classic double here in Trackmania. Epos and OTAC finally get the job done, although it was anything but certain. Those two down to the wire, training partners, and now moving forward. But it wasn't without effort from Shimko and Lingo as well on Norway. They kind of threw a spanner in the works and still ended up being OTAC. And we started this conversation out, Kai, about OTAC's redemption and his ability to bounce back to where he was at the epitome of Trackmania and make it there. Well, this is a great start.
Yeah, it's definitely a great start. He takes top of the group or top of this match and then has an easier match afterwards because he will only play against one top seed in the match coming up afterwards. And I think that's already a very good start for him. And I mean, Epos, a lot of people claim him to be the favorite, but he only got second place.
And that favorite, you know, it wasn't without merit. He obviously played really well. You thought South Korea was how he was going to finish it off. I mean, his times were incredible across the board, but OTAC just kind of turned it on at the right time.
Yeah, of course, and we saw that the struggle from Epos towards that final as well, where OTAC was able to take advantage of that. He's a good closer. I think he is well known as somebody who's able to close out when he's in that position. Unfortunately for the side of Epos, on the other hand, though, he was not. And I mean, at stats for Epos, he was holding the fastest top times on all maps. Goes to show, pace isn't everything. Consistency.
Yeah.
It's going to be the themes like we've been talking about. It's going to be one of those things where, yes, you can get to the finalists as fast as you want, but it is all about getting that first place at the end and not getting too much nerves going on, too much here and there in your mind. You have to focus.
It was Epos on finalist mode first, and then it was 2 or 3 at least rounds that he did not take first place, and that allowed OTAC to move forward, grab it. Lingo even had a moment. Chimko had his round that he won there, and the RRQ fans got going. But I mean, as we look at this, there were so many different elements of how they approached it. Chimko going to want a little bit more out of his, trials next time he plays. Lingo happy with what he did on Norway. He definitely had a couple of those jumps go in his favor and set things up. But as we kind of look towards what the main theme was, it was OTAC getting back to the pinnacle of the scene. It was Epos showing his consistency, but maybe losing out in some of those moments. And I know that we're going to talk about this a little bit more in depth. You ready for us? No. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. We'll take our time here as we come back. We got a little celebration when the time is right. You may not be able to hear me. Is that the case? All right, but we can still do that celebration, so we can hear you, and you can get us going.
Yeah, I mean, that will work out, that's for sure. So I have prepared some elements that I figured out during this match. And I think already a very important topic to talk about is South Korea at the start. Because we can see Lingo, who only has claimed 6 points during that moment, having an exceptional lead. You can see it, he's very far ahead. And then take a look onto the ending from Epos. Still being behind, but slingshotting out of that reactor loop. And just look at this line. Look how much further he is to the left in comparison to Lingo. And with that, he travels less distance and ultimately overtakes him. As you can see here, he has just so much speed. And this really set the tone for the match. Epos didn't have
all right, guys, eating break is over. Thank you for being patient with me. I skipped lunch to show up earlier so I could hang out with you guys more before the games. So I needed that. Now I am energized for the rest of the day, I think. I had some great meat with, what do you call those? The verts? What is it called? Something verts, the like long bean-like things.
To stay in contention with Epos, and he's getting overtaken there. And again, losing out on very, very important points. All right, and then I think this really is
yeah, so we are going to get into the next match here in a moment. It is the Grenadi match. It is very exciting to see. I will get you the exact bracket here. I have it on my phone. Give me a moment. Harry Cox Verts. Probably the most English pronunciation of that word ever. Harry Cox?
The done deal, and this identity is so hard to play.
Great stuff, man.
People are saying it is the Grenadi match happening. That is played between Grenadi, Soldier, Neil, and Charles.
Let's take a look at the schedule coming up because we've got.
Oh, we got it right here.
2 out of 8, like I mentioned.
Yeah, Grenadi, Soldier, Neil, and Charles, and then we have Pack, Afi, Stiffs, and Noisia. The reigning world champion right there, Pack, playing in match 4 of today. And then we still have 4 more matches after these are played, guys. It's crazy. Incredible amounts of Trackmania happening. Also, Brushy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Again, guys, with alerts today, very hard to keep track of things. I sincerely appreciate all the resubs and everything. I know it's been a while since I last streamed. Thank you guys so much for the support. It's been a long break, but happy to be back streaming. I'm going to be streaming this tournament for the next 4 days. Then I come back to Stockholm, and there's not much happening, and I can keep streaming them. That's my plan. Thank you also, Chester, for the welcome back. We are on a 10-second delay, by the way, so when you guys say, like, hi to me, I will see that 10 seconds. No, I will see it in real time, but you will see me respond to it 10 seconds later. That's how it works. And that is to be in accordance with all fair play rules and everything.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a moment, but in the meantime,
so they're going for a break.
On the Dia City grid, standing by with Lauren, Glitter Explosion, and let us know what's going on over there, guys.
But they do have the other interviewers, I think, coming in for a moment. So we could take this moment to look ahead a little bit. Like, a map we've seen banned a lot, we haven't even seen it played, is we haven't seen it properly played, no. It's Germany.
I'm down in a new and improved Dia City grid. I mean, it's got so much bigger. We had obviously the play and tower section that's just behind our cameraman. And it's just been turned into a whole new stage because Fortnite is in town. And, I mean, it's been kicking off. We could hear the crowd from before. It's only just started today. How are things going? How's things looking for the Club Championship, Lauren?
So when we're talking about Fortnite and it comes to the Club Championship side of things, we are looking at 4 specific
Trackmania
clubs.
Might
Aurora
be,
actually won the first game right out the gate, so that means
Trackmania
Aurora
might
Gaming is
be
already
the
doing well
EWC
for themselves.
decider
Like you
this
said, it's
year.
only groups, so we'll have to wait and see.
Falcons kind of have to rely on Carl getting 1,000 points for the win.
In Fortnite, AGAL are
and
expected to do really well.
All
and
Gamers
Vitality
Global,
are here on
AGL,
top
they
of
have
Aurora Gaming winning that
Gwen
very first
and
match. So
Binks
I actually
in
think that
this
this could
tournament,
be
who
a
are
big
both
one this week when it
looking good
comes to
as well.
trying to keep track of everything that's going to be happening on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Saturday is going to be a bit of a headache, I think, for us with everything kind of going down. CS finishing up on the Sunday, but everything else finishing on Saturday is going to make things super interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say,
and that does
Germany,
seem
we
to be
haven't
the theme. AGL, Falcons, and Vitality kind of in the mix, and every single one of the stages this week.
Yeah,
Laura,
I think we'll use this opportunity to talk about the maps.
the much bigger.
So guys, in a moment here, we want to look at the maps. One moment. All right, so I wanted to do like a proper map preview of the ones we haven't seen. By the way, guys, this is where we're sat. I keep hitting this button and then trying to explain to you why I hit the button. Let's go into Trackmania for a second. So out of the maps they've played now, it's easier to see in the club here. We've seen Argentina, Insane by Neon. We've seen South Korea, great pace overall in both matches. We've seen Saudi Arabia, both matches, great pace. Poland. We saw Norway, I'm happy to see it. Japan. Hungary we've seen. But we have not seen Australia or Germany. So why is this map banned so much? The reason I want to bring it up now is because very likely, guys, this is going to be an important map. Can you also see? Am I missing something? No, it's not happening here. It's on the other one. Okay. Right, so the world record on this version is a 111. This is not fully optimized because we know 110 is possible. But I do want to show you the track itself. So you can see it. This track gets banned a lot because the backwards driving is very hard to control. It's very hard to land in the correct angles backwards. And many players find the skill expression on this map hard to take advantage of. There is skill to it, and you can gain a lot of time. We've seen Neon, for example, be very quick on this map. Otak as well has a fast time. Massa was consistently fast on this map. But for many players, it's hard to be consistently fast, and they also struggle with surviving the map. And so they just don't see it as a map they're going to score a lot of points on, no matter what order it's played in or who it's played against. So the thing is, you have to land backwards here, tap brake exactly when you land to carry the most speed, and then avoid sliding at all costs. You don't want any slide down the hill and onto the ice. You have to delay your turnaround. You have to steer to turn around the car a little bit later than you would have otherwise. to not lose grip. And I also want to show you Australia. Australia is the full speed map. Oh, gotta reboot the game. Give me a second. Give me one moment. What you're saying is skill issue? I'm not really saying skill issue, but like, you have a ban. You must use your ban. So what do you use it on? Well, it's gonna be either Norway or Germany for most players. And if one is banned, you are the guy who bans the other, you know? So let me see here. We're going back to the club. Hopefully it boots correctly this time. All right, and we go here. Yes, okay, excellent. So this one actually does have a strong record. Epos played this backstage, I think, and dropped a 1:14.2. This is close to the publicly known world record, 1:14.15 by Neon. You have speed slides. They're even a little bit more difficult on this version because you can't properly see the skid marks, but you want to hit 800 speed into the sand. And then you have this first plastic part, which is not that hard. It's one jump that you do over to the other platform part, which is difficult. The outside dirt, jump through, and then you have this slalom zigzag. Then you drive on here, and again, the skill expression of this map is speed sliding. It is air control, but in strange ways. And it is these really long parts where those things matter a lot. So on some maps you have a jump and then a turn like 2 seconds later. The jump doesn't really affect you because the turn slows you down. Here it's straight lines. Like now, speed slide, straight line for about 10 seconds, dash to the finish. And many people, yeah, just don't fancy their chances on this map as much as others. I still hope we see this. I think this map suits, if we're looking in the upcoming match, right? Grenade, I think Grenade might favor the hardest maps, that being Norway and Australia. I think Solja definitely favors the map he did so well on in the Elite Cup, which is Canada. And then Neil and Charles, it's a bit more open-ended. I don't know exactly where they might shine. They might want some more consistent maps to play instead. Josh map for real, yeah. Josh is also going to be very good on that map. And looks unpleasant. It is very hard. It is very hard. But guys, I want to hear, is this like the first Trackmania tournament you watched this year? Of Trackmania Esports, you could say. Like, Red Bull Faster is different. Is this the first one? Because I don't know when I commentate whether I should like explain to you how the format works, or if we should just everybody knows what's going on and let's just roll. First tournament, yes or no? It is really cool that it's being probably shown to a whole new audience with being part of the Esports World Cup. So I do try to be sympathetic to that. My cast. Sorry, I'm gonna drink. This is gonna be. All right, I think we got some stuff happening now. I missed the entire interview. I am a terrible streamer. All right, that was Neil talking. I'll introduce you guys to Neil. I had dinner with him at DreamHack together with a couple other players. Hilarious guy and very kind. Story goes, he ordered a starter and then refused to eat his starter until everyone else got their food. He was one of the only people that ordered a starter, so he had these shrimp that he was going to eat, and he, instead of being rude and eating first, which none of us said was rude, by the way, he just left them there on the table until everyone else got their food as well. I thought that was very wholesome. Just a great friendly guy. So He said that's how he was raised. And now he is the one racing. Gonna be cool to see. Let me unmute the feed audio for you guys so you can hear what the caster's saying.
I think Neil definitely is up there, that is for sure, but I don't think it will be enough.
I'm on board with what Kai said here. I'm thinking it's
They're doing
gonna be
predictions.
more of a clear-cut
Prediction.
gap between the top
Prediction
two and
prediction
the bottom
time.
two, a rift in the points, as I
Let's
like
get
to
it in the
call
chat
from
as well.
time to time,
Who do you think is
because
gonna win?
Soldier, yes, he may have been 2 years out. but
I
he's
think
certainly lost none
Grenady
of
wins
his
this
flair
match
for the
by a
dramatic and
margin
speed
of
as
20
proven
points.
in the Elite Cup in Canada.
I think at the time Grenady closes out, second place is going to be at 118 points.
A game in which he has a lot of experience with and can really have some flashes
Second
of brilliance.
place,
so I'm
it's
expecting him
more
to
open.
shine through and move up to second place and make it through to the
But
next phase
in
of the
general,
Stories
you
here from these
wouldn't be
players.
wrong
Obviously,
for
they're
giving
20. So many
advantage
favorites coming into one group, and then now you see sometimes a clear separation. But it's EWC, it's Trackmania, it's the biggest prize pool we've ever had. So can we expect the unexpected? I would certainly think so, G-Geek. What are the chances? How does
He's doing the
somebody
pyramid.
like Neil find their
Grenady,
way
I'm
into
going to clip
advancing into the
this.
next round?
Drive
I'm
your
going to
own
add this
race,
to my
be
next
able to
pyramid
be
video.
for mistakes. Let the race come to you. Let the others make the mistakes.
Every
The others
Trackmania
push
player is all of a sudden a
110%,
pyramid
and then
fan.
the extra points will come to you.
Take round
Love to see it.
after round.
I love
Don't
to see it.
think about your mistakes. Try to find the reset button.
One of us.
Every corner, every 10th matters here in Trackmania. And what you've noticed
join
in
the
Paris
pyramid.
is that the fans
Join the
alongside
pyramid
the players
squad, everybody.
are ready for the challenge. $130,000 on Saturday will be awarded to the fastest player.
chill, I'm
but
just
to get there, they've got to make it through their groups. Let's kick off group number 3 here and bring you to the stage.
Bada bing, bada boom. What an incredible second
guys,
race
here we
that
go.
was. Amazing series there. I mean, the boys from Team Liquid Alienware ducking, diving, weaving their way, slipstreaming all the way through to that upper bracket and looking very, very menacing indeed. I got to say, though, Epos and the beatboxing, I have nothing like that in my locker. I've got no skills at all. I can flare my nostrils quite large.
You're very good.
That's literally it. That's all I've got. That's my gift.
Take what God's given you, my friend, and it's an excellent skill. I'm sure
that
of it.
is
It's
a
going to
bit
be
of a
used
flex.
somewhere, right? But as you mentioned, Team Liquid Alien, I mean, they looked insane, right? Otak, Epos really putting in their all, 3 maps in a row, tight on it, but that was only game 2. We got to move on to the next.
So much more to look forward to. 2 down, 6 more to go. Let's meet the next 4 players ready to rock it here on the main stage. First up, please welcome Grenady! The
Grenady
German
taken
giant
to the
and
stage.
OG Wheelman qualified through DreamHack Birmingham with aplomb. Now the grid
call
here
him
in
the
Paris
Wheelman.
will test his nerve.
He's got a wheelhouse of
Next
skill,
up
guys.
on stage is Charles.
No surface, no identity, he can't
Representing
drive.
Titan Esports Club, Charles is one of the top drivers from
Charles
the
taken to the
NCSA in
stage.
South America region. His international experience might be the
Showing
push he
him.
needs
This is
to
probably
get
his first
across
land.
the line.
There's not a lot of lands in
Paris,
South
please
America
welcome
for
to the stage,
Trackmania, so
Neil!
really excited to see Charles.
One of the best from
Maybe he played next to
NCSA.
you,
A
though.
tough start to the year means he'll be hungry to make this
Neil
mark
as
on
well.
this competition.
Last but not least,
Excited to
it's
see.
Soldier! Hiatus means nothing to a driver of his talents. Now playing in his 3rd World Cup. He might be here as a free agent, but he's sure to make a
And Soldier.
big splash.
Perhaps a big surprise for people when he
That's all
won
4 players
the
set up
Elite
for
Cup
this
on Canada.
1v1v1.
First place there.
Please, gentlemen,
Not
take
something
your
many people
seats,
had
place your
expected.
keys, go ahead for it. Because, my God, if the first 2 games really gave us a taste of things to come, I think this one's going to go down to the wire as well. With players being set and ready for this matchup, let's get into it on game 3 of our main stage.
Here we go.
Well,
Grenady, Soldier,
bringing out the experience, but not
Charles,
only that, on a mission different
Neil.
from these players, on a mission to finally reach
What
the
is the
top
prediction
of the mountain.
saying right now
He's
in
shown
chat?
the consistency. Soldier on the
I
other
mean,
side,
people favor
showing that
Grenady
even
by
despite
about
the break, has
90%.
what it takes to be that clear second
The prediction
favorite.
is
So
around
how we
90% of
can Neil and
Grenady,
Charles really
around,
in most people's minds,
I mean,
Kai, to see what they
not
can
quite,
do
like
to turn
85% Grenady,
expectations around into
10%
their
Soldier,
favor. And it
and
now starts with the
2.5%
map
Neil and
soon.
Charles.
That'll be displayed. What's your takeaway from what we've
what
seen so
we're
far,
seeing.
map-wise? Has there been something that's given players trouble?
Also,
Has there
interesting
been
question.
something you
What's
would
the
avoid
split
looking at
between
how they
controller players and keyboard players and controller players? Did I say that twice? Controller, steering wheel, and keyboard in the pro scene. We have very few players on steering wheel. We used to only have Grenady. Let's do this conversation later as we do have the bans. Charles bans Norway. Neil bans Argentina. Soldier bans Australia. Grenady bans South Korea. He really doesn't like that map. And Grenady picks Japan. Okay. There is a chance now that we get to see Germany. Germany is open. Australia, unfortunately, taken away. Soldier picks Canada, and now we have Neil's pick. Curious what he's going to go for here. We knew kind of Soldier would pick Canada. He won the Elite Cup on there. He wants to play it. Neil picks Hungary. Oh, this is interesting. Poland is also there. We will have a very drivable set here, guys. This is going to come down to pace for the most part. Saudi Arabia, Poland, we don't get to see Germany. Unfortunate. But this set does not have a lot of ridiculous tricks that the players are put through. It's mostly clean driving. So about the conversation about input devices. We used to only have Grenady on steering wheel, and that is an oddity because Trackmania is a game with so many rapid direction changes. And you can see it here on the left in the camera, how much you have to move the wheel back and forth to actually steer on these tracks. And so it's not like in sim racing where you smoothly hold one turn and then maybe, okay, you do one move, but then you smoothly, like it's a lot more jittery. However, it does have its advantage. The nose slides that you can do on steering wheel are incredibly powerful. And that is a mechanic that's become more and more prevalent. So in 2023, Mudda, one of the best controller players at the time, also changed the steering wheel and joined Grenady. And it's taken Mudda about 1.5 to 2 years to get back to the level he was a controller. And now, about 1 year after that, he is even better than he was at the beginning on controller. He's better on steering wheel. So you have Grenady and Mudda on steering wheel. We also have Wizzy in this tournament, not to forget, another steering wheel player. And we have, for the most part, controller players, I would say like 80% controller and 15% keyboard and 5% steering wheel. That is where we're at. And we should be getting underway here any moment. Gonna turn on the audio so you guys can hear the crowd as well. Lots of people for Trackmania group stage. I can only imagine the finals in 4 days from now. Here we go on Japan, the first map of the match. 4 rounds are played per track. There are 5 tracks in total, the last one randomly selected. Could have been Germany, we'll see that hopefully later in the day. And we are into the race. Grenady is the one who selected this map with his first pick. Also the predicted favorite by a large margin. If you ask chat, it's about 85% people who think Grenady will win this match. And thereafter Soldier with about 10%, and Neil and Charles 2.5% equity themselves. I don't think it's that steep, but Grenady should be the one to look out for here. He is also a predicted favorite for the entire tournament. So this will be his first proper test on stage to see how he gets along. You can see below me that he is driving there with a steering wheel, something we don't typically see in Trackmania. It's mostly keyboard or controller. But in this round, Grenady is half a second ahead already. It's a close battle between Charles and Soldier for second place. Less speed for Charles now into the ending. Soldier overtakes in the orange car. Onto the last turn to the right here. You gotta thread the needle between the gates. Grenady safing it. Soldier carrying a lot of speed in second. Charles third. And Neil should be able to finish fourth place here, securing at least 3 points. Winning pace we saw 1:16.33. That's quite strong. Neon's 1:15.67 is unbelievably fast, it would seem. And anything under 1:16 is very strong benchmark. We'll see as they get into things here. I think we'll see faster and faster times. We also saw a difference here. Charles did a double backflip on his previous run. Now cancel rotation for a singular flip. The extra flip doesn't really matter, but you just want to land as early as you can. Oh, great speed from Charles. He's going to get close here. Perhaps overtake. Grenady didn't hit the release time in the exit. We do have Charles in first now. Between the first set of gates. Carries good speed into the downhill too. This is a tricky drift. You lose a lot of gears in the setup to it, but look at this. He's gained half a second over Grenady in that segment as well. So Charles, he was fighting for second previous round, and he's eyeing a first place now. It's still not over. We've seen players crash here. And it's a really precise ending segment where you would favor the guy with the steering wheel. Let's see what happens. Charles has a 0.3 advantage. Still 0.2 into the last turn. Does Granati push with the speed? He does, but it is enough. It wouldn't have been enough had Charles stayed on the road. Charles, unfortunately, slips, and it might go from bad to worse. Is he able to finish here? No. Not even from 10 points to 3. He goes from 10 to 0. From 10 points down to 0. Really unfortunate for Charles, but you just gotta keep driving. You can't let those things get to you. Everybody makes mistakes. Just really hope you don't make them in the most crucial moments. All 4 players make the backflip, but we're seeing a pattern now. Granati and Charles seem by far to be the players with the most pace on this track. Here, Charles hits a worse release timing. Granati will extend ahead, and that gap is going to go up to as much as 0.5, I believe, into the checkpoint. Plus, Granati has more speed here. Still about a 0.5 in unrealized gains for Granati, who hits the wall, and believe it or not, is still ahead. Accidentally misjudges his trajectory there, but still has to lead about 0.2. That's how strong Granati's start was. Charles now really cannot afford more mistakes in the ending, as he did have a unfinished run, has to keep it safe here. So I don't think he's going to challenge Granati. Granati looking poised for 10 points. Continuing his win streak, but no, this time he falters. And it is Charles who gets redemption and 10 points up to 14. Granati ends up 3rd, could have easily been 4th, but he gets on by with an additional point there. 24 for Granati total, 18 for Solja. Charles gets to 14, and Neil finds himself at 10. Now, the final round of Japan. For the first rotation, likely we're going to see this map come back. Second rotation. Let's see how they get along. Granati again just with great lines in the first loop. We always see him ahead at this checkpoint, and it's no coincidence. It's not like he just spawns in the round being ahead at this point. He builds it by getting a little bit more speed in the turnover loop section, a sharper line to the wall hit, and then a very low jump over that obstacle where they flip. And again, we're seeing a similar picture. He is about half a second ahead going through this checkpoint. Neil now has not looked too aggressive in this match. Don't think he'll be the one to challenge Granati through this segment. And yeah, guys, he's not just driving fast. He's about to challenge Neil's record here. This is a 1:15 paced run. Did a good wide setup there, close to the inside corner. But look at this battle for second. This might be more interesting. Granati 1.2 seconds ahead. Nowhere to be seen. Mistake there from Neil, mistake from Charles. Solja through. Granati ends at a 1:15.78, and Solja gets second place with 6 points. Yeah, that was dominant from Granati. Maybe warranting the 85% chat prediction for him to win. If he keeps playing like that, this is going to be a stomp. And we are hearing them say it. We are going to Canada as map number 2. This one picked by Solja. Solja won the Elite Cup. He played phenomenally. He wasn't really even a top contender in points then, but after winning and getting 1,000 points, he was pretty much all but guaranteed to qualify for EWC and ENC. And now he's picking the map on the main stage. So this one will be interesting. I don't think it's going to look as dominant here from Granati, but it has to do with momentum as well. Solja really needs to start building early to make the most of these 4 rounds. And Charles, unfortunate tap of the wall there in the first slalom part. The other 3 all get by unscathed, and now we drift on the sausage block. You got to go very low to the left to give yourself room to weave left-right at full speed past the pillars. Up on the grass, you want to set up wide. Build speed down into the no brakes part. Release, keep 4th gear. Soldier versus Grenadi is the battle here out of the start. Grenadi leads by about a 10th. But into the slalom, it's not that much. Soldier with a better lineup, and he overtakes. Now, advantage in his favor. Do they cross over the patch of snow? Yes, indeed. The most inside trajectory they can. And up to the ending, guys. It ends after the left corner here with one final slalom. This one you can ice wiggle. Let's see what the players do. They go for a small ice wiggle. Grenadi has to ice slide the ending, and that is good. He's going to snipe the finish backwards with the first place. Well done to take that one away. So it's actually maybe an intended strategy there. I thought it looked unintended, but the more I think about it, for the last part of the downhill, you cannot really wiggle because your car is then going to have a bad trajectory to the finish. So maybe you can start a tiny ice slide and accelerate a little bit extra before the jump. 44 points Grenadi, double that of 3rd and 4th place. Only Soldier has kept up so far, but now Grenadi finally eases off the pressure a little bit. He crashes, gives the others some respite. They have a chance now, and who is going to seize it? Not often you can fight for a 10-pointer without Grenadi being in the mix. Soldier still wants to say after his early mistake. Charles, 0.3 ahead. Not that much, all things considered. Could still swing any which way here into the ending. It's 0.2. They're just edging away at that lead, checkpoint by checkpoint, but Charles should have it under control. Chipping off time, checkpoint by checkpoint, but it's enough for Charles. And Grenadi somehow finds a way back into 2nd place. And he can be very happy about that. Frustration from Soldier. We did mention that for this to work out in his favor, he has to start building early. We are 2 rounds into the map, and nothing has been built so far. Grenadi on 50 points in 7 rounds is the current situation. It might actually, no, it's 50 and 6. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh my God, Neil with a backflip. He messes up the slalom. Does not get the right line there. And that's a crash. Soldier now coming through. This is his best start yet. But Grenadi has a good setup. Lurking right now. Not for long. He's going to make his presence known in this downhill turn. Around the corner to the left. There goes Charles. Now one more number to collect. That is Soldier's. There's only one turn left. Who's going to take it? Soldier versus Grenadi. Is Grenadi going for this ice slide line? Will that be the difference maker? He is behind. He doesn't. Soldier has it just barely by 300th of a second. So indeed, it does look like a backup strategy. You ice slide when the car is going too wide. If you watched the previous game, you might have seen Lingo and Otak crash the finish line. The ice slide prevents that disaster outcome. And now, the last round of Canada. Let's see what happens. Since we are playing for 2 players to advance, this is still a very close match. Grenadi has already built himself a huge lead, but the battle for 2nd place will be fought as well if he continues at this rate. It's Neil right now with the fastest start out of all 4 rounds. Driving 32.7 there. Good pace, but then he clips. He made up for his previous mistake, but now makes another one. And the bleeding continues for Neil. What about the battle for first? Charles too wide. Grenadi going to capitalize. That is a 0.2 gap into the ending. And he has yet to miss this part. Oh, goes wide though. That might still be good for him. He ice slides to course correct towards the finish. And the gap is enough. Neil comes back for 2nd place. Soldier 3rd. And Charles 4th. And only Grenadi, I think, could have 66 points out of 80 possible and shake his head in disappointment. These players that find themselves at the top level are there because they apply a very strict standard to their performances. It's not just about winning, but it's about being perfect, being the perfect all-rounded player. And he's still like, you know, shaking it off, these mistakes that he's made. He knows it might be fine in round 1. In the grand finals, a potential grand finals, it wouldn't be. So now we have Hungary next up. The thing about this map is that it is the shortest one. It's exactly under a minute when you drive it well, 59 seconds the world record. And that might play into the hands of the three chasers, you could call them, Soldier, Neil, and Charles. The shorter the map, the higher the likelihood that you can keep up with Grenadi's pace. On a map like Japan, where it's 1 minute 15 and these huge speed straightaways, one mistake and you fall way too far. But here, we should see a much closer field altogether. There just aren't that many places you can break away yet. Who do we see with the 0-1 on the car? It is Grenadi. He does land earlier than Soldier. This is more speed for the next 3 or 4 seconds, and he can set up a wider drift, carry more speed in this part, and now that will carry for another 3-4 seconds. And look at what's happening. Slowly but surely, this is how Grenadi builds his leads. Soldier's gonna try. He is not out of this round yet. Load him to the finish to snipe it away. He takes it. Grenadi's mistake almost costs him more positions, but he's happy to get away with a second place there. Soldier, 59.6, almost tournament record so far. Grenadi 72, Soldier 54, Charles 42, Neil 33. Great to see such close rounds though. Everybody getting out of the start here again. But a little bit of airtime from Neil. You can see how much small things like that cost. Into the loop here, he will have less speed. Looks promising, but the turn is just so far away. You're just waiting for the turn to start to equalize your speed again. And at that point, he has fallen behind point 2. Again, out of this corner, it is Grenadi with 0-1 on the car. This time, Soldier has crashed. He's not there to fight him. And it's likely Grenadi can build a bigger lead into the ending. This time, looking to avoid this mistake. Very likely to see Grenadi now make an adaptation, jump a little bit higher. Charles and Neil both clipped, by the way, so this is a red carpet for Grenadi, and yeah, he correctly adapts, jumps higher, saves it, and still beats the world record so far. And just to clear up confusion as well, Massa has not played a match yet, so that is also tournament record and world record on the map. But we know from previous versions in Time Attack that runs as low as 59.2 are possible when everything goes right, so we're still early days in the tournament here, guys, and there are a couple of pace players that we will see come up later who really push everything for the 10-pointers. Grenadi typically actually is one of the players that doesn't grind for perfect pace. He wants to play a match where he crashes 0 rounds and is always there, but he doesn't concern himself so much with the perfectioning of the maps. The last 10th of a second or so. So round 3 here, Grenadi versus Charles. We are used to seeing Grenadi up there by now, but Charles looking to battle him. Will someone defeat him on this map? Charles and Soldier defeating themselves by the looks of it, and Grenadi's approach just pragmatic approach, honestly, to Trackmania. Don't crash, drive fast, get 10-pointers, and be ahead in the match by about 40. By about 40 points. Looking very convincing right now. I predicted a 20-point gap when he hits finalist mode. It might be much more, because not only does he have that gap, but he also has momentum. Whatever nerves you had when everyone is at 0 points when the match starts, you're not feeling so nervous anymore when you are up 32 on the scoreboard and driving well. So all the likelihood is that this gap will increase. Last round of Hungary. Looking at the battle, we see Soldier right now trying what he can to hold on to his lead in second place, but Charles passes him in this race as well. But close the gap. Grenadi 0.3 ahead. Charles has made a big mistake though. He's down in last, so that gap is not going to be shrunk anytime soon. Let's wait till next map. What is going to happen in the ending of this one? Grenadi still no mistake. Neil getting closer, but the gap is under control for Grenadi here, who secures another 10-pointer. Slower round, but he tech splits. He knows what he's up against. He knows what he needs, and that's now 102 points for Grenadi. And if people are not familiar, the points limit they play for is 140. So Grenady now at 102 points after 3 maps, where 140 is the target. Yeah, so he has 102 points out of 120 possible. Is another way to think about the dominance that we're seeing. And like you're scoring really well in the match if you end map 3 with 85 points. Then you're doing a great job. But here it's like he might be in a position where he's gonna close out before his map gets played again. It's just a crazy story of this one. So now we are on Saudi Arabia. This is the final selected map of the map pack. I forget at the moment who selected it, but the next map is the randomly chosen one. It was between Poland and Germany, and Poland was rolled. So let's see Saudi Arabia first. Everybody getting through the start. We have the quarter pipe jump here, which it's really hard to aim. It's really hard to get a good trajectory after getting through the gap too. Like, saw Neil there. He got through the gap, but he's going to lose a lot of time and speed over the straightaway. The slowdown through the checkpoint, important to land early, build speed up the hill. You can hover over that gap a bit because you have upwards momentum, and now drift into the downhill. Grenady is a jumper. He's jumping this part. This is something we saw a little bit of from J-Swag. But I didn't think it was faster then. Now I'm forced to reconsider. Are we seeing a faster line or about an equal? Grenady bumps his head. Charles bonks as well. Is Soja gonna win? Oh, 200th to the good for Grenady. But he keeps building his lead. Did not expect to see anything new on this map now, and the third time we see it, but clearly players have prepared differently. This is the excitement of when a map is practiced in secret. You never know exactly what lines people are going to show up with, and we have had matches where everything is almost decided based on what tricks you found. An example of this is last year's World Cup. There were 2 maps with really important tricks and even one shortcut that was allowed. Grenady again bumping here, perhaps playing a bit too confidently now. Not as rigid in the playstyle. 2 crashes in a row. Grenady down in last. Let's see what Soja can make of this. This battle for second is incredibly important for everybody here. If you end up upper bracket, you just stand such a better chance of surviving day 1. Soja struggling in the downhill, he lost the gear. Charles versus Neil, the battle now. Charles made a mistake here last time. Over the booster, the nose down. Is it good? It's hard to tell. Charles gets the landing though, and that's going to be first place for him. And finally, Grenady's tear of dominance has ended for at least 1 round. Very important there for Charles. Gets 4 points closer to Soja. And you really got to position yourself for the scenario that Grenady is going to close out pretty soon. Once that happens, every round is more volatile. There's just 10 pointers up for grabs every time. And that is when you want to not have to climb such a huge gap. Like Neil having to climb that gap, if Grenady is to close out soon, would be really difficult. So let's see how Grenady adapts. This is what he's really good at. He doesn't make mistakes, but when he does, he often finds a way to get rid of that mistake immediately in the next round. So through the hole, he just released a little bit extra, and sure, he is 600 behind Charles, but he hasn't put himself out of fighting for the round. There's a lot of driving left to do, and now, if the jump point is faster, is really the time to show it. He was 800th behind. He jumps over the sand. Charles does come back with more speed, but what's the gap going to be on the next checkpoint? 800ths to 9, about equal, all things considered. It might just be a consistency line. The nose down here will decide everything. Who lands earliest? Charles misses, bonks the nose, and Grenady gets right back where he left off with more 10-pointers. More 10-pointers for Grenady. It's 125 to 82. It is not the most dominant match we've ever seen, but it's close. It's close, especially for a World Championship. And he continues. Great nose slides on the sand. That's really where the steering wheel shines. It doesn't make the nose sliding faster, but it does make it easier to prevent the car from sliding. So, more consistent. Soldier here, though, looking to do something. A 10-pointer here would do him really good. And also slow down Grenady just that little bit. Sets up wider. I like the line, I like the attempt, but is he there now to beat Grenady in the downhill without the jump? That looks really good. The jump line from Grenady looks outright slow, guys, I have to say it. He loses a tenth or so, and the speed from the downhill is just very good. It might be a thing where for the... Yeah, so Soldier wins this round, Grenady second. Great run by Soldier. It might be a thing, guys, where the drift into that turn is really hard to do on steering wheel. If I was a keyboard player, I would Neo slide, which is a really hard steering movement to do on a steering wheel. And I would expect that maybe that's why Grenady goes for the jump line. Safer, only loses a tenth, you could say, and he gets through. But I think that has to be the reason. It might be closer than we think too. Now we are on Poland, and Grenady knows this can be the map where he can close out. First needs one round win, and then he needs a round win. Needs 2 in a row. Grenady 131, a 10-pointer gets him to 140. Then he is finalist, and 1 round win as finalist as you qualified. You play till the top 2 players are advancing, so no matter what happens, if Grenady does close out, the others will still keep battling for quite a while. And again, guys, it's just 100th there, 100th here. It's hard to even know how it happens. It just looks so effortless, but how is Grenady 0.2 ahead in the first 30 seconds? Well, it's just a couple of hundredths per checkpoint, and he gives himself a lot of room to work with, and now he's free to take some liberties. He can save a little bit, he can release a jump, he can give himself the safety he needs, and does he even need safety? It's half a second. He is just sending it. Great checkpoint split here. Looking at a low 109 right now from Grenady. Up on the plank, that's very high. Still sticks the landing with grip though. Charles did not. He gets overtaken by Soldier. Grenady is going to enter finalist mode at 140 points with a 109.25. Almost beating the tournament record from Bran. Soldier at 98. 42 points behind. Charles at 77. Basically half of Grenady's score so far, and Neil 66. Now let's see how Grenady does it. With the red name tag, there is a little bit extra pressure. Technically, the gameplay should be all the same, but you feel it when you know this is the moment. Oh, and he crashes. Showing a little bit of nerves there. Still, though, knowing that it's Grenady and that he's sending, he might not be out of the running yet. For now, Soldier in first place. Neil trailing by 0.1. Going for the same line for the jump. Don't slide up to the plank. Soldier building more time. Neil missing the landing, and it's actually only Grenady behind Soldier, and it's only 0.3. And is he going to clock out here with a crash? That was quite the crash too from Grenady, but he has nothing to lose by sending it. Soldier knows he's realistically playing for second place anyways. He might be a bit checked out, and Grenady, from being 0.8 behind into the last corner, is going to close out anyways. This is one of the most dominating matches I've ever seen. Grenady showing up very strong here in the first match. Really had nothing to lose in that round, and Soldier is more concerned about winning the match for second here than trying to deny Grenady for 1 extra round. So now we have a new battle on our hands. Gurnati no longer in the mix. And one more spot is available in the upper bracket. And we will now have to see, like, whoever adapts best to this new situation can really, really gain a lot. Suddenly you could get rewarded heavily for risking when the speed demon is leaning back in a chair. Soldier versus Neil in this one. Charles with a mistake. Here we saw Neil entirely miss last time. He needs to get a better one now, but when you have bad omens in a part, it's hard to get rid of them. Soldier is going to recognize the split, I think, and we will see. Is that a wall hit? It's a big release anyways. And yeah, 10 more points for Soldier here. All the likely, just got to not miss. I say that. It's easier said than done. But he has it under control here. Neil and Charles will follow. Charles, a little question mark if he can get to the finish line, but it should be good. With 1 second to spare. No, it's 11. It's too far. Charles not making the finish timeout. 0 points in that one. So the standings are Soldier 114, Charles and Neil 81 and 75 respectively. And this should be our last round of Poland here before we loop back around to Japan. So now, last chance to have some points on this map if you haven't shown your best. Neil crossing a lot of penalty there. Interesting choice. Soldier also setting up wide to get more speed later. Another line choice there. Like 3 different lines by the 3 players. Hard to say what's best. Big release by Neil. This has been the worst part of the map for him, unfortunately. Will not make it work this time either. Charles now a little bit of desperation to pass Soldier and stop the bleeding. Soldier could quite easily run away with this. He keeps getting tons. Can't do anything here. Too far, unfortunately. Soldier wins the round 124. It's the score. All PBs, yeah. Everyone was able to drive faster after Gurnati finished the match. Now they get a quick warm-up and then start Japan again. Gotta not get distracted by the crowd, guys. Lock in. First round back on Japan. Out of this one, I thought Charles looked really impressive the first time. And the gap is quite a lot. Soldier here, even with only second places on average, would hit finalists. And if he gets 1 round win, he hits finalists on this map no matter what. So it is going to be hard for Charles, even with a stellar performance, to prevent the inevitable, but he can at least get closer in points. Oh, touches the wall. Neil has crashed too. And because they both crashed in the speed segment, this is a second of a gap just about for Soldier to work with. Through the first couple of gates here. Reduced to 0.6 already. Soldier trying to save, but is he pulling the brakes a bit early? There is still about 20 seconds of track left, but he will be fine at this point, I think. Charles crashing there. Should be all good. Just gotta thread the needle. Gets through the first one. These ones all look good, and the last one to the right is awkward sometimes. Has he disappeared? No, there he is. Okay. Soldier at 134. Now, 2 last places would still have him get finalist mode, but he can hit it in 1 round with either a first or second. And there is a lot of pressure, you know? Like, when you're in second or third in this match, you're feeling less pressure because you have nothing to lose. Soldier has a massive lead in this match. And standing to lose that, you stress a lot. But so far, things have been made easy for him by the fact that the others crashed. And that one 10-pointer he got now is probably the decisive one, because even second place here is instant finalist. With the pace he's driving, that's more likely than not. Through the gates, Neil falling a bit behind. Oh, what a push from Soldier to carry through there, and the next shift is good as well. That throws Neil off the pace. Charles able to follow, 0.24 behind, and gets closer. It's closer through that part. A lot of speed here. Does he release in time? Yes, that setup is good too, I think. Thrown a little bit wide, but so is Soldier. Anyone's game. Still possible to come back here. Oh, the pillar hit might have sealed it. Soldier still ahead. Extra brake taps are fine for him, and he gets through. Neil crashes. Charles gets second. But Soldier, most importantly, is finalist. So red name tag could close the match here. Gurnati, unfortunately, by winning, has had to wait a long time to stand up and celebrate his victory. Has been watching the remainder of this for quite a while. And, we might soon see him cheer with the fans. Charles again, impressing here on the pace. The pace is absolutely there. It's the consistency that has been the downfall so far. And again, I shouldn't speak. It's like I unfortunately put things into reality. Neil has crashed. Charles has crashed. And it seems like the fate of this match is sealed. More crashes follow, the gap increasing. Still has to finish strong here, Soldier. Cannot start celebrating too early, but he knows the job is done now. And he is taking the necessary precautions. Lost about 0.3 in that checkpoint alone. And here, the last corner to the right, Soldier looking to join Gurnati into the upper bracket. He has done it. And now the players can finally celebrate. As for Charles and Neil, they will get another chance in the lower bracket. So not all hope is lost for them. But good game to all. Another match in the books. That was incredible from Gurnati. Clearly looking like one of the favorites in the tournament. Overall, people, I think, if you had to put a tier list, would put certain players in the S tier category, like Carl Jr., Pack, and Mutta, and they would certainly put Gurnati up there now after seeing this. Also, yeah, someone mentioned Gurnati not in an organization. So I'm sure, hopefully there are scouts watching this, seeing what they're missing out on. Because he could be a good player to have on your team. GG to all, and you know, it's just fun to see like smiles between competitors. Even though two of them had to lose, two of them had to win. Still a lot of sportsmanship. Oh, am I spreading misinformation? He is in big, but he's not driving with the big car skin. Maybe he did get signed afterwards. Oh, Soldier. I meant Soldier, yeah. There's a delay. Okay, guys, I think we got a confusion here. Of course, Gurnati is in big. I'm talking about Soldier being without an organization. I think we are all on the same page. I said Gurnati? Well, then I apologize. Then I apologize. I apologize. I misspoke. I'm sorry. Of course, Grenady is signed. VOD check. Get a video assistant referee. I'm glad we could clear it up. Of course, Soldier. But yeah. I expected a 20-point gap. I thought maybe that's a lot, you know, to say that Grenady's going to have a 20-point gap into finalist. And then it was about 42 points. Absolutely insane.
Thank you very much on set there. What an incredible
from
race
the
that was with Grenady, everyone.
Hear it.
Grenady coming through.
Interview coming through.
So impressive. You really set yourself away from the rest of the pack here. How are you able to create so much time and be so dominant in that third series today?
I was basically expecting the first match to be rather slow, so I rather took it safe, tried to survive every single round, tried to minimize the mistakes, and that worked out pretty well. It's also a bit of my specialty in Trackmania, I would say, so I just played the way I'm playing the best at, and it worked out.
We're seeing as well, I mean, the OG wheelman here as well. Watching you kind of like with the wheel on the stage here. For aspiring players, how are you? What edge does it give you to be using the wheel versus using a controller or PC?
I would say, especially in pressure situations, which we of course have here on stage, it's a bit easier to have like an entire wheel in your hand than to only have like the controller or like the buttons of the keyboard. So it's a bit better to keep the nerves down, I would say. And in general, it's good for precision. There's also a few things it's bad at, but yeah, it works out as you saw.
Like
in this competition, we met 32 players earlier on. Have you already got your kind of sights set on who you think are the biggest competitors, ones to watch out for come the latter stages of the competition?
Yeah, I would say Trackmania is not really random at all. It's usually always the same people performing the best. So yeah, I basically expect exactly those players to be the main opponents, of course. But we will see. It depends. Some people maybe feel better on the stage, maybe some others don't. I guess we're going to find out in the course of the day and tomorrow then.
Indeed. I mean, you can see in the distance as well where the totem is, the kind of the key area where one player on Saturday will be the champion here at EWC. What's your experience been like? How great is it to be here in Paris, competing in front of the fans and all those watching around the world as well?
Oh, I think I'm going to say the same as Bren said earlier, that the entire Trackmania community is very happy to have this opportunity. It's the biggest tournament ever for us. It's absolutely amazing. The stage is insane. The backstage is also insane. Like, everything is just insanely well made, insanely well prepared. The maps are also really fun. It's the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time, as I said. And yeah, players have been grinding for months, and now it's finally time to show what we're all capable of.
Well, you said the stage was insane. Your performance was insane as well. Please give it one more time for Grenady, everyone! Best of luck in the next round. An incredible display there in our third match. Back to you, Rain Day, guys. What a way to make your mark here in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, he
Thank you so much, Luckers Turbo.
said a lot of the same things we've been talking about. Just consistency round one. Playing on steering wheel can be an advantage. He's especially used to it from even back when he was a kid. It's how he learned Trackmania. It's the first device he learned it on. And the map set is also very diverse. Nice to hear Grenady actually like a map pack, yeah. Typically he always finds, you know, that some maps are too repetitive to play and stuff. But it's great to see that all the players also recognize what an opportunity this is and are grateful, very grateful to be part of it. Let's hear the caster desk again.
Shown his full potential, but this was just an amazing performance. He looked very, very well. And yeah, Charles, you were mentioning him as well. The glass cannon, either first, so many DNFs, so many crashes in crucial moments, and it was just heartbreaking to see that he was falling behind eventually.
G-Geek, does that happen because you're trying to keep pace with Grenady, or does that happen as a part of you just trying to push yourself to the limit on a moment like this?
Well, it's a bit of a combination of both, really. Not only are you trying to push yourself to the limit, to go over said limit, to try and really push the boundary
Lars
even
said
further.
Grenady is
keeping up really to with this guy that you see on screen right here is an absolute.
That's a
well,
very bad timing if you got sick now. I don't want to be the rumor central here, but if Lars said it, then yeah, that is small disadvantage.
He was so far back.
Is that Rain Day? Yes, it is indeed.
Bewildered with how he made up ground so fast.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you couldn't really see it, so I definitely have to rewatch it.
Also, Liver on the ad. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate that a lot.
With a very, very good ending. So
Thank
this
you.
could show the real potential.
Close match in. Yeah, let's take a look. This is the
lack of
A match, right?
variability that happens in Trackmania. The consistent performers are just
Pack
the consistent
off the-
performers. So he's not
is that
expecting
the-
any
that-
upsets.
I think it's that
For
one
those who
coming up.
watch some of these esports and they haven't had a chance to see Trackmania on this global stage, the biggest tournament of all time. Would you agree with that, G-Geek? Have you
Pretty
seen that?
sure
Or
we
pretty much
have
what has been
Pack off
expected
the
has come
Stifts
to
and
pass,
Noisia.
yet
Yeah,
maybe
this is
in
a good one.
different way than
This
we
is a really
expected
good
to
one
happen.
coming up.
I do agree with that sentiment, even though maybe for
And
the very
the
first
thing
game
is
that we saw
like,
today, maybe the roles have been somewhat swapped.
Stift is a player some people will underestimate, but he has a lot of
So
pace.
far, I think the logic of the tournament going into this week is so far respected in terms of the big names advancing and those that are starting on the back foot. They are getting also the first warning
I'm
signs
not,
as
yeah.
well. And one thing that we mentioned, Kai, is that
And
Soulja
so,
has
okay,
not really been
if
on
we
this
gave
game in terms of
Gurnaudy
pace as well. He definitely needs to
85%,
step it up. He got away with it this time.
in
will not
this
get away with it
match,
in the second
it's hard
time
to give
round.
Pack the same
Okay, I
equity
agree with that
for being the
because
favorite.
Soulja,
He is the favorite.
looked not to be clear
Maybe
second
it's
place in
closer
there.
to
The first half of it,
75-80% that Pack goes
very,
through.
very close
Pack
between him
typically
and
has had
Charles,
this happen, by
but
the way,
then
where he's
he
a
got
very
his,
much
momentum
pro at the
together
lower
and
bracket.
eventually made it
He
into the second
always
position, but
does
for the
well
next match, he
if he starts to run from the lower bracket to the finals. It doesn't have to start now, but that's how he won at Birmingham, and he always fights hard in the lower bracket.
And I wanted to pause a little bit on
They're doing some analysis. Let's take a look.
Neil's great snipe. So you can see a little bit over there. Those are the two ghosts of Soulja and Neil right up. So let's just play the clip. You'll see 198, and he's going to get a few extra Ks on the way down the hill just by going a little bit wider, and he manages to correct it ever so slightly to avoid going too far off to the right-hand side, to the left-hand side, which would yield with the full stop pick into the finish arch like Lingo had. And then just take a look at this, just the run that he gets. And then if I can pause at the proper moment, you can see the speed difference, just maybe a little bit courtesy of an earlier ground contact with Soulja, but this momentum that he had in the air for Neil was enough to let him pass by just a handful of milliseconds, 35 milliseconds to be particularly precise. Now, another clip that I want to show is things can go very well, as you can see, if you've got everything right. Here's an example of how things can go wrong. We go into Hungary, and here is a perfect example of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And you can see, first of all, we can see the trajectory.
Trash, right?
They both are trying to go for somewhat of a taut line, trying to land on the right side of that little bridge platform. But then, just look at how it pans out. First of all, Charles does not get stick the landing properly, lands with the inside right tire clipping. Same with Soulja, clips rear first actually, and then both falling off right at the worst time. Nearly made it actually, Soulja on that end, but was forced to respawn because he would have been basically on a big wheel stand. And then amidst all this
Do the
situation,
commentators know
Granadi's
Trackmania?
picking up the spoils.
G-Geek here is a long-time expert.
0.7 left way.
He's
And yeah, you
casting
can see
like
the gaps.
100 events
Very
a
easy
year
to
in
see those
Trackmania.
gaps widen here on
So
Hungary.
he's
And
incredibly
created a
knowledgeable
lot
about
of
the
space
game.
on Hungary.
And our last clip, it was captured a
And Turbo
little
next
bit
to him as
late,
well.
but we're going to start off with the very start.
Rain Day,
of
I don't know
the
how
clip.
much
I can
Trackmania
scroll
knows.
back
I know
up.
he
There you go. You can see the
typically
difference
comes
in line
from
there. You can see
Apex,
this is the
but-
typical line that you take. The one that Charles is on, you take over the penalty sand and you try
I'm
to
not
navigate
convinced
that
by
sort of
this line, by
downhill
the way, this
in a
jump line.
diagonal fashion to keep ground contact at all times. Granadi, completely different line.
I am
He went
not
fully
convinced.
on the outside of the two right-handers, kept it on the black
Because I
stuff,
think
kept it
the
on the tarmac,
speed
and just
carries for
used
so
that
long.
speed advantage to vault himself over the penalty stand.
Look,
But
look
of course,
now.
there is a bit of a risk
Yeah.
associated with it because of that pole that you saw right by the side of the
The
road.
speed
But
carries
he was
all the
still able
way
to
until
keep up the pace with Charles,
here.
who- there you go. That was that little clip
And
of
the
the I
sand
wanted to
that you
highlight in
eat,
round
it just
num- in
cannot
match
be
number
good,
one.
but it's
And
because
then
of
Charles, unfortunately for
steering
him,
wheel, I think.
goes a bit low, bit too
Way
low
safer
maybe,
on steering
and
wheel, yeah.
just the very
So we will see
edge
with
of
Mudda,
the
right?
front
Now we
wing.
can compare.
Let's just take a look at this
I
again
think
and try to go frame by
Mudda
frame.
and
For my edification,
Wizzy
right,
will
for
be
people
very
watching at
interesting to
home,
see on Saudi
is
Arabia.
his speed entering that a result of what he did prior, that line that he had set up that you talked about?
Well,
Where
the
is
long
he
wait, well,
losing
the
his
players
speed in
need
this
time
game?
If we were to,
get it set
take
up
a
on
key
stage,
moment
do
as
their
to what set the
settings.
speed for the jump, this is going to
They
be
need time
right
to
at that part right there. Going
warm up.
into the booster, you have to time the release
Sometimes for
just
steering
right,
wheels,
because
they have to,
basically
like,
what happens when
spend
you
a bit
hit
of time
that
to
ramp is that the
detach it
front
from the
wheels
dust
will
and
come
stuff
up
like that too.
first, and then they will fall back. If you mistime the release, you end up jumping too far or not far enough.
And very important on this ending here is that you want to avoid releasing mid-air. So you really want to accelerate throughout the entire air time that you have there in order to have as maximum speed as possible there in the ending, and Charles was maybe risking it there a little bit too much
so
and
people
releasing too much
wondering,
beforehand.
Great analysis,
for people
gentlemen. If you want to know what not to
games
do,
left
make sure to
today.
check out my replays
At
as
least.
well in game, because I will show you how to not hit that
gotta
landing
count.
for sure. All right,
There's a lot
make
of
sure
games.
you
That's
guys know
what
the
someone
schedule
said.
coming up.
It's
We got
almost
more
done. It's not.
games for you here
1,
at
2,
the
3,
Lenovo Legion Gauntlet Group number 4,
5.
I believe, just finished. Actually,
5
3
games
just
left.
finished. And we've got 4, so we're almost halfway through. Pack takes the stage. That is a big name. Afi Stufs talk about taking a break and coming back, just like Soldier. We'll see if that continues
Lots
for
to get
Stufs and his
about.
ability to jump on stage and,
And
have
this one is
success. And
stacked.
Noisia
People know
closing
Pack.
out R4.
People know Pack.
It's
If
going to
you
be a
don't,
good one, Kai.
the current
I
world
agree.
champion
I mean,
together with
Pack,
Carl
Afi,
Jr.
Stufs, no
has won that
stranger to each
tournament
other,
twice.
But then Noisia
did
from
really well at
Argentina,
Red Bull Faster.
being the dark horse in this match.
Did
I think
really
he can
well.
deal some damage
No,
as
just
well
in
as
general,
Charles
every tournament he plays.
in the previous match, but he wasn't
You might
quite there
not
yet.
know
But
Uffy,
this will
but
be an
Uffy
exciting match to follow.
consistently
All right,
since
heading toward our halfway point of the day.
really
Stay
has been
tuned. We
one
got
of
an
the
update
best.
with Chris over for the club championship near the Vitality area.
I'm gonna lower the volume a bit here so we can talk about this. So, Uffy was in the 2021 World Championship Finals, and that was a big highlight for him. I think he could have still carried momentum the years after, but, you know, maybe fell a little bit behind that. Then he came back and won, I say, Raider Cup at one point, and now he's back in what seems like top shape. So, Uffy versus Stufs, if we consider a battle for a projected second place.
A club championship update
I
here,
would
but we're not
favor
talking about the big
Uffy.
boys. We're going to talk about, well, maybe not
I
the small
haven't
boys,
yet
but the guys that have
introduced
been
you
in
to
amongst the
Stufs, but-
competition that are not in our top 2. Falcon.
Sorry. I haven't yet introduced you to Stufs, but Stufs is like, he can do so well in tournaments where he's prepped, and this is certainly one he would be prepped in. But then again, it comes down to your form on the day or in the set of days, right? How you adapt on stage. Less stage experience for Stufs, but the pace is always there. If the map pack is like Hungary into Poland, into Canada, into Saudi Arabia, like that kind of thing, then I think it's better for Stufs. If it's more like Australia and Norway, these like tricky maps, then I think it's better for Uffy. That's my overall sense of that battle. Depends on the maps too. Why am I not playing the tournament? I appreciate your compliment, but I am far from good enough to play this tournament. If I tried to qualify, I think I would end up outside the top 64, and you needed to be in the top 32, basically, and be in the right regions. Like, there are certain players in Europe who, despite being consistently in the top 32, didn't qualify because of regional requirements. So it's a very hard tournament to qualify for. But I appreciate, of course. Maybe I should have tried. Maybe it would be silly of me not to try. But then again, someone has to cast, and someone has to bring this tournament to you guys. Right? It's important that we have some people in the booth, some people in the analyst desk, and someone to bring the action. Have you ever tried for a competition like XP? I haven't. After starting with YouTube and streaming and stuff, I haven't really tried hard at a tournament. I did play the tournament at a Norwegian LAN in 2023, but that was very small scale. But one of these bigger ones, no. And it would be fun to try at one point. It's just we gotta lower expectations a little bit, guys. But yeah, let's hear back in with the casters. They're preparing the next game, I think. Twitch ads diabolical. We're probably running ads between the games now to try to make sure you guys don't get ads during the game, during the match itself. So yeah. See a lot of people also happy I'm back to streaming. I'm gonna stream every day when I'm here for EWC, and I'm also gonna stream when I get home again. It's, I've had a break over the summer, you know, but now it's nice to be back with you guys. I have missed streaming. Oh, this is the music.
Epos with the storyline, and we wanted to follow up on how his performance was at the end. But to say Otak had a really good round, was able to overpass Epos at the end and take that
We're talking
win.
about
That was
Otak,
a really
okay?
strong performance. But as far as just kind of blowout performance today, easily Grenade, that last match, he had no struggles really.
Who is
at all,
strongest
and then
on the
he was
day
able
is the
to just
conversation.
finish
Okay.
and, you know, kind of
So
give himself
far-
a little bit of an extra break.
Very true. We'll take a look at our matchup coming up now.
So
as
far,
we head
Grenade
into
seems the most
group
impressive.
number
But
4 on
well, you have
your
to remember, guys, it's
screen.
like
Pack, Affy, Stuf, and
Grenade wasn't under that much pressure in this match. Whereas if you consider the Bren Neon match, like a lot of their records are still the tournament records from that first game.
Yeah, the one that we colloquially often
So
call the Giga Chad.
we shouldn't forget that.
The
Like
winner of the
they
DreamHack Birmingham qualifier, and he did.
They looked really
with the
strong,
flair
but
for
they looked
dramatic,
strong together.
dropped down to lower
Here we
bracket
see
in
Pac
the very
walking
first match of the group stage, and went
backstage.
all the way through the gauntlet to win it
The
all. And
floor
honestly,
shakes
with
every
man
time
with
he
as
takes
much
a
charisma
step.
as you saw on the screen,
Yeah.
how can you not fall in love with this guy? Seriously.
And the way that he won, too, I mean, coming back and just
Huffy
doing
as
a
well,
lower bracket run, that's not
confidently
easy to
walking.
do in any esport. The fact that he did that
Getting ready.
sets a lot of expectations here coming into EWC.
Stiff's
But you
getting
can't
ready
count
too.
out the impact his other players will have. I think a lot of people were questioning whether Soldier coming off a break would do it again, and I know that Stuff's,
And then
he took a
Noisia,
break
all the
playing,
way from
he
South
should've been
America.
on the Cadia City Grid. He was on Fortnite for a little bit, and then he came back here.
Really, really
this match
impressive
is
in
also going to be
qualies.
a little coming back from a break for Afi as well. So we're going to see two players coming off a break, seeing how they perform in a match like this, especially coming up against Pac, who is expected to do really well in this matchup here. So Afi, typically a contender against people like Pac, but not having the event results that he would like to have in the past, I would say.
Yeah.
He's done really well, but never at the top echelon, I would say. But as far as Stuffs, also a really good player, also kind of that mid-tier, upper-tier player as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they've improved, or maybe not, coming into this matchup.
Has Carl Jr. played?
All right,
Not
well,
yet.
Rachel's standing by with
He's
an
coming up on
interview.
one
She
of the
talked
last
to
matches
Pac
today.
heading into this stage.
I've got Pac next to me, and a very nervous Pac by all accounts. Why are you so nervous? I know it's EWC, but still.
I always get nervous before matches. I think I want to win so badly, and it's like the competitiveness in me is just saying, you know, you need to try and win. You don't know how other players are going to be playing. It's completely unknown. I haven't seen anything from them, so it's just, you just get a bit nervous beforehand. It means a lot.
How are you playing, though? That's the most important thing. How would you assess where you're at right now?
The warm-up was good just now, so I feel like I've got a good mentality going into it. So I feel confident. And I think that's that mantra right now. It's just going and play my game. It should be okay.
Do you have a strategy in place for the entire, hopefully, 4 days?
Win as many rounds as possible and crash as little as possible. That's the main goal.
In terms of your competition, obviously it's so strong here.
always
32 of the best players on the
undersells it, by the
planet.
way. He's better than
who
me,
do you
let's
think has an edge over the rest of the field?
Oh.
Who's your main competition?
Oh well, Carl Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the main
Legendary.
competition. Yes, yeah.
But okay, how are you going to hopefully overcome what he has on offer?
It's all about in the moment. I think if I can just play my game a little bit better than him in the moment, that's kind of what I try to do against him. Usually we meet in the final. Hopefully that'll be the case for this tournament. And then I just play my A game, and hopefully it's just a little bit better than his A game.
In terms of what it means to have Trackmania here at EWC,
recently,
how do you view that?
March.
It's incredible for us. I think we've been in the scene now for so many years. I have as well for 11 years now on the professional side. So I'm just sort of, I'm so grateful that it is here, and hopefully it can be here for as long as it can be. Like, we are, in my eyes, the best racing esport there is. So hopefully we'll be here for a while.
If audiences haven't watched it before, what is one thing that you think is so great that they'll be hopefully able to see?
I mean, constant action. You'll get to know all the players. So there's the 32 of the best. You'll get behind the team that you support, and it's one of those high-paced, always something going on kind of games. And then you also had the added finalist mode at the end, so have to win a round, and then that's when it gets a bit more dicey. So it's one of those really cool games, and I've always loved watching it as well as playing it. So yeah, I hope everyone else loves watching it as well.
You guys are so cool as well. I'm
so
getting to know the
intuitive.
players. So far we've had a chef, a surfer, accountant, and a beatboxer. What's your skill away from Trackmania?
Well, I'm the same as Neil. I am a former accountant.
These guys are so smart as well. They're very good with numbers. Let's hope that translates onto the track. Pac, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Good luck to Pac. Yeah, no, like what he's saying about Trackmania, one thing, if
my
you're
accountant
new,
isn't getting back to me because he's playing Trackmania.
one thing, if you're new, guys, Trackmania is so intuitive. Like, you really don't need to be very knowledgeable about the game at all to understand what's going on. And if you watch an esport like League of Legends and you haven't played the game, you'll be lost in a forest thicker than the Amazon rainforest. I mean, you will not make it out of that with much information. But then you have games like Trackmania, Counter-Strike, where what you're seeing is kind of what's happening, and what the pros do is just giving themselves the tiny edges everywhere to win duels or to win rounds. And so, yeah, you see the car ahead, he's driving faster. Oh, wrong one. Back to the caster dust.
VS player, I believe. That was his org before becoming orgless. So that's kind of the risk you have when you kind of step away and everything. You kind of lose that credibility.
Of course, yeah.
And coming back into it, you kind of have to rebuild that. So for Afi, this is going to be rebuilding his reputation, establishing once again that he is a great player and he belongs here. I think many already understand and believe that he belongs here. But to be at that echelon and say, I am still one of the best, is something that he's going to have to prove in this match.
Yeah, at this point, having an org with Pac. As an accountant, Neil, S-A-U-L. Question's going to be, which org is your accountant a part of? It's like, wait a second, I didn't know that was going on. Cheeky. And into Group 4, what's the big storyline here for you?
Love the pyramid.
For me, the big storyline, you just can't look away. You just can't look away from Pac. You can't. The main thing for me is going to be the battle for second place. Afi, I would give him the advantage going into it, but Stutz, very, very talented, very young hotshot from the Netherlands, can also be a little bit iffy.
If Stutz gives me that look, I know I'm going to lose the round, bro.
His mental set properly, so using his A game or not.
And of course, Argentina.
You look to the left, and you see the guy next to you, and he gives you that look. Yeah, you're losing the round.
Stage. Can he pull
you ain't beating that.
Still waiting for our first big upset of the day. So far, it's gone expected, but you got to expect the unexpected here at EWC. Let's send it over to your stage. Group 4, about to begin.
Yes, my friends, it is time to continue on as we hit the halfway mark. Grenady, incredible performance in our previous matchup. Yeah. And even in the interview, looking very confident, but between you and me, Adam.
Do we have the prediction set up? I'm curious what people have said.
For you. I would dive on a Grenady for you
I'd
too.
say
Do you know what? It's amazing, actually. I've never heard so much accountancy chat in general. Any esports event ever in my life. But it's always good to have accountants on speed dial in an emergency, I guess, anyway. Speaking of numbers, though, I mean, obviously, we saw Grenady, as you said, like, racking up those points, really dominating here. I'm going to chat to him as well here, talking about all things like expectations, what's going to happen come the grand final. But this is the Esports World Cup. Nothing is set in stone. Every opportunity, every player capable of going all the way to that totem. We'll find out who goes all the way come this Saturday.
That is all part of it to get through these group stages, though. We got our matches lined up for you, so please join me in welcoming our next set of players. First up, it's Pac!
If we assume that Pac makes it through,
heroes of Team Vitality,
and we say it's a battle for
Pac is
second,
no stranger to fighting tooth
I
and
think
nail
out
for
of the
a
players
victory,
you give,
as he did to win at DreamHack Birmingham only a bit ago.
You give Afi like 55%.
The Argentinian Anaconda, winner of 3 South American titles. He's thirsty for his first win on land.
Next up, it's Stuffed! The free agent that snuck his way in after a 1-year hiatus. The stage calls for him again as his 4th World Cup appearance is like here with us in Paris.
And last up, please welcome Afi!
Afi also.
The crowd love him here, and after a year out, Afi returns with his sights focused on the top 8. Will EWC be the making of him? We'll find out very soon. We love him here. EWC, all of our players too here. It is time for our players to make their way to their stations. Please place your
Pac
keys
makes it through, right?
in front of our stations
then you have a battle for second.
ready for
and
this
between the 3 players,
series of the
I think
Esports
you
World
give
Cup. Trackmania has
Afi about
45%
equity.
Let's
I
do
think
it.
you
Here
give
we go.
Stuffs 40%, and you give
you've seen the
Noisia
4. They took the
15%.
stage. Pac, Afi, Stuffs, and Noisia ready for.
But I think it's closer than you expect.
Of a match. And Who's going to
yeah,
come out
let's
on
see.
top? We'll find out in just a moment.
Decided to get into another game, guys. This is the 4th game of the day. Still 4 more matches after this one. And it's really also, even if Pack isn't playing against the Grenadis and the Mudas here, we will get to see how his performance stacks up against the others' individual performance, right? That'll be very interesting to see. We have the Vito, Noisia banned Australia, Stiffs banned Argentina, Afi banned Japan, Pack banned Hungary. That is a very strange one. Pack first picked Germany. Okay, we're gonna get to see Germany. I like it. But Pack banning a tech map like Hungary is a little strange. Afi went for South Korea, which makes sense. He did pretty well in that Elite Cup. Long map, lots of room to make a difference. I think maybe Pack feels like Hungary is Stift's type of map. It's such an easy map. He wants maybe more difficult maps. Stift's going for what you could call the easier maps like Poland. Noisia picked Canada, and this side of Saudi Arabia. So really only Pack the one to throw some spice into the mix. The decider could have also been Norway there with the ice and stuff. So if you were looking for the craziest show, we perhaps got a little bit unlucky. But Saudi Arabia, the rounds will be close anyway. And we would, yeah, Germany will be the 9th map played today. We're only missing Australia. No Norway, I know, the ice would be fun. But we'll hope to see more of it as the tournament progresses. Here we go. 4 new players debut on stage in this tournament. Still a little bit of time to go, so they first have to skip over to the correct track. Lots of Vitality fans too. Here in Paris, makes sense. Which is the most banned map? So far, Australia. Australia has struggled to make it through. Additionally, Argentina has been heavily banned. People really find it difficult, but the expectation was that Norway would be the most banned map, just because it's considered so hard to drive. Who are the free agent drivers this round? Afi is not signed by anyone, and he is the only one. And the reason is that Afi's strongest performance that got him through to this tournament happened after the transfer window closed. So even if you signed Afi, it wouldn't count for the club rankings in Esports World Cup as a whole. But ladies and gentlemen, we are into match 4 here of the group stage, but the first one for these 4 drivers, Stifts, Pack, Afi, and Noisia. We are on Pack's map choice of Germany, as he is seed 1 into this tournament after winning Esports Road to EWC at Birmingham. A stacked tournament there out of all the other pros. So Pack looked great in March. That's quickly approaching half a year ago, and now we will see how he is in Paris. Mistake there from Stifts in the backwards part. You really have to prevent the car from sliding in that reversing section. Then they set up wide on the grass. Bold, that gains a lot more time. Up the hill, oh no, Noisia missing the grip on the back wheels. Necessary there to keep the line. And now one more backwards landing. They press brake exactly when the car lands and not earlier. That gives you the most speed. And then prevent sliding, set up on the ice, turn around late so you don't miss the booster, and then drive to the finish. 1:11.1 by Pack is a strong starting time. You can see that he has the world record, and the track record is a 1:10.91. If we want to be specific, the world record is as low as 1:10.61 by Neon, as that was set during the Elite Cup qualifiers. And the track is pretty much the exact same, just with new scenery. We did have Noisia not driving in the start of that one, so I'm a little concerned that this will be a reset round. But we will see what happens. For now, the race continues. You play until the whistle is blown. It's a 3-player race right now. Afi leading up to the first backwards landing. Pack landing lower, making sure not to get airtime, but his speed is reduced, and that means Afi has about a 0.1 lead into that checkpoint. Up the hill, out to the left, and into the grass. Here, Stift doing the correct line, gaining a lot towards Pack. Has to slow down though to not jump out, and sets up wide on the dirt. This is a good line. That's the no slide to follow. Now we set up one more time backwards. The lower you dare to go here, the better, but you cannot clip. Then you lose speed. And so Afi will have the advantage into the ending here. He still needs to make sure he doesn't miss the turnaround. That looks good enough. Gets the booster and drives to the finish. Round win for Afi, 10 points there. And Pack with quite a lot of mistakes, but still gets to the finish. However, Noisia, this mistake is too big to get to the end, and so the time expires. After 2 rounds are played, it's Afi in the lead. Now that we're familiar with the map, let's see who really can max it out here. This drift, for instance, you can gain a lot up to the checkpoint if you have the right apex. Looks like it went best for Afi. Now through the checkpoint triangle here. Pack with a better drift to match him. And now the first backwards jump. Looking to see who gets the best landing. That looks good for Afi and Pack again. Stift's a little in between them in terms of speed. But Stift doing a good job down the hill to hold on. All 3 side by side up the hill, only Noisia trailing by 0.2. Stift setting up wide, getting a speed slot on the front tires. Then into the wall ride. Great line there by Stift in general. Oh, Pack weaving diagonally to keep the grip, matching Stift. But this is a great battle here. Afi with a mistake there, falling a little bit behind. Stift looking for a 10-pointer as well. Down on the booster, 0.1 ahead. This should be a free win from this point onwards. Just has to turn around, late turnaround, but good enough for Stifts. And he joins the battle, 111-0 from Stifts. And going into this match, the far and away predicted favorite is Pack. But you should really not discount Stifts, and I said especially on a match that is played on predominantly pace maps, which this one will be. A little concerned about Noisia as he's not starting exactly when the timer hits 0. So not sure what's going on there. This will be a skip. There is a technical difficulty happening. And so now we have a short pause to get that resolved. But yeah, so far very impressed with Stifts. We knew Pack would be fast. Nothing new there. Afi, he has a strong legacy and he has strong pace into this tournament. But Stifts has like strong pace, but not that much legacy in terms of these biggest results to stand on. And yeah, it seems like he has really done his homework and is preparing here. But yeah, a little unfortunate for Noisia so far. Let's hope that everything works out. And guys, I said it. Should I repeat myself? I said, if we happen to get a technical pause, then it will be a great moment to discuss some triangular shaped monuments. And they just happen to have a lot of them here. I see them all around. There's one on the floor right there. There's one in the trophy. There's one on each player's desk, you know, like we could use this for some pyramidic entertainment. Guys, I'm really excited. Plan right now is that I am going to go to the pyramids this year. That is something I've really looked forward to. I see pyramids here, but there are these other ones. And, whew, it would be cool to see them for myself. It would be very cool to see them for myself. Just such fascinating monuments. Built so long ago and still not fully understood. He's actually If everything aligns, guys, yes, I'll be going to the pyramids this year, but we'll see. All right, looks like we have good people on the case here, experienced Trackmania players on the case. The thing about this too is that during this time, this can really, like, tech pauses for as much as we don't want them to be a part of the match in any way, when they happen, they can quickly change momentum in a match. Like, once you're kind of going, you're expecting a certain pace of round and rest and round and rest, and here, this is a bit like a bit of a full reset. It's like you're starting the match completely over again, even though people have points. So it's hard to enter the correct mindset afterwards. But yeah, I don't think anyone would, on a stage on a LAN, start playing several seconds late on purpose, you know? That's not something they're doing for any tactical reason. There must be some kind of issue there where he's not able to start as the countdown hits 0. Let's see what happens. Like the hydration break in World Cups, yeah, we saw that there too. Where like you saw the match momentum graph and then like this 2-minute break happens and then it could just plummet. Another thing that we're seeing also is that the other players can drive during this time, so that's something that Noisia, to no fault of his own, is a little bit disadvantaged with here. Where he has to sit and look at this while the others can really iron out some stuff on the map. So let's hope it's resolved before long. Virtual, what do you think of the water elevator theory? The problem with the water elevator theory, and in general most pyramid construction theories, is that people look at the pyramids not in a what does the physical evidence look like, but more what kind of construction ramp would I propose 4,000 years later if I was building the pyramid myself, knowing about hydraulics and water pressure and all these things. Like, if you think about it back then, they were building mostly with limestone, which is one of the rock types that water can most easily create dents in, and cavities, and full-on caves are carved out of water in limestone. So if you're trying to build like some type of chamber to withhold that amount of water pressure, to elevate stones within out of limestone, you are really trying to like make a watertight space with Swiss cheese. It doesn't work. And if you look at how pyramids evolve over time, like, it's very likely that construction method has to be uniform across all pyramids. You should see the same physical evidence for your construction theory across the pyramids. And there is one pyramid that they based the paper with the water elevator theory on, but none of the other ones. They based it on Djoser's pyramid. So it's the paper on the water elevator theory exists as a could it have been done this way? Yes. Is there physical evidence for it? No. The theory that they had like channels of water with stones attached to logs that would float up the pyramid instead of be lifted. Let's go pack with the B on the sign. Virtual, raise your camera. We want to see the players from your camera. I only have this one, so you can see them here. And an empty chair. This is where I would put my friends if I had any. And instead, I have none right here. Only me. We also have a camera they call the beauty camera, guys. Let's take a look. Ooh. Ooh, that is nice and aesthetic. I think it's dead center. Symmetry. Very, very nice. Very nice. And then we have the current feed here with the live stream. Where's Scrappy? So let me see. Scrappy would be to my left, which I think we should wait with. This has to be highlights, yeah? Yeah, these are highlights. So we're getting to see some of the gameplay already. This is the first round, pack winning, 111-1. Lots of mistakes in that round. And then here we're seeing round 2. This has already been played. This is a replay, just in case you're thinking it continued. Still waiting. Replay of round 2. Pretty much equal up until this point. And then Stiffs, look at this line. A little bit wider, more speed in the grass entry. They cut us off, but Stiffs did that part really well. And then without that wheel clip, there's a chance he's in range for our sniping off here. So this was a strong run by both. Off he takes that one. But then again, Stiff's impressed on the next round here. And this is still not fully live. Just in case. But this line right there, the wide grass, to me, appears faster. Hopefully we can see it in action in the final round of Germany here. Straightening out for the booster. How many points for a win? You get 10 points for a round win, and they play until 140. And of course, hope this is resolved as soon as possible, guys. Why did they build the pyramids? Well, many people have theories about why they were built. And honestly, if you can answer that question, you can very likely also explain a lot of the things within about what Chamber does. There are conspiracy theories that the pyramids were built to be power plants or alien landing stations, right? But if you put that as your point of view of why they were built, then you have to explain what do the rooms inside do. And that's where a lot of these conspiracy theories fall apart, is they just say, yeah, I built this for the aliens. But then you don't explain what the rooms inside were for. And so, I mean, if you look at what we see sarcophagi, we see caskets. So it has something to do with death. Also confirmed by the fact that they are in a giant mortuary complex with thousands of tombs surrounding each pyramid of other high-ranking Egyptians living at the same time as the pharaoh, which is accredited to the pyramids because his name is written on a lot of the stones that they've only found in recent years buried in the middle of the pyramids with graffiti on them from worker crews. So, like, the pyramids are built by the Egyptians, and they are in these giant necropolises, what we might now call like graveyards. And so the question for myself and others kind of revolves around, were they just a tomb? Were they what we now call a church or similar, where there's worship going on more than just a burial ritual? You know, we don't know. We don't fully know. Were they meant to be entered after construction, or were they meant to be sealed?
Hey everyone, we're going to get back to the matches here in a bit, but we do have a little segment here. Hi, my name is Import, and I'm joined by my fellow experts that you'll see occasionally throughout the days here at EWC. And I have a couple questions, but first, this is Turbo, this is G-Geek. Guys, hope you're having fun at the event, but I have a couple questions because we don't have too much time. So these are rapid fire. I'm going to need you to write down your answers. Are you guys ready?
Born ready. Of course I am.
More than born ready.
Fantastic. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get through these. First question, most underrated player. Who is the most underrated player? I would play some background music, but that might be copy strike. So let's see. Okay, so we get one answer. Turbo is going to say Neon.
Yeah, Neon. I mean, Neon, he is a young Polish driver. I hope that doesn't backfire, but he has been doing fantastic in the qualifiers, so I think he can run deep.
Okay, Jiggy.
To be fair, I'm in agreement as well. I mean,
no way.
My answer is lame, but I'm going to say Guan. I'm going to say Guan.
Oh, you need a
sorry about that. Yeah,
because
as I was saying, like, I'm totally in agreement with what Turbo said. He's a young hotshot. He's definitely shown a lot of promise. Still looking to see how he does.
Gwen's absolute ability is much higher than the results he's had so far.
We don't have too much time. Let's keep going through here. Second question is going to be, who is the most overrated player? Ouch. Who is going to be on, who's going to have you on their hit list coming up after this question? Is the real
crazy
question here. Okay, Wizzy.
Okay, listen up, Soul fans.
All right.
I'm not sure who came up with a 3% win rate for Wizzy for the Worlds, for the EWC, but you guys are wrong. Oh, that was not cool.
Guys, can we stop talking about this Carl Jr. guy? I feel like everyone talks about this Carl Jr. guy. Last I saw, he was playing unbeaten author times. And people say he's the GOAT. Yeah, I don't think he's taking this tournament too seriously. I think Carl's overrated. And then, of course, I make one joke like that. I make one joke like that on stream. And then this clip gets put back at me like virtually want to eat those words after Carl wins the tournament. When, you know, like, still, he cannot be underrated. Carl cannot be underrated anymore, right? So he's the best answer. He can only, if anything, be overrated.
EWC 2020.
But he is very good. Maybe he's just rated.
Answers
going
locked
to win?
in. Turbo will go with you again. I like the name, although that looks like an N.
Oh,
but
he
yes,
put
sure.
Epos.
We'll go
Enos.
some Enos.
So I go
All
with
right.
Epos.
No, I gotta prevent disaster here. Who's gonna win the tournament? EWC 2026. It's still Carl Jr. Even if he plays under unbeaten author times, it's still Carl Jr. But right now, we can live in the time where it hasn't happened yet. So you could throw out any name and be correct. And then afterwards, we look back and it's like, oh, yeah, it was Carl again, perhaps.
All right, next, question number 4. What is the best input device? There are 3 for anybody who does not know. It is typically keyboard, controller, and wheel. Some people like to also play with the Dance Dance Revolution pad. Some like to play with bananas and spoons. We've had those before, but the 3 main ones, let's stick to those.
So I'm a controller player myself, but I think keyboard is better on ice, for example, and you have action keys. So I go with keyboard.
Purely on ergonomics, gamepad. All day, every day. Sorry, keyboard players, more respect to you. I don't know how do you deal with carpal tunnel syndrome every day. So there you go.
All right, next question. Identities, yay or nay? Do you like identities in maps? Oh. Yes, map identities. They are fun little tricks on maps, usually the core sector of a map. They can make or break a run, and many people like to mault about them. But let's see, do you like them or do you not like them? Turbo. Yay!
Yay! No, for real. I think identities are great because it identifies a map, and it's usually not only at the end, it's a theme going through a map. So I like it.
Yeah, I would go with yay, especially it's evolved to become a theme around the map before just being one jacked up sector in terms of difficulty. Here, it seems like we've finally struck the balance of actually making an identity.
Typically, it's hard to memorize a map if I just say Australia.
What were your answers? Were you playing along?
But if I say the full speed map, then you're like,
we will see you guys soon back in the arena.
Have they fixed the tech issue now? Hopefully. Guys, I'm going to quickly run ads on Twitch so that you don't miss the action when the match starts. I hope you're okay with that. Very quick, very quick, very quick. doing it for everybody to not be interrupted. They might have had to do a full restart of the computer and stuff to set everything up, so. Getting a lot from the crowd, though. Love to hear it. Loud drums. Can you guys hear this too? I don't know if you guys can hear the drums. We are seemingly back in the match again. Points are 20, 20, and 20, and Noisia at 3. We continue from where we were. Pack, Offie, and Stifts have all won a round each. And now let's see who can continue to build off of what they started. It is a full momentum reset with such a long technical pause, but let's see if they have managed to adapt anything in the break. Now we are back. Stifts misses the backward slide, so he loses a lot of speed on the downhill. And such a mistake on Germany basically puts you out of running for top points. Offie's made a mistake, and I think everybody's happy to see Noisia, after his unfortunate tech problem, be back up here at second place. Nothing that he did wrong to have those tech issues, and ooh, it would be nice for him to start on a high note here. But Offie is right there with him. Pack, though, driving a great run up front. This is close to that 1:11 low pace. Let's see on the turnaround. It is going to be Noisia second. Pack 1:11.1. Noisia second. Offie third and Stifts fourth. And the match continues. We're going to South Korea here, picked by Offie. I've seen this map played a few times today. Saw it in the Epos OTAC match. Also wonder if we saw it one more time, but it's been a lot of Trackmania today. This one, though, is a joy to watch. It's a little bit of a mixed opinion from the players, whether they like it or not. The reactor boosters are pretty hit or miss. If you understand them and you get consistently fast boosts, then you're having a great time. And if you don't understand the tiny input differences that make or break a reactor zoop, then you might not. So let's see round one here. You have these long winding turns, a drift to the right, and then long drift left, where you connect the skid marks halfway, and that makes you faster. Pack flew out. Seen similar mistakes before. Here, nose time onto the reactor booster, gets you quicker turnaround. 409 speed in the reactor booster there from Noisia. You want to see higher numbers. Around 430 is a very good one. Stifts here just pushing relentlessly, gaining a lot in each segment. He's half a second ahead of everybody, and 42.3, guys, is pretty much world record pace. So Stifts here with a very strong start on South Korea. Great little clip there from Noisia. His wheel realigned towards the apex. Let's see Stifts ending. Will this be a new world record on stage from Stifts? It's at least 10 points, pretty much secured, and he's trying to save the ending here. I believe Noisia with some issues. Stifts saving the ending. Offie getting 6 points there. And Pack, is he going to be able to finish? 9.2 behind, 10 is the limit. He gets there. Yeah, so that pace from Stifts was really quick. It was on pace for a 0.2, honestly. 112.2. But you don't need to be too flashy and get world records. What you need is just consistent 10-pointers. So building up a lead like that and recognizing I'd rather just secure the 10 is a very mature decision. Nose down onto the booster, and now look at the speed. We're looking for 430. 416 for Stifts there. So again, not perfect, but still very much in competition. Down the downhill into this long left-handed drift. This is where Stifts had a 42.3 And we're seeing 42.5 here, so give you some perspective on the pace. Pack though driving good in first place, increasing his lead. Now into the slalom drift, across the engine off. Inside line from Noisia, gets him a little closer. And now the reactor boost jumps, 3 of them. Gotta get the best zoop you can. Offie is a little too far to do something without a bit of help from Pack. Would need to see a mistake, but nothing's gonna happen. Pack closing this one with 10 points, 1:12:47, and that regains his lead in the match. Stiffs there only getting 3 points. Means Pack gets quite the gap now. Now second place. And Noisia unfortunately quite far behind, only 17 points. But reminder, we played till 140, and there are 2 winners in each match. So there's still a lot of time and rounds to be played for Noisia to try to make up that difference. Drift left into the reactor. Again, gonna check the speed number here. That's a better one, 4:19. Pack still getting a lot more time gains in that segment because he's slowing down less as well. And guys, I don't know if you can hear the drums. I really hope you can. It's incredible the amount of support, and it has to be from the Vitality supporters for Pack here. It is the craziest thing I've heard in this arena so far. Really happy for Pack playing, representing Vitality. Let's see what happens in the ending here. Is Pack able to build off of the energy from the crowd here? That looks like a second 10-pointer in a row for him. Much to the joy of the Vitality fans. All right. Third round of South Korea, I believe it is. Let's see how this one shakes up. You don't hear it? Oh. I wish this microphone might have picked it up. It's great to hear. Maybe if I just enable the one that's next to me, we get a bit more crowd noise for you guys. Hopefully. This needs to be heard. Battle for Pack and Noisia up front. It's a full-on drum choir. Pack versus Noisia. The battle's still so close. Stift and Offie have both crashed. Will this be a moment for Noisia to come back in the match? He's trying his best. He has Pack beat in the drift part, but now the reactor jump start. 1/10 of a gap. Pack setting up for more speed, but it doesn't really happen, and at this point, Noisia has enough of a lead to cruise into the finish. 10 points for Noisia, and a PB on stage. Yeah, they're having a full-on party, guys. Little look to the camera there from Noisia. They're getting set up on map 3. And we mentioned this was a very drivable, map-heavy match. A lot of the maps that the players picked are pace maps, where you don't really need a lot of tricks, you just need clean driving. This suits Pack really well, it suits Stifts really well. And Offie should also be very good at this, but stylistically, I think Offie would have a bigger advantage towards Stifts had it been on a more difficult map. But we will see. Still, nothing is decided. Only Pack with a small lead in the match. So out of the opening here, it is Stifts with the best pace. Also cuts the penalty a bit, but still keeps this gear. Down the road drift. Pack has to let off a little bit. Stifts going at full speed. Sets up wide here too. Pack gets closer for a moment, but Stifts, hold on. Oh, this looked a bit shaky. Both get through. Wobbly as it is, they keep it under control. And now the water turn. Full send to the right. Stifts dares. Offie commits as well, but not the right line. He crashes. Noisy up to third. Will Pack push for this first place, or will he settle for second? It is quite a big gap to catch in the ending here. He's going to give it a try. He's going to go for the inside jump, but a little bit too far. Stifts wins the round. 1:09.14, almost tournament record there from Stifts. $65 points, and 56 for Stifts, 46 for Offie, 34 for Noisia. Second round of Poland. Offie was the first of the three favorites to crash. He really had to commit as well, was too far behind. This round he's looking to not lose that initial point two, so he doesn't have to take such extreme risks, and I think he succeeded, but this pace from Stifts again, guys, it is a little bit of what they talked about on the caster desk, where some players, like Stifts, are glass cannon builds. Deals a lot of damage, but could also easily fall out of contention, and here, touches the pillar. Had built up about a 10th, but that crash puts him down in third. Interesting to see where the lay of the land is. Let's see. Stifts versus Pack up front. Offie again just losing a little bit too much in some of these corners. Falling behind point 29, and now your options are drive safe and get 4, or take a couple of risks and go for 6 or more. Go for 10 points. Then you have to get past Pack, and Pack here is really far ahead already. The pace is again close to 1:08. He doesn't need to risk further, but when you're driving at a set speed, like you're kind of in that mode of driving everything good, I think we might see it here, guys. This is close. Oh, 1:09.17, not yet the 1:08. The 10 more points for Pack. I also heard some people had issues with the YouTube stream. It should be back. To refresh the stream, hopefully. And now, the last round of Poland. We are seeing Stifts keep up with Offie so far on the points. Noisia, unfortunate mistake there. A lot of people had predicted it, but Offie here could prove the predictions wrong. If he gets this 10, he's gonna likely climb back ahead in a couple of rounds. Pack though, that's a 10th in a singular drift, and he doesn't really lose it on the dirt. Beautiful commit on the turn. Earlier landing for Pack, advantage in speed and about 2 tenths. Now the water. The wide setup is there, but Offie, what a commit! That's so much speed! And in that segment alone, he's equalized Pack. And he can try to snipe this away. Oh, that's too wide. It's a little bit too wide. And for now, we'll have to settle for second. Pack should hold on to that lead now. And yes, another 10 points for Pack. I'm really wondering, was that... No, it wasn't all 4. It was 3 first places and a second. But yeah, my God. Insane turn there in the water. Shows what's possible. And now the final map chosen is also a pace map. I think we have Canada. Yeah, Canada and then Saudi Arabia as the final 2 in this match. So Canada was an Elite Cup where, I mean, if memory serves me right, we had Stifts doing pretty well. Also, Pack did really well in this one. He needed to go quite far. We're looking for a pace of about 102. We could see 101 as well, but that would be a stellar run. If you see anything under 102, guys, that is basically perfect. Starts out with the slaloms in the start, into the wall ride. Then you go fully to the right, into a drift left through the sausage block. Leftmost exit you can so that you can weave your way up the hill. Uffy from Switzerland, used to the slaloms. Shows he knows how to pass a Swiss citizenship test with these turns. Pack though, relentless. He wants more 10-pointers. Can't get enough of him. Is looking to continue his streak of dominance. They're a little bit of a bad line on the grass. It will only really materialize in this exit, but Uffy too wide to capitalize. Pack remains 0.2 ahead into the ending. Slalom Uffy with a big mistake. Noisia should be able to pass that. Pack gets first place, another 10 points. And where is second place? Noisia is in there, but Uffy and Stifts, are they able to finish? Uffy trying to save it, he gets sniped. Stifts takes an extra point. Why not? 105 to 74, 65 and 49 the current points. Back up to almost, well, actually over 30 points in the lead. Just so many 10-pointers is the way he built that lead. And like the other favorites, like Grenadi, he too is showing that he has come to this tournament very well prepared and has no problems driving good pace on stage. Oh, Stifts again. Risking a lot, and unfortunately, a lot of mistakes come from risking. Uffy here might just settle for a second place. Like, your options are risk it all, crash in the slalom, like last round, or just defend your lead. I really think with the way this match has been going, he is not going to try to challenge Pack for this one. We will see him do a solid ending, but Pack has this one under control. Another 10 points. That is so many in a row. I want to say it's like 5 10-pointers in a row. But it is also in the last 6 rounds. He's gotten 5 10-pointers and 1 second place. In the last 6, actually. 5 10-pointers, 1 second place. And the lead keeps building. How does it start? Noisia again struggling a little bit. Pack again, and in the start is where we've seen the others be the closest, but now it's 0.25 gain in the start. This is like his best start yet. He almost crashes, able to adapt his steering just in time to prevent disaster. And we are looking at a 101 pace run so far, guys. Pack is feeling the momentum. He has no problems in this match whatsoever right now. And more, it is looking like there will be a battle after this for second place. Because no one can stop Pack if he's playing like this. Every turn seems to be just like you're watching a perfect replay file and not him driving live. Is that too wide? Oh, it's almost too wide. He almost lets it slip. But he safes it for another 10 points. Still not fully safe there, though. PB with a mistake in the ending. 125 points. Oh, mistake in the start from Sifts. Double mistake. Opportunity Uffy now to equalize in the battle for a second. We have to call it that way. I never want to predict the wrong result too soon, but nobody's stopping Pack. Even if they didn't crash, he would be already over the next hill. Driving again, 101 pace. And yeah, just effortless. So many 10-pointers. And the Vitality fans, they were loud before, they're still just as loud. The entire orchestra is here at the arena, cheering for their player. Let's see now. Noisia has lost a lot of ground. Stift is close for that second place. Oh, but this is clean from Pack. Is it a 101? No, it's 102.60. He saved it a bit. Okay. Stiffs indeed takes second place. Snipes Noisia and keeps his advantage against Duffy. So approaching finalist mode, I mean, Pack has a lead of like 50 points. Unbelievable. We're now going to skip map over to Saudi Arabia. This will be likely Pack's last challenge of the match. We'll be keeping the pace here, and then his initial test will have been passed. This map a little bit more trick heavy than the previous two, but it is also quite easy for the pros to drive it. Like, if your only goal was surviving a run, the pros could do that quite consistent. Add a little bit more pace beyond your comfort, that's where we start seeing the crashes. Here in the slalom, gotta be precise in the nose slides and Pack. After a tear of dominance of about 8 rounds, finally slips up one time. And now the others can have at it. He already has a massive lead. But importantly, he will not hit finalists this round. So it does leave some opportunity to come back. Stiffs right now looking to seize it. Oh, but he flies off the checkpoint in the very same moment. Noisia versus Offie, both going for the downhill. Offie missing a little bit of grip. Could be Noisia ahead at the second checkpoint. It's about the same distance regardless. Offie missing the drift a bit. Noisia too wide. He gets the best landing. That looks good for Offie. Catches the downhill ramp, and that's 10 points for Offie. And Pack still makes it up for third place, 139 points. As typically happens, you end up 1 point short of finalist mode. Now just needs to finish this round, then he hits finalist mode, and afterwards he needs 1 round win to be through to the upper bracket. And we've talked about it, like, even when he hits lower bracket, he's still so good. Typically goes very far from the lower bracket if he does lose a match. Let's see what Stiffs can do. Goes for a low jump, lands earlier, that's gonna be more speed. No ice wiggle from these players, something that we have seen. Oh, Offie has problems. Offie has problems. He landed on the back wheels, didn't get the nosedive. Stiffs corrects his mistake. Challenge is Pack. Down the hill, it's Pack ahead onto the dirt. He doesn't need these 10 points. He really doesn't, but he's just going to drive his best and try to deny where he can. Stiffs makes a mistake again, and now Offie could take away this 6-pointer too. It's going to be close. Pack crashes, actually. It's going to be a 10-pointer for Stiffs. Despite his mistake, holds on. He doesn't let it slip, and that might be a very important 10-pointer, guys. Wait. Oh, Pack. Oh, Pack. Oh, Pack. It was supposed to be a formality. It was supposed to be just 1 round and done into finalist mode. He doesn't finish because the time expires. He has to go again. And if I remember right, this happened at DreamHack Birmingham as well. The exact same thing, where he just needed 1 more for finalists, and then... Or was it Gwen? It might have been Gwen. It's like the worst thing that can happen. You cannot let it shake your mental. Just gotta finish a lap. But suddenly it doesn't look so dominant, right? Stiff's got 10 there. And now the gap is only 40. It was close to 60, so we can say only 40. Down the head. Pack still looking untouchable right now. Only thing that could happen would be a mistake at the last jump, but this time he's going to safe it. At the cost of a bit of speed, still makes it to the finish. Mistakes from the other 2 players. Pack first, Stiff second. Noisia is in last here. Offie, if he finishes, gets those 4 points. No, he does not. Very important what's happened here for Stifts, actually. He got 16 points there in the last 2 rounds. Offie missing out on a few. And now Pack is finalist. Winning this round has him through to the upper bracket. Let's see what he can do with the red name tag. No slot is there, equal to the others. Dodges the bumps, gets the nosedive, air brakes to land flat. Now the quarter pipe jump. Offie sets up wider, wants more speed there. It seems to be good, but Pack's low line has paid off. He is for now ahead. Nosedive by Stifts, jumps a bit too far. Pack will have more speed up the hill and controls the grip. Stifts a little bit too inside line here. Pack gonna have the better setup for the drift and therefore the downhill. Still ahead into the dirt, into the last couple of corners. Just needs to not get a bad bump with the rock. Successfully done. And now get the car through the tiny gap. Is Stifts gonna be able to snipe? He is equal on the approach. Down into the landing. Pack clips Stifts with another 10-pointer. And Pack denied. The match goes on, guys. And momentum is starting to swing a bit here. Momentum starting to swing. These tiny slip-ups are building up. Still advantage Pack, right? But you don't have all the time in the world anymore. You don't have all the time in the world. However, now Pack gets things the way he wants. We are on his map choice. This is reversing. The first map played in the match. Or reversing Germany. Where you drive backwards in 2 sections. But let's not forget, we saw a 1:11.00 from Stifts and a 1:11.1 from Offie. They are very good here as well. And they can quite likely deny Pack together. So it's a good map for Pack. It's the one he chose, but it's maybe not the players you want to be playing it against. We'll see. First reversing part coming up after this drift here. You got to release on the jump, time the landing, get as low as you can, backwards exactly when you land, and then avoid the slides. Offie seems to have lost quite a lot of time. Pack and Stifts are just about equal. Down the hill, more speed up the hill for Pack. But now Stifts goes a little bit wider here in the dirt, into the grass. This tends to give more speed down this hill here. Pack, though, gets the diagonal uphill instead. And that's his justification for his line choice. Still very close, but Pack, 1/10 is a huge advantage to have into this ending. And Stifts misses the jump. Pack should now have everything set for him to qualify to the upper bracket with a very good run, mind you. Just going to turn around the car, get to the booster, get to the finish line, and Pack is through with a 1:10.84. World record, tournament record, and an advancement. Everything you could ask for, with the Vitality crowd cheering for him. A wow is uttered. And now the battle for second place. Currently between Stifts and Offie, has to be said. There is an outside possibility for Noisia, but he needs to start collecting 10-pointers. Right now, we're really just following the duel. And Stifts had a great performance in Saudi Arabia, got a lot of points to take a 10-point lead over Offie on that map. And now Offie sliding a bit down the hill. Stifts versus Noisia for the 10-pointer. Stifts, from what we've seen, gains a bit here. That seems to be true again, but not so fast. Noisia is partially there. A little bit poor line in the downhill dirt. Great landing here, though, from Stifts. This should be enough speed to hold on. Noisia gonna try, but it's a far gap. Offie might be getting closer to second, but the position should remain, and they do. Stifts up to 128. Offie at 112. keep going. One more round here on Germany. Start already. The outside dirt. Very important to have a lot of speed into it. That's how Stifts and Offie have gained a small amount of time to Noisia. Offie bumps and has low speed here, so Stifts with an opportunity yet again. The jump up from Noisia has to release late. That tends to be bad. Stifts gonna hold on to his lead for now. Where did Offie go? 72. I think he had inverse steering. I'm gonna say Offie there struggling a bit clearly. And Stifts with the potential for another 10-pointer. Jump up to 138 points. Oh, hang on. This might only be 6 points. Noisia's right there, and Noisia should have more speed. This is gonna be a nail biter. Stifts still holding on. Noisia's downhill wasn't good enough. The turnaround, Stifts gets the 10-pointer he needs, and unfortunate for Offie, he's just far enough to take the fourth, the +4 points. And he knows that the pace wasn't ideal either. Like, without his mistake, he would have been able to catch up. Now, Stifts only needs to complete a run to reach finalist, and he also would like to deny the others what he can. Now back against the wall, needs to basically win every round from here on out to have a chance at upper bracket. Jumps very high and far, but gets the downhill crucially. Doesn't lose grip there. 1300ths. Stifts increasing his lead. 22. Into the grass. This should be more. Down to the next checkpoint. 29. Stifts looking to deny everything. Leave them with only a 6 and a 4 to share. Split between them rather. No sharing is happening in this stage. Should be Stifts' round win and a fast time, guys. We're looking at a 1:10 here. What's the final time going to be? 1:10.91 for Stifts. A great time. Would have been tournament record and world record had it not been for Pac's run. So he is now entering finalist as we go to South Korea. Crucially, we go to Offie's map pick. So Offie has a great opportunity now to prove why he picked this map. Pac there sitting with a smile, ready to celebrate as soon as the match is over. And Stifts was quick here though, that's the thing. I remember this as well. Stifts had a lot of pace, just crashed a few times. Pace-wise, Offie here is gonna need to show 1:12.2 to probably deny Stifts. That is what we saw from him. And because Stifts has so many opportunities as well, it's likely just one of them goes through. Already out of the start here, this is a 10th or 2. We got 2 tenths down to Offie, just from Stifts risking the start so hard. Catches the grip there, slows down a bit, gets the zoot. Oh, and a little bit poor grip there in the landing. Means the others can get a tiny bit closer, but Offie's 0.4 behind. He's left hoping Noisia can maybe snipe him away. Stifts is right now losing his positions to Noisia, but for how long will this remain the case? Both players, phenomenal pace, 1:12.3 or so being driven. We approach the ending. Great break tap from Stifts, gets to the booster earlier, then sets up on the left, now into the reactor. Who gets the most speed? Noisia better on the first one, second jump coming up. Better for Stifts, he's ahead into the last one. Is it gonna be enough to snipe to the finish line? Yes indeed, Stifts makes it happen with a 1:12.49. And it was those important 10-pointers in the battle with Pac on Saudi Arabia. And crucially, closing out on his first finals attempt here. Well, let Stifts take a somewhat surprising win over Offie. Most people had Pac, but in the battle for second there, Stifts proving strongest, joining Pac in the upper bracket. GG. Wow, as people are saying, the prediction had Stiffs at just 2% equity. That is an incredible payout. Well, although the prediction was for winning the match, right? For first place. So maybe that would be correct, actually. They're looking for advancement. But yeah, really, really fun match. Some things can be extrapolated from this for the tournament as a whole. There's been questions around, is Pack still as in good form as he was in DreamHack Birmingham? The answer is yes. Have everyone prepared? Absolutely. Like, second seeds, third seeds in every match, fourth seeds all have come ready to play, and yeah. Tournament seems about as stacked and hyped as we predicted. Very scary mistake there from Stiff. He got bailed out by Noisia's break tap being a little bit bad. This is a 4-day event, yes. So this is day 1 of group stage.
Yes, my friends,
we will have
first. You've heard
all
of
8
Tupac.
opening
I'll
matches.
tell you, this is one Pac here joining us victorious in our match. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this 4-way matchup here. It was a clean-ish game until a certain flip that happened on Saudi Arabia. Can you walk me through that moment there? I think you're thinking, I don't want this to haunt me in the future.
Yeah, kind of. It's one of those, I was feeling fine, no stress, flying through the air, and I thought, oh, I'll just release one more time just in case. Wrong thing to do. I think it's just going to be a feeling thing. I'm good at that track, I know. I just need to iron out what it feels like when I'm nervous and shaking, how to deal with that on that final jump.
Well, you say like nervous and shaking, but you were smiling through it all, even going into Germany after. Stuffs and Affy were really giving their best shot to try to take you down there. Smiling through it all, is that your way to kind of react and keep that temperature down and focus up?
I try to keep calm. You can't think about yourself jinxing yourself. So I thought, well, I failed. I'm going to Germany. I picked this map for a reason. I was a bit shaky at the start, but then at the end, I felt like, you know, I was confident going into it. And then I could hear the Vitality fans in the background cheering. I thought, well, I've got to make sure this happens now.
How does that really play into how you prepare and even you play? Because it's not really something you could factor in a game like Trackmania where everything is calculated to the T.
Yeah, no, there's nothing really you can do. I mean, it just spurs you on. You get a bit of a boost. If you're doing rubbish or things go wrong slightly, you've got someone or some team and some people cheering you on in the background, and it means a lot to me to have that support and help me through it.
Well, thank you very much, Pac. That is it. Team Vitality was back victorious. My friend, I'll let you go off of this one, get set for later on. However, we have to break this all down on our panel. Enjoy.
All right, guys, so while they're doing the panel breakdown, I'm going to take a quick break, get some water, go to the bathroom, that kind of thing. But please do enjoy the panel commentary.
It's a great match that he takes the first place in. I've got important GP.
I'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you guys for watching.
Breakdown
Very
set.
fun
It was
to be
a
back streaming.
great showcase of how he has so much potential to go all the way in this tournament. He also had a couple of slip-ups, and he noticed and acknowledged that those slip-ups were due to nerves. They were due to testing the environment he was so practiced in, but in a live situation. And I mean, we talk about that a little bit, but it was nice to see him say it, that it had an impact, but he still found a way to bounce back.
Yeah, of course. And also, it's also nice to see that he had such a huge support group with the Vitality group. They were so loud, they were making noise, they were doing a great job of, you know, keeping up the beat even when things started getting a little tipsy here and there.
Tupac would be proud.
Right.
So in one pack, yeah.
Yeah, insane. But as far as Pac's performance, he did great. Dominated all the times except for Saudi Arabia. That was the only map where he
this is the very much for the first time this entire week where we're seeing the typical, what I call, two-stage match, where you get one player that just sticks out above the rest, that acts as the scarecrow. He just hogs the 10-pointer, just keeps that first place locked in, and the others are just left with breadcrumbs, and they have to wait until all 14 wins that he needs to take are in, plus the one for final status. And once that first place gets unlocked, then it becomes a race within a race, even though it was a little bit more long-winded maybe for Pac, because he took a couple of chokes in Saudi Arabia on his first finalist attempts, which definitely delayed the process. When he won his finalist status, Stuck was on 118. It was only a 10-point gap between him and Afi, and that's where we saw Stuck really stretch his legs. He came into the match really, really strong, and he showed that he kept that really, really strong opener pace all the way through to the end of the match, and I'm really impressed.
I mean, you could hear Twiggy and Nua talking about how this is really competitive. You know, the top end has obviously been bad favorites, but from the bottom end, looking at the elimination bracket tomorrow and starting to see that we're sending some players home. I mean, you look at Afi, you look at Stutz. I mean, these are two players that have a lot of potential to make it through that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think Afi for sure is definitely one of those players who is going to terrorize that lower bracket. I think he is one of the expected players to make it out to the single elimination phase of this tournament. So I'm not too worried about Afi at this moment. Yes, he had some struggles, but everybody's kind of on the same playing field. We've seen nerves all across the board. So I think today is all about just getting settled, getting used to the environment, the noise and everything, and then tomorrow just kind of resetting and pushing forward.
Yeah, getting used to what's going to come up for you, and we've seen that with Pac. We also saw you taking a look at some interesting mechanics that can help people watching Trackmania here and learn a little bit about maintaining speed.
And there's something that you want to avoid as a player, and it's called the acceleration penalty. This is a little bit further earlier on in Poland, so we are from the perspective of Noisia for the start. But let's just take a look at this. So you can see pretty close race, Afi with Noisia with getting a bit of a clip, but now we're going to go frame by frame coming into this part. So I just barely missed them and just click back a couple of frames there, and you'll see this line right there that you have to drive is so important on third corners like this. In Trackmania, there is a lot of banking that you can actually take advantage of to roll the car through, almost like a sprint car driver in a sense for you American motorsports fans out there. But the thing is, you have to be wary of that like slight wall brush. If you ever so slightly skim it with the sidewall of the tire, the acceleration penalty triggers, and it's an easy 30 to 40 Ks of speed deficit, and that's enough for you to drop a gear, drop a lot of speed, and send you completely out of contention for the rest of the round.
Such a slight, small moment, though, but that's what this is made of, right?
Yeah, exactly, and it's one of the most common ways that players lose speed on dirt here on this particular iteration of the game.
100%. We see it also on South Korea, we've seen it on Canada, we've seen it on so many other maps where they have to push so hard, they have to get within millimeters of these borders and these edges, and to sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it looks like from the camera angle they clip it and somehow they still don't get the excel penalty, but it is how close they have to make these margins in order to get that extra 1,000th or 10th, because especially as we get on into later stages of this tournament, that is going to matter so much.
And you talk about the Scarecrow in the first stages of these matches, where somebody takes all the points, and then you see this like true battles per second where everyone's been not able to get the first. Now you're starting to look at what tomorrow and what our next matchups might look like, where you see that these are the things that are actually separating our lobby, and not, oh, well, somebody's just obviously getting first. It's like, well, we don't know who's getting first. It's going to be who skims a wall that determines who gets first.
It's all about fine margins. It's all about fine margins of inputs, and that leads me to the end of the final round. We are on South Korea in the Zoops. The first one is going to go clean. It's a race between Stutz and Noisia. Just for context, again, Stutz in finalist, Noisia looking to denying, trying to take this one more round, but now go on to the second one and just take a look at how much speed you're able to carry through there. But Noisia had a bit of an early landing. He landed right about here, right at the start of the checkpoint. It was a bit of an abrupt landing as well, which caused him to lose the speed that he gained throughout. And then you can see the speed difference around 298, something like that. I think it's going to be around 270 for Noisia, but just look at how much of a run he ends up getting before the third and final Zoop. And then the third one lands it absolutely perfectly. And it's always a bit of a mystical timing for the inputs as well, even on my side, because it's a combination of throttle release, braking, and then getting back on the throttle at the exact moment in order to be able to just shoot off and catapult yourself forward.
Summoning the dark arts.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this spiritual? Are you praying? Is that why it's so hard? You have to pray right in the middle. I mean, at the end of the day, I do love that there's such an element to, even though you do your best, there's still this level of error that you have to accept is going to occur. So putting yourself in a good position to that. We go back to even Germany being a place where we try to finish in that last round to close it off. It's just, I got to say, him moving forward, big reason is because he nailed that final round, and that was huge for him.
And one thing that I like to say is that Trackmania is probably one of the easiest games to pick up and play. It's only 4 inputs that you can pick up. You can do this with no matter the input method, whether it's a keyboard, a steering wheel, a gamepad, a Nintendo 64 controller, or even the mouse for all I care. You can get pretty handy with it, but it's getting down to the minute details. Easy to learn, hard to master. I know it's a cookie cutter phrase, but it perfectly describes Trackmania in that sense.
All right, again, if you want to master this, don't look at what I have to say or do, but do look at their schedule coming up, because guess what? Coming up, Group 5 is where we have some fireworks. You might have seen all of these matches so far, but Carl Jr., the 7-time world champion in Trackmania, is about to take stage at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet against Mime, who he's got some history with. We'll have you break that down in a moment when we come back, guys. But a big day, and Mutta and Gwyn going up as well towards the end of it. Okay, Carl Jr., he has proven that he can do almost anything in Trackmania. And during this break, we want to show you a challenge, a special challenge we set up for just Carl to see if he could still surprise us in this game.
I'm here with Carl Jr. and we prepared a special challenge for him. He has to look into a rear mirror whilst the screen is behind him, and then he plays South Korea. Good luck with that.
Thank you, I'll need it. All right, well, here we go.
Guys, I'm sorry for my absence.
The advantage is I have some muscle memory from the map.
The bathroom was far away,
yeah,
but I made it.
You cannot see right now.
I'm back now.
But you're actually pretty fast right now. Not looking too bad.
Wait, is Carl playing without
What's the respawn? There it is.
Yeah.
I know the next match coming up now is the Carl Jr. one. It's time to get excited.
I mean, there was no road.
Like, now it's the drift, but I don't have enough
passed
speed
the
to
test
drift.
with flying colors. Pac did it too.
And there's a wall there.
Now it's Carl Jr.'s turn.
Trying my hardest here. And now the freewheel part.
It is.
Do you have enough speed for that?
Carl Jr. Mayim Richie
Very nice.
Oi, 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 oi.
Looking
he's looking in the mirror,
so
I see.
I've never been that focused in my life.
Really?
Trackmania.
Oh, like a rear view car mirror. Wow.
Yep, nope, yep.
Oh, nice save actually.
That's very impressive.
That's a CP. Now it's the grass transitions.
On keyboard.
And this one is very hard to see there.
Actually, yeah.
Okay, on the roads.
Very
excited for the ending?
Oh, I
he hasn't gotten
excited about the wall there.
Yet.
It's like,
I'm not there yet. That's true. I'm very scared of the ending. Now it's to the
Carl Jr. plays like me for real.
Can I turtle?
DJ
Wait.
Marco Polo, thank you for the
Turtle?
resub. Thank you guys all in general
this one is
for
a
the
very hard
resubs.
timing, right?
Because it's to the left,
appreciate it
and
a
then
lot.
it's to the left.
Hard to catch when I'm streaming, but or when I'm casting in the middle of the match. But
I don't know where I'm at.
I see them, and I appreciate you guys a
Now
lot. Thank
it's
you.
the free will that I got somehow. Now it's the ending in reverse.
One moment.
Okay, not bad, not bad.
I need my glasses after that.
Wrong way.
My brain.
The identity's already hard, and then you still have to do it looking inside a mirror. There you go.
Carl doesn't want to mess with his muscle memory. That might be true,
and
actually.
below 2 minutes 30.
So there are
that was quite tough,
players
right?
who
After the challenge.
I feel good that now it's over.
There are players that have certain like
yeah, I can see that. But thank
superstitions.
you very much, Carl, for participating in this challenge.
So
I
for
think you did a great
example,
job. Let's see who can beat him.
Carl Jr. No, Mutta doesn't want to drive a full warm-up forwards. if a warm-up on a map is 30 seconds and the map is 1 minute 10 long, he doesn't want to drive forward, so he drives backwards to not ruin his muscle memory. It's very interesting. Some people have just these things that they do and it works for them, you know? Hosting some type of quiz in the arena, guys. I think it's like a Kahoot in French. And I'm recognizing some of the people. Trackmania community people are just acing these questions.
Carl Jr. just narrowly beating my time on that track by about 10 minutes going backwards. Exciting to see if he can improve here as we head into our Group 5, where the 7-time world champion and representative of Falcons, who, by the way, are only 300 points away from AGAL in first place in the club championship leaderboard in this final week, will be taking the stage to not only move forward, but increase the possibility that Trackmania will decide who the club champion winner is. We'll all find out and continue those stories as we welcome you back to the panel. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Aaron Import Brooks. We got Kai Luckers Turbo. What's your last name, Kai?
Ludwig, like the king.
Ludwig. Ludwig.
The situation is that
okay, but I got the
Falcons have Carl Jr.
This is a big matchup.
AGAL have
conversation point, I think,
Gwen and Binks.
Everyone knows how good he
and the question is, can Carl Jr. outscore Gwen and Binks in club points in total? It is entirely possible he can.
But also we have some other players that are actually
it is entirely
in their own
possible.
right. Mime and Richie, very good Trackmania players, have had many successes.
It's so cool that we get a Carl
Flimsy
Jr.
is going
Mime
to be
match
the
again,
one
guys.
who we're gonna not really have the most data
I
on.
have
We know he's coming from NCSA. That
such
he's going
flashbacks
to do
to
his
2022.
best. But as far as Mime and Richie, they're
The
going
World
to
Championship
Carl
final
at
between
least
Carl
on
Jr.,
notice to a certain
Mime,
extent, and it's going to be up
Nada,
to Carl
and
to see if he can back up what he's putting
fourth
down.
player
What level of
struggling right
notice
now.
do you anticipate, Turbo? Because we've seen that top dog
yeah,
in these
these two-
lobbies
these
be
two
so
facing off
difficult
again is
to
great.
usurp. Carl feels like the top of the top in Trackmania.
I mean, he has to prove himself, that's for sure. He has a very, very strong opponent in this lobby. I mean, we see Richie.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not gonna lie. If it were me being filmed walking,
EWC this year, we have Mime
I
in
would
there as well. And then
struggle
Flimsy,
to
I mean,
not
he has been qualifying, had a miraculous battle against Cagney, and
like
took
if
that
you're
last
filmed
spot from the
doing
region.
an action,
I
it's
really
very
like
hard
our,
not
Abbey West guys as well. Good walkouts.
change
Getting
how
a
you
lot
do
of
it
different
and just do it
flavors,
the same way you
little
always do. But also you
vibes
want
from
to
the
look
walkouts,
cool,
man.
you know?
You
It's
loved Pax walkout.
Of course.
Which of course he goes.
It becomes so like artificial, yeah.
Okay, so what about these walkouts? I feel like
you forget
I feel
how.
like it was Richie who had maybe my favorite this
Yeah,
week.
he definitely had some machismo going on.
Yeah,
walking
he
out
felt
there.
strong. He felt
He
strong.
looked
What about you,
confident,
Guy? He did. All right, well, we know Carl has a lot of expectations
So,
on
no
him.
flame
and
for
good
Rich
reason.
here, right? I think
Seven-time
we'd all
world
struggle.
champion had a chance to catch up with Rachel Stringer heading into this match.
Oh, interview with Carl. Let's go.
I'm feeling a bit nervous now because I've got the goats of Trackmania next to me, Carl Jr. I've spoken to loads of players and they're nervous about you. When I say that, does that make you kind of your feathers fluff up a little bit more?
Not really. It's just since I've done a lot in the past, it goes with the expectations I have on myself. But it feels great that they are scared of me a little bit. It's also hard. It's always nice to have a small advantage going into a game.
7 world titles. What is your expectation for this one? Another world title?
Well, I trained for that. I'll give my absolute best to achieve that. New players are pretty good and they'll give an immense challenge, but I'll give my best to obviously challenge everybody. I'm not here to lose.
Your first world title came in 2013 in Paris. Do you think there's something in this capital that maybe you could be victorious once again?
I don't know, but I hope so. I hope so, I really do.
How have you been preparing for this one in particular? And maybe is it different from other competitions?
No, it's not different from other competitions. I've taken it very seriously. I trained the way I know how. I didn't change a single thing for this specific one.
How is that?
Well, you know, it worked in the past, so I'm feeling confident that I have a good training program. So I'm confident in it. I hope so.
Can you give us an insight into what that training program is like?
This
How many
means,
hours
guys,
a day?
Carl
What
likely
does
has a
practice
perm ban.
look like?
It's very similar to quite a few players, but when we receive the maps, so basically we receive 10 maps for around 2 months, I'd say. In the first few weeks when I'm very bad on the maps, when I don't know them, I play a lot. By a lot, I mean 4 to 5 hours. And then when I get my consistency, when I get my times, when I achieve what I want, it's just to play to keep the form. So in the last 2 to 3 weeks when I feel ready, I just keep to play the form. It can be 1 hour, it can be 2 hours, it can be 3 hours if I have a bad day. It's just to keep the form.
Do you have a strongest versus a weakest map here at EWC?
Yes, I do, but...
Are you going to tell us? Probably
nah,
not.
there's no way, there's no way. You'll see.
Who's your biggest competition? Everyone's saying you're theirs. Who's yours?
I think, well, Pac is the obvious choice because we just won the Worlds together. And he's so good.
And good friends as well,
yeah,
it's tough.
Of course, very, very good friends. But you have Mada, you have Epos, you have so many Frenchies that can get the win here. So many of them will be a great challenge, and it's about who performed the best on the day.
Final question. You've been around for so many years now, but what does it mean for Trackmania to be at EWC?
Just a life-changing opportunity. I'm super grateful.
And one, this man very much wants to win. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well,
always
when the
such a
GOAT
treat to
says it's a
listen to.
life-changing opportunity, you got to agree. Carl Jr. talking about expectations, hinting that he does have a
Always
few
so
maps that aren't
wholesome
his
with
best,
Carl
but there's
Jr.,
no
I
way
feel
he's
like.
letting you know.
Always
We'll
big
find out.
smiles.
Any idea what he's talking about there?
I think
If you had to guess, which one would you say?
Like, he
Said
has
you'll
all
see.
the right
so
in the
I
world
know
to be
he did
confident,
say,
but he's
at
not
least in his initial
demeaning in any way, you know? He
initial
just
review
knows
of
he's
all
good.
the maps, especially the new ones that came out. He said he was
But
very
when he's sus, guys, he's prepared the same way as previous tournaments. I feel like that is a strong indication.
Now, that was
he
a month
has
ago.
one map he's just
we
not
don't
going to play.
actually know what he's feeling now at this point. But as
Like, if
far
it
as
ain't broken,
weakest
don't
map,
fix
I
it. And
think
if Carl
anything
doesn't
that
want to
might
do
force
like
ice, like Norway or
the
something
Norway
like that, I don't
identity,
think
he's not going to do the
necessarily
Norway
going to
identity.
enjoy a map like that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Carl Jr. is very, very strong when it comes to NASCAR turns, so turns where you have to release, find the right apex. So Japan is really up in his ballpark. So
I agree, Japan, they're saying you maybe can't
It's going to
do
be
it. I'm gonna
difficult
bump
to
them a
see if
little
anybody
bit.
can upstage him. We talk about the GOAT, we talk about legacy, and we talk about Trackmania, an esport that's been around
Mine
for
loves
20
trick
years,
maps.
but is reaching maybe its apex,
And I
its
also
pinnacle,
think
finding
there's something
its right
to, like,
line
punting
here
the
in
one that's your
Paris
country,
in
so
the biggest moment so
mine
far.
probably
Will Carl
strong in Poland.
Carl Jr., the
But also
greatest
things like
in the esport, find a
Argentina
way to be
being a
great
mine map.
yet again in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Our 5th group of the day will be no joke as Mime, Richie, and Flimsy look to challenge him, but it's Falcons who are betting it all on Trackmania and Carl showing up big time here on stage. Let's get Group 5 underway.
Oh, let's go.
Welcome back
This
to
is a
the
big one.
main stage. We have
This is a
ourselves
big
here
one,
a
the player
mid-game point
introductions.
halfway through our very first day here at EWC and Trackmania. How are we, Paris? Are we feeling good? I hope so. I hope so.
Feeling pretty
Things
good,
are really heating
gotta-
up now in this
gotta
competition.
admit.
Do you know what that backstage? I actually caught up with. I heard Pac. I overheard Pac saying, "I was really worried there at the end. That was a little bit scary. Considering winning, coming in first in that last series, just goes to show the caliber of our players here. Every single race, every second matters in this. Not
I know,
to mention
guys, I know.
every victory, the club
There
championship.
there is EWC right now, but couple of day qualifiers all starting in 1 minute. And all of us have a choice to make. Do we watch Carl Jr. playing the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time, or do we play a 45-second grass map? We have to choose. I have to choose. Maybe you can do both.
There's a $7 million prize for the team that comes out first. So let's just say it's a lot to think about.
7 million things to think about, actually. That's insane. That's incredible. I think it's time we meet our next set of players here. Are you ready for this, Milosh?
Got it.
I'm ready for this. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's the GOAT. It's Carl Jr.
Carl Jr., the man who needs no introduction.
Undisputed
But we give him
seven-time
one
world
anyway.
champion, his 12th World Cup. Representing Team Falcons, will their man make history again at EWC?
Next up, it's Flimsy!
Flimsy,
Representing
one of
Team
the new
Heretics, and
talents
unlike his
from
name,
North
his
America.
performance has been solid, tenacious. A big deficit comebacks are just another day at the office. He takes
Always
pole
great to
position
see.
at his first international LAN.
Next up, we welcome Richie! His first
Richie
World
is a
Cup, but can
very
Richie
fun player to
clear
watch.
the opening rounds and cement himself
A
as a
little bit
contender
hit or
for
miss
playoffs?
when he performs or not. but he's had
last
some
but not
great
least,
events.
it's Mime!
Like Serrator Cups. And Mime,
Representing
World
Navi
Cup
on the
runner-up.
big Parisian stage. A
Also
fitting name for this
very
cultural
close
hub of a
in
city.
the
Might have had a
2023
stressful
World Cup.
qualifier, but
Quite
here,
literally,
all of that is
only
in
a
the
lightning
past.
strike
And
incident
victory
could stop
in his
him and
future.
Afi that tournament.
That's all 4 of our competitors in our next set of games. That is game number 5. Gentlemen, please take your seats, place your keys, and get ready. Fire up your engines for this one, because game 5 is underway.
Here we go.
Flimsy coming in.
Pick
as
and ban.
Somebody who we're looking to find a little bit more
Let's
about.
turn the volume down a little bit. All right. So pick order is determined by seeds. So Carl Jr. will both have first pick, but also last ban. And the benefit of last ban is that you don't have to waste your ban on a map if someone else bans it before you. And then based on the seeding order, it will be Flimsy banning first. He bans Norway away, so Carl wouldn't need to think about that. Richie bans Poland, Mime Germany, and Carl bans Australia. Doesn't want the speed slides. And as the casters alluded to, he picked Japan because that is a NASCAR map. Carl Jr. plays a ton of NASCAR maps where you release and do full speed turns thereafter. That makes sense for him. Now we're looking at what Mime picks. I said Argentina might be a Mime map because it's kind of his, like the tricks and stuff, but okay. Saudi Arabia also works out. Possible we see that twice. Richie picks Canada with the slaloms. And what do we have from Flimsy? What will be the set? South Korea, Argentina as decider. Hungary left out of the map here. Okay, so we get Argentina decider. Argentina's going to come up quite late into the match. And I think that's exciting because it's a very difficult map and one we have only seen once today. So I'd love to see it more. And let's also take a look at what you guys have predicted for the winner of the match. There is like a 90% channel point total on Carl Jr., 10% on Mime, and very, very small amounts on Richie and Flimsy, which I think makes sense. Now the players are getting warmed up. You can see Mime playing there on keyboard, one of the keyboard players in the tournament. Just tip-tapping away. And one thing you won't really know about the players until you see them on LAN is a lot of them play on stretched resolution, like very stretched resolution. Mime's car takes up about half the screen. And in normal resolution, it takes up like a fifth? I don't know. Mime plays on very stretched resolution when he hunts maps. So there's just preferences with settings like that. And it's the same argument as in shooter games where the bigger the hitbox of what you're aiming for, the easier it is to aim for it. So like if the hitbox of the corner looks bigger for you, you can aim better. So there are some players like Gwen, I also know, plays on very stretched resolution. But he can also adapt. Let's see, we should be moments away now from kicking off on Japan. Moments away. I'm reminded of a Carl Jr. clip from like 4 years ago where he says, I never write good luck to my opponents because even with good luck, they don't stand a chance. And, you know, we're about to see the players at least ask each other to have fun in the game for however many rounds it will be. Carl Jr. at EWC, his most important tournament, and everyone else's most important Trackmania tournament of their careers. Carl has won so many world championships, and a victory here would triumph over all of that in terms of the total esport earnings from those events. Let's see what he does for the opening game here. Can anyone stop him? I've watched a lot of Carl games, right? If he gets a couple of round wins in a row, the momentum that you will witness is just unstoppable. Like, if he gets 3 10-pointers in a row, it typically turns into he has 100 points and his opponents have 60 later down the road. The only way you beat Carl is if you can never establish like the perfect flow. But after a while, if he keeps winning rounds, it becomes autopilot for him. So that is what we're looking for. Attack in the crowd. We should be getting started any moment here, guys. Are you ready? We are going to Japan for map number 1, this picked by Carl. We've seen Neon, the youngster, drive a 1:15.67 here as the tournament record so far. Question is Carl Jr. gonna try to impress with a lot of pace here? Is he just gonna go for consistency? And what about the others? No mistake out of the start for Carl, but we did see someone drop down a little bit. Flimsy just a tenth behind into the first opening checkpoints. Mime, though, with the best backflip for now, and Flimsy coming back as well. Did that really well. But here, this is a NASCAR turn where you release instead of drift, because you cannot drift through a turn with no brakes. And those types of turns are where Carl Jr. is actually really, really good. He's good at everything in Trackmania, but especially NASCAR. And here, we're actually seeing something I didn't think we'd see, which is the only player with a mistake so far is Carl. Somewhere in that NASCAR turn, he must have risked too much. There goes Flimsy into the wall, though. And that will be a position for Carl to snatch away. Now Mime versus Richie in the end. Mime setting up late. Richie on the outer border immediately. Mime has more speed through the gates here. And we're coming up on the last checkpoint here. Just gotta thread the needle once and then twice and line up on the bridge. And Mime wins round 1 with 1:15.75. Almost instant tournament record. And it actually ends up being Carl Jr. last. Flimsy takes back the 3rd position. So not the start that everyone was expecting. Mime's pace here, very, very convincing. What can he do for round 2? Mistake from Carl, slightly at least. 0.18 lost. The backflip down, that looks good for Flimsy again. So much speed. This is no coincidence, I don't think, because this is the 2nd time. Flimsy has some type of strategy there in the backflip to land very, very early and carry speed. Mime able to follow him. So he set up into a sharp turn here. Speed resets over the engine off. And now wide drift from Mime. Look how much speed he wants into the downhill. Just wants to get sent wide so that he can push here with speed. And this is where he cashes in his gains. Now he's about 2 tenths ahead of everyone else. Carl Jr. hasn't really made further mistakes since the start, but Mime has just been driving relentlessly. Sets up late. Flimsy is there. It's a little bit too wide for Flimsy, perhaps. Mime the advantage into the end, but actually too wide is calling this too early on. Flimsy still has a chance here. Oh, hits the pillar though. Richie overtakes. Carl Jr. overtakes as well. Mime in 1st, Richie 2nd, Carl 3rd, and Flimsy 4th. But you should note that the time Carl just drove in 3rd is often enough to win rounds on this map. 1:16.3 is what we've seen. That's been fine, but here 1:15 is the standard, and they all are driving accordingly. But I really hope the observers keep us on Flimsy here, because I want to see his backflip strategy. Definitely something that he's figured out. About middle, releases a lot, and then the speed here. And where are the others? Wait, this is incredible. There are tricks like this. He gains a 10. Huge advantage there. Now Carl in the NASCAR turn. Oh, wow. Precision. Okay. He's going to give Flimsy a challenge. But very impressed by Flimsy so far. New talent out of North America. So far only on 7 points, but the pace in the rounds he's displayed has been impressive. And this time it's Mime in last. We are in for a sprint to the finish now. All players find themselves pretty close. Carl Jr. leading by 0.3. Opportunity for him to establish himself properly in the match here. a little bit late to the booster, but quick to adjust. Mime next to Richie, side by side through the final couple of gates. Mime takes the advantage for now. Is he going to snipe? Oh, loses a little bit too much speed for that possibility. Carl Jr. gets a 10-pointer and under 1:15 as well. Mime second there. Flimsy third, Richie fourth. And now our last round of this map. So we're looking for momentum. Carl Jr. with a different starting strat too, jumping diagonal outright. Flimsy going for these inside lines, but a little bit less speed there. And though low speed is what he's going for with this early landing, here doesn't get it. That looks very slow in comparison. Other than that, the starts have been fantastic. And now Carl Jr.'s NASCAR turn. All the way out to the right, release, full apex, full send accelerate, and he is going to gain a ton here. Richie was not able to time that. Mime did, but he was already far behind. Gap, 0.1. Now, does he do the Mime line? Yes, still pretty wide for this one. And he's in time for the drifts here. This is the style that Carl Jr. has won the most world championships on. It's on tech, it's on drifts. This is his natural habitat where he really shines. So for Mime to stay within 0.1 here, very impressive. Side by side now up the hill, but Carl better speed. That's going to carry for a while. Flimsy with a mistake. Carl versus Mime, last round of Japan. Is Carl going to strike back? Get himself 10 more points. Mime looks like he's fallen too far behind to get the 10. Would be happy with a 6 here. Richie getting closer, but not quite there. Carl Jr. with 10 points. Mime second, Richie third, and Flimsy fourth. But it is Mime leading the match after Carl's map pick. That is impressive from Mime. Out of, the remaining 6 maps Carl has to choose from, Mime beats Carl on his elected favorite pick. And now we're going to Mime's choice, Saudi Arabia. I don't think it would be unreasonable to expect a new tournament record here, guys. Based on what we've seen so far, the pace in this match is very high. Likely we might see a 107.5 at minimum. And then we'll see just how much lower than that it can go to. But 107.5, highly likely. They all start with the inside landing. One player missed it. That looked like it was Richie, yeah. Falling out already in the first drop down. Also Mime out from clipping on the dirt. Carl Jr.'s made a tiny mistake, and it's actually Flimsy, Richie top 2. Oh, Richie jumping past the beam, but a little too far. Low speed. Again, no ice wiggles. We're just trying to see where players have put in the practice. No ice wiggles in this match so far. And now the line here. Grenadi with the jump, but we see Carl and the others do full downhill line. Carl Jr. in first, leading into the last couple of corners over the sand as usual. One release tap here and land in the ramp. Good for Carl Jr. Flimsy overtakes for second place. Nice jump there. And Richie third, Mime fourth. This was a 107 from Carl with a little bit of hiccups in the start, so the pace is absolutely there. Guys, the jump line from Grenadi in the other match, we're keeping track of a lot of players, We're keeping track of which players do which strategies for later on in the tournament, so that now we can compare. If we ever see these players in a match, we know where the strategies are at. Right? Lock in. This round we have Flimsy with a mistake in the start, 3 seconds behind. Mime clipping. Still in contention for something here. Maybe not the round win, but we'll see where the battle between Richie and Carl goes first. Carl 0.1 ahead. Drifting down the hill. Clean speed exit as well. Oh my. Richie's going to struggle to keep up with this. He's bumping on the rocks, and as I said, Mime still positioned to do something in this round here. Gets up to second place. Do they time the release here? Mime releasing very late, but look at the speed. Great ending by Mime. And what's the time? 1:07.82 for Carl. Okay, faster and faster. But just getting the necessary 10 pointers. And now, guys, this is the moment, right? If you don't stop Carl's momentum this round or the next one, he will run away with the match. Because now he's fired up. Now he's gotten some tens. And you don't really notice it until you know, the ship has sailed, so to speak. Like, he feeds off of momentum so much in these games that this is critical if you want seed 1. So we'll see what happens now, but Carl is building something. Up on the quarter pipe jump again. Mime setting up wider. This could be a lot of speed on the landing onto the ice. This looks promising. And he actually does a tiny movement there, maybe just to adjust. Jury's still out on that one. Less than a tenth now between all the top 3 drivers. Mime pushing for speed through here. Goes out wide, elects for the jump line instead because he kept third gear. But this isn't gaining time, and we can see it here. The downhill line is better. On to the last jump now. Mime did this beautifully last time. Can he snipe away Carl here? Gets a better downhill landing, and Mime is going to take it away with a smile there. Sees it, perhaps turning the cars on. 1:07.78 for Mime. And a very important round win in the terms of the match here. The match situation. Don't want to make it too easy for Carl. 53 points Carl, 51 Mime, Richie at 32, and Flimsy 19. This is starting to paint a reminiscent picture of the World Championship Final 2022. In that one, it was also Carl and Mime just running away with the scores all the way up to finalist mode. Let's see what Richie and Flimsy can do here, though. Oh, that's a mistake from Mime. And where is Carl? Well, Carl rarely makes mistakes, too. He's always there in contention for the big points. And so far, he hasn't crashed that badly on Saudi Arabia. A few mistakes early on Japan, but now he's in the groove. 0.2 ahead of Richie. 0.3 now. The drop down to the ramp. He knows the difference is there. Doesn't miss. 10 more points for Carl. And a good time too, guys. 1:07.83. Every run of Carl's on this one was under 1:08, and a lot of them were in the 0.7, 0.8 range. And that's how he builds his leads and wins matches. But now we will see. There are some spicy maps coming up, right? There are some things that are unpredictable, at least to me. We'll see what kind of prep they have. But Canada here, a map very well known to Carl Jr. It's named after Canada because Carl has won 2 World Cups on a previous version of this track. In 2021 World Cup, this track was called Slalom, and the same in 2022. And Carl won both of those World Championships, and now they're bringing it back again and calling it Canada. And we see Carl Jr. cast an Elite Cup on this map, but I believe this is the first time we see him actually drive it in a competition, so very curious to see what his pace is on his home country's map. The start, at least, is rapid. The speed up the hill looks good too, but okay. Lets off a little bit, doesn't want to crash. Might have pushed a bit too close there. Richie overtakes first, now Mime. Looking to challenge Richie, unfortunately too wide, and Flimsy is there as well. Great speed through the slalom. Into the dirt one. Carl very left to right, bit too much movement there. And Mime, smoother, carries more speed. Side by side they go, it's a few hundreds to the good for Mime. Over the grass. Oh, I can't believe he snuck past that corner into the last downhill. Who's it going to be? Carl Jr. versus Mime. An ice wiggle might make the difference here. Carl Jr. has the advantage. Mime going too wide. Mime's going to miss. and Carl Jr. gets the 10. Mime lucky here to get 6 points for that. He wanted that 10-pointer so badly. He was willing to risk it all. But he still gets 6. Good time too there from Carl. Mid 102s. And we are seeing a pace in the match where your options, if you're Flimsy and Richie, right? It's either risk hard and drive one good run for a 10-pointer or be stuck at +4, +3, +4 because Mime and Carl are sending it. Your options are very limited. You kind of just have to join their pace, but it's maybe not the most comfort for them. And Mime struggling here too. Another crash there. Richie with a very early approach to the slalom. Still makes it past the corners. Oh, Flimsy into the wall. Richie versus Carl. The grass turn. Similar picture to the last round. Carl gained a bit in the entry to the slalom. Let's see now. Earlier to the checkpoint. Richie should have this though. That's a good downhill. Is he going too wide? No, he's got this one just barely in time. 10 points for Richie, his first round win of the match. And important for him that Mime wasn't there to get the 6, so Richie gets a bit closer. And now it's really just Flimsy falling quite far behind in the overall standings. Starting to become desperation for him. Needs to get a 10-pointer as well to join the fun. Passes Mime. The uphill approach a little late, has to release here at some point. Decides to do it between the pillars. That's low exit speed. That's 0.2 gone. Carl pushing up front. Mime crashing again. This is where it starts, guys. Or maybe it's already started. It's Carl Jr. here. 0.3 ahead. Again finds himself alone in first. And when there's someone else, he's always up there. He's never down in fourth here in this match. Is he going to be able to clock in another 10-pointer here? That looks very controlled from Carl. The jump to the finish line is good as well. Great time, 1:02.15 from Carl. 10 points, up to 89. $20 points ahead of Mime. It could be worse. Could be worse. This is far from the biggest lead we've seen Carl have. Now, for the last time up the slalom here, weaving Mime, losing a little bit of momentum himself. You can tell that like he's not able to drive so much without making mistakes or crashing here these last couple of rounds. Really, after the finish crash, it's gone a bit downhill for Mime, and Richie is maybe coming back a bit here now. Also catching towards Carl in this very round. That's looking like a little bit too much snow. You're allowed to cross it, but by that much you lose a bit of time. The hill here, Carl Jr. again. It looks so effortless. It really just looks like, oh yeah, why don't you just not crash and drive fast and all the good things happen and none of the bad things. But this is years and years of effort and work to become this good at the game. 102.1 twice in a row, 20 points there in the last 2 rounds. Carl Jr. up to 99. On to South Korea. And also important there that Richie sniped Mime. Richie is going to get 2 points closer in an eventual battle for second place if Carl closes. And on South Korea, this is a long map, right? Lots of time to gain time, if you will. So over the course of a long race here, we typically see quite big differences. But it is one they all know. So the theme is really long turns with high speed. Like you start a drift here and it's not a sharp one. it goes on to the right, and then one brake tap, and you glide to the left. Catch that into the dirt. Couple of sharp ones here, and onto the ice. Nose down, quick rotation, and now let's look at the boost numbers. Mime 418. Flimsy had a very good one. That's like 430 speed, what we just saw there. And with that, he inherits first place. Mime jumping wider, wants a smoother grass line. Maybe marginally gets it. It was 041, now it's 042, but Mime clearly visually closer, I feel like. Has more speed than Flimsy. And gets past him on the last corner before the identity. This is where we do 3 reactor jumps and on the finish line. You can see Mime using some action keys or something, or camera change, I think it is, on the player camera. Carl Jr. is in first place, and he will take another first place. Mime second by 7/100ths, Flimsy third. Another round win for Carl Jr., 109. Carl also with the best start here. Small micro optimizations. Close drift. Flimsy very wide. It only really loses here. It's where you might struggle with the dirt entry. He gets there. Now his line turned into a good line because he has so much speed. And then onto the ice. Flimsy had great speed last time. What about now? Another decent one with Richie. The positions remain about the same. Into the grass. Better speed for Mime. If he survives, he does get past. And he smoothens out his turn at the right moment. Will have more speed than Carl here, leading into the next grass entry. Both driving side by side. Fourth gear kept for both. Better drift approach from Carl. Earlier on the right turn here. That's about a 10th now. And we go into the reactor flights where Carl gained last time. He gets a good one there. That's now another 10th in his favor. Gets another good one there. This is a great run here from Carl Jr. And he gets a deserved 10 points. 1:12.38, almost the tournament record. Although I think it actually is the tournament record because time from Paco was not driven in match. It was driven in practice. 119 for Carl Jr. Suddenly the gap to Mime, who was right next to him in point, is close to 40 points here. There's consistent 10-pointers from Carl. Richie and Flimsy losing again a little bit in the start. Mime showing he has the potential to match Carl Jr.'s pace, but the amount of times he's able to do so is what sets Carl apart. Like, Mime can't do it every single round, and when he can't, Carl can cruise into the sunset with all the points. You see it happening again and again, guys. And it looks like clockwork. It's just like, oh, the world is in balance. You know, everything's as it should. Carl's just driving clean lines. He's doing this live right now. He's precisely passing all these corners in a live stressful match against other top elite players. Flimsy giving him a challenge. But Carl gets a good react flight there. That should be enough, even with a bad last one. And he gets a good last one and another tournament record. 1:12.35. 129. So at this point, he's at least won 4 rounds in a row. It might be 5. We're losing count. We're losing count. That's how many rounds in a row he's won. And like the other favorites, Carl clearly demonstrating this match that he has come to the Esports World Cup prepared. No one can doubt it. We always think ahead of a tournament like, oh, is this going to be the tournament where someone, you know, clearly... Oh, 451? Was that accurate? That is the craziest reactor zoop we've seen all tournament. Oh, Flimsy, oh, unfortunate. Crazy boost he got, though. But yeah, we always think ahead of a tournament, is this going to be the one? Is Carl Jr. washed? Is he still trying as hard? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He might not even have peaked yet. You give Carl a new goal. You give him a tournament worth his skill. Oh yeah, he's going to show up. And this is going to be another 10-pointer. And guys, get ready for it. Why is that not? I thought that was going to be a tournament record again. But 139 for Carl. Unfortunately, has to get one extra point to reach finalist. But he just clean swept the entire map here and a couple of last rounds on Canada as well. Argentina might be the final map of the match for Carl. This will be like the truest test because just design-wise, this map is something Carl Jr. has not been traditionally good at. It has ice, it has bobsleigh, it has red boosters, it has some weird stuff going on, right? Carl wants it simple. Beats people on simple tech turns, simple NASCAR turns, just slightly better. So now we'll see. He's put in a pressure situation. Can you close out in 2 rounds on Argentina for essentially a perfect match? And I bet you guys that all the other favorites are watching this to see how Carl drives this. Because if there's any weakness in his armor, it is these types of maps, I think. Like Australia or Argentina. And Australia might be his permaban. So this might be your best bet for a strange map to beat him on. But right now, he is 0.2 ahead out of the first couple of checkpoints. So, we will see the bobsleigh turnaround. He's 0.3 ahead of mine into the checkpoint. And on the exit, 0.3 as well. 0.3 as well. Is there no weakness? Is Carl inevitable? Is Carl Jr. inevitable, guys? 0.4 ahead of mine. Oh, he's made a mistake. He's low speed. Mime is catching up. This is not over. Mime gets a better landing. This is not over. Oh, it is. Carl gets the 10-pointer and moves up to 140 points. At 140, he gets to attempt to get upper bracket here with one more round win. One more round win here would put Carl Jr. in the upper bracket. Mime the closest at 96 points. Richie at 80, Flimsy at 60. There will be an extended battle for second place if Carl Jr. does close out here. Let's see what happens. Jumps wide onto the booster for 5th gear. It's a little awkward though, his entry into the grass, but he adapts. Goes low and then gets this one. Seems like the best line in the segment, but Mime is right there. And we're already pretty much down to a 1 versus 1 here. Mime versus Carl to deny Carl. Now remember, Mime was about 0.3 behind in the ending. And look at this, we are seeing a small mistake from Carl. Exactly in the most tricky segment. The bobsleigh turnaround, that is where you'd expect to see it. Because it's the least to do with normal driving. Is Mime there? Oh, Mime might have touched the wall. This looks like it's going to be it. Carl Jr. indeed, as everyone had predicted. And if you hadn't, well, take it as a lesson to never predict against Carl Jr. in a Trackmania tournament, especially one more important than all the ones before. Carl Jr. is inevitable here. Wins the match in absurdly dominating fashion with no other player even at 100 points. At the moment, he got 140 and closed out the game. Just insane. What can you even say? You can't. You can't say anything. You just have to say GG. But it's not over, guys. We actually have a pretty sick match on our hands now because we have the battle for second place. Second place here still qualifies through to the upper bracket. And Mime is in the best position at 99, but Richie and Flimsy both have a chance. Now there are so many 10-pointers up for grabs without Carl Jr. in the mix, and it will be whoever is best able to adapt now gets it. In the last match we saw with Pack, it was Afi versus Stufts. Same situation. Grenadi's match, same situation. Mime here doing the best so far. 0.3 ahead. He crashed on the right wall there, I believe, in his previous run. Going very far out. It's a different strategy than most. 0.6 ahead now. And a lot of speed here. This is a great run from Mime. Dodges the pillar, gets the boost. Flicked onto the right wall. Doesn't lose speed there. What's the final time here? 112.84. Okay, also joining the 112 high. Nice. Still very impressive, guys. 112.8. Almost beating the shortcut world record. But the 112.4 from Neon earlier was truly mystifying. Flimsy with a respawn in the start. Big mistake. Richie versus Mime. And Richie knows at this point, like the way it's looking, he is losing ground to Mime. Flimsy is not helping deny a lot of Mime 10-pointers. So if Richie makes a mistake, Mime is likely to get the 10. Richie has to battle Mime all on his own. And when Mime drives 112, it's not easy. Oh, wow. Dares to risk that. Richie got a speed loss. The gap is going to be close to 1 second. Richie, because of the speed loss, not able to get the best turnaround. It's over 1 second. Mime in the dirt gap, gets through. Jumps out wide. Didn't crash the wall. Gets onto the ice, and we're going to see another good time by Mime here. Hasn't made a mistake this run. Maybe a little slower than his previous. Because of the round situation, he can just release even to aim the booster. Does what he needs to get the 10. And 119 points for Mime. All right. We are back where we started, on Japan. A map that Mime beat Carl Jr. on. This was before the Carl Jr. engine was working at full capacity. He was driving 115 here, Mime, and given that he is at 119 points now, he would need another 3 rounds to get to finalist, and he would also need a win. So he could do it on this map with a clean sweep. Could still do it. Could do it with 2 10-pointers and a miss as well. Still get to 140. But Flimsy start here. Again, let's hope he comes back one more time. He lands so early. The speed is just crazy. It's really cool to see. He's able to do it quite reliably. Mime releasing late. Flimsy's going to be back in the lead. With a good speed slide also to follow. Nice drift setup there. Has a lot of space here. Flimsy should go out to the right a bit more. Mime wants the speed. Sets up a little wider, and that's where he finds, where he recoups the time rather. Flimsy hesitating a tiny bit in the drift. Mime 100th behind, but not for long. Although, let's not speak too soon. Is Flimsy going too fast into this corner? Mime wants the speed here. Released early to ensure it. Less speed than Flimsy. So maybe Flimsy can hold on here and get a 10-pointer. This would be huge. Mime is coming closer, but Flimsy has it under control. 1:15.79 from Flimsy. An insane time on Japan here. Might be the 3rd fastest of the tournament. Not sure which letters we're seeing from the fans there, but maybe someone can decipher it. 102 from Richie, 125 Mime, and 78 Flimsy. If all the remaining rounds were on this map, we would give Flimsy some equity here, but I do think it's going to be a 1 versus 1 between Richie and Mime. And really, it's also going to be Mime will very likely hit finalist before Richie hits 130. So we are expecting Mime to have a few attempts at finalist mode where No one can disturb him. Let's see what happens. Richie pushing down the downhill. Getting some good apexes as well. But the gap shrinks. Mime is closer. And Mime did this part really well last time. Release late, set up diagonally, and then push here. And now it's no longer 1100s, it's 2. To this gate, Mime is almost ahead, but he crashes. He commits too many mistakes in risking. And Richie can secure a 10. 115.90 there. Flimsy almost there to deny and make it a 3rd place. But Mime gets 2nd. Flimsy 0 points. 131 for Mime, 112 for Richie. And because of the 10-pointers, this is still very interesting. Richie might just need 2 rounds in a row or 3 rounds in a row when Mime hits finalist. It's really not as big of a point gap as it might seem right now. Mime with a lot of speed there. And this is a long straightaway. We're going to have all 3 players just about equal through this checkpoint. And Mime goes out wide here. Look how much further to the right he is. That means more speed. That means a better setup around this corner. And a lot of positive things happen for Mime in that segment. Then here typically releases later than the others. Or sorry, earlier, so that he can commit earlier. And he gets this corner. Oh, he does not get that corner, and this is getting a bit dicey now. Is Richie getting another 10-pointer here? Flimsy looking to deny. Oh, Flimsy almost, but we're going to have the same picture as last time. World record from Richie, 115.5. Flimsy gets 2nd, and Mime unable to finish. What a time by Richie. This is getting very, very interesting. Still one more round of this. Mime taking great risks for the 10, but it has really not worked out. And Richie is in form right now. Oh, Flimsy fails to start strategy. It's a battle. Man versus man into the corners. For about another 50 seconds. Mime more speed here. 1/10 ahead or so as we turn the corner into the engine off. Here he typically gains more time. But Richie had a great ending last time. 0.29 the gap. Mime extending. Oh, what a turn from Mime. This is a very fast segment from him. The time itself not too fast. The start was a bit slow. But he has a huge lead here and could jump into finalist mode with 10 points now. Has to not mess up the gates. Looks good for now. Almost went too wide. Keeps it under control. And has a good ending. Great run from Mime altogether. 1:15.76. With a faster start, that would have been world record. Mime finalist. Richie 1:28. What we're looking at, Mime has, well, basically 2 chances before Richie hits finalist to close it out. And we're going to Mime's map pick. It needs to be said. Mime chose this one as 2nd seed. And memory does not serve me right at the moment how the rounds went, but Carl Jr. was building a lot of points on this map. That I remember. We will just have to see what happens now. Flimsy's PB 108.35. We are expecting a 107 for the winning pace. Wall hug early from Mime. Gets the no slides needed. Dodges the bump, no dive. Looks good. The quarter pipe jump, very important now. not a lot of time left on the match clock here for Mime to miss an opportunity like this. He's 0.2 ahead of both opponents. Clear road ahead. Can he close it out before it gets too scary here? The drift to the right gets the Neo slide. Does go for the jump line, though this isn't best on paper, but it's good enough for now. The gap is still 0.2, 0.3. The last jump here decides it. Mime has it all in his hands. Can he hit the release timing? Doesn't need it perfect even. Just needs to get through, and Mime has it under control. Mime will join Carl Jr. in the upper bracket, but that got a little too close for comfort for Mime. Almost let it slip. And let's not forget that an entire domination from Carl Jr. happened before this, where he closed out the game before anyone else had 100 points in the match. So it felt like we got to see two games here. We got to see Carl Jr. and then we got to see the rest. That's just Carl Jr. in peak form. Crazy, crazy stuff. Soon we're gonna have some interviews. We'll hear what the players have to say, and then we're getting into the next match. Still several matches to go today, guys. And we have some huge favorites coming up, such as Mudda has yet to play his opening match. It'll be very exciting. But yeah, insane. Insane game here. I mean, opponents are definitely going to study this game and see where they think they can get an advantage on Carl. When we have so many days, you actually have quite a lot of time after you've played your matches to review VODs of others, see tricks, adapt, change maybe your pick order, things like that. And yeah, it's up to Carl's opponents to see what they can do about this. To most of us, myself included, that looked like an unstoppable performance. Gotta love the energy. Guys, do you find the energy of the cast good? I'm just thinking this way, right? I'm gonna be talking for about 6 hours straight today, tomorrow, and the third day, and I still need to have my voice for the finals. So as much as I want to give you guys all my energy, it has to be spread across 4 days. Now we have Carl.
Carl, incredible. I mean, amazing scenes. You did such a spectacular job, as expected a little bit. I mean, when you come to these competitions, pressure versus confidence, where do you kind of lie, and how do you feel going into kind of series like this?
In the first 2 rounds, it's always 100% pressure. This is why I cannot play. And then it starts to be confidence. It's always like that.
Always the same way, always the same way. Thinking about this competition as a whole, obviously here we are. You've got the accolades, the achievements, you've done it all. How does it feel being here, though, the Esports World Cup? These amazing fans out here in Paris, all cheering you on. And being here, this experience for you so far, how's it been?
Well, it feels like a dream. Every Trackmania player wished for an event like that to come up, so it's just a dream. I'm super grateful.
Last question, will Carl Jr. go all the way and lift this for Team Falcons come Saturday?
I'll give all my best.
He'll give all his best. Give it up for Carl Jr. Incredible performance. We'll see loads more from Carl Jr. in the coming days, but for now, back to the desk, back to Rain Day and the gang. Superb work.
It's out there in the background. That's going to be the next game. So that game is Wosao, Binks, Josh, and Linkmax. Let's turn on the talent desk as well. Let's see.
competitive in this matchup. There's so many stories to tell. We will keep you locked in. But welcome back to the desk. I've got Import and Turbo with me here to talk about what we just saw. Carl Jr. takes the stage. He's wearing his green. He's confident. He says rounds 1 and round 2. You know, that's me being nervous.
Guys.
But then it's all Carl to finish off. One of the best and most decisive wins I think we've seen so far.
18 rounds is what he took to finish out already. The fastest we've seen so far today. Only 18 rounds. Quite literally giving the masterclass of how to play Trackmania in an international event, I would say so. So yeah, definitely coming out to play, obviously taking it very seriously, obviously saying, listen, I don't care who it is, I'm still gonna throw out everything I have. And it's just, it's so disgusting in a way that it's so just natural and easy. At least it looks easy, right?
No, it kind of makes me upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a little mad.
Yeah,
like, you know, why acting like we all can drive like that, Carl? We can't. And the fact is, he's doing that in a lobby, Kai, with players of this caliber, making them look slow. It is unreal the form that he is in right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the start I was like, oh, what is going on here? 2 poor starting rounds, but he has already said he was nervous. And it also shows how important this tournament is to him and how much pressure there is for him. But yeah, I mean, what a great performance. Richie setting a world record there as well, eventually making the battle for second place quite interesting. But yeah, a very, very good performance from the GOATs, Carl Jr.
I really enjoyed that as well. I mean, I think Richie, Flimsy, we asked where would they stand in this one. Mime gets the second place, but I think those two, Richie and Flimsy particularly, they performed well. What was your take on their race?
I wouldn't say they did necessarily a bad job. We actually saw Flimsy have pace against these competitors that they had. So, I mean, honestly, Flimsy, if he can just get that consistency down, if he can have that confidence while he's driving, he has an opportunity to continue further into this tournament and not just be a 2-matcher and out of here. He has an opportunity. He just needs to be able to recognize that and pull that in. As far as Richie, it's a tough match. He has Mime, he has Carl. Mime and Carl are kind of the expected ones to go through in this, but knowing Richie and how good he is as a player, I think he's still going to have a little bit left in him coming into the next round.
Yeah, Flimsy, and I think just to piggyback off the first one, it did seem like Flimsy had a couple of sections that caused problems, but otherwise, if he gets those things handled, he looks like he can really keep pace with the best of them. Now let's go into the telestrain. I know you've prepped some stuff for us. Kai, what do you got?
Indeed. So the first thing I really want to talk about is the line on Saudi Arabia. We have seen a different approach from players.
Okay.
And here we had a very good point of view from Mime. So let's take a look onto that and maybe see why it might not be faster.
Let's do it.
So here we can see Mime approaching the section that we were talking about. And here he goes a bit wider, and you can see he jumps, but then loses speed again. And if we go a bit further back here, we're gonna see how he actually lands there. So it is actually, he has to tilt his car a little bit, and with that tilting, and also landing on the penalty surface, he's just losing so much time, and you can see the other cars going smooth the downhill import and just having more speed. What is your thought on that line?
I think there's a risk to it. I see what he's trying to go for in this, but certain players will find a line that they're comfortable with, and whether it's the correct line or the incorrect line, it's their comfort pick, and that's what they'll just pick for the line. And you can't necessarily fault them for that. There are players that understand that they may lose time on a decision like that, but they're willing to take that risk if it means that they're going to be more consistent down the road.
Makes a lot of sense.
But take a look onto the gap that Carl Jr. has accumulated just after that sector. He had so much more speed going into the next part, and with that he sealed the deal and won the round. So I really want to see how this line develops throughout the still 3 days that we have left. Of course, we still have plenty of matches to come today. It really feels like a marathon today, that is for sure. But in this round, it didn't work out for Mime. I think it was Granadi also going for it. Maybe he's a bit more comfortable in there, and maybe you really want to overjump that penalty surface in that regard.
I like it.
Yeah, I definitely think the penalty surface is the factor there as to why they're getting the slowdown. If they're somehow able to get enough speed to jump over that, then you may not get that acceleration penalty that they're currently dealing with at the moment. But yeah, we have a next clip here, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So this was a very close round on South Korea here between Flimsy, Mime, and also Carl Jr. And like, it was a very, very common trend that Flimsy was just so far ahead of the others. I mean, 1-2 car lengths sometimes, so he really had the pace.
He had some moments.
I think he will be a very scary opponent to play against for the other losers.
Hello. Just making some plans.
But then
We have apparently a little bit of delay overall today. I don't frankly know how behind schedule we are, but we've got a couple of games left to go.
Still, you can see him here.
And so lots more Trackmania coming up. And then we have several days of this event as well. So it's basically all day for the next couple of days. It's very cool.
Fighting onto it, and I think he has been making a mistake, so he has been completely out of the picture. And Flimsy only got 4 points, but this was a Thomas trend. Not only for Flimsy, not collecting any points.
I just had some food again.
How fast did he close it
for
out?
keep energy.
18
Did we hear anything interesting in the analysis?
Look at this. Look at the points here on the top.
Yeah, and I think as far as Carl is concerned, that if you look at his times and everything, he actually wasn't the fastest on every single map. He actually didn't even have the fastest median time. This is where consistency comes into play. You don't have to be necessarily the fastest, but his overall pace is at a higher level than the rest of the field. So yeah, 18 rounds is crazy, but you wouldn't think that from just looking at the stat sheet and the times that you saw.
Yeah.
Like the thing they're talking about now with Carl is interesting because Carl never pushes if he doesn't need to. If Carl's ahead by 0.5, he doesn't go for world record, you know? So his stats always make him look slower than what he actually is. He doesn't need to get world record, he just needs to be faster than you, and that's his consistent goal, right?
Had a different approach to that point.
He does that a lot.
A low jump, which of course provides you with less airtime, more speed, but he has failed, and Carl Jr. was able to cruise it into the ending. But an outstanding performance from Carl in that match.
As fast as he needs to know faster,
really
exactly.
Like, same as Granadi, he really he's a perfectionist when it comes to the format.
Would you say that because of the way Carl was playing, I mean, it forced Mime to make a decision like that, to try to go for it?
I mean, he was ahead. I'm not sure if that really was the case. I think it was just the line that just didn't work out for him, because the side of the road there is
happy
very,
to see
very
Rain Day. Yeah, a lot of people are happy to see new caster talent and
really just
commentary talent enter the
just a
Trackmania scene
decision,
as well.
but just didn't really go well.
So we have a lot of people here. I think everyone so far has done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think
floor host
for
as well.
Carl, though, still
lots of hype.
insane performance.
Chili asked, are the games over for today? We have still
15 rounds. That's 14.
I will get the exact number.
It's, and then of course the finalist mode. So being only
we
3
have
off, almost only 2 off, is really impressive.
3 matches to go.
Carl just comes out flying.
3 matches more.
And that leads us to the rest of today. It feels
I think the show is supposed to wrap up around 9, but we might be here till around 11 p.m.
Transitioned to 5 matchups already, and 3
Yeah, you see, the game we're watching now was supposed to start around 1.5 hours ago.
Take the stage with Josh.
So it's pretty crazy.
Link Max.
Alex to beat the thing for the 16 months.
It also helps us to highlight the AGAL.
Virtual, did you ask players to join for interview after games? I haven't done so today because I arrived very late yesterday. My plane to Paris was delayed by 2 hours. Everyone had gone to their hotels by the time I arrived and stuff. And I haven't really spoken to them before the games today. But after all the games are played today, we will hopefully be able to coordinate with some players tomorrow to have some guests come on and stuff, because they gave me this like friendship camera. I'm gonna show you. Look, they even gave me another chair. Prime position for a friend to hang out while we cast a bit. Here's some insider opinions. Of course, they're gonna be a lot of the same things. Can't tell you what my favorite map is. Can't tell you my weakest map. Can't tell you where I'll be beaten. But I can tell you what I'm feeling so far. So we'll see. This shot is prettier. Look at the beauty shot. We have the beauty shot. This is the most beautiful one. And one thing I've also requested, guys, is a lot of lights. I don't think they had it ready so much today, but I have like these tiny ones. Like, it's like a flashlight. If I sit like this when I cast, then it's good, right? But we need more lighting here, so I requested that for tomorrow. For now, all I have are these 2 like small flashlights. Like I could put it here and tell you guys ghost stories, you know. So we're doing the best of the situation today. Lots of things to improve tomorrow. That's gonna be exciting. Look like a Minecraft villager. We got some content, by the way, guys. Just take a look at this. Are we doing French lessons?
What does that word say? Can you read?
Sorry, Cloud, I know.
U-N-E, that's right. Un surface très glissant.
You're close. Here the S is silent. It's eh. Like that's eh. Surface, you got that. Here the S is silent as well. We don't pronounce it. It's just très. And glissante.
La glace est une surface très glissante.
Very good. Just one little tweak. It's not a u. You pronounce it u.
Very good, but I can tell Geek is disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay. La glace est une surface très glissante.
Honestly, pleasantly surprised. Looking forward to see who else is going to be doing some more French teaching lessons with me.
It's good to learn some French in Paris, guys. There's a lot of small like cafes and stuff you can go to here where if you order in English, they get upset at you. I've experienced this a couple of times in Paris where I say like, hey, can I please get a... And they're like, no. You are in Paris, you talk French. And then I have to reorder in horrible French, like whatever, croissant or whatever I want. It's a little bit of adjusting. But here we are learning, you know? We'll be good. Tapwater 0180 beaten. The unbeaten AT project, we'll have to wait, guys. We'll have to wait a little bit with unbeaten ATs. But very impressive. Do they get offended if you order in English? I've been outright rejected to order in English once. The person working there wouldn't take my order if I didn't speak it in French. So I tried, and then with some pointing and stuff, I was able to. Okay, Gwen. We're seeing some more footage. I'm sad I didn't get to be there for the media day here. This looks fun.
A new unofficial input being introduced for Trackmania, thanks to Gwen there and AGAL. Hilarious to see that. Reminds me of a little bit of a fun time racing last December. I actually bought one of those and terrorized my nieces and nephews and daughter in a very small cabin.
You know, like
but, I had fun.
It might be an input device we sleep on a bit,
Yeah, it wasn't
guys.
really a competition. The competition was made up just to see how many times
The input device of using the
or if they could catch the cars.
racing
they couldn't.
wheel is
So
not bad.
hey, maybe again I'll find my way in racing. May not be Trackmania.
Like this,
as everyone welcoming back here
this
who have
thing.
been watching, or if you're just joining us, we are almost 60, 65, something like that % of the way through in a very big day of Trackmania. Group
This
stages.
one is crazy,
We're not
guys.
sending anyone home, but we
Rosal,
are sending
Binks,
players
Josh,
towards the
and
higher end of the
Linknax.
brackets and the lower end for tomorrow. Genji Esports going to have their representative Wosile and AGAL in Binks, two key
And
components.
Linknax here is Linknax from Fastest Way Only from Trackmania Nations Forever. He is
coming into this to be at number 1 and 2 seed.
Yeah, indeed.
You
The
barely
two
saw him there.
AGAL players make no
Yeah,
mistake of
he
their
is
objective. They
the
want
by
to go for
far
the
best
overall win, and anything
hunter
below
in
top eight,
Nations
anything
Forever of
below
all
club
time.
championship earning positions are going to be considered as underperformance.
so many world
There's
records now.
one guy that you saw on the screen, Wosile,
And
who
now
can
he's,
definitely throw a spanner in
changing
the works
to,
for
competitive.
AGAL. A very,
Binks,
very strong
keyboard
player that
player.
can definitely take on the best of Binks. But Binks extremely consistent so far this year. He's going to be one
Josh,
tough
one of
opponent
the
to beat.
best full 2 players. Wosal is a
I like
keyboard.
that strut right there, Kai.
And here's the cool thing. We're actually going to see a whole new input device, guys.
This is what I'm saying.
Linknax plays on an N64 controller.
Fun fact about him, I think he
Nintendo 64.
You're kidding.
I said it first,
Really?
Turbo.
So there are new inputs.
Since
Okay,
the
I can't
beginning,
wait.
he's
We've
played
gotta
on
get a close-up on that if we can
N64.
find it. That's
The
kind of
one with the
beauty of Trackmania
huge
as
like
well. So many
handle in the
different
middle.
styles, but you can see it
That's
translate.
crazy
Player
to think about.
experience is something that is consistent throughout it. Grenade, a great example of that. And I think Mutta as well, who we'll see later on today, transitioned from controller.
You'll see it,
now
you'll see
to
it.
wheel and has been better on wheel. But showing his
Since he started hunting
Yeah,
in
exactly.
Nations
The transition
Forever.
to wheel came over the course of the last year and a half. In late 2024, he made the switch from gamepad to the steering wheel. It took him a couple of weeks and months to adapt to it, but since then, we can
New
all agree
controller
that he
unlocked,
became a much better
exactly.
wheel player than he is a pad player. Came close, as
Also,
we
yeah,
said,
guys,
on the
Twitch
number of
chat, we
occasions
are
to win
running
international
ads
events.
right
Got his
now on
first
Twitch
international
so
lineup
that we
earlier
have
this
no
year.
ads
The
during the
last
games.
final key thing
Much love,
off
I'm
of
sorry. I'm
off
doing
his
the cable.
checklist to really consider
I can give you guys a
himself
little
as
kiss.
key player that can
Thank
take
you.
on the best of the best.
Thank you
because
for
he won
bearing
against
with
Pac,
us.
he won against Gwen, he
Trying
won
our
against
best
Esports as well.
to
That's
make
just
it
the true
the best experience.
testament of the caliber of this man.
All right, well, we have a chance to sit down and
People
chat
say
a little bit
it's
before this
it's
one.
not
Binks
true that it's
and
standard.
AJL, that is a big
The
conversation
thing with the
for club
N64
championship.
controller,
Rachel
right,
sat
is
down
that
with
it has
Binks about his
the
expectations going into this one.
notches. Like
Got Binks next to me, who has been having
got
a
an interview. We shouldn't skip
fabulous
it. Let's hear it.
season so far, leading the Elite Cup Series. How much does that help you coming into EWC?
This is
I think it brings me like confidence for the EWC, but it's not the same like the same game to play Elite Cup and this mod. So I will try to do my best in this mod.
How different is it?
It's like Elite Cup. We need to be fully consistent to not finish last at the end of the round. And here now, so we will have to push the round to finish first to earn the more points possible.
In terms of your group, to begin with, who's your greatest competitor there? Biggest challenge?
Biggest challenge, I think it's there is like three or four players like Epos, Pac, Meda, Gwen. There is Otak too. Like there is a lot of really good players in this group. I think it's the harder group, but I will do.
There's Binks in there too. He's not naming himself, but it's crazy. Group,
I can go out of. I can now go.
You're going to go through.
Yeah.
He thinks he's going to go through, which is obviously key. In terms of the 10 maps, been practicing them for about 2 months now. Do you have a strong one versus a weak one, or are they all pretty strong?
Yeah. I have a strong one. Like I have like maybe Canada, Poland, and Saudi Arabia.
We're
And
getting
for
information from
my
this question.
weakest, I think it's gonna be maybe Australia or Norway. I think.
Okay, Australia or Norway, the weak ones. In terms of your overall ambition, Binks, are you here to become champion?
He doesn't want to withhold information.
I will do my best for it. And,
You just said it. Yeah.
Okay,
These are my
well, good luck.
strongest
He's the
maps.
one to
These are
watch
my
in the
weakest-
Elite Cup
weakest
Series.
maps.
Can
I'm
he do
not
it here at
scared.
EWC? We're about to find out.
Doesn't care. Damn,
Well,
okay,
this
first time
stage
we've seen
has-
someone
has
answer that
played
question.
spoiler to Falcons' hopes. AJL and Binks looking
So he
to
liked
do that yet
Canada and
again
Hungary, which
and
makes
see if
sense.
they
They're
can
like very
overtake them in
drivable.
that final spot.
And he
It
said
most
no
likely will come
Australia,
down to
no
Trackmania,
Norway.
guys. And
These
Binks
are
is
the
one of
two
players
most
alongside Gwen
strange
who has
maps,
a
full
chance to
speed,
do it
ice
in
based.
that top 2 race for $7
I think that actually matches Binks'
raising the club
profile
championship
pretty
trophy
well.
at the end of EWC.
Also, respect for doing the interview in English.
Start though, we're going to
It's
get
the
into
only
our
way to
stage
learn a language.
walkouts in a moment. Any final thoughts here after hearing what Binks
Low
had to say?
style,
Saying
profile.
Australia and Norway, maybe not my favorite maps.
Also on keyboard.
Also a Canada ban. That might be a little
But
bit
yeah,
of the double-edged sword
I
of
think
dealing
we
with
will
what that is,
see.
But I'm honestly looking forward to see
I think we
Binks
will
versus
see
Wolfsal because both
Australia
are
ban
on
this
the
match
keyboard
because
warriors.
Josh is
Two
playing
keyboard
it.
players going at it is going to be really interesting.
I think it's also brave saying what your
I
weakest
think
maps are.
Norway's banned
because we've
them
seen
because
Cosmo
what
not
Binks
talking
said.
about it, but Wolfsal
I
and Binks
think,
being the favorites here, playing
perhaps
against
Germany
two
as well gets
free
banned.
agents, Josh and Linkmax. What can they do? Josh looks very comfortable as well. I think he
Omniscience,
can deal
thanks for
some
the recent
damage.
map, I
What about Linkmax?
I love these questions that you're raising because what about him? We're waiting for that moment where something turns. The expected doesn't
So you
go
have
the
the
way
walkouts.
that we
Also
planned.
so cool to see
Trackmania
Josh.
has given us such a show here. and
I
Group
remember
6
when
should be
Josh
no
came on to
different.
the Trackmania scene, guys. It's like 2022. People were hunting and trying to beat Chroma's hideout, one of the hardest full speed auto times. And then there's like 16-year-old from England just goes, hey, I almost beat it. And nobody's heard of him. He was just like a Rocket League player. And then he got really good at Trackmania. And now he's here on stage.
Right into the trenches now.
Insane at everything now.
Just before this matchup, chatting to Carl
Lots of good
Jr.
stories.
What a cool customer. Like, Ooze is cool. You know, he actually reminds you of somebody. Rain Day, such a legend, such a legend. My guy, he really is my guy. I love this guy. Folks, we have got ourselves a big matchup coming our way. We are 5 down, 3 to go today. Milos, it's all to play for.
Absolutely. Talk about cool people. I got 4 more to bring out for you, so please join me in
Here we go,
welcoming
guys.
our first from the series, Wosal!
Wosal
Representing Genji
qualifying
Esports.
through
He's a French driver capable of beating the best, overlooking at your own cost as he guns for the playoffs.
Next up, it's Linkmax!
Fastest way only TMNF represent FWO.
Way to the final pack.
My man, let's go. N64 controller. Ready on stage. Josh,
Since
young
transitioning
full-speed
into
legend.
competitive mix in 24, he's steadily
Managed
moved up
to
the scene
learn
at
all
home
the styles.
and in the world. EWC will be his biggest test
ready.
yet.
Rounding out our fabulous 4, it's Binks! The crowd love
And
him.
Binks
One of the most consistent Elite
has
Cup
been
players. Anything below
at
top
the top
8
level
simply
Trackmania for the past
will not
6 years,
do.
around there. Used to compete on his laptop keyboard. Now signed by the second best organization so far
Binks can
in
top it all the way
Esports
and
World
go
Cup, or
through
maybe even
into
the
the
best.
upper bracket. We're going to
AJ
find it right now. Gentlemen, you can go to
ADAL are
your
competing for the win.
seats, your stations, please. Please lock in those keys as we send it up and get straight into this. Will Binks go all the way, or someone else surprise us? We'll find out right now. Back to the desk.
Pay
Here we
attention,
go,
guys, because I really
Keep
think
it
they're
on.
going to zoom in on Link's controller. That blue, the blue controller on the desk there, that's it.
I love it. Binks ready to show up for an org, fighting for millions of dollars.
All right. These shots are very cool. I like it. Let's get into game. First, the veto. Okay, we do have a Norway ban. That was very expected. Japan banned as well. Australia taken away, and South Korea. First choice then from Wosal is Germany. He gets it through. He likes that map a lot. But yeah, a lot of the tricky stuff is banned. I mean, looking at Binks, Poland or Hungary, he said he liked. Said he liked Canada. Goes for Poland early. And it's going to be a very drivable set. This is going to be pace haven here. Hungary up, and now we can see Saudi Arabia, Argentina the decider. Could have been Canada. Canada left out of the set. Still very drivable, with the one challenge in super difficulty being surviving Argentina, I think. And also surviving Germany at pace. When it comes to predictions here for who is going to go through, I think I'd place a heavy favorite badge on Binks, actually, as the one to win the match. And then between Wosal, Josh, and Linkmax, I would likely say Wosal takes it. But we don't know how much preparation's gone into this, or what they have done the best in their results on the new maps. That's just, we find out right now. Either way, winners go to upper bracket. Those who lose go to lower bracket. Nobody's out of the tournament from this match alone. We play till 140 points. And thereafter, you have to win one more round to secure your win and advancement. All right, guys. All right. Time to lock in. We are on to the first map, Germany, picked by Wosal. So this is a very tricky map because you have some backwards parts. And those are very difficult mechanically, as we do have what seems to be a repeat of earlier with a round restart. This also happened in an earlier game. So we will just wait and see. That can be resolved before any points are scored. Some fans of Josh there as well. We will see. This hopefully shouldn't take so long now. They did manage to fix that last time, so expecting this to go pretty smoothly. But yeah, it seems to be, maybe it's happening on Germany. I don't know. It's like very strange. That's the same map where the exact same issue occurs. In the same order as well. And maybe Savant viewers will know if it's the same computer. I cannot remember. It's the same exact computer. Did Gwen have qualified? Yes. Gwen is qualified. Rosita Paco is playing as well. And the All Gamers Global fans are here hoping for their team to win the entire Esports World Cup. Need the likes of Gwen and Binks to do well here to score a lot of points in the club standings. So right now, some final setup. But yeah. Saw a lot of people say that on paper should be Binks and Wosal. LinkMax in Red Bull Faster, guys. I think a lot of people were just really impressed by his pace. And that was at home. That was at home in your own setup, by your own computer and lights and surroundings, and no one in the crowd cheering. And it's just a different thing playing on LAN. I think this is LinkMax's first ever Trackmania LAN. But based on just overall confidence on vibes right now, he doesn't look too affected by it. Neither, I would say, Josh looks affected by it. They look ready. And I think we will be impressed by Link's pace. There have been some new shortcuts discovered in Nations Forever over the past couple of weeks, where LinkMax has said, man, I'd love to hunt that map, but I gotta keep prepping EWC. I know I'd get hooked to these new shortcut ideas in Nations Forever. There's like a nose bug on A13 race that was found. Link has had that record previously, and he's like, I really want to hunt it, but I gotta. Don't lead me with temptation, you know? I gotta stay focused on my grind here. So this is clearly been a huge passion project for LinkMax to get into this tournament. And we are underway, but again, Binks has had a slow start. That is unfortunate. I don't think it's to any fault of his own, but we'll see what happens. The round continues. I think it's going to be played out. Let's see who gets off to the best pace in the opening one. Drift here takes us into the backwards part. You land up on the slope, and you gotta carry the speed down by pressing brake exactly when you land the car, then reversing all the way down. No sliding. That's how you keep the most speed. Josh with a mistake. Wosal the cleanest so far. In Seoul first. Josh has dropped down. LinkMax fighting for second place. And Binks, despite the slow start, he was 0.6 behind on the first checkpoint, finds himself in a battle for second place, fighting valiantly. Wosal, this was his map choice. Clearly a good choice for now, as he is having no problem surviving nor out racing his opponents. That should be 10 points secure. The second place should go to LinkMax. Binks too far. Josh with a mistake, so Binks takes third. 111.1 from Wosal. And now, police, hopefully it's all good here. Into round number 2. I see 4 cars driving, and that makes me a happy spectator. But may the best driver win. That's how we want it to be. Second round now for Binks. Hopefully this didn't shake him from his focus either. Through the drift. Josh again with a great start. See that nice pink car skin. Love the colors. Wosal jumping very high. Does that give him a lot of downhill speed? He does go wide as well, but doesn't look too convincing so far. It's a line. Binks versus Josh. Josh avoiding the mistake this time. And Binks getting a maximum inside line there to the dirt. Jumping quite early into the grass, but wants a low right into diagonal up left. Gets that good. Josh losing grip for a moment. That gives Wosal an opportunity that he will not fully seize. Josh remains in second place. Link trailing all the other 3, but there's still a battle up front. Josh and Wosal side by side down the hill here. The minutia matters, the small details. Wolosal with an earlier booster touch, and he doesn't get the second place. Josh snipes it away regardless by 200ths. Binks takes first place after that hiccup in round 1. 14, 14, 9, and 6 the scores. Wolosal and Binks on 14. On the outside. Also great pace being driven, 11-0. There goes Binks, unfortunately, off the road. 3 players left in this round. Now let's see Wolosal. Last time he jumped very high. The better line that we've seen consistently is to land as early as you can, but he consistently jumps very far. The difference was 0.12, now it's 0.17. There might be something to this. 0.14, but more speed up the hill. Wolosal gonna extend. Link knows he made a mistake, but finds himself in no man's land. Far down to 3rd place, nothing to worry about, and an impossible gap to catch unless Wolosal trips up. He went too fast up the hill there. Barely held on to the grip. And he lost a little bit of time though. The backward setup is good for both. And is Link max catching here? Wolosal got airtime, and Link actually is going to overtake into the last corner. Gets the turnaround set up nicely. And through the last checkpoints, he will take 10 points. So not much Link could do on his own there, but a mistake he will happily take advantage of. Very close scoreboard now. 20, 19, 17, and 10. Wolosal still in the lead of the match. Binks avoids his start mistake this time around. Carries about perfect speed through that drift. Great start by Binks here. Goes to the checkpoint pillar as well. Up on the outside and the setup. And we will see again, is this high jump something to watch out for throughout the course of the tournament? Wolosal behind at that checkpoint by 700th, and here ahead by 0-1, guys. I think Wolosal not only picked this because he likes the map, but that one part is where he has found this tiny difference. And he's using it to his advantage. Could end this map at 30 out of 40 possible points. Saw Link max there with an unfortunate mistake. And Binks is trying to chase down his countryman, Wolosal, across the last backwards part. Wolosal gets airtime, so does Binks. Also, we have a visitor, guys, for a moment. Carl, if you want, you can take a seat. I might have spoiled who the visitor was. Wolosal wins the round 110.92. You can turn on, if you take this headset, we can hear each other. I am doing great. Yeah. Carl, that was crazy. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to say hi, man. I don't care about your interview.
No interview, man. It just now we can hear each other.
All right.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you I was very impressed. You drove pretty fast.
Thanks, man.
And it was like a repeat of TMGL Winter 2020. You win like every round, 10 point, 10 point, 10 point. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt good because I was so nervous, man. It's
you
hard.
were the first
hard.
2 rounds. I thought like, oh, this is.
But you know,
yeah.
I saw the other matches, right?
Yeah.
Everybody crashed.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll just be full safe. I'll make the end. I won't crash. Plus 10, surely, right? Plus 3, plus 4. All right, dude.
But then it went pretty smoothly. And I guess it's like that. Like we watch all the players and we compare like who had the best opening match, who has the best pace and most consistency. But everyone has these jitters when they start out. So what do you? Yeah.
You can click and switch everything.
Not cam 1 and 2. This is cam 1 and this is cam 2. Sorry. Interrupting the race here.
Fair enough. Hey, sorry, you can cast.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. We are mostly doing like a storytelling cast, you know, because it's so many hours, and I need my voice for the final days. But what do you think about the levels so far in general today? Have you watched some of the games?
Yeah, I did. I think it's expected. A lot of pressure, a lot of crashes, like Josh right there.
Yep.
There will be. The thing is, every player will be extremely good at home, training offline. But when you have the pressure on stage and you have only one shot,
yeah,
we do stupid mistakes.
And I think that's like most telling with those that haven't been to so many lands. Like, this is LinkMax's first proper LAN, right? And he's very good at hunting.
Did you see what he plays?
I know.
Okay.
We can repeat it. He plays with an N64 controller. It's completely mad. It's really cool. And then, conversely, Neon impressed.
Yeah.
It's probably his first stage match too, and it's like...
Little Manizi.
Yeah. Like that kid has pace. That's really impressive.
He's very good, Neon. Yeah. Very fast. I'm playing him tomorrow.
Yeah, he's in your bracket. I haven't yet seen the.
I'll have Soldier, Neon, and the winner between the match.
The YouTube stream is after. I hope it's coming back.
And we don't care about YouTube?
We care about it, but last time it fixed itself.
Okay.
So I'm remaining hopeful.
And Twitch is also down, no?
Maybe it's not. No, it should be good. It's just there's a 10-second delay. So every stream is with 10-second delay to not competitive integrity and things.
Okay.
Yeah. People are saying it's back, so we're all good. We are all good.
It took me like 10 minutes to convince the boys that I'm in front of you to climb up at the streaming booth.
Oh, the guard?
Trust me, guys.
He's not letting anyone through.
Bro, I was at war.
Yeah. So that's why I'm all alone up here. It's like, no, you're not supposed to be up
But I
here.
think nobody knows.
Yeah. Yeah, no, maybe. I mean, I haven't really announced that I'm here, but we'll...
Binks on paper, maybe Josh. I don't know about Josh anything, but I know Binks is very strong on paper.
He is, right? He had some tech issue at the start, but it feels like he's kind of shook that away. But Volsal had some... Are you paying attention to everyone's lines on the first day?
I will.
Will you get to the hotel, VOD review everything?
I'll go get a PC and I'll check all their PBs. I won't check that line though.
No. But you'll check their PB Go, see what they're doing. Yeah, that makes more sense actually.
No, but there are very different lines as you saw in Argentina.
Yep.
In my match.
Yeah.
When I don't have cars on, right? So when I won, it's when I realized mine was doing something very
different. Yeah.
That's very good. 1-1 is very good.
That's very nice. Yeah. 10 points for Binks coming back. And we are seeing like the higher seeds perform. There were some lower seeds that did better, like Stufts.
He was strong.
He was very fast, yeah.
I think their match was one of the best. Afi and Pac, obviously he'll... Oh, okay.
All good, all good. Oh.
He even lags at a lot, man. He even has his Australian... yeah. Yeah, I mean, playing Pac, because even when you have great runs, you're getting +6. It's frustrating.
It's just frustrating to play someone with so much pace. And Stuft was doing the same thing though. He was like, his checkpoints were all world record until he crashed basically.
And I think there were very unbalanced match. Like some matches, no. What am I watching? I was so nervous until I saw the matches.
Yeah.
Then it gave me a confidence boost.
But it's also like the matches are supposed to be unbalanced in the beginning so that the high seeds have an easier path.
Yeah, but I'm not saying unbalanced in the match. I'm saying some matches are more stacked than others.
Yeah. The level from the player, regardless, yeah. I agree. And that might always be the case. This is fast again.
0.9, no, 8.1. Oh my god, I don't know my map. I need to train more.
Need to train, Carl. That's proof. Yeah. No, but it's so cool that it's finally happening. No, like this is the time every Trackmania player has been working towards for the last half a year, and now it's happening. Did you hear the crowd during PAX match?
Yeah,
the drums.
Yeah. That's
it didn't play through the stream, but like I was trying to convince everybody, it is loud. The Vitality fans.
It's so cool, man.
Yeah.
It is so cool. What? You have it in Norwegian? Your YouTube it auto translates?
I haven't figured out how to make the YouTube chat not be in Norwegian. Everyone writes in English, but it keeps translating the messages, Carl. I've been translating them back in my head. Now, you agree, right? The other thing we need is more lights, because clearly we do not have enough lights here.
Maybe you can ask someone with the phone, you know.
Oh yeah.
Always, you know.
Yeah, you can sit there like my
yeah, maybe
my producer. Yeah, it's nice.
I had to show him your stream to climb up. I was like,
oh, you had to show the.
Yeah, I want to meet this guy. He's just there, and he knows me. Trust.
Okay. I gotta go talk to him and say like, anyone with this badge, they can come up. I don't decide that. I don't decide that. But yeah. Carl, we've heard so many people ask the question, what's their favorite map, what's their worst map?
I won't tell you.
I know you
It's
won't
day
tell
one.
me. I know you won't tell me.
I'll tell you, look, Australia, full speed. I think I'm pretty
I saw
good.
you banned Australia. I was curious.
Yeah, but you know, like it's a mind game, you know.
But you know, I thought about it because they've made the textures darker now on Australia.
I asked for that, yeah.
You asked for that, yeah?
Yeah, because I still cam 3.
Yes,
So I
you
want
speed like
I swear, I do.
Okay, if you play Australia in Cam 3, you need to ban it.
No, I did a crazy CP.
You did?
Like my fastest was like plus 0.8 on Lauret. Hey, you gotta respect that.
That is pretty strong.
You gotta respect that.
800s behind Lawrence. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's curious. Binks just said it, by the way. I don't know if you saw the clip. He just said, yeah, no, I think this is my best map and this is my second best. And oh yeah, no, these ones are my worst ones, so I'm banning those.
Whoa.
Just the only player to answer the question. But it's always interesting in the start of the tournament. Will you share your personal best after the tournament?
The thing is, no, because I didn't go for PBs. If I boot up the game and I want to do PBs, I'll do PBs. So my PBs are not good.
Just lie and say the time you think you deserve them enough.
Yeah, but that's like you know with Open Planet now with Scopium timers, there are so many. I had this Scopium and everything.
Upload all your part maps as unbeaten ATs for the next time.
Are you still doing that?
It's still happening, you know?
Yeah, I know. Juliano is going crazy, man.
Yeah, so there's about 30 maps left, and the community for before 2026. They stopped doing the ones after 2026 because the attention farming maps. So now it's just like 30 maps to go.
Hey, Virtual.
Yeah?
I hope you're available in November.
November, we're going back?
Hey, bro,
Khaki.
ENC is cancelled, okay?
It's Khaki time.
I have my free month.
Yeah.
Yo.
1 month, unbeaten ATs, Khaki.
No, Khaki.
Just Khaki.
Khaki.
Okay. How many do you think you can get? Like
75.
Oh.
I'm winning Khaki. I'm winning Khaki.
And I actually think you do really well because like anything you put your mind to, it seems to happen. So yeah, okay. He's winning Khaki too.
That and turtle though. Turtle. I'll ask for no turtles.
I will build a turtle map. I still got time. Deadline October. Shouldn't have told me that.
But you better be available, man.
I will be available in November. Don't worry. But yeah, we should give this match its time of day, I think. And,
yeah, I'll leave
the pleasure, Carl. Thank you.
Of course, I'll come back.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Guys, have a good one. Sorry for the disturbance.
No worries, Carl. Always a pleasure. See you in a bit. All right, guys. Now that Carl is best friends with the guard, he'll get up no problem whatsoever. And we might actually have friends. We had friend cam for a while. Nice. Sorry for the disturbance. If the match is all you're focused on, I am kind of getting back into it now. Wosaw at 68 points, Binks 56. Binks gonna take this one. And he did say that Hungary, Poland, Canada, these were his best maps. And yeah, great time on Hungary here. And another 10 points. Always fun to hear from Carlo, right? Get a little bit of insight, little bit of, we're not gonna poke too much for information. We know people like to hold their cards secret, but I'm curious to know still. Let's see. So here, into the next round of Hungary, not sure how many we played. We have Wosaw in the lead into the dirt. He is on a tear, it would seem. 74, either getting seconds or first places because Josh and Link have a big mountain to climb already. Poor landing from Josh, losing a bit of speed over the straight. Wosaw with a good drift around the pillar. Good speed here too. Binks overtakes Josh. Top 2 for France right now. Wosaw with, and I hate to say it, a landing bug. But oh my, still gets first place. That is unbelievable. And Link can't believe he got second. You can see that on the player cam too. He's like, what? Crazy to see. Crazy to see. So many mistakes. But it works out in Wosaw's favor. Absolutely unbelievable there. Josh in trouble. Yeah, should maybe have released, but tough spot. Wosal versus Binks again. Nice loop line there from Wosal. Carrying a lot of speed. He finds himself only side by side with Binks for a moment, and now behind. Binks with great downhill speed and a great drift setup. Binks with a wide setup in to slow down a little bit to land early. Does have good speed here also. Pretty much flawless run by both so far, but the margins have worked out in Binks' favor. And he is pushing right now. That's about a tenth ahead. Needs to avoid the slow landing. Both of them do avoid it. And for the race to the finish line, it is going to be Binks this time. No mistakes on the plank. Binks up to 80 points. All right, so with Hungary played through, we are going to Saudi Arabia. Curious to see how this one will unfold. We have seen a lot of different strategies here. Some jump lines, some drift lines. I don't know if new ideas will be added, but I do think the field we have here are very much capable of driving fast times. And again, we are hoping to see a tournament record. This one was set in the first match of the day and could still go lower. So 1:07.59 from Brunt. Into the first wall hug. No slide over the sand. All four players get it. Jumping through, Wosal and Josh both crashing. Link gets up into first and catches a nice landing there. Small ice wiggle. One of the players that do use that strategy, and a great nosedive. Produces a lot of airtime there. 1/10 ahead of Binks. A few hundreds across the platform to drift down into the downhill. That is very strong. Link Max poised for a 10-pointer here. Just has to avoid crashing the car on the last jump. And the 10 are his. Here we go. This drop down into the ramp. Looks good for Link, and 10 points with a great time as well. 1:07.82 to start us off. Binks in second, Wosal third, Josh third, and Wosal fourth. And this almost changes the positions up front. Binks catching a little bit more, 86-93. And Josh and Link are not fully out of it here. They do have ways back in the game, but it kind of has to start now is what we've seen. If players fall behind about 30 points, it's almost impossible to come back if it's more than that. And here they were helped by Wosal crashing in the start. He's going to release more to get away from that mistake again. Now, all four players in the run. So we go up to the quarter pipe again. Binks ahead, but this tiny wiggle didn't gain for Link this time. Wobbly for Binks, who clips the landing. Not the rotation he was hoping for. Perfect flat landing from Wosal. Link has crashed. Wosal up in first. Good wide setup to the dirt. Is Link gonna fight back here? I think Link might just settle for second. This looks hard to do anything about. The landing on the ramp is good for all, and positions remain. Wosal, then Link, then Binks. Josh, is he able to finish? This looks far, guys. I don't think so. Yeah, too far. 103 for Wosal, 90 Binks, 62 Link, 52 Josh. We're seeing the winning pace at about 1:07.8 so far, both rounds. But those runs do contain tiny mistakes. Just a little bit too much of a wobble here and slight awkward landing there. Everybody knows he can absolutely go faster. Binks now. Pristine start. Great quarter pipe. Definitely on for a banger run here. The other three chasing. This time he gets a good landing too. Onto the discs. Into the drift here. Binks almost getting caught up to Josh with a mistake. Link with a perfect downhill. Doesn't commit too early. No, that is still competitive with Binks. The drift setup. Binks 1 car length ahead, but here comes Link on the full inside next to the Tribune. Gets the landing too, I think. This should be Link's round to win, and he takes it with a 107.65, approaching that tournament record. Great snipe in the ending, and still a little bit to be decided in the start. Was about 0.2 behind Binks there, out of the quarter pipe. So Link here on Saudi Arabia, driving really, really well. Climbing his way back from the deficit. It was about 30 points now, down to some 20 points up to Binks. But this round, 0.58 behind already. Has knock on his way. Also unfortunate for Josh here, you can see his best time so far on this map is 1:11.89. Has not gotten a clean run in the first 3 rounds. Here Binks with a mistake. Gets overtaken by everybody, unfortunately. Rosal clear first now. Important for Josh as well to just get one through here for confidence for everything. Link is gonna try to chase him down. Battle for that spot. But everybody gets a clean landing. This will be the order of things. Rosal and Josh, Link as well. Yeah, everybody got through. And unfortunately, guys, no new tournament record. Rosal 107.62. But very close, as it has been in all our matches so far. This has been one of the most played maps, and yet still just a few hundreds there missing from the tournament record. All right. Argentina. This was the random decider. People are asking about the drone cam a lot all throughout the day. The drone cam is actually a person sitting with a drone controller and steering the camera as if they are steering a drone. It functions the same way. It's a plugin developed to make observing happen, and it's really, really cool. So that is actually happening live when we see those cameras. So unless you have a friend that knows how to fly a drone and could steer it in Trackmania, no. We won't see it much outside of tournaments. I think it's a cool addition. I like that they're trying new things also. Here in Argentina, Link with an early mistake, but 0.6 on this map is less important than on Saudi Arabia. Here, you could still come back because you have things like this. Bobsleigh turnaround, Binks, different strategy. That is very interesting. He was about 0.3 behind, and he ends up 0.2 behind. Josh with a mistake again. Very unfortunate. Rosal missing as well. Hits the wall or actually avoids it, but bumps regardless. Binks exiting too early. Low speed there. Rosal is close. And he's pushing perfectly into the bobsleigh. Up onto the booster. Does Rosal have a better landing? That looks close. Might be able to snipe here with a little bit more speed, but no. Binks holds on. 113.1. This just got very, very interesting. It looks like a small thing. He spins the other way. But there's something to do with how he slows down the car there by spinning the other way that makes that seem significantly better. Maybe a tenth or so. Now let's remember, Neon did a 1:12.48 with his own turnaround strategy, like some kind of fast slowdown. So we'll see. Oh, Josh. Yeah, he's surviving. Good save. So now I'm very curious. Oh, Josh again. This could be Binks' way back towards the first seed if this strategy works out. Entering the bobsleigh, he is 0.38 behind. Did he get the checkpoint? No, turned around too early. We will not get to see it then. He turned around before he picked up the checkpoint at the top of the bobsleigh. Huge opportunity, Wosal, who actually is doing that bump on purpose. And guys, this is a strategy from 2022. We are kind of seeing the return of it, where on that World Cup map there was, which was the predecessor to this one, same layout-ish, there was a similar strategy. Wosal won 12.99. On the other version, it was easier to do, but they drove it in the same way, bumping the back wheels to get the front wheels to land early. Wosal now 1 round win away from finalist mode. Several different lines here. This is turning out to be one of the most interesting maps to spectate so far for me, just because of all the decision making the players have done for which strategies they use. Great start for Link Max there, able to straighten out early, get a lot of that grass speed slide, dives down late, and still would have had the speed. Binks overtakes. Could put Wosal at 139 points here with his own turnaround strategy. Enters the bob late that way though, was 0-4. And now at the exit, looked like Wosal would overtake, but he misses. He completely misses the turnaround. And it's Binks in first, Link second. Both of them go for the smooth landing. And the ending for Binks here should be a formality. Looks like he's got it covered. It's on the pattern you want, where you land on this wall, that pushes you up to this wall, and this wall. You can straighten out towards the middle. So not even the fastest pace, but definitely the most interesting Argentina so far, in my opinion. Now that we know the baseline, we're seeing adaptations. Wosal 136, still not guaranteed finalist here. He can get finalist status at 140 points with anything but a last place. And by crashing there and giving himself an awkward line, Josh has a chance at denying him. For now, it looks like Wosal still third. You can see that's close. And Link is like slowly but surely climbing back into the match here. Okay, 0.55 into the bobsleigh. And what's the checkpoint here? 0.38. Binks might be onto something here, guys. There might be some late night studying before tomorrow's round of matches to replicate Binks' bobsleigh line. That looks very potent. If you're playing him, you might decide to ban this map all of a sudden. The pace hasn't been too convincing, but that strategy sure looks convincing. Link here, last part, just gotta straighten out. Gets himself 10 points. Very important for him there. And a great time too, 1:12.62. Binks in second. And did Wosal end up last? Did Wosal end up last? I didn't actually catch it. Gonna see in a second here, guys, as we load up the next map. Oh, he's at 139. Oh, he's at 139. How does this always happen? Well, it makes things interesting because it delays the match by at least one more round. We're going back to Germany, where Wosal, he picked this map, hoping for it to be up when he was finalist, and it comes up at about the best time. Needs one round, and then he can try to close things out. Binks now 128. Binks could be only one round behind Wosal to 140. Link is a little far for now. Let's see what happens. Up to the checkpoint triangle. This is really where the fireworks start with the backwards part. Gotta go low. You gotta tilt the car backwards, land with the back wheels first, and press brake exactly when the wheels touch the ground. And Link, Binks, and Wosal are just about tied. So close between the three of them. All Wosal needs is to finish, but he does want to deny the others some points if he can. Different lines. Link with a lot of speed slows that down properly. Sets up wide. All gonna snap into a no slide here. Best for Link. Lots of speed towards the quarter pipe. Does he control it though? Does he slow down enough towards the landing? Does look good. Link has more speed, passing both the French players. What's he gonna be for the second position? Matters a lot for Binks there. Binks looks like he's up in second place. Wosal close as well. Link goes wide. Link still remains ahead, but it's Wosal taking second place by 7 thousandths of a second. And all of them were in that 1:10.9, 1:11 low range. Crazy round to start us off here. Wosal is now finalist. If he wins a round, he will advance through to the upper bracket. The others can deny him by getting first place of their own. Josh there almost clipping the start. He just saw a crazy round unfold where he would essentially have to personal best to get anything but last. And we are expecting the pace to stay that high, so everybody got to step up to their best level now. This is when it matters. First backwards landing. Everybody gets it, but who gets it the best? That looks best for Binks. Straightest line down the hill, early to set up the next drift. Catches a lot of speed there. Wosal able to keep up. Link and Josh 1/10 behind. Into the grass. Do you dare to carry a lot of speed up the hill now? Might risk sliding out. They all stay on track. Binks and Wosal basically side by side as they go up into the last quarter pipe jump. Will Binks be able to deny Wosal? Try to secure first seed. Better map order in their next game in such case. Wosal still ahead, and this looks like an insurmountable lead. Binks is going to try, but Wosal has it under control. Wosal wins this match, takes first seed, and advances to the upper bracket. Consistent on Germany, always 1:11 low, and even 1:10 high. So now it's a 3-player battle. Binks is at 135, just needs to get second place here, get the finalist, and then he can try to close out himself. And this is going to be very difficult for Link and Josh because Binks has that same pace Wosal was displaying, and he seemed just as consistent. The backwards landing up here. Josh has a lot of speed inside line there. But Binks does this turnaround really well, and the downhill thereafter. Josh, though, what a turn. Still increasing his lead. Gets a good landing too, such a good speed slider. Able to break away a few hundredths more. He needs that into the ending. This is where Binks shines. Both get a tiny no slide. Josh still about a 10th ahead. But Binks doesn't really need to pass, that's the thing. He only needs second. He could get first, but a second place here will still be finalist mode. Josh is going to impress us, show us his real pace on the map. Gets a 1:10.843. Unfortunately, not the tournament and world record on the map, but very close. Binks gets the necessary points for himself to get finalist mode. And Link, I think, hit a flat number. Yeah, exactly 120. So Link could win 3 rounds in a row and deny Binks. But that is about the only hope there is. Or that Josh helps him out in 1 round and a nice one. Oh, that's wide. Bit too wide. And now Josh is the only hope for Link and Josh himself to keep the match running. If not, they both go to lower bracket. Let's see what Josh can do. He just drove in a sick time on the map, but now he's struggling a bit. He slid down the hill. That was not the intention. And the gap is around about 2/10. Binks here looking to close things out before it gets sketchy. His first finalist attempt. From here on out, not much time to lose. It's really just the quarter pipe jump up. You gotta avoid jumping too low, and you gotta avoid bad inputs on the landing. He seems to have it under control. Josh can get a bit closer, but it's not enough. And at this point, it is all decided. Binks and Wosal are the winners of this opening match. Number 3 in Group A. And Link and Josh will be in the lower bracket. GG. Overall, a really interesting match here. Cool to see the top seeds delivering. We, of course, wish for upset wins, but coming into this, the clear favorites were indeed Binks and Wosal. Lots of new lines to discuss. Lots of things to study for the players. And we will see. Wosal happy about that one. Yeah, look at this one. Air brake. Oh, air brakes there to get a nose down. Very cool cameras with the drones.
Yes, my friends, victorious is Genji and Wosal. Give it up for him.
Let's increase the volume for the interview here.
Wosal, I have a couple questions for you here. It was a tight game with Binks and LinkMax. Were you expecting that? Bien sûr, c'était une game hyper proche entre toi, Binks et LinkMax. Est-ce que tu t'attendais à ce résultat-là?
Honnêtement, je ne m'attendais pas spécialement à ce résultat. Je suis un peu surpris, mais je pense que le fait d'avoir été si dense, ça a joué un peu en ma faveur. Et j'ai réussi à tenir, en tout cas, la tête froide, tête baissée tout au long du match. Et franchement, c'était cool.
I kept my head down the entire time. I wasn't really expecting it to go down this way, but it kind of motivated me through it. Just keep my head down and keep playing. At the end of the day, it worked out for me. Our second one here. How did you reset after Argentina and how tough that game was? Comment as-tu pu faire le reset après le map Argentine pour gagner cette série?
Alors, après Argentine, en réalité, je savais que la map allait mal se passer dans tous les cas. C'est pas une map où je suis excellent dessus. Mais je savais que dans tous les cas, ma map revenait. C'était quasiment garanti. Et comme j'avais à peu près les points que j'attendais, il me fallait que ça pour finir. Donc j'étais préparé et déterminé à finir.
I was kind of expecting Argentina to not really go my way, or at least it would be a more complicated map for me. So when things got difficult, it's fine. We'll move on to the next. That would be my more preferred map, and to take it all there, that's what happened. I just had to roll it across the finish line. There it is. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you and Genji live from our stage. Wosal taking the win. We'll send it back to our desk to analyze the whole thing.
Here joining me. I'm gonna do it for you. Got you, bro. I got you. We gotta get that. We gotta get.
It's a recurring thing.
We can't be letting people jump up in here, man.
Yeah, I know that, but yeah, I just can't help it.
You're accredited because you know what you need to talk about here. You're the expert. Talk to me what you saw on that one, because I think that was obviously Wosal out to the front, but there was a lot of performance that was maybe unexpected. I will say it, unexpected from LinkMax and how well he did.
Yeah, and especially like the first two maps, it was a lot more reshuffled than I thought. I was thinking Binks and Wosal would streak ahead, and they did. They were essentially the two player forces, and they were, on one map it was Wosal 30 points out of 40. Then second map it was Binks getting 30 points out of 40. Both keeping close tabs with each other, keeping pace with each other. But the way the rounds played out, we saw one winner, then another one. We got 3 out of 4 different winners just on the first map.
That was amazing.
It was absolutely bewildering to see. And then, of course, as soon as we get slowly but surely into the rotation, we see that 2-horse race pull away from the front. Yeah. And then, of course, Argentina being a bit complicated for Wosal before circling back to his opening map, which highlights how important it is to see seat 1 and seat 2 with the picks and ban phase that we have here at EWC.
Argentina being a decider has definitely flipped some rounds and made a lot of competitors going into it, maybe finalist mode right around the bend, and then somebody else starts dominating on that map. It's got that potential, right, Turbo?
You know, I have a new favorite though, but yeah, potential, that's for sure. But the thing I wanted to talk about first, I have a new favorite to cheer for. That's LinkMax.
Oh.
Man, like, he has been...
Wait, is he German?
No, he's not.
Oh,
he's
man.
from the complete opposite.
That's a stretch for you.
He's from
I know.
Australia.
Oh,
He's
whoa.
from Australia.
Based
but yeah,
from
Argentina,
Turbo,
you were
based from
mentioning it.
Turbo.
I mean, this has been...
Yes, I just had
really
a lot of
something there. I
fruits.
mean, we have seen even... I think
They
it
have
was
so much good
Binks
fruits
missing
here. I
out on
had
the checkpoint,
watermelon.
or Bosa.
Yes, I think it was Binks indeed that
Had some grapes.
basically just went a little bit too far
Had
back, but
some,
that's going to be
water.
safe for later. But yeah, basically just missed the checkpoint trigger by like a couple of pixels with the back bumper. Was forced to respawn, and the respawn is so
we're
punishing.
getting re-energized for the next match. 2 more
But
matches
you know
to go
what's a bit
today.
sad? That Josh
Very
was
exciting
not
ones. We have
any
yet to see
factor in
Mura,
this
we have
match.
yet to see
He was
Massa.
falling behind, and
We have yet to
Geeky were
see
also
a lot
mentioning
of the
it.
best talents. We got
Wosal
those
and
matches up in
Binks,
a second,
they
but
were dominating
analysis
together.
interviews
But
first
the
while we
second
get set up.
part of the match was definitely
So
in
1 second.
favor for Wosal, and eventually he took that first seat.
Yeah, started off strong as well. I know you guys prepared to tell us right here. Let's jump into it. Kai, you going to do this one? And Jiggy going to help you out? How you got it?
I'm just going to let him do the talking
Ooh,
for this
we got
time.
the analysis. This is my favorite segment. Let's take a look.
I gave him the whiteboard.
The doodle pad. I like
The
that.
doodle pad, yeah.
That sounds friendly. It sounds like I let my
great
daughter
one.
watch that one. Okay.
All right,
An
so-
episode of Doodle Pad.
So the first clip is only there to really show how like the
Let's
playing
analyze
field
with
was
them.
at the start, because
Yep.
we have Binks and Wosal first and second position with a very large gap here, as you can see, and also take a look onto this outside dirt line from them. They were on exceptional pace here, and well, they were able to
This
move
is
away,
like the round
in
I
this round as
rejoined
well.
after talking with
And,
Carl. This is where I
you can see how far Binks
came
is
back to
ahead.
the match.
And one thing that I wanted to highlight right at the start of the clip is the loop, you know, the corkscrew loop on Hungary. We don't really often talk about it, but the way it curves, that it also affects the steering. So you have to be mindful of where you place your car at the start of the loop, because the car is naturally going to be gliding over to the right-hand side. If you start too
also
far off to
see
the
if
right-hand
I
side to
can-
begin with, you're going to
Oh,
be
no,
on a
these have
collision
a
course with the wall,
porpoise
which
up.
completely saps your momentum. And also, if you manage to avoid the wall, it still screws up the line for the chicane and the entry into the dirt before it.
Fair enough, Kai. All right, continue.
Right, second clip here, we have, yeah, Hungary at its finest, I would say. You can
Okay.
see the ending just causing its victims here. Wosal and Binks being ahead, Wosal clipping there and then falling behind, and Binks not safe just yet. There's still one more jump, and boop, there he goes. And Josh joins him as well there. So a lot of things happened there in the ending, and this ending was even harder beforehand. There were only 2 beams.
Right,
and,
guys, so the
now
2
we
remaining
have,
matches.
A bit more supported, one could say, but the right side got a bit more
Hoo-hoo.
challenging.
All right.
So yeah, that was
You guys wanna
definitely
hear
a
the
nice
2 remaining
clip.
matches?
Another one to talk about here is just
We
Link
have
Max, and we already mentioned
Mura,
that beforehand.
Guan,
Yeah, Link Max with an
Tosito
amazing
Paco, and
performance
Biwak.
in this match, and I think that
And
is
we
a player
have
that
Elcon,
most likely
Massa,
would have put in P
Wizzy,
number 4 in
and
this
Spark.
match,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
he did amazing.
Cinema.
Take a look here. He played against Binks in this round. Binks, really, I cannot stress enough, he's an amazing player. He's one of the best to ever touch this game.
I mean,
Was
Link's
in
ender
grand
is good.
finals
He's
beforehand,
crazy good
and is
at
definitely
this,
here to even
dump.
win the whole tournament. But take a look onto the ending from Link Max here. Look at the speed, look at the commitment, look at that. And then he went into the lead, just beating Binks here to the line. 0.1 he was ahead. There was another great round. I think that was on...
We'll see which one is next,
what
but
was
that
it?
Mura match has
It was
me
Germany, round one,
stoked,
Germany
guys.
rotation, where we
It's
did
been a
see
long
Link
day
Max
of
put up
games, but I
quite
think
a
the
fight
best is yet to
against Wosal,
come.
And it was pretty much a nip and tuck battle all the way
That
through
is
the
a
round. It
crazy
only took until
game.
the final ice turnaround, 1 corner before the finish line to decide it all. And here's what we've been
Mura,
teasing a little
Guan,
bit. The trials and
Tosito
tribulation of Binks
Paco,
at the
and
bobsleigh
Biwak
on
is
Argentina.
absurd
Yeah,
match.
and so this one is very, very costly, as you can see, because you need to collect that checkpoint there. And if you
Elcon,
accelerate
Massa, Wizzy,
to-
Spark as well.
Which
Yeah,
happened
this
to Binks there.
turnaround.
Just missed it.
Yeah, he's just out of it. And
Like,
he
just
did-
slow
he
that
did-
down, maybe. Can you slow that down, Kai? Because a lot of people, that where the EWC is the area that you have to pass with the back.
It's
of
the
your
exact
car,
shadow
and he
where the
just
light starts.
narrowly doesn't get there.
At the
Yeah,
end of
exactly.
the text
You
is
can
where
see
the
it here.
checkpoint
He
is.
did not cross that line, and ultimately you need to collect all the checkpoints in order to cross or like make the finish valid, one could say,
Right.
and that ended up being very costly. And
When will the next
ultimately,
match
you
start?
could end up
They're
not
setting up on
finishing
stage
around
behind
with
me right
that.
now.
But
The
those
players
were the
are.
clips, the 4 clips
I mean,
that
I
we had
can
prepared.
kinda
But it
give
was
you
a
guys,
great
but
match. It started off being.
I love
You
it.
can kind of
let's say,
see they're
one-sided
getting
with
set up,
two
they're
players maybe
connecting
moving
their
away, but,
controllers,
I
doing
mean,
their
Link Max
settings,
came
that kind
to
of
play
thing.
here all the
And
way
then
from
in about
around the globe.
10 minutes,
That was
I
great.
think
We got
we're
a
gonna
new
get
star on
started.
Link Max. I love the way that you kind of
I wouldn't
hosted
think
that
it would take
segment
more
with him and added your thoughts as well. And I think for newer players too, we got to remember, some people might be looking at Trackmania because of EWC and saying, what is this game? I've been watching EWC here and there. Wow, what a history, what a cool thing. Let me hop on. Why can't I ever finish my Argentina games? I don't know what's going on. And then all of a sudden you realize, I'm not hitting that checkpoint. I didn't even know it was a checkpoint.
Why does the car shift this way when I go through that loop?
Guys, can I tell you a story about this? I did a video recently where I played ranked, right? And I tried to play as many games as possible until I lost. And I entered an Argentina game in gold, something pretty high up. And people weren't able to finish. And so I typed free access question mark in the chat, like, do you guys have free access so you aren't able to complete the map? And you know, that's why you can't practice maps and complete them. You're like, no, bro, we're just bad. We're just bad. We can't beat Argentina, and we got to gold. 8 hours of casting. Has it been 8 hours, really? Dude, it's gone so fast. Danik, it's been a treat to be here at you. I mean, I'm getting my breaks too. You know, I'm having some fruit. I'm having some snacks in the meantimes. I'm having some friends visit. Hello, Scrappy. Do you want to take a seat for a second? You can have this headset if you want, so we can hear each other. Friend cam will be enabled, guys. We have another friend.
Oh my god, you're loud at this.
Welcome everybody to EWC 26 and more
Do you want me to
specifically
turn it down?
Trackmania at EWC 26.
I think it's
Trackmania is a rather French creation.
Is this good for you?
And as it turns out, I am French as well.
Do you hear the cast as well right now?
I would turn that up for you.
I'm hearing French!
For Trackmania
Oh, I'm not
French
hearing that.
lessons. And today's student
I'm hearing the
is
broadcast.
Sophie. How are you doing?
Oh, okay.
How are you?
Wait, I'm trying to make it
Well,
good for you, but
honestly,
yeah, some of these
I'm more
buttons,
of a
I'm not
makeshift
sure.
teacher than anything else.
You can try to turn down my volume on any of them.
100%.
All right.
Now it's on your
How do you reckon you'll
microphone.
do?
I'm not one to brag, but
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know.
Carl Jr. said I had a very good French
But you can
accent,
do this.
might
I
be
don't
pulling
know.
my
Just so you
leg.
barely
Let's
hear
start off
me.
easy.
Yeah, I
Very
hear you
simple
like
phrase,
this.
you'll ask me.
Okay,
And a
and
rather
we hear
simple
you.
translation.
Shot, you hear Scrappy
How
as
would you
well.
do that for me?
But yeah,
I would
what do you
have
think so
said,
far, Scrappy? Are you exhausted?
It's pretty good, but I'm getting exhausted. It's a long day.
It's been a very long day. Jamie just said it's been 8 hours.
First time I hear that pronunciation
I started my stream at around 1. So
Yeah, it's 8 hours of
competing at Trackmania's ESWC debut. That's true for everybody.
2 more matches
Here's how it
after this,
translates
yep,
in French.
and
Can you try
then
to read that
I don't remember how accurate, because some pages say tomorrow's matches start at 3, and it's the same amount of matches as
I
today.
guess my handwriting's at fault there. There's an I
yeah,
between
that
the
is
C
going to
and
be problematic.
It's gonna be very problematic.
That's your fault. That's your fault.
Yeah, that's on me.
I don't know about this. I don't know about that one.
Oh yeah, people are saying we can turn this off. Now it should be easier. Is it easier to hear everybody now? Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, they were also listening to the broadcast.
Yeah, this was better.
Yeah, the broadcast was too much. Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Sorry.
Let's do a proper introduction. This is Scrappy. He's also co-streaming here.
Woo!
And we are, as we were talking about, 8 hours in. We got 2 more matches. We started at 1. No, we started at 2 today, but it's projected to start at 3 tomorrow with 8 games as well. So they need to get efficiently through them.
I mean, we didn't start at 2. They had the whole introduction stuff before we actually got into the first match. I think it took
yeah, they had the opening
it took a while before we got into the first match.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy long day. The only short day is Friday.
Yeah, that's gonna be less matches.
We have 8 today, 8 tomorrow, 4 Friday, and 7 on Saturday.
Yeah, full playoffs.
The full playoffs are all happening on the final day.
Yeah.
Gonna
No,
be sick.
I had a hope of, like, I told my stream as well, because I arrived so late yesterday. My flight was delayed.
I know your story.
I had the hope of, like, okay, today after the games, I'm gonna get to hang out with the players and everything. They'll be asleep, man. They'll be either VOD analyzing or asleep. I can't even meet the players in the tournament.
Nope. I'm in the same hotel as the players.
Yeah.
They're like I'm hearing them again.
Yep. I got it. I'm hearing voices.
The voices. No, I was in the same hotel as the players. They're just chilling in the lobby until they're like, yeah, time for bed.
Ah man.
But you're not even in that hotel.
I am not. For the safety of all, we shouldn't say the names of the hotels, but I can't even hang out the play. I'd have to travel to yours, I guess.
True. It's not too far, but then you're gonna come there and they're all in bed and you just sit there. Why did I come here?
I gotta look at the schedule, find out who has the last match, who starts at like 5, and then hang
Well,
out with them.
we're gonna be done at midnight today. I think they're all gonna be in bed at midnight.
Yeah, probably.
There's no reason to be up past that for players. Like,
and they have like a really cool player lounge area here. I mean, they have some setups and everything, but they also have like billiards and there's a cantina with a lot of food, and I don't know. That's all gonna be closed, I think.
You haven't even been there.
I was there, I think.
When?
I got like a tour, and then I briefly took some water, and then we.
Was that before you started your setup
Exactly.
here? Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was there right before the stream started to get lunch.
Ah, nice. And
Which
then
you had delivered here to the setup.
But have you had any food?
Barely.
Since
I mean, no, I did have food, but it was just noodles the entire time.
Okay. Because you should ask our great friend if he can help us out.
Oh, yeah. I have my own great friend.
You have your own great friend helping you out?
Yeah.
We need some great friends.
These two great friends, I went out with these two great friends yesterday, and they were like, come on, let's go drinking. It's starting!
It is almost starting.
Oh my god, it's Elcon the Legend.
Yeah.
But we're not at the walkouts yet.
Not the walkouts. This is like the walk-in. I don't know what you want to call it, but like there it is.
This is pre-recorded.
Prep walk. I was talking about this on stream too. I think it'd be very hard to walk when they're like, yep, we're filming you, walk now. Make sure you walk normal.
Please walk normal. Do some cool scenes, and then they all do the shush again.
I feel like they a lot of them mostly got it. Yep.
Oh god. But yeah, I mean,
have you noticed all the different lines and stuff? Have you seen the different tricks?
Yeah, but there isn't much that they're doing differently.
I mean, we have some stuff on Saudi Arabia. We have some
Those
stuff
I've seen,
on Germany as well.
On Germany?
I don't know how much I can reveal of what I've seen, but
well, my PB is faster on Germany than anything I've seen in this tournament. So far.
Do you want to share, Scrappy? Do you want to share?
I don't see that. I haven't seen any 0.6s yet.
No 0.6s. That's true. Okay, that's true.
So
and then, no, I mean, Argentina is very interesting with turnaround strategies.
Yeah, the turnaround. I haven't paid too much attention to it because I think they all equal out more or less.
You would think, because they're kind of trying to slow down the same way.
Yeah.
Binks is the only guy to turn around the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he turns
Some
around.
go like very long backwards until they then like. But it's. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, to be honest, on that map.
True.
I think Argentina is like a map. The variance is pretty low. It's actually the start that sets them apart on that map for some reason. Because as soon as they are through, like, well, that turnaround, but even that one isn't that much. It's all before that. Because after this, time difference is like barely anything, unless you're doing Wuzil and who are doing the sideways on the dirt uphill. Like when they jump up.
Yeah, he does this like ramp cut, air brake, nose down.
Yeah. That's the only thing. But other than that, as soon as they're through this, there's no different. You can't catch up on that map. It's impossible.
Yeah, very.
The ending is so PF. Like there's nothing you can do.
And some different line from mine too. Like that. Yeah, I don't know how much of a difference it makes, but it's interesting.
Sometimes it's like cleaner, but yeah.
So Scrappy, what is your prediction for this match? We got Massa, Elcon, Wizzy and Spark.
I think unfortunately we're continuing the trend of the day. No upsets.
No upsets?
Nothing. For me, I don't know if you rated Afi stronger than Stufts.
I said Stufts has more equity than people think. I think I gave 45 equity to Afi and 40 to Stufts and 15 to the fourth player.
Yeah.
Flimsy? I'm forgetting. Yeah.
Was it that much?
No, Flimsy was later. But
it was later, yeah. It was. No, I don't remember. What?
I'll check that thing so we don't get it wrong.
But yeah, no, I predicted Stuff to be better than Afi in that match too. And I think all the other matches, it was like all on favorites going
Noisia,
yeah.
You also had the first match where Neon beat Nyko. Third seed beat second.
That was kind of expected.
That was a little expected.
I mean, I assumed that was going to happen. So like, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen any upset today. I'm going to be real. And the only way that we're getting us upset is the very last match today.
Well, Wizzy is consistent, right? And we've seen...
Yeah, I don't know if he has enough pace to get the first places.
I agree. But we've seen Massa have very hit or miss tournaments in the past. But more in the past than recently.
Yeah. I think it's going to be fine. It's just going to be the very last match. And I think it's going to be Pushti Tupaka versus Gwen. Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe Pushti Tupaka has a chance. But his form this year, I felt like was a little bit weaker than last year.
But more than anything, I'm just like excited to. We will have seen everyone's initial pace, you know?
Yeah.
And everyone can improve from there. But,
and so far, Carl and Pack, for me, on top. They look so strong, so consistent. The story repeats itself. When are we getting out of this cycle? It's been 10 years.
Yeah, but they're getting older. Give it a couple of years. I'm sure one day the youngsters will catch up.
Oh, can we do it?
Guys.
Can we do it?
Guys, right now in chat, 1 if you think Carl Jr. will win, Carl Jr. or Pack. 2 if anyone else. And be honest with yourself.
I think to me the odds for that should be like 80-20.
We shouldn't lie to ourselves. 1 for Carl Jr. and Pack, 2 for anyone else.
I think you're gonna have to hope your people for Granadi or something.
Like
Armada.
Yeah. Like we've heard in golf, there used to be stories of like, do you take Tiger Woods or the field to win? And Tiger Woods would have more than 50% equity. And here's like, Carl and Pack probably have more than 50%, but you still have so many cannons, right? You have like Mudda looks really impressive after Red Bull. Today, Epos and Grenadi look really impressive. Some of the top seeds.
We're not at like Max Verstappen in 2023 level. We're not at that equity for these two. So.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We'll see. Are we getting into it? Do I need to get back to my station?
I believe you might have to, Scrappy, but it's been a pleasure that you joined over here.
My people are waiting for me.
Thank you for joining in, Scrappy. Everybody say hi to Scrappy. Or in this case, we can wave goodbye. Bye. Bye to Scrappy, rather. But yeah, thank you for joining. Very fun. Good luck with your cast, too. All right, guys. I will turn on the volume again.
Ultimate group of the day.
Hope you find it a bit fun.
Thank you, Rainder. We are really seizing the moment here on stage.
Many of them even.
What's that?
Many moments even.
Yeah, many moments. That's right. We have actually 2 games left today. Loads more tomorrow. The next, I mean, this competition is wide open right now, but it's getting very exciting. That last matchup, actually, the last series, so close, just goes to show the competitors are really within touching distance at all times. This is so close.
Absolutely so. It's just, you cannot let yourself fall at any point in time. A 3-way pretty much tie up until the very end to close it out. But that's just, as you said, 2 more series left.
Like tomorrow, the plan is to invite a lot more players up. Because right now, it's harder with, like I've been saying, I arrived a bit late and stuff. But tomorrow we'll have it. Elcon enters the stage.
A community favorite. Will one of the fastest learners in the game be one of the quickest on the tracks?
Word on the street is the tournament is PF.
Next up, it's Spark. Representing SAUL, he might hold second place at the Asia O's qualifier, but he's the first Indian player in a Trackmania World Cup and at his first LAN event, no less. Crazy time.
Really excited.
Brace yourselves for Wizzy! Aiming for top 16 in his second World Cup appearance. Wizzy has all the speed needed to finish.
Elcon versus Massa for first. And Massa versus, well, I shouldn't say Massa, but someone versus Wissy for the second
Representing
place.
Big, he's got big heaps of experience competing for over a decade. Can he make waves in Paris?
Spark has a very low probability in this match.
We are about to find out.
But there is maybe hope.
These are 4 players
we will
for
see
our penultimate matchup. Please, gentlemen, you may place your keys, take your seats, rev up your engines, and make sure you're all set and ready for it, because this is really going to kick us into high gear, deeper into the night. Let's get our game started.
This is interesting. We will have almost all input devices represented. Elcon keyboard.
On the wrong turn.
Massa controller.
Massa comes in feeling super confident.
Yeah, definitely.
Wissy
and also,
on
I appreciate
steering wheel.
Massa also kind of giving a summary of what we've been talking about today. You know, it is a journey
And
of
Spark
having the
on
confidence and the ability, the mental stability
controller as well,
to go
I
through the day, take each match by match, and be able to push through this tournament. That's something that we're going to have to look at also for the
Scrappy
other games,
coming to collect his phone. Spark bans Argentina, Wissy bans Canada, doesn't like the rapid steering, I think. Massa bans Norway, Elcon bans Japan. Elcon picks Hungary, just wants it to be pace. Wants it to be a simple map. Massa, South Korea, same thing. Simple map with lots of room for pace. And now, third pick is Wizzy. Saudi Arabia, transitional. And what are we going to have from Spark? He has a couple of options. He goes for Germany. Decider is Poland, and the left out map here is Australia. Australia was actually open, but nobody wanted to pick it. So Australia is the map we've seen the least of. We have seen it, but it's like seeing a shiny Pokemon. About 1 in 8,000 odds, it feels like.
Some of the picks that we've seen, Germany usually.
So we just gotta keep rolling, guys. Soon we'll get it.
A lot, and so that sometimes leans towards the person who thinks.
Yes, the player with the steering wheel here. This is Wizzy. Even has the gloves and everything. He's got the full setup. And Wizzy has a very interesting story because he started in Trackmania as a mapper, just building a lot of maps. And to build good maps, you have to be good at the game. So he built a ton of good maps, and then he became very good at the game afterwards. Guys, we're going to quickly run some ads on Twitch so that you don't get them during the game. Much love. And then we are starting the match.
And Brav for our Group 7 match.
Let's keep it going then, folks. Let's get into our next match here. 4 new competitors taking the stage for the first time. Some of them with a lot of experience, some of them with a little bit less. But let's talk about
here
what
we
we're
go.
going to start off with, as that is the track. We will be
He called Poland a permaban, Elcon. He lied. That's true. Was it Poland? No, Saudi Arabia, he said, was his permaban. But in this match, he banned Japan, which is curious, but you can also understand it. I'm more surprised that Elcon didn't pick Australia, because you would... Elcon is a very good full speed player, and you would think that he favors full speed map. Alright guys, we are into the first round. Hungary, Elcon's map choice. This is a high pace map, and that is what Elcon wants to start the match with. A knockout, high pace, couple of rounds to get some early 10 pointers, and potentially end on this map when he hits finalist, but he's already made an early mistake. Wissy and Massa overtake, and Spark has also made a mistake. To the dirt. Steering wheel versus controller. Massa wins that one. Now, 0.4 of the gap. Massa's going to recognize that. Massa's one of the players that tries to get all the information he can. So he, sorry, that was a little bit too much audio. Massa's one of those players, he tries to get all the information he can. So he sometimes plays with the cars on, you can see everybody. And I'm kind of a mistake. So he's gonna close that one out. 10 points with a safe ending. Nice start for him. Wissy second place, Spark third, and Elcon fourth. So whenever Massa has a small lead like that, he will instantly know. Some players also play with all information off and just drive the runs they can. Just drive fast and hope for the best. But that's a lot of that match experience that Massa has, that he knows that's an important thing to pay attention to. So now we gotta see, can Elcon fix his mistake? This time he dodges the corner. There's a reason he wants to go that low, and it's to get a high-speed setup into this drift. Round the loop, out to the right. Elcon in first, into the dirt. This is where he shines, his best surface likely. Together with the grass and plastic, he's like slidey surfaces. Elcon really, really shines. It's a three-way battle into the ending of the map. Massa leading up to the 180 turn. All keep the third gear. Wissy really close to the wall there, but so much speed onto the planks. Does he manage? Elcon clips. Wissy overtakes. Massa though side by side with him, just a bit less speed. Wissy gonna risk the end. Wissy takes the round win. 59-74. And we discussed this a bit with Scrappy, but Wissy's consistency is his strongest trait. He doesn't have the peak pace that Massa and Elcon have, but if he doesn't crash, he will consistently be at the 6-point range, right? And getting a few tons here and there, and that is going to be very strong. That is going to be a strong strategy to go for. Now again, such fast starts here from the 3 European players. Spark struggling to keep up. These guys are driving so close to the world record pace. It makes sense. Small brake taps added to land early here. This time it's Alcon up front. The speed from Wissy was the decider. He goes for a lot of speed again. Very wide drift. Look at this. Looks like he's losing a lot of time, but then here, now that they straighten out, he gets a lot of speed preserved, and that's how he overtakes Massa. Alcon ahead for this one. Needs to get some points on his own pick, and Wissy barely remains ahead of Massa. 5 thousandths to the good. Alcon drops a world record on the map, at least tournament record. We know that players have driven 59.2 in time attack. Great to see from Alcon regardless that after a couple of jitters in the first 2 rounds, we are seeing some pace. And Carl talked about this too. When Carl was up here, he said, everybody crashes in the first 2 rounds. It's just nerves. It's just hard to realize what you're really playing for here. But after you get into the flow, you get better and better runs. Massa commits too early for the downhill. Alcon has a lot of equity in this round. It looks like he's far, but the speed he got from that wide line is going to pull him all the way back close. What's the split going to be on the next checkpoint? It was 10th behind, but now he's basically equal. Wissy does have speed though. He lands, oh, but I think he got the slowdown landing. That looked really strange from Wissy. He might have gotten a slowdown on the landing itself, and is he behind Massa? No, that looks ahead. He's going to finish. Is Massa going to finish? 9.8 checkpoint. Too far. 0 points there for Massa in the final round of Hungary. That was Alcon's map. Now we go to Massa's. And Massa went for South Korea as the map choice. Why are the stages set up like a 2v2? So you have the middle, you know? You have the middle with the trophy lift possible and things like that. And we used to have Trackmania tournaments where the players would sit on the same desk, like all 4 next to each other. That was eventually changed because the steering wheel players would make the entire desk move when they move their steering wheel aggressively. Like the entire table would shake for other players. And so they had to change stage setups for all future Trackmania tournaments after this was complained about several times. So now all the desks are separate. Some lore for you guys. Like we had a couple of World Cups with side-by-side desks and never again. On to South Korea already, guys. First round live. Long winding turns is the name of the game here. Plus some reactor boosters. Look at the zoop speed. Wissy flying. That was very quick, and he has the wide setup here, which gives a lot of speed down. About a 10th ahead. And at points, he's kept up with the 2 favorites, Alcon and Massa so far. Into the downhill we go. The pace here is a bit slower than other matches. We see sometimes splits here 0.2 faster than what is being driven now. But all that matters is beating your opponents right next to you. Into the end we go. 3 reactor jumps. First one, best for Massa. Second one, best for Wissy. Last one now. Speed to the finish line, and Wissy has it under control. 1:12.73, the winning time. 10 more points for Wissy, who now is in first place in the match. People are asking if there are keyboard and mouse players. We've got Alcon right now on stage playing keyboard. Sometimes they do close-ups of their hands. You can see not just like them tapping the arrows, but all the other things they're doing. Changing cameras, activating an action key, turning on and off opponents, that kind of thing. And especially in the ending here, some people are doing a lot of camera changes to see the reactor boost they're going to get. We saw Wizzy have the best reactor booster here in the start. Let's see if it happens again. Does indeed look like he got the best of that, only marginally. Spark lost a lot of time and a jump there. He's going to put him far behind, but now Alcon needs to make something happen. 4 points is pretty much the same you'd get as if you were last, so he's going to full send the ending here, hope for the best. The pace is getting faster from Masa and Wissy, about a 10th ahead of last round. Masa with a great inside turn there, great approach into the reactor. That's about how much speed you get, how much you can make the game think you're going to land and accelerate ahead. And Masa gaining a 10th to Wissy, and this time he gets the margins on his side. That's 10 points for Masa, 6 for Wissy, who keep the consistency going and will remain ahead on the scoreboard. 42, 36, 35, 22 right now. Wide drift setup from Alcon, going low to the right to then get this one. And you have to make it past the red pillar there. That is a very scary crash. You want to maximize speed, but not at the cost of everything. Great speed for Alcon, who gets a decent reactor flight as well. But Wissy has been the main winner in that segment. Now Alcon finds himself in a better spot than most rounds here on South Korea. Typically he's been behind at this point. And I want to remind you, we don't see it here on this leaderboard, but during the Elite Cups, Alcon drove a 1:12.20 in one of the pre-knockout rounds. So Alcon has a lot of pace on this exact map. He had it already in the spring. And with many months of prep, should be able to repeat that performance. Gets a very inside line here. That seems to win time. Could he snipe away around one here? Yes, indeed. Alcon with his inside approaches, 1:12.5. 10 points for him, and we're going to have a very close leaderboard. This will be interesting now. 46, 45, 42. People had this out to be a 2-horse race, but it's really 3 players. Not just fighting for second place, fighting for first. Very impressive to see. And with Spark, it is going to be very hard in a match like this against such strong opposition, but he's holding his own. Is likely to have some moments here, and especially when mistakes happen. Masa crashing on the reactor approach. Alcon versus Wizzy, and Spark is not far behind. What about the middle portion of the map now? Alcon with wide setups. He loves exit speed for these long straightaways. Keeps the gear easier into the downhill. The map becomes easier to play, and then here he does the opposite. He goes for a very inside line flight. Wissy goes back all the way for speed. Alcon just tries to round the corner as quick as he can. Totally different approach, and Alcon seems to gain time with each one here. And that's another 10-pointer for Alcon. Doing better on this map than his own choice. And now he should be taking first place again in the match. Saudi Arabia has been loaded up on the server. And we are hoping to see a tournament record. These players are not known for exceptional pace all the time. You could maybe give Alcon that stamp, but we are seeing players that more play for the win than play for pace. Still, I wouldn't put it out of reach here that we could see a tournament record. This was picked by Wizzy. That has a lot of no slides. But I'm curious, because we've had this discussion all day. There's a line near the end of the map. Grenadi, steering wheel player also, decided to do a jump line because I suspect it's very hard to do the drift line on a steering wheel. Very curious to see what Wissy decides to do. It's on the same device. Is he going to go for the drift? Ultimately, we do think the drift line is faster. We'll see it. Everybody through the field goal. Alcon up front. Small ice wiggle from Spark. Now is the part I was talking about. They drop down on the discs, and here, to the right. Wizzy able to do the drift. Spark missed it behind. Alcon and Mossa both doing the jump. And so Wizzy, actually the one who gains time in that segment. Alcon hits the rock in a poor way, and suddenly it couldn't be closer. Who gets the best nosedive? This landing decides everything. Alcon landing with perfect speed preserved, snipes it away. Very interesting here. It's a battle of consistency and pace, right? The drift line might be faster on paper, but what if you crash it once? How many points do you score on average in 4 rounds then? Mossa and Alcon both choosing to jump the sand there. Maybe it ends up about even if you do it all perfectly. In the rounds we have seen, it does appear slower. But they all have studied these maps completely and know their reasons for their strategy. Very close here into the next round. This time it's Mossa up front. And we're going to keep a close eye on the splits now. So through here, about a 10th down to Wizzy. About 1/10 still. He goes for the drift line. The others jump. Alcon misses it a bit. But what about Mossa? What is the difference here? About the same. Mossa didn't lose any time at all with the jump line this time. And now, because of that, he could get a 10-pointer here with a clean landing after the jump. He does get that. This is also a mid 107. Very nice time. 107.70. With that, gets closer to the top. Passes Wizzy on the scoreboard. Alcon still in first at 71. Mossa and Wizzy close at 62 and 60. We played till 140 points. And then finalist mode. Bump from Spark, that's gonna slow him down. No slide across the dirt, everybody about equal. Alcon struggling a little bit there, but finds his way through. Here you gotta find your way through. Oh, that's a double mistake. Worst is for Wizzy, who bumps off, and it's a long respawn back. Might get passed by Spark. Mossa now, as we talked about, plays with information, fully aware of the match situation around him, and he is not going to risk anything here. And try to just secure his position. 10 more points. We get him very close to Alcon as well. But there you can see on the left, Alcon tapping away on the keyboard, releasing several times. He just wants to ensure it also. Both players keep their spot. So this hasn't fully worked out for Wizzy. He does have a decent line with the drift, but if it doesn't gain that much, then you need to gain other places. And for the most part, we've seen either Alcon or Mossa up front. Here, a small mistake from Spark. Wizzy pushing now, though. This is what he needs. Cannot fall too far behind in the early splits. Through the field goal again for the final time. Oh, Alcon too low. That's a respawn now. Wizzy with a prime opportunity to keep his own in the game. And we will really not get a better comparison of the jump versus drift line. They are side by side, and both seem very good at their choice. Mossa a few hundredths ahead as they go into this part. Holds the lead for now, but the speed from Wizzy carries all the way until here in the drift setup. And Mossa gained a couple of hundredths there. Maybe 300ths in total. They drop into the nosedive. Is Wizzy going to have the more speed to the finish line? That looks good for Wizzy. And he takes it away. Releases early. Dares to hold accelerate from early on. Carries perfect speed on the landing. And over the years, guys, we've really seen Masa's playstyle mature. Like, I've been watching Trackmania World Cup since 2016 or so, and he was in the grand final, one of the first ones I watched. And I remember then that he had this playstyle of risk it all or nothing, just full send or nothing. And so when you see him in those battles, he's either winning or crashing. That used to be the standard. But now he's like, you know what? We just gotta steadily build points. Slow down a bit, it's all right. Release a bit, it's okay. It's just about consistency. It matters more across so many rounds than a few wins here and there. And now we are going on a map that he really proved his consistency on, which is Germany. This is the Elite Cup that Masa won, actually. And played a really cool final. I forget who his opponent was. I know Gwen got third. Right now, it escaped my mind. But yeah, Masa has great pace here. Was able to reliably do 110s in the Elite Cup. And with more months of study, maybe they've been able to squeeze out a bit more pace from the map. We saw Wosao had this line where you jump really far. So here on the backward setup, jumping far to the right instead of trying to land early. Seems like Masa is doing a similar thing, side by side with Wizzy. Alcon going 2 behind here, 0.3. And Masa, as we were seeing, pulling away by a little bit, going out wide on the dirt. They want this late end to the grass to get cool down far right, then up left high. And Masa's building his lead right now, up to 0.1. Can Wizzy do anything in the ending? Tries to land early, tries to carry the speed. Gotta get no airtime on the first one. Here, airtime inevitable. But it looks like the positions will remain as they are. Alcon getting very close. Not quite, but yeah, look at this. This is a run that most of the players we've seen today struggle with. 1:10.93. And that looked effortless for Masa. This is a very good map for him. That was left open, and he could really build a huge lead here on Germany. Especially when you're starting out well, when you don't have any bad omens, anything to worry about. Just like it goes in practice, you start with a 1:10.9. You're feeling confident. Let's see round 2. Into the backward setup again. Jumping pretty far. Oh, he got such an early landing, though. That's a lot of speed, but best for Wizzy, actually. And it must be so weird to drive backwards with a steering wheel like that, because turning is inverted. I don't know. It should, in theory, be just as weird on keyboard, but it just looks very weird to see it that way. Close battle into the ending. Alcon and Masa 100th apart. Alcon more speed. We're seeing this. This carries for a long time. Better setup Alcon. Masa might have just enough distance to hold him away. Okay, 200ths. And it's a repeat, basically, of his previous time. Masa, again, looks effortless, driving 1:10.9. 2 wins in a row here. And now, Wizzy is also slowly but surely getting outscored. Masa was side by side with him at 60 points roundabout. Now, Masa has a 14-point gap down to Wizzy. And it could keep growing. Wizzy with a small mistake in the start. Alcon Masa, great drifts again, just really precise. 24-0 here is fantastic checkpoint. The setup backwards, Wizzy. The car tilted too much. He still continues, finds a way to keep the momentum. Very well done by him. Will likely result in a low score. Masa 0.2 ahead. Again, a fast checkpoint split, guys. Again on pace for 110. Finds the wide setup in the dirt, gets the no slide. A little bit of bumps, but speed is kept throughout. And though he jumps high, well, the only thing, does he get airtime? Is Alcon getting closer now? Looked like Masa was getting some airtime. Alcon is indeed closer, but it's those few hundredths that he's missing in every round. 1:11.03 for Masa. And that's 30 points out of 30 possible so far on Germany. And he could get the clean sweep. Like, when we're seeing this, it seems obvious that Germany should be Musa's map pick, but it enters the rotation anyways, and he can feel pretty happy about that fact. We'll see now with a much-needed fast start. Gotta avoid repeating his mistake. Sets up on the corner. Releases late, gets the landing. Good speed in the no slide. Musa has made a mistake, will not be getting the clean sweep. And Spark has respawned fully. 1 versus 1 now. Alcon versus Wizzy. The last 10-pointer of Germany up for grabs. Oh, Alcon sending it. He's in his element now. You get 1 section perfect, you want to push the next one. Carries over. Gets a low jump there, passes Wizzy. Beautifully done. Beautifully filmed as well with these drone shots. Alcon just outpacing Wizzy in those corners. Will he get the good turnaround to take the lead? Yes, indeed. Great snipe from Alcon in those last segments. And he really needed that to not let Wizzy get much closer. Great rounds together, though, on Germany here. The best map of the match so far. Okay, on to Poland. Another high-paced map here, and one we have, well, no information on when it comes to these players. The map pack consists of 5 maps from spring that were played in competitions, so the players at some point basically had to show their best pace on certain maps, like Germany. We know what they can do there. And throughout the day, we've seen what some players can do on the new maps that released this summer, Poland here being one of them. But these 4, we see them here for the first time. So this is exciting. The tournament record right now, a 109.005 by pack. Would be fun to see some 108 happen in max, but that is really difficult. Anything low 109 is already really, really good pace. And it's again Musa leading this one, but he goes too wide, I think. That wasn't perfect. Gets caught up to a little bit. And now we go into the dirt before we have the first set of plank jumps. Gotta slow down a little bit to land on this plank, get a good landing to the next platform. Wizzy in trouble there. Looks like he lost a lot of speed. Alcon too wide, I think. Oh, he's able to secure his line. Musa pushing this corner better than Alcon. Overtakes first place. Air brakes to get a wobble into the downhill. Now low jump onto the next set of planks, and this goes all the way to the end. Will Alcon be able to challenge Musa's first place? Doesn't really look like it. He's gonna try. It's too far. Musa takes first. 109.3 there, the winning time. Fast pace to start us off. And the scores: Musa 122, Alcon 113, Wizzy 96, and Spark 45. So we see a mistake in the start there. Wizzy, I think, clicked and couldn't make the first transition already. Oh, he does make it, but with a 1 second time loss. So, oh, Spark with a crash as well. And between the 2 projected favorites, we have a 1 versus 1 here. And Wizzy is losing a lot of ground, guys. We talked about it that Musa and Alcon do have the best pace. Wizzy needed to rely on his consistency, and over the course of the last rounds, both in Germany and here, there's been too many crashes for that strategy. Musa crashing himself. And Wizzy will get 1 more possession. But he might be too far behind already. We will see. Good pace by Alcon being driven. Clean transitions, clean jumps up to the finish here. And the finish always go on the left side because the ring is slightly angled. So if you go more towards the right, you lose a couple of hundredths. Doesn't matter if you're too far behind anyways, but in battles it matters a lot. 126 Musa, 123 Alcon, 102 Wizzy. It's getting tense. 140 is the point limit for people just joining us. 140 is what they're playing for in all these opening matches. Onto the reactor. Wissy getting some pace. Tries to dive into the turn. Commits with a couple of break taps. That looks good. Massa tries the same. Doesn't work out for him. Alcon's chance now to take the lead in the match just before finalist mode if Massa remains last. Wissy with a great jump up, but Alcon somehow faster, somehow finds a way. And knowing his style, I think he full sends this corner. Tries to get closer, doesn't really. Wissy on great pace still. This is a low 109. Will Alcon challenge? Oh my, the landings couldn't be closer to disaster. Wissy, unfortunately, experiences one of those, and Alcon will be taking the lead in the match, but Wissy is respawn trapped. Clip the corner. Can he get to the finish? 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, no. Same goes for Spark. 133 Alcon, 132 Massa. And it's so unfortunate because you can look at this with perfect information and be like, oh, he should have saved. He was ahead of Alcon by 0.2. When you're in a match, guys, it's so different. You don't fully know, other than splits, where people are at. And to process it and make a perfect decision in a split second is hard. You just play your best and make the decisions you think will win, but it's hard to have perfect info like we as the casters do. So unfortunate Wissy there. Still a strong showing here though, but yet to get a clean one. And we're in one of the last rounds of the map. 1:10:38 is best so far. Right now though, still clean. Still keeping up with Alcon and Massa. Ooh, and a very nice turn. Will he get his redemption? He's out wide. He gets a good downhill. Low to the plank. That looks good. Oh no, not again. It's been the story of the match for Wissy, the almost match. What about this battle though? Alcon clips. And this actually has great ramifications because whoever won that battle there got to enter finalist mode first and alone. So Massa finalist, Alcon 139 points. So if you're unfamiliar, this means that if Massa wins one more round now, he wins the match. He's through to the upper bracket with the highest seed from this match. And if the others want to be the first place from this match, they have to deny him. Any other position for Massa except first place won't cut it here. And we are back on Hungary. Alcon's first pick. And now we might start to wonder, had this been Australia, would it be better? We might wonder for Massa, had the next map in Germany, would that be better? Here's Argus going to try their best now. What we know at least is that Alcon with a warm-up here should be better than the first time around when this map was played. He doesn't crash the first round here. That's an improvement. And that's a pretty good start. Massa with a lot of speed into the loop. Overtakes everybody. Can control the outside dirt. That back left wheel left hanging very close to the wall pixeled, but he stays clear. Onto the plank here, and we see a better trajectory from Massa, but it's very close with Alcon. Landing there about similar up to the 180 turn. Alcon going very inside line, costing him a lot of speed. Massa a bit wider, and a better trajectory. Goes wide though, too wide. He's gonna fall off the map, and this gives Alcon an opportunity to claim first, as he's now finalist too. Massa here could reset, but chooses to spend the time practicing the end. Those 10 seconds he has. Can't score any more points after finalist mode. Now double finalists. Here we go. Wissy also ended up on a flat number, which can matter in some cases. Let's see what happens. Wide from Massa, but lots of speed here. That sends him wide. It might give him a worse drift setup. And he still gets out wide. This is what you want because it gives you a diagonal loop here and a lot of speed to the dirt. It's closer to Alcon. Wait, don't touch though. It's so close to the outside. We saw one car disappear and that was Spark. It's a 1 versus 1 between the two finalists. Only Massa and Alcon remain in this one, and you can't even see the other car with how close it is. Massa now separating himself, getting a better trajectory. Alcon goes for more speed this time. Massa with the low speed line, and Massa jumped left of the beam last time. What's going to happen here? Alcon lands earlier, sets up this downhill earlier. Maybe more speed, but Massa should have this one under control. Yes, indeed, Massa to the line is the winner with seed 1. Very, very close though. Slightly too sideways landing from Alcon on the second last beam. Low speed. Right, now for the battle for second. Alcon is already finalist. Wizzy needs 4 in a row essentially to snipe this one away. And Alcon is going to send it with high pace as the world record holder so far in the tournament here on Hungary. Still has 2 more rounds of this, and then we go to the next map, but we'll see. Wizzy right now doing a great job of denying, but he has to stay clean for another 20 seconds. Oh, and there's a wheel clip. There's a bad landing. Alcon will soon see what's happened on the splits. He is still in a battle with Spark though. Spark might be the hero Wizzy needs to rely on now. What's going to happen in the ending? Alcon, will he clip? The first one stays clean. Second one, a little awkward drift, low speed. Okay, let's see what happens. Alcon able to land the jump and claim the second spot in the upper bracket. GG. Massa and Alcon advance to upper bracket. Spark and Wizzy down to the lower bracket. Still not out of the tournament. But a very interesting match. Not at all as much of a stomp as maybe people had it out to be. But the two projected favorites, the 2 highest seeds, are the ones to advance up. All right. Now, guys, we have one more match today after this. One a lot of people have been waiting for, I think. Nodda, Gwen, Pusti Paco, and Biowak. That is the final game of the evening. We started the first matches around 2 p.m. and now it's 10 p.m. here in Paris. It's been a very long day of casting and matches, but it's been great to follow all throughout. And we'll end with a banger. We'll get to see everybody's pace. This will be a nice dessert to a 8-course meal here. Gwen with practice. Monka is being typed. Yeah. Gwen with practice is a
I'm joined
beast.
now by Massa, everyone, who
Got
has
an
won
interview
out
coming up, guys. Let's have a listen.
game here on day 1. Massa, I'm admiring this picture of you. You look amazing. How handsome. Massa, we saw that meant to you at the end there, putting your hands together. Relief, if anything. How did it feel going head-to-head with Alcon there, both in finalist mode? It was very close.
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking, not gonna lie. Also not my most favorite map, to be honest, to close it out on. But yeah, GG's well played. I kept my composure, went a bit safe on the last jump, and closed it out.
We saw when you went into Hungary there, both of you vying to get through first. Are you focusing more on the leaderboard, or are you focusing on just what you're doing in that moment? What's kind of drawing your attention most?
I think I just play for myself until the very end, until the map. Then I just check, like, you know, where's my opponents, and yeah, then you just go for the jumps, and whoever makes it wins.
Amazing. Before we let you go and get some rest, the experience at EWC, obviously meeting the fans, getting a chance here to hang out and be here present at the Esports World Cup. What has this meant to you so far?
One of the biggest tournaments ever. Well, the biggest tournament ever. I'm enjoying every moment so far, every second, from start to finish, from arrival to right here playing my match. Everything has been amazing, and yeah, can't wait to play more.
Massa, we can't wait to see more as well. Congratulations one more time. Give it up for Massa, everyone! Your winner in our penultimate game. We head back to the desk now. Rain Day, incredible scenes here. One more left to play today, but my goodness, it's been ferocious out there.
Slowly started to peter off as Massa found his energy and Elcon stayed consistent. Those two will be moving on, and yet we will see some.
Do they have practice setups in the back? They do have a designated
heading into
practice
those
area,
lower bracket matches when we see them back up yet again. Welcome to the panel.
They all have their
Rain
own
Day,
PC
and I'm
and
joined
stuff.
by. Well, I guess we were the same. We're closing it out. G Geek and
exactly.
We're going to change in a second. We'll have a new face that we haven't
and,
seen
you know,
yet. So more Trackmania.
They're being taken care of.
Shuffle
So
roster mania over
what's
here on
hard
the
is
cast, which
like
I love,
your
but
match is scheduled to be
we're
starting
keeping
2
this into
hours ago.
style driver swaps,
you-
indeed.
I love it. I love it. I mean,
Do you keep practicing them, or do you like intentionally stop to not overplay and get tired before the game?
Like in the first 3 maps, he has
Like it's quite easy when everything's on schedule because you planned out your day. Okay, I'm gonna train a bit in the morning, have a break, go for a walk, train a bit more in the afternoon, and then play.
But honestly,
with this much waiting, it kind of messes up your planned
pretty much how we
prep
expected
as well.
it to be. Although it was a lot closer contested, a lot more back and forth in the final few rounds than what we expected.
Well, I think
Yeah, guys, we got to talk about predictions for this match. The problem I see with playing against Mutta is, what do you ban? He's gonna like Norway, he's gonna like Australia. That's already 2 maps, right? He's probably very strong on Japan because of just the type of map it is. I don't know how to say it any better way. This seems like his kind of thing. He has a lot of strong
It's all about
maps
what Massa
in the
said
pack.
in the interview pre-match. Composure under
I don't think you can
pressure.
truly
Pressure
target
makes
that. I
diamonds,
think you
or
get
it
at
just crushes
least
absolutely
some
everything.
maps
In this
out.
case, it was more of the latter case that was very true.
But then
for
the
real
ones that
map for
remain, can you outpace them? Can you be more consistent? Gwen as well has just unbelievable pace. It's very probable we will see some tournament records in this next match.
Let's show you on the right
Pusito
side of the
Paco
fence, you
as
got
well, I
Lady Luck
think,
on your side. This is
especially
Saudi
on
Arabia.
Hungary.
This is towards
Already when that
checkpoint
map
5,
came out,
right at the
Pusito
heart
Paco
of
was
Sector 2.
doing great on
Now,
Hungary,
play the clip. Now, watch for
setting a
Wizards
lot of
goes
fast
right
records.
in the
So
middle of the picture,
I think we
right
could
where
see him
Elcon
do really well as well.
through the hole. It's very
And
easy
then
to come against
Bywatch is a bit of a question mark for me. I don't know yet,
up the hole right there. We've seen a couple
but I think he's going to be by far an underdog against these known names, and maybe can still make something happen. Let me turn on the cast a little bit, guys, here while I rest my voice for the next one.
Transfer still maintains himself into contention throughout the rest of the round. And another thing that I wanted to show you, we've seen luck, now we're going to be seeing commitment and precision. Fast forward to Poland's round number 1 with Massa and Elcon. I'm just going to pause it there at the start of the water part. It's going to be a little bit hard to see with the water splashes, but you can see Massa setting himself up a little bit wider compared to Elcon, who initiated the turn a little bit later. This is more of a safer line, but for Massa, he decides to try and carry as much speed as he can by basically the only way you can actually gauge how much turning you can actually get is by releasing the throttle. You do not apply the brake at any point in Trackmania unless you try to initiate a drift, but that's a completely other different case. Here, you can carry so much speed if you tap release just a microsecond less than your opponent, and then just look at how much he was able to do. Just, okay, speed delta, you can see he's down to 245 up front on Elcon's car. We're up 8K, 253. And that speed advantage is going to continue to carry all the way through as he clips the apex and the exit, starting himself through into P1 with just a couple of jumps left to go.
And I love the distinction between that, just those AK, but also the direction.
I'm muted. Okay, thank you, guys. I was going to ask, I said this is really good analysis. Did you guys notice that in the match too? That Massa had the wider setup that round? Because it's not only the speed through the turn, you beat the turn faster. You get a wobble at the top, which makes your next turn faster too. Sorry. I like that they're doing these like stopping and drawing and showing you guys things. It's maybe hard to notice.
Yeah.
that are going to make the difference as we continue throughout this tournament. It's going to be thousandths of a second, little edges, little corners,
8 kilometers.
these tiny little margins that we have to deal with on a daily, constant basis. And it's going to get more intense as we go on.
Virtually,
I can't wait for a round to end to a tie, and we actually get to explain exactly what that entails. We haven't seen that yet. If we see that in the tournament, expect us to do a full breakdown on this, because it's also a very interesting story to tell.
Well, it better not happen next game, because you're going to be casting.
Yep.
Uh-oh. 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 Get excited for that one as well. Let's
I'm
take a look at the
back in my
schedule.
element.
It's a very big game as well. We've got
Jagit
obviously
going back
our
to casting
first
now?
half of today's schedule already done and dusted.
Maybe the
all the way
casters
up
have
until
gone to
7.
bed.
We are now in our final and 8th
Look, those were supposed
match
to start at
of our
8,
group
right?
stage. Group
10.
A, match A4.
And we haven't started
and there
yet.
they are. Mutta and Gwen,
I'm,
the Thunder from Down
questioning
Under, and maybe
tomorrow's
the
start
French
time. We'll see.
favorite for AGAL to take it and spoil Falcons' plans of winning the club championship. Paco, Biwak, they're in there. I hate to say that we're mentioning them after the fact, but it's just true. These two top
Mutta,
players,
Gwen,
they have so
Pacific
much story
Paco,
that they are
Biwak.
bringing into this one. It is going to be exciting to see how
This is a
they
huge
unfold.
one.
However, if they're anything like what we've seen with Wizzy, what we've seen with LinkMax, this could be a very exciting third place. Somebody has an opportunity to start building that narrative. When we come back, we will find that out. Our final match of Trackmania at EWC for group stage day 1 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. And guys, at this point, we have to give a huge shout out to the hero of the stream. There's a couple of heroes behind the scenes. We have a lot of people helping with tech, but Bendik, do you want to have a seat and say hello? And don't show this one. You're good, don't worry about it. You're all good. Guys, this is Bendik who's been helping. He's bringing fruits, he's bringing water. He's brought me like 8 bananas throughout the day.
I'm the food delivery guy.
He's the delivery guy. He's helping behind the scenes.
I got you some excellent food this time too.
Ooh, what do we have?
Some duck, some rice, some tomato, mozzarella.
So, I can't even remember. It's been so long since I asked Bendik for this, but I said like the kitchen closes at 10, right? So how about you go there at 9:58 and get some food, so that it's warm for like the end of the stream, and that seems to be what he's done.
I do believe that pulled through here.
They cannot see, but that looks juicy.
I tried it myself. It's banging.
Whew, okay, all right. I'm getting excited here. I'm gonna have some bites before they start, and then I can cast with a full belly. But yeah, Bendik, has it been fun?
It's
Hanging
been fun.
out,
It's
watching?
been fun. Yeah.
Have you talked with the players?
No, I actually haven't spoken to anyone. I've just been relaxing downstairs here, watching the crowd. There was this huge amount of people just making the most noise, which was very fun, bringing the vibe to the show.
Yeah, the Vitality fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're cheering for Pac.
Welcome back here to the Lenovo
actually
Legion
very
Gauntlet. Our
fun.
final
Very fun
match
to
for
watch.
Trackmania
Good
Group Stage Day
atmosphere.
1 will begin in just a
And
moment.
I'm
We've gotta
looking forward
introduce
to
a
more
brand new
games.
member to our panel. Not a
Well,
brand new
one
member
more
to
game,
our
and perhaps the best one. Perhaps the best one today.
alongside
More
Twiggy.
days to
It's
come,
Nua
more
joining
games
us
to
on
come,
the
the days
desk.
to come.
And
Yeah.
Imports here as well. Nua, how you
How's
feeling,
it?
man?
Feeling very
We
good.
have
Can't be kept in
we
the box.
have
I was
Mutta,
going to escape
Gwen,
at some point,
Pusito
but I
Paco, and Biwak, Bendik. Do you, with what you know about Trackmania, want to make a prediction here?
No, I'm calling Gwen. I love Gwen.
You love Gwen?
Yeah, I love Gwen.
Okay.
I'm taking Gwen there.
You think Gwen wins in like first place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zico
okay.
Paco, second.
Oh, you think Mutta goes lower bracket?
No, wait. Oh, this is Mother.
Yeah, Mutta
No,
match.
I'm
Yeah.
ripping. Mother wins. Gwen second.
Okay.
I'm too
So
tired.
you're
at this
going
point.
with the. This is like the expected prediction, right?
Okay. This
But
is
but
the
I would predict the same,
Yeah.
honestly. Yeah.
No, Mother is the goat from Red Bull.
But the thing is like the difference on paper between Mutta, who we predict gets first, and Pusito Paco, who we predict gets third. It's not that much. It's a couple of percentage points more consistent, couple of percentage points in pace, and just that is the difference.
Small differences make the change here. Very
Yeah.
right.
All right, we have the player previews up. I don't even know if I'm gonna have a bite. This looks so hot. Maybe the food is too hot. I'm gonna have some rice.
Too hot.
Yeah. All right, Bendik, all yours for a couple of minutes. You can talk to chat. It's a 10-second delay. Janik is here.
Hello, Janik. How are you? I hope you're enjoying the games, chat. Is this how you listen to it? Is it supposed to be this loud for you?
We can change it here, but I don't know. I think
Okay.
maybe this.
I'm scared to touch these buttons, Virtual.
Oh wait.
Virtual has a like the soundboard. Yeah, it's right, yeah. And the soundboard has a lot of buttons, and they do everything to break the streams in the volume. So I do not want to touch these buttons. Suddenly the chat will be mad at me. I love the comment how is Virtual always eating. I think you've eaten 3 times during the day and there's a two bananas. 2 minute times of eating.
I use the time I get. I have like my 10 minutes here where I can snack on some food.
No,
and then I bring you an hour of entertainment, alright?
The last hour.
You gotta have some bites.
The last hour. It's been a long day though. I'm a bit unfortunate with all the tech issues, but we persevere. Fortunately, there were some really good games. Really good games. And we're ending with a banger. Maraguen.
Have you spoken to any of the players?
No, I haven't. No, I kind of wanted when Carl walked here. When he walked down there, I knew he was like walking here. I was like, this is a turn to the left. I wanted to say.
Wanted to tell Carl where to go.
Yeah.
This is a turn to the left.
This is a turn to the left. Was banging line.
Mudder joins me now. Oh, you comfortable?
Can you hear this?
Yes.
Okay. Come from Australia. Long flight. How are you feeling? Jet lagged?
No, I feel fine. And it's also very nice
He's
that we have
not
2
feeling
microphones, so
jet-lagged?
I don't have to steal hers.
Thank you. I don't want you stealing my microphone.
No,
you are a lot of people's picks for the title. How does that make you feel?
Sounds about right.
It's just a
Are you
memory.
that confident?
Yeah, if I play the way I want to play and I maintain my energy throughout the weekend.
A beautiful memory.
So preparation, how has it gone for you?
Pretty good. Much more balanced than I usually have in tournaments like this.
I want to leave you to
where
Yep.
we have maps all very different. And normally I'd struggle on a few and then I have a few outliers. But no, it seems much more balanced this time, which gives confidence.
So every map you're strong on?
Some more than others, but yes.
You've won a LAN this year as well. How much confidence does that give you coming here?
It is the monkey up the shoulder moment to take home that first trophy, which I've been chasing for years now.
How are you going to play out, hopefully, these 4 days? Have you got some tactics?
Not really, just try ban my opponent's best map, pick what I think will be the best for finalists, and then just go from there.
Who's your biggest rival, your biggest competitor here?
Or Epos, Carl Pack, those 3.
Overall ambition has got to be to take the title. Is that what you're here for?
Of course.
Okay, Mudder, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, guys. A couple of things there that are interesting. First of all, is he wearing the Batman shirt underneath his player jersey? Because Mudder always wears his Batman shirt for top-tier tournaments. Doesn't want to say anything about his favorites, maps, picks and bans. That's fine. I think we kind of know what Mudder likes, so we'll see some predictable picks. I think he might surprise. But other than that, yeah. Puts Epos, Pack, Carl, his favorites for the tournament. I guess that makes sense too. We will just see. This is his big debut. And he has consistently been very good at World Cups, Mudder. Like, both on controller, he's done alright, but also now on steering wheel. Last year, second place with Bren. Also in Paris with a bit of jet lag. Rumor has it. And now, he has more. He has in 2023. No, 2024 solos. He got to 4th on steering wheel. But I might take a moment here, guys, for one more bite.
Maybe
I'm
on
always
an
eating.
alternate timeline.
Yeah, sure.
Doomsday is coming up soon,
Multiverse.
guys. Yeah, we're talking multiverse. Yeah. I just saw Spider-Man. I mean, give me a break.
Exactly.
But
It
anyways,
was a good movie.
and that was kind of goes into the young thought process, right? Because he was skipping school. He was having his classmates come in, watch him as well, and say, this is a great moment. And his dad, I heard his dad travels. Is that the other one that comes in? His dad travels as well. Okay. Well, a lot of great stories. Bywak, somebody we haven't touched on as much. Where do we start there with him?
I mean, alongside J-Swag, the first New Zealanders to ever qualify for a World Championship a couple of years ago. I mean, it's not their first time being in these big matches, right?
Yeah.
And that goes for both of them. But Biowak in particular, I mean, a strong player. I think, again, a little bit unfortunate that in the top 32 players in the world, you're running into incredibly stacked lobbies from round one. So going to struggle, but I think not going to look bad.
Yeah. What can he, I mean, is there a way, how do you characterize Wizzy's performance, and how do you characterize whether that be Paco or whether that be Biowak here, trying to do that with Gwen and Mutta?
I think Wizzy has always had that striving for better, and he's very critical of himself, especially after losses. You can talk to him and you can see how he just kind of deconstructs his entire gameplay. It's very common to deal with. It's also a little heartbreaking at the same time, I feel like.
Absolutely, 100%.
But I feel like in the case of Biowak, for example, I think he's not that necessarily. He is very passionate. I think he doesn't like losing, but at the same time, he's got this chill vibe about him too. It's kind of this weird like yin-yang that he has when he plays games, and that's going to be something that we'll have to look at as well, because he is going to be a potential factor. He could do really well. He has had high highs before.
All right, well, this is going to be an exciting one. To close out Trackmania Group Stage Day 1, we've got two of the potential favorites to take home the tournament about to take home and start on the stage.
Wow. Elcon and Massa, a head-to-head Milos for the ages there. Incredible stuff to see there, but as we all saw, Wizzy had a great start. The first few races really, really well. Suddenly, things topple, things tilt, and then others come through. This is the actual make or break of this competition here. We're seeing players and racers who just might do something really special, go all the way and surge through to the upper echelons, the upper brackets. Tomorrow we start crushing keys. There's so much to look forward to.
There very much is a lot to look forward to in this case. Again, 4 players are stepping on in every single match today, and it's the top 2, really the number 1 that's moving forward. The second player has to go through a gauntlet in lower
guys,
bracket
I am back
starting
and ready.
from tomorrow. Though there's one more game left for tonight,
ready
so let's
just
bring out our
in
competitors.
time.
Starting off with Mutta!
Mutta entering the stage. We're gonna see
One
it.
of the most successful steering wheel
Can
players
he do
joins
it?
us
No, he
on
can't.
stage, representing
His hands are
RC
tied.
Esports. He's on the road to collecting another gold set in 2026.
He would have done the emo had he
Next
not
up,
been
we
forced
have
to carry that.
Biowak. One of the first players from New
Biowak
Zealand ever to
entering as
qualify
well.
for a world championship. Can he silence his opponents on his first lap?
Next up is Pushti Topako. His
Topako.
evolution over the past 2 years has been a pleasure
I
to
think
witness.
he's gonna pick Hungary.
The Virtus Pro rep is ready
it's
to
open.
burst into super perfect form
Also
here at
Argentina.
EWC.
Lastly, please put your hands together for Gwen!
Gwen as well, taken
Francis
to the
Prodigy
stage.
is back after a year away and bursting back on the scene, aiming for
He is so
EWC
quick
glory.
at peak pace.
Paris!
Very
Love to
likely
hear
he
it.
has a lot of the
Incredible.
offline world records.
So much support from the crowd, you can hear it right there. This is our last race of the day, Milos. We're going to ask our players to, for the final time, please take to your stations, place your keys.
All right,
Ready
all
ourselves
right.
and start our engines.
Let's
Are
have the
you folks
veto.
Paris, are you ready?
We are ready. The few of us that
Let's do
remain in
this
the arena
show
right
for the
now.
last time today. Back over to the
Okay.
desk. Let's do
Gonna leave us with just my audio here. Mutta, Gwen, Pushti Topako, and Biowak. The prediction is, of course, that Mutta and Gwen are the projected favorites. Pushti Topako could cause an upset. Biowak would need a lot to go his way. This would be an incredible result if he can. He does have a lot of pace. I remember this from the regional matches Jetlag played. So let's see. Biowak bans Japan. Pushti Australia. Australia gone for Mutta. Gwen bans Norway, so Mutta's 2 projected best picks gone. Mutta bans Poland. He wants a hard match. He starts on Saudi Arabia. Very interesting. So that's a double, but Mutta has such good memories on the original map of Saudi Arabia. He's won some tournaments on that. Gwen picks South Korea, which I'm very curious about, because that is a Gwen map. It absolutely is. Hungary is also a Gwen map. Is that what we're going to see from Pushti Topako, though? It's open. You can see Canada. Okay, so Hungary, Germany, and one more map in the rotation. Argentina. So Hungary actually left out of the rotation. We get a very interesting set here, I think. Mutta won in Trackmania Grand League Spring 2022 against Carl Jr. on Tiny Gap. That Saudi Arabia remake, so I think he's hunted this one a lot. Just good memories on a map, right? They remake the map you want a championship on, you want to perfect it. One quick sip here, guys, and then we get into it. Yeah, someone pointing out, this is true. Out of the players in this tournament, the one who has the singular biggest esport earning victory in one tournament is Gwen. Gwen won Ascension, tournament hosted by French streamer Serrator, where he won around $66,000 for first place. The winner of this tournament wins double that. They win 130. And the total prize pool is 500,000. This is the last match of day one. We're starting on Saudi Arabia with Mudda and his map choice. Mudda, who recently won Red Bull Faster, the first major of the year. And then here we go into the first round. Let's take a look. Tournament record by Bren. I predict we'll see this be beaten after a few rounds of play here. But I have predicted that many times, and I've been wrong. Here we see Mudda, though. Smooth steering wheel nose slide, misses a little bit. And Pasito Paco jumps up into an early lead. They nose down into the checkpoint here. And now the field goal checkpoint. Jumping through here. And landing early on. That looks good for all. But it's Pasito Paco with a 0.2 lead. No game audio. You guys are correct. Let's see if we can get that up and running. Down to the discs. And now the line. Mudda also going for the drift approach, not doing the jump. But as we've seen, the jump seems about equal if all is done well. Into the last corner, Mudda makes an early mistake. And now Pasito Paco has a clean road ahead to the finish line. Gwen overtakes as Biowak hits the roof. Mudda in third, Biowak fourth. 1:07.81 the winning time. Right, round number 2 underway. We got the drone camera flying through, giving us an overview. Bird's eye view of the race. Biowak jumping very far to the right, perhaps too much. And what is the start from Mudda? How is he 0.3 ahead? What happened? They didn't all fail that badly. This was a phenomenal start from Mudda. Just out of nowhere. 6th up. 25-second checkpoint, nothing too crazy. We've seen this before. It's just everyone else failed, and there goes 2 more fully out of the round. Biowak and Pasito Paco have both had to respawn. Gwen versus Mudda for the round win now. Let's see if Mudda can defend. This is probably the worst segment to play the steering wheel, and after that, he might be in the clear. He has about 2 attempts ahead of Gwen to work with, but he gets a very bad rock bounce. Unfortunately, just not driving on the right textures. Hard to say exactly if you can blame him for that, but Gwen is the one winning this round. And unfortunate for Mudda, he's down to third. First time of the tournament we see someone crash the rock in such a way that they fully fly out. And Mudda, like we talked about with Carl Jr., is quite a momentum-based player. He plays really well when he plays well. And then when things go badly, they often can take a while to start up, to properly get up and running up to pace. So now with 2 mistake rounds, could be that Mudda is starting to feel the pressure of that, but we will see. Drift through the field goal. That looks good for all 4. Gwen with really strong splits here. 2 attempts, gaining up the hill. And Gwen looks hungry for more. He still is in first, but he wants to catch some imaginary ghost ahead the way he's driving. Not letting the others get any closer at all. Mura saves the rock now. Doesn't risk there, but still ahead of Pasito Paco towards the ending. Are we going to see the tournament record here from Gwen? That looks good. Clean landing. This is it, everybody. Gwen should be able to do it here. 107, 553. Like we were talking about, chasing perfection and catching 10-pointers. That is the Gwen pace we've come to expect, and we just know he's capable of. But important for Mura to come back a bit there, get some solid points in second. Pasito Paco will take a third. Overall doing well in the match. And now tough times for Biwak here, who has only gotten 4th places so far, and against a field like this, that will be true for 99.99999% of Trackmania players. This is an unbelievably stacked match for round 1 of the tournament. Looks like all of them made it again. The pace is faster than what Gwen was driving last round. Almost a tenth ahead of his split there. Mura with a bump. Not able to start building here. And now Gwen versus Paco into the downhill. Good speed for both. Slightly better for Pasito Paco perhaps. See on the drift. Oh, Gwen makes a mistake again on the same rock as Mura, but less punished. Able to adjust. Paco crashed a bit as well, and Gwen takes another 10-pointer. But what is that? This is a 107.74 with a crash, guys. And will Biwak finish? I don't think so. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Low score there on the first map. So we do now have a replay come through of the 3rd round this is. With Gwen's tournament record, right? Just such a smooth landing for Gwen. So much speed. Easy clap. And a very close snipe there, yeah. Maybe what they wanted to highlight. So now on to Gwen's map. Gwen picked South Korea. And we see this a lot. We see players you might stylistically call the same, favor the same type of maps. South Korea favored by a lot of players because it's a long map. It has a lot of speed you can build, and they can get an advantage without doing anything too crazy. Small tech pause. Small tech pass. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, saw a comment there in the chat saying resuming. No need to speculate. We are getting into it, guys. Another world record on the way. You know what? You're probably right. You're probably right. Many, many fast players on the server. Even Pasito Paco is known to be a player that drives pretty fast and crashes a little bit extra for the risks he takes. So let's see what happens on South Korea. Gwen trying to min-max checkpoint 1. 14.2 is very quick. And carry speed into the dirt as well. Around the grass, Biwak with a mistake. Mura nose down. What speed are we getting on the reactor flight? 424. Pretty strong there. And Gwen, guys. He is driving monster pace right now. Let's see what the exact split is over here. 42.4. That is in range of beating the world record. Let's see if Mura and Pasito Paco are able to follow. Gwen makes a mistake there, going a little bit too wide. Able to carry on, of course, but the others are closing the gap ever so slightly, and now different flight setup. Gwen goes a lot from left to right. Wants to set up wide, and then because of that sideways momentum, slow down more in each reactor. Final time from Gwen is going to be a 1:12.41. Not quite a tournament record yet, but it's on the horizon here. It's in the cards. Not a second place, Pasito Paco third. To round 2 of Korea. And it starts early, guys, from Gwen. Like, already here, full inside line drift. This one is notably 500 slower than its previous, but still. It's not like the map starts at the reactor boosters. It's everything that Gwen does leading up there that gets him these leads. And then from point 2 up, it's quite easy for him to defend. Already here, he's got a better boost. And okay, Paco's getting a bit closer on the straightaway, but now Gwen is going to push again. Does he survive in the corner? Yes, indeed. And the split is faster. It's faster. Here he made a tiny mistake, a little bit too wide. This is slightly more inside line, keeps fourth here, all the same. Better checkpoint split. Inside line to the checkpoint. Bigger lead than last time. From right to left on the first one. Oh, there's the mistake. That would have likely been tournament record now. Justita, Paco, and Mudda left to fight for the first place. This looks good for Mudda. Ooh, snipe. No way. I was going to say he snipes it, but the finish line came in clutch for Justita, Paco. So, very quickly, tiebreaker explained. If two players drive the exact same time, the tiebreaker is whoever was ahead at the last checkpoint wins. So because Justita, Paco was about 100th ahead there, he gets 10 and Mudda gets 6. That is the separation. And if that checkpoint happened to be tied as well, you'd go one checkpoint back. But this is not something we see all that often on a 72-second long map, no less. So that is a rarity. But that 10-pointer would have been very important for Mudda, who hasn't had the best start to this match, right? And he loses on a tie. So unfortunate there. Now we have to see how Gwen might change his playstyle. In first, it's easy to risk. In third, what do? Do you keep pushing here? Do you hope for a mistake? Looks like he has no plans of slowing down. Neither Mudda nor Paco. Paco, though, does hit the wall. And now point 1. Oh, Mudda doesn't get the boost. Must have been a missed input there. No boost at all. And he drops down instantly to last. It's Gwen taking first here. 1:12.78. Justita, Paco second. Biwak third. And this has been a series of unfortunate events for Mudda. The pain continues here. Really has to start finding the 10-pointers and balance more than anything. It's like his driving is a little bit out of balance right now. But it's still early days in the match, still time to adjust. Just cannot let whatever's happening right now continue, right? That's what he has to do. Gwen very wide, the boost. 4:33 from Mudda, great speed. Can really see how that matters. You trick the game into giving you the speed up with some inputs. 42.5 here. Still in proximity of the tournament record, but it might not actually happen on South Korea. It would take a lot for that to be the case. Gwen sending it though. Hold on. Hold on, this is pretty quick. Different setup entirely from Mudda and Justita, Paco. This time Mudda gets the boost. Doesn't miss it. Gwen awkward line. He crashed out on the right there. Gets overtaken by Mudda and maybe by Justita, Paco as well, but Mudda gets the first place. Gwen second, Justita, Paco third, Biwak fourth. So Gwen there with an unforced error. Mudda needed that really badly to come back. And yeah, some people are pointing out in chat, like, Gwen has about 18 years of Trackmania experience at the age of 22. It's pretty crazy to think about. Like, he learned to walk, he learned to talk, and then he learned to play Trackmania. Like, it didn't take him that long. And there's some clips of Gwen playing Trackmania when he was 4 on an online server at Nations Forever, and I'm telling you, he's doing some advanced tech already at 4 years old. He's doing some slide cancels and things like that. Like, there's a reason we talked about Gwen with a lot of admiration for his just natural ability, because when you learn something at that young an age, you understand it differently. Best I can explain it. Some players have put in maybe twice the hours when starting learning at an adult age to play Trackmania to match the level, and they match in a different way. It's more mechanical. Gwen's kind of just more flow. Can't explain it better, but yeah, some differences there. Ultimately, what matters is your final time in the rounds. Right now, Gwen has the most points. As we go on to Canada, weaving through the second set of slaloms, Gwen again emerges up in first place, rounding the snow corner, up the reactor, and into the last drift to the left. Then we go down the hill, and we're gonna have the race to the finish line. Who gets the best slalom down? Gwen ahead. Small ice wiggles coming through from Mora. Look at the speed from that wiggle. We've been talking about it all day, and here it pays its dividends. Mora now happy about his comeback, slowly starting to build. 10-pointer on South Korea, first 10-pointer here, and a very important trick to have in your pocket. That ice wiggle is no joke. That's a real thing. Instead of just straightening out your car in the last ice, if you do some smooth movements, get a little bit extra grip, a little bit extra speed. It's a thing that Deo have tried to patch out of the game in God knows how many ice updates. If you've followed along over the years, you'd know. The amount of ice updates we've had are crazy, and most of them have been to combat ice wiggles. Still, they're there. It's just a product of the physics. At this point, I think they're here to stay. Gwen falling behind a little bit this round. Mora versus Paco. This gap is enough for Mora not to have to worry about Gwen. He can try to challenge Paco for this 10-pointer and take over second place. And if he does that same ice wiggle properly, he's likely to snipe this away, but Paco does it too. Is he too far to the left? He gets there. Paco with a basically perfect ending. With the wiggles as well, gets 10 points to fend off Mora for now. The match is really shaping up as we expected. Gwen and Mora, the favorites, but Paco, really impressive showing so far, as we are about at the halfway point in the match. Playing till 140 points, you can see Paco has been able to match them. Match the level of the world elite here. Through the middle slaloms, all players keep the gear. Into the dirt. Gwen looking to challenge first place, but he ends up a bit wide. Maybe more speed here. Not quite. Paco still there, and the pace, guys, the pace is much faster than it's ever been. About 0.2 faster than previous rounds. We're going to see a low 102 come through here. Close to the corner, Gwen sending it way too hard, misses the approach. Paco in first. Mora awkwardly angled for the ice slide to save him. Paco 102.11 the winning time there. And it's actually not Mora catching Paco, it's Mora and Paco catching Gwen right now. Paco's close. 74 points, 78 for Gwen. We have a full-on match here. Up into the wall ride. Gwen looking to do what he did on South Korea, building those leads from early on. Look at this, guys. It looks so effortless, but he is pixels from every corner, everything going wrong. And that one drift he did misjudge, and you can see that's all it takes to crash, but he's making it look easy to drive this close to every obstacle, and it is not. Same for Mora. Just micro taps to adjust. Everybody is equal, all things considered. 40 seconds in. The ending decides. Gwen didn't seem to do the ice wiggle, though. That is something Paco and Mora have as an advantage. Here we go, down the hill. Let's see who gets the closest. Paco with a good approach. Mora wiggling. Gwen trying to wiggle a bit as well. Mora is sideways. And Paco snipes Gwen by 1/100th of a second. And drops an emote. It's bedtime soon, guys. Mora letting him know what's coming. Now, unfortunately, the drone flew a little bit too fast there. It's new tech. I wish we could see the race there, but we're working on it, I think. First time this is being used in matches. And we can see the map on the screen. We know it. Germany coming up. Germany coming up as the next map. We're expecting 110.8. There was some insane stat. I'm going to see if I can quickly pull it up. Gwen, when this was the Elite Cup, had some ridiculous stats to his name. We're seeing some cinematics here. I'm going to quickly see if I can find it. Scrolling now, right now, as quickly as I can. To find it. All right, so. Here we are. So Gwen, well, okay, it's not that insane, but he was in the top 10, 32 out of 38 rounds. That is maybe the stat I was looking for. Gwen very quick on this, but in this first round he crashed. Mudda didn't play this Elite Cup, and therefore we don't really have much information there, but he slides out, and it's actually Biowak with a potential round win. The player we haven't really talked much about because there hasn't been too much to say. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. New Zealand's hope in the tournament could get 10 points against 3 world elite players. This would be massive. These are the moments we celebrate louder, perhaps, than the overall match win. Just because it's wholesome to see everyone have a good performance. And let's see Biowak here. Can he keep it clean into the ending? This looks good for the turnaround. And yes, indeed, down but not out here. Biowak with 10 points, and I'm going to join what remains of the crowd in a pause here. 10 points. Mudda typing some encouraging words, it looks like. Very fun to see. Right, next round out. Scoreline very close still. It's up in the air right now between Paco, Gwen, and Mudda. Mudda with the inside approach with the drift. That tends to be slow into this one, but it works out. Gwen catching there into the first backward setup. Equal just about between Mudda and Gwen. Slightly more speed for Mudda. And Biowak is still there. This looks like a good map for him. Mudda ahead up this hill and into the dirt. Now do they do different lines? Looks similar, but Gwen approaches more from the left. But he's trying to get down to the right low. See Paco with a different approach. Gwen missed there, a little bit too inside line. And he's gonna bump out. Mudda in clear first. Gets a low early landing. That's what you want. The speed is good too. Nobody can stop Mudda in this round. And the time is very quick as well. Looking at a 1:10. Can Gwen do anything to stop Paco here? No, will be Paco in second, Gwen third. And yeah, 1:10.97, the winning time for Mudda. Putting him at 89, Gwen at 92, and Paco at 89 too, I think. Yeah, this is so close, guys. This is so close. We said this might be the dessert after an 8-course meal. And this would be a treat to wait for at the end of the night. And it is delivering right now. Tournament records being driven after everybody's been through the fire. And we're seeing such a close scoreline. Oh, Gwen into the wall. See the Paco ahead. Biowak clips as well. Battle for first. So close. Mudda more speed. Down the hill. Turnaround smooth. The drift. He carries up the hill, but okay. See the Paco's there. Typically very good on slidey surfaces, Paco. Grass and dirt, he's a specialist. That looks like a lot of speed up the hill too. The snap into the no slide. Pretty strong, but Mudda had it better, 1/10. The last backwards landing again looked better in favor of Mudda, but okay. Paco avoiding the jump. This is interesting. No jump strategy. A lot of speed onto the booster. Not quite enough. Good try, good try. Paco doing what he can there to fight back, but Mudda holds it. 1:11.08. Mudda now after a slow start, has retaken the lead in the match at 99 points. Gwen at 96, Psitopako at 95. Great start from Gwen. Where does this come from, guys? How is he already just so far ahead? This is not the first time it happens, but it happens in quite a lot of rounds where he's just the only one able to drive this pace. Yeah, 23.96, fantastic checkpoint. The backwards landing though, he clips, he pays the price for driving that riskily. And it's again Psitopako and Mudda, and now Gwen feels like it has lost all momentum these last couple rounds. Falling behind in the match. And let's see that battle for first. Mudda gained a bit in the dirt, exit last time. Can he do the same this time? The backwards landing too. 0.15 in favor of Paco. That's low from Mudda. Is the speed good? Didn't see if Psitopako jumped. He goes for no jump down that hill. Around the pillar. This is a huge lead, but late to the booster. Still fine for Psitopako. 10 points back, and with that, he barely ties Mudda at 105 points. Oh, Gwen, yeah, a little bit of a choke those rounds, it's true. As you see, there is this bug with steering wheels. Might have seen Mudda's camera spin in the camera there. Rest assured, that is normal behavior. If you see that after plugging in your steering wheel to the game, you know you've connected it correctly. We are on to Argentina. And of the players here, this is stylistically, I think, a map that suits Gwen and Mudda. Less so for Psitopako. But prep is everything. Prep is everything. If you have the lines down from hours and hours of practice, and if you can replicate them on stage now, that is everything. Onto the booster there, we see a little bit of a poor line from Iwak falling behind. Gwen with another phenomenal start. So much pace constantly. And Carl touched on this, it is annoying to play against a player who, when you drive a good run, they are just so much quicker. They don't drive that consistently, but they do deny you a 10 you feel you deserve. Gwen had a poor turnaround there, a late one, but still enough to stay in first. And now what are the strategies? Everybody jumping up clean. Mudda early landing, also early inside ice slide, overtakes both. What a find. Looks like he released to make that line happen. He is a bit slower here. Psitopako ahead. They do have to slow down for the landing in the bobsleigh. Now, speed equalizes. Can Psitopako get a good landing here? That looks solid. Mudda goes for a risky landing, doesn't pay off. Loses his position to Gwen. Psitopako with 10. And now he is in first. Sole first in the match. $115 Psitopako, 109 Mudda, 105 Gwen. And still we are lacking that big scoreline for Gwen to have him come back in the match. It's been many, many third places now. Needs to find a 10. Psitopako struggling in the slalom. Gwen setting up perfectly for the oh, too wide. Doesn't have the angle. The setup looked good, but the exit was not. Gwen down in last. The bleeding continues for Gwen. And into the bobsleigh turnaround. Who gets it the best? Psitopako slowing down. He hits a bump. Gwen overtakes there. That could be important. Right now, Psitopako in last. And if Mudda gets this first place, he will catch up on the scoreboard as well. Can Gwen challenge for second despite the crash? Also important for him. Looks like we have quite big gaps now. Mudda 1 second almost ahead. Was that a mistake? That looked so close to a crash, but he holds on. And Gwen holds on to a little bit of lag, but it's okay. The scores are still coming through correctly. Mudda will be in the lead of the match here. And Gwen. Oh. Okay, Biwak unfortunately not able to finish. Tied lead, I should say, with Paco. Gwen 111. We play till 140, guys. So 140 points is the point limit. Still some room. And very likely Mudda's choice of Saudi Arabia will be the decider map here in this match. And Mudda was not looking too good at it the first time around. Lots of mistakes. Important moments for Gwen here. This is where he has to make a move. On the turnaround, he went very far last time. Does go pretty far this time too. Does he dodge the pillars? Looks good. Hard to see with the drone shot, but we have the 3 favorite players surviving. The Paco with 0.4 behind. Quite far here. It's mostly between Mudda and Gwen. Gwen with an early setup. See the Paco crashing. What of the battle for first? Mudda should have that, barring a mistake, and yes indeed. Gwen's ending is better, but not significantly so. 112.57 from Mudda, almost tournament record. Almost tournament record there. And now the last round of Argentina. Mudda has a 6-point lead at this point, after being behind about 20 early on to Gwen. It's been a strong comeback from him, but it needs to hold all the way to finalist and then 1 round. Low from Gwen early to get this speed here, that's what he wants. And it looks like it's paying off. Catches up to the others. Now the turnaround. Does the same as Bink, steering left. We've seen that one. And he gets past the pillars. Great move. Equal between all 3 though. What a race to finish the map on. Gwen pushing ahead with Mudda. Pasito Paco dropped the gear. 1 versus 1 here, and if Gwen is going to have a realistic chance, he needs to win this race against Mudda. Those 4 extra points are so valuable. He pushes from the corner to the other one, equal to Mudda, down the bobsleigh, 3,000s ahead. Now the smoothness matters, every little precision, and Mudda loses a bit of speed in the landing. Gwen has it butter smooth and gets a much needed 10-pointer to claw himself back in the match. $127 for Gwen, 135 for Mudda, and Pasito Paco, it escapes me right now, round about the same, 127. And we're back to Saudi Arabia. So on this map, we had Gwen set a tournament record not long ago. We saw pretty good consistency from Pasito Paco and a couple of crashes from Mudda, but he does, in my experience, struggle most on the first rotation. And the second time, it's a lot cleaner. Just need to get your mind into the match. 126 for Pasito Paco. It's the actual score. Here we go. Could have Mudda finalist after this round, with first or second place. Into the first checkpoints. There's Gwen and Pasito Paco with the best starts. Mudda 0.2 behind. Through the hole, Pasito Paco misses. He's out of the running. Now, very likely, Mudda can get finalist. Needs to beat Biwak. And then he would have the necessary points. Gwen, though, driving a great start here. 0.4 ahead should be enough for him. And those 10 points puts him at 137. Can Biwak hold off here? Would be incredible for Gwen if Biwak can deny Mudda here. And Biwak is even challenging for first. He's got a lot of pace now. Coming through the dirt. This is Biwak coming to life. Gwen too wide. Biwak into the pillar. Mudda's gonna have sole shot at finalist if he lands that jump. Clean through the gap. Mudda will be finalist, but Gwen is able to get some necessary points for second here. Ending up at 133, and importantly, Pasito Paco ends up at 129. With a 10, that would still be 139. That would be one round off. Mudda finalist. And on his own map choice, when he didn't get to work previously, and the pace on that round was not convincing either, we will now see if this pick makes the difference. Right now, Gwen and Paco consistently faster in the start. Paco crashed again, and only Gwen stands in Mudda's way to take first in this match. Up through the field goal, Gwen clean there, lands so smoothly. Carry speed down, 0.2. Up now through the checkpoint, gonna release, land early, carry the speed. Mudda getting marginally closer, has gained a couple of hundreds over that straightaway, onto the discs, bit wide, losing a bit of ground now. The drift not gonna carry him closer. Gwen has a 0.3 lead, and the gap will ultimately be the decider. Does Gwen thread the needle through the gap and put himself into finalist as well? Here we go. Releasing late there, Gwen knows he has enough of a lead to defend. Gwen here will enter finalist mode together with Mudda at 140. And Pasito Paco now has a chance to finalist himself with a round win. The double finalist in our last match of the day, Gwen versus Mudda. Pasito Paco not far behind. Here we go. Gwen has had some of these monster starts, these 25-second checkpoints before the quarter pipe jump. This time, in the most important one, it's Mudda up in first as we go through the dirt turns. Here, Pasito Paco has had problems. He needs to survive this part now to put himself in a chance for upper bracket. This time he gets through. They all have 25-second checkpoints. Incredible pace being driven. Full send by everybody, and they're all making it through. Checkpoint splits are good. Pasito Paco and Gwen side by side. Mudda not far behind. Mudda jumping too far here though. A little bit of speed lost over this following straightaway. Perhaps a bit wide on the discs. This is not it. Needs now Pasito Paco to do him a solid. Maybe catch up to pass Gwen. Pasito Paco bumps on the dirt. He loses more ground. Gwen is ahead by 0.15 into the last corner. Over the sand. One release timing is all it takes for upper bracket. But Pasito Paco has overtaken. Gwen has a lot of speed though. It won't be enough. Pasito Paco makes it triple finalist. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be cinema. This is what we are staying up late for. More than likely, this round will have us have a upper bracket highest seed winner. Unless by what, but let's see. Into the wall hug. Pasito Paco with a good start. Through his problematic part now. This is where Pasito has struggled. Gwen and Mudda not far behind. Fast-paced Mudda bumps, but it's not over for Mudda. He's still in the running. This is not too far behind. Great adaptation there, and he gets a good landing after the quarter pipe. Anything can happen here. Small ice wiggle and a nosedive there from Mudda. Wants an earlier landing, wants to send it. But the two red name tags ahead are not getting closer. Pasito Paco extending ahead, getting a good drift through here now. Gwen being overtaken almost by Mudda, but Pasito Paco, is he going to be the one to take the top seed? Being the last to enter finalist mode, sniping the previous round away from Gwen. Now he is in the position to take it all, one jump away. Does he land in the ramp to get it? Pasito Paco has secured first seed, and not only that, a probable, not quite, tournament record, 100 from that. Incredible comeback from Pasito Paco, and he can hardly believe it himself. That is unbelievable. To beat Mudda and Gwen in such an important match at such an important event. And what this means, guys, is Mudda or Gwen are going lower bracket. That is unbelievable. And Gwen knows he messed up. He knows he had the lead in that one round prior where Pasito Paco sniped it away. He's thinking about it. He was 1,500s ahead into the last jump of Saudi Arabia. And he let it slip. Now we are on South Korea. This is Gwen's choice. But Mudda impressed here. This is where Mudda started slowly but surely coming back into the game. We will see what happens. Most likely, guys, the final round of the night. Gwen versus Mudda for the next minute and 12 seconds. Gwen typically builds his leads early and then defends, and you can see it here. Inside precision, already a 10th ahead. Wide setup there, try to carry the speed. He's just full sending, Biowak is out, and now the gap 15. Gwen's gonna wanna build, and Mudda has to do something here because this is quickly becoming out of control. Needs a good boost, gets one, 443 speed, just in the nick of time here. 0.2 is a hard gap to match in the ending, but Mudda needed that. Now it's only a 10th again. Good speed through the long drift onto the grass. Difference of about same 0.15. Let's see what happens as we approach the ending. We still have the slalom drift where things can happen. Mudda touching a little bit too much penalty grass there, but it keeps the gear, though he's falling behind. Gwen with a clear advantage into this ending. Can he hold his nerves now to secure the upper seed? Will it be Mudda or will it be Gwen? Gwen with a good first reactor, but Mudda clearly, visibly getting closer. Gwen still holding on in the last one. It will be a good time regardless. Gwen secures the second seed here in the upper bracket with a tournament record 1:12:33, just in the nick of time. And Mudda, the first to enter finalist, is going to the lower bracket. Something very few people here would have predicted. GG. That was a fantastic last game. To drive tournament record in a finalist round to secure your spot is a next level performance there from Gwen. Started out building a lead early and holds on. Mudda gonna hope for a lower bracket run here. But Pustito Palco by far the biggest surprise. That was incredible from him. It's absolutely incredible from him. Hope we get a replay of that exact round. Many crashes here as well in Saudi Arabia. Those crashes to the checkpoints and whatnot. Insane game. For people wondering, Mudda is not out of the tournament. You can lose one match and play in the lower bracket with Biowak and the others who've lost games. But if you lose a game in the lower bracket, you are out of the tournament. Yeah, this round here on slalom, crazy with the ice slide and the wiggles. But they were close all the way through. Just some key rounds that worked out. Some nice landing slow-mo there from Gwen. And this right here. Gwen was ahead. He must have messed up on the sand. It's the only way Pustito Palco came back there. And things could have ended very differently had that not happened.
Yes, Paco is here with me. Virtus.pro
Let's hear the interview.
Paco on the side. Give it up for our final victor of the evening. Paco, I'm not going to ask you anything complicated. Good God, what was that? 3 finalists, heart on your... This was mind-boggling to end the night. How are you feeling?
I was extremely nervous in the triple finalist vote, obviously. But I think I performed better under more pressure, so I was able to pull through. I'm really glad that it went this way.
What do you think that's the case? Do you have a secret sauce that makes that happen? Is it experience? What do you owe that sort of calmness on the pressure to?
I have no idea, to be honest. It's genetics, I have to say, it's genetics. I didn't practice this, it just came with me on natural.
Very good. Saudi Arabia, I guess, the victorious map for you. Is there anything else that we need to look forward to from you in the future? Because if this is the sort of games you have to expect every time you're on stage, I think I'm going to need to grab some medication with me here.
I mean, we didn't play a lot of maps. We'll see about that. And hopefully I will be able to keep the same pace up for the next games.
Very good. Thank you very much, Paco. Congratulations to Paco and Virtus.pro, who take our final series of the evening. Let's close it all out with our desk. Enjoy.
Very, very impressive, guys. That is pretty much it for the day of games here. Tomorrow, we continue with 8 more games. The planned start time is around 3 p.m., but seeing how late this ran for, we'll see what happens. 3 p.m. is the scheduled starting time. I think we're going to stick to that. And thank you all for watching. I mean, we've been here since 1 p.m. It's been 9 hours and 45 minutes of sitting in this chair, pretty much, so... I appreciate you guys for hanging out. Thank you all for watching. That is incredible. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. This is the first of several days. So we have just the group stage to start it today. Tomorrow we'll have our first knockout matches in the lower bracket. If you lose there, you're out. And then on the Friday, we'll be down to, I think, some top 16, top 8. And then we have the final day, 7 games, guys, to decide the winner. Gonna be crazy stuff. I'm gonna see if I can meet some players, have some food, and rest up, and I'll see you all tomorrow. But it's good to be back to streaming, and I thank you guys for your patience, you know? Like, I know I haven't been streaming a lot lately, and it's been a couple of trips and a couple of things, but thank you all for being patient with me. Check out the YouTube content in the meantime. And again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to Esports World Cup for hosting us here. Let's see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, friends. Bye-bye. Take care. They made me like a fade to black background screen. I'm gonna click this one. Wait, hang on. All right. See you all tomorrow, guys. Take care.